Chapter 851, Whetstones, Part 1. Han Fei walked to the edge of the Empyrean waterfall. When he passed Yu Yi's place, he found that the girl was whistling and gardening. Yu Yi put on a brilliant smile and greeted Han Fei. How did it go? Did you concede? Han Fei was lost for words. What do you mean by concede? Hey, do you know who wields a rod best at the Empyrean waterfall? Yu Yi smiled casually. Old Du, undoubtedly. He lives right behind Yue Shier's place. Huh? Are you going to challenge him? Han Fei smiled. Yes, my hands are itching after the recent breakthrough. Yu Ye suddenly asked, I'm told that your phantom glass wings are pretty. Are they? Han Fei's lips twitched. I'm not a big yellow fish. Don't just look at me. Hey, after chit-chatting with Yu Ye for a while, Han Fei went straight to Wu Ming, who was sitting on a rock. Seeing Han Fei, Wu Ming opened his eyes and looked at him casually. Congratulations. Han Fei smiled and said, Can I interest you with another battle? Wu Ming's eyes shined. Of course. Ning Jingyao, who was still far away, suddenly shouted, Hey, 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 hey! Han Fei, you already fought Wu Ming once. Shouldn't it be our turn? Han Fei turned his head back. Don't be hasty. One at a time. Hiss! A lot of people secretly gasped. Was Han Fei implying that he would challenge each and every one of them? Someone was delighted. I like his personality. Should a man really stay home without fighting? I love battle and hot blood. Immediately, someone left the house and leaned against the wall. Someone sat on the roof, and some squatted on the road like the rogues from the countryside. Some people simply scanned the battlefield with their senses. Han Fei's plan was to find out the most suitable technique for him as a hidden fisher through battles. Or rather, Han Fei was going to comprehend every battle technique he knew. It would be great even if he could only fully grasp one move in every technique. Han Fei stepped into the 300-meter radius domain of swords without hesitation. Wu Ming laid his hands on his sword. Instantly, a storm of swords was moving towards him. At some point, Han Fei had taken out a kitchen knife. Clink, 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 clink. Inside the domain of swords, Han Fei moved and slashed fast against the swords. His terrifying movement technique was best revealed when he twisted his body in an inhuman way. However, it was impossible for Han Fei to dodge the infinite swords no matter how fast he was. Clang, clang, clang. Starting from the 10th second, after Han Fei pressed for 100 meters, he was hit by more than 10 swords every second. However, Wu Ming's eyes slightly contracted when the first sword hit Han Fei. He mumbled, What a hard body. Han Fei was still cutting the swords and moving forward slowly but surely. When he was 100 meters away from Wu Ming, he unleashed dozens of blurry shadows and dashed at a dazzling speed. At that moment, many people who were watching the show with a smile dropped their smile. Ning Jingyao became solemn. He's not practicing. He's improving his movement technique. On the other hand, he wants to find out his limits through Wu Ming. Li Luoluo had dashed close too and sat on Ning Jingyao's rooftop. She pouted her cheeks. Does he think we're whetstones? Someone smiled casually. It isn't our turn yet, but I think it's his plan. However, Wu Ming benefits from the battle too. If he does encounter someone as hard and fast as Han Fei in his domain of swords, someone shook his head. If he does, Wu Ming would have attacked immediately instead of waiting for so long. This is the consequence of him having Han Fei's food last time. He found it inappropriate to attack Han Fei so quickly. But this isn't bad. We can see Han Fei's potential. Han Fei's body was moving. He began to use all the footstep techniques based on the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance. Although he couldn't completely avoid or resist the swords, he wasn't really anxious. He knew that Wu Ming wasn't worried either because the domain of swords was only attacking automatically and he actually hadn't taken any action yet. 64 dimensions? Han Fei knew that it was possible to simulate all kinds of body movement techniques with the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance. However, he forgot that the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance had 64 unconventional changes by itself, and if they were all carried out, Poochie. Han Fei blurry shadows appeared in the sword domain one after another, only to be shattered by the swords. However, there were more and more blurry shadows, until the swords couldn't attack them simultaneously. Huh? Someone asked in surprise. Han Fei's blurry shadows are dodging the swords too. Someone was confused. Wait, those blurry shadows can be easily recognized. Is it really necessary to let them dodge the swords? Suddenly, someone said, No, Han Fei is trying to switch among the blurry shadows. Yu Ye mumbled, he's moved another 50 meters forward. There's only a dozen or fewer swords that hit him each second. About 5 minutes later, Wu Ming suddenly said, I'm running out of spiritual energy. Take this. Then Wu Ming drew his sword, and a dazzling cold light flashed like a lightning bolt. When the sword came to him, Han Fei quickly retreated and slashed it 23 times in a row with the blood-drinking knife. Eventually, Han Fei put on a smile and used the draw technique to collapse Wu Ming's attack. Wu Ming was slightly surprised. You found a flaw in my attack? Han Fei put away the blood-drinking knife and pointed his finger, filling spiritual energy into Wu Ming's body. More or less. Your attack was very powerful, but it was too fast. Wu Ming frowned. Isn't speed always the greatest weapon? Han Fei thought for a moment and explained, Yes and no. You'll surely win if you fight those slower than you. But to those faster than you, your sword does not have enough supportive power because it's too fast. As long as the sword light at the outer layer is destroyed, your attack won't be a threat at all. Wu Ming slightly nodded. Not bad, you can come again. Han Fei turned his head and looked up at Ning Jingyao. You want to play with your knife? Ning Jingyao grinned. Of course, Li Luoluo exclaimed and said, Ning Jingyao, fight in the sky, not here. Someone added, yes, go to the sky, don't fight down here. Han Fei, Ming Jingyao, is too destructive. If he fights on the ground, we're going to have to repair the roads later. Han Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. Is the guy really so powerful? Ning Jingyao chuckled. You're just exaggerating. I'm a calm and reliable man. You're a reliable man? Just go up there. Without further explanation, Ning Jingyao opened his wings and soared to the sky until he was at an altitude of 500 meters. Hula! Han Fei grinned and unfolded the phantom glass wings. He flapped them and rose to the sky too. Someone asked in surprise, are they the phantom glass wings? Yu Yi smiled. They're so beautiful, even more beautiful than my flowers. Li Luolu lay on the rooftop and looked at the sky. They're indeed beautiful. However, since Han Fei is practicing, he probably won't use the phantom glass wings' abilities. What a shame. Yuexier looked up at the sky enviously with a bowl in his hand. In the sky, Ning Jingyao smiled and said, the technique I practice is called Star Demon Saber. In fact, it's best if you come to me at night, but it doesn't mean I'm weak during the day. Han Fei thought for a moment. I have the draw technique and the 10,000 knives in one. Then, Han Fei extended his hand towards the Empyrean waterfall. The Empyrean waterfall was shrouded in mist and wasn't short of water. Han Fei could use the water as his blade. He intended to abandon the million knife art, which cost him too many weapons. It was unrealistic for him to develop a million knives. Even if he could, it would still be a serious problem to maintain and upgrade those blades. So, it wasn't a bad thing to just give it up immediately. He reached for the mist and gathered a water blade simply in order to cover up the infinity water. To some extent, the blade that Han Fei transformed from the infinity water was as powerful as an ultra-quality spiritual weapon with a sealed spirit. It was evident that the infinity water could unleash the power above that of a semi-divine weapon or even a divine weapon in the future. Ning Jingyao didn't care. Whoever his opponent was, he would crush them with one attack. If one attack didn't work, then two. If two didn't, three. My hands reach for the sun, the moon, and the stars. Ning Jingyao's vice quickly changed, and the illusion of a long saber gathered around him. He held the long saber with both hands and rose, and a crazy wind was blowing with dazzling and terrifying brilliance. Then, the long saber was stabbed right at Han Fei. Shoot. Is this guy insane? Han Fei was stunned. He had never seen anyone who would launch a 100-meter-long saber at the beginning of a battle. The attack was almost as powerful as the one Wu Ming just launched. Magnificent, weird, and horrifying. Unlike the swordsmen, those who use sabers were usually tough and straightforward. This straight slash, for example, stirred everybody's mind. Han Fei gave up the 10,000 knives in one and drew out the blood-drinking knife instantly. He focused his mind and spirit on the weapon and slashed upwards. Clang. The collision raised echoes under the waterfall. Each of the echoes carried a wave of air. Circles of light flashed in the sky. The Empyrean waterfall was twisted. On the top of the Empyrean waterfall, in the middle of the raging water, Qing Chen looked at the collision that was as brilliant as the sun and mumbled in shock, "These two guys are truly brutal." Chapter 852, Whetstones, Part E. Han Fei realized that he underestimated the people at the Empyrean waterfall. At this moment, he also realized that those people who had been exiled here to watch over the big turtle were all expected to become law enforcers. How could anyone who had the potential to become a law enforcer be weak? Wu Ming, for one, could launch infinite swords while standing still. Ning Jingyao was also very brutal. His saber could slash the air and the waterfall apart. Of course, everybody knew Ning Jingyao's expertise and had witnessed it before. However, nobody had seen Han Fei's unrestrained performance before. He fully carried out the art of invincibility and the draw technique. In the end, the saber unleashed a dazzling golden aura, and the 3-meter-long saber stopped 3 meters before Han Fei. The draw technique landed on the long saber from the head to the end. Ning Jingyao grinned. The starlight is infinite. As Ning Jingyao roared, starlight was flashing all around him, and one saber was condensed after another. They chopped Han Fei crazily. There were as many sabers as the stars in the sky. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. Wu Ming was quite grave. Ning Jingyao is getting the hang of this move. Du Jiangliu looked up at the sky with a rod in hand. He's a lunatic. Yuexier subconsciously sipped the fish soup and said, "Those two guys are both so awesome. I envy them." Li Luolu looked at a shadow far away. "I don't think the Dark Hunter Legion stands a chance. If he can fight Ning Jingyao without losing, it's only natural that he beat the Dark Hunter Legion." The man didn't reply, but he slightly nodded. Han Fei saw that Ning Jingyao's face was full of madness. He finally realized why other people didn't allow the guy to fight on the ground, because the guy could have easily razed all the houses in the area. Looking at the swords in the sky, Han Fei stepped in the air and pointed his finger. 10,000 knives in one. Voila. Tides seemed to be surging from the sky, and countless water blades burst out. In the blink of an eye, starlight and tides were raging above the Empyrean waterfall, and thousands of weapons collided. The saber aura is coming from the altitude of 500 meters to the ground. Yu Yi was the first to change her expression. She rose and released a swirling net. She shouted at the sky, "You two, fight at a higher altitude." Yu Yi looked down at the flowers in her yard, feeling lucky that she didn't go too far away, or there might have been dire consequences. The two men moved higher and higher. Clang, clang, clang. Hundreds of ripples were spread out in the sky, and the two men fought heatedly. Someone dashed close from far away, only to discover that it was just a practice between two natives of the Empyrean waterfall. He was rendered speechless, as the blast of the practice had spread hundreds of kilometers away. Someone secretly hoped that the lunatics of the Empyrean waterfall could be all driven out of the Scattered Stars Island for fighting and causing trouble all the time. When the water and the white cut each other, Han Fei and Ning Jingyao already collided. In the head-on clash, Ning Jingyao's disadvantage was revealed. He didn't have fancy movement techniques as Han Fei did, so he was cut multiple times. Han Fei actually had disadvantages too. His movement was instantly fast, but Ning Jingyao could create sabers anywhere as long as there was light with his technique. So, he too was cut again and again. At this moment, Han Fei's other advantage was revealed. His skin was too thick for him to be hurt. Ning Jingyao was rendered speechless. How could he win the battle in such a case? "Enough, I'm done fighting you," Ning Jingyao cried out in depression, and the starlight and the tides in the sky finally disappeared. By the time they landed, their clothes had all been ruined. Ning Jingyao was lost for words. "How did you develop such a hard body? I can't break you with the power of a junior hidden fisher at all. How can I beat you?" Han Fei chuckled. "I couldn't hurt you either." Ning Jingyao pulled his ragged sleeves and revealed his arm that was full of blood marks. "You didn't hurt me? I would have been killed by you if my level weren't much higher than yours." Li Luoluo nodded. "That's right. So Han Fei actually won the battle because his body is harder." Ning Jingyao wasn't bothered. He laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. Would there be any fun if you don't have any true opponents?" Immediately, someone sneered. "Ning Jingyao, do you feel that you're invincible? Should we practice with each other?" The man who talked had a grim face. He watched the drama at Yue Shier's place, and his house was destroyed by the aftermath of the battle by chance. He couldn't have felt worse. Ning Jingyao glanced at the collapsed house and chuckled. "Hey, old Wu, your house was dilapidated in the first place. This is a great chance to rebuild it. Let's cut off that tree together." Humph! Han Fei stretched out his arms and glanced at a tall and strong man who was waiting for him excitedly with a rod in his hand. Han Fei stared at him. "Should we practice?" The man nodded. "Spirit gatherers do have abundant spiritual energy." "You're still capable of fighting after 2 consecutive battles," someone said quickly. "Wait, you should practice in the sky too." Yi suddenly said, "Du Zhonglu, don't use the fiery polar stick." The man chuckled. "Don't worry, I won't hurt your precious flowers. I'll just use the shadowless lightning." Han Fei quickly stopped him. "Hey, wait a minute. As a matter of fact, I'm not good with sticks. We can practice anywhere." "No," a lot of people shouted at the same time. "You can practice anywhere? Do you think we don't have to rebuild houses if they're collapsed?" Ning Jingyao asked in surprise. "Han Fei, you're going to use a stick? Do you know any stick techniques?" Han Fei thought that he certainly had to learn a stick technique for the needle, the sea-quelling bizarre treasure that he possessed. In fact, he didn't want to challenge the man at all. He planned to go back and deduce a few stick techniques first before he fought Du Jiangliu. However, Du Jiangliu had focused attention on him for a long time. If he backed off, the man would think that he was scared. A moment later, in the sky, bam, 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 crack, thunder was rumbling, and Han Fei was whipped so hard that he felt his head was dizzy. Enough, I have to go back and train more." Du Jiangliu shook his head speechlessly. "What's your stick technique?" "It's no better than a demon-level technique." Han Fei landed and recalled the phantom glass wings. "I simply wanted to taste how awesome your stick technique was. Don't worry, I'll come back to you a few days later. I was too tired to carry out my full strength against you today." "Puchi," someone was amused, and Li Luoluo said, "Han Fei, are you only fighting the soul warriors? Do you not consider the hunters, Sister Yu Yi's methods of manipulation and Yue Shier's armor?" Han Fei chuckled. "Not today. I'm honing my battle techniques. I don't have time for anything else." Someone shook their head. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, they all went home. They already had enough fun. They acknowledged Han Fei's capabilities. A man who could enter Xiaoju's yard, obtain the phantom glass wings, enter the domain of swords, and clash with Ning Jingyao could definitely be regarded as an insane monster. As for Han Fei's horrible stick technique, it was automatically ignored by everybody. When Han Fei returned home, he found that Zhu Yinling was smiling at him at the door. Han Fei felt nervous and speechless. "Why are you smiling here instead of shopping?" Zhu Yinling blushed because of what Han Fei said. "I'm just here to check on you." Han Fei shook his head with a sigh. "I'm fine, but there's still a lot of things to do. I have to practice more on stick and body techniques. It seems that there's still a long way to go before I can be called a heavenly talent." Zhu Yinling, Big Yellow, walked to them and squinted at Han Fei. "I hate braggers the most. You're scaring off my fish." Han Fei threw a big 20-meter-long fish that was full of tusks to the ground. Pick and eat it. I'm exhausted. Meow. In fact, Han Fei had treated the cat extra nicely because it was the first cat he had seen in this world. In fact, he had never seen any other land animals except the cat. So, Han Fei somehow sympathized with the cat after meeting it, as if he had met a good friend in a different place. Changing his clothes, he rose to the sky and flew to the West City. On a hill not far away from the Path of Giants, the sun was shining over the golden beach underneath the hill. Occasionally, unknown creatures craned their heads on the surface and then dove into the water. Zhang Xuanyu was seated at the edge of the hill next to a young girl. They were appreciating the sea. Zhang Xuanyu was talking elaborately. When I was a fishing master and my family was crushed by my enemies, I had to leave my hometown. I remember the brilliant sun I saw above the sea. At that time, I hoped that I could find someone who could soothe me with her warm arms. After I met you, I remembered my feelings again. The girl shyly turned her head aside. Really? Of course. My heart is as warm and passionate as the sun. Don't move. There's something on your eyelashes. Let me clean it for you. Zhang Xuanyu. When they were very close to each other, someone shouted from the sky, and the girl jumped off the hill and ran far away, covering her face. Zhang Xuanyu quickly shouted, "Hey, don't go. There's really something on your eyelashes." However, the girl had already run away. Zhang Xuanyu burst into fury. Han Fei, you son of a Baish, how many times have you ruined my business? Han Fei landed from the sky and glanced at the girl who was running away. You are a fraud. What can you do except trick the gullible girls? Zhang Xuanyu snorted angrily. That was a critical moment. Couldn't you have waited for a moment? Never mind, Didn't you go to catch a wind skywing? Why are you back already? Chapter 853, Central City Stick Technique. After Han Fei told him why he was here, Zhang Xuanyu looked at him weirdly and asked, why are you suddenly studying a stick technique? Han Fei, don't you think you're studying too many techniques? You should focus. Han Fei replied with a smile, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If everything goes as I plan, I may create my own battle technique someday. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes glittered. You've thought it through? That is the right approach. In fact, Han Fei had this feeling when he made a breakthrough to be a hidden fisher. To be a hidden fisher meant to find a path, so no matter how many techniques he practiced, none of them would be what he really depended on. In such a case, he was free to learn anything. It was even possible that secondary battle techniques could offer him inspiration. Han Fei said casually, just tell me what's suitable for me. I don't have too many demands, except that the techniques have to be tough, with a powerful outburst. Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei speechlessly. If you want my moment technique, you could have just told me. Han Fei laughed. Why would I want your moment technique? I want a legitimate stick technique that can be used both in offense and defense with a lot of variations. Your moment technique obviously doesn't meet my requirements. Zhang Xuanyu thought for a moment and said, what about the 9-layered waves in the Furious Sea? Forget it. It doesn't meet your requirements either. Let me see. Pondering for a moment, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly became frustrated. I'm done thinking. I'll just give all of them to you. Then, Zhang Xuanyu sat on the ground and took out 100 stick techniques. To Han Fei's shock, the guy picked the techniques and started commenting. Well, this one is Ashura Demon Stick. It's demon level, high quality, with a lot of weird and unpredictable variations. This is the Sky Upholding Stick. It's heaven level, low quality. It's more focused on offense than defense. This is the Horizontal Sky Stick technique. It's heaven level, low quality. It's extremely swift, but it's not aggressive enough. This one is the Glittering Lock Stick. It's also heaven level, low quality. It's great except for its lack of power. Han Fei was dazzled when Zhang Xuanyu picked out a dozen techniques. Han Fei was about to turn him down when he remembered that he could synthesize them, so he said straightly, I'll take all of them. You can keep talking to your girl. Wait a minute, who am I going to talk to now that you've scared her away? Zhang Xuanyu glanced at Han Fei and said, did you really get your wings from a level 63 Wind Sky Wing Soul King? Han Fei patted Zhang Xuanyu's shoulder. Where else do you think they came from? Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. Never mind, I'll just wait for a few more days. Aren't you going to the Sea of Pearls? Do you want to wait for us to go with you? Although Lirenquang just became a peak-level hanging fisher, he has a great foundation and needs another trip. Xiaobai is free. I intend to get some credit points on the sea to be promoted to 6 stars. Han Fei suddenly said, hey, wait, don't you only have 5 stars? How can you set sail? Zhang Xuanyu snorted. I can lead a team to go out. I can lead a team of 10 people with 5 stars, but I can't go further than 3,000 kilometers. Han Fei asked, what about me? I'm already a 6-star slaughterer. Can I take you out? Knowing that he had to see Juyin Ling if he returned to the Empyrean waterfall, Han Fei didn't want to go back anymore. Laying his hand on Han Fei's shoulder, Zhang Xuanyu said, never mind, we won't go with you. When Lirenquang and I become hidden fishers, let's go to the Sea of Pearls together. Don't you need to practice these stick techniques? You can do that while Lirenquang and I are out. Han Fei knew that nothing could possibly stop them in a range of 3,000 kilometers, so he became relaxed too. Okay, be safe. I'm going to the Central City. Han Fei had never been to the Central City before. He only knew that the best stuff and the strongest people were all gathered in the Central City. The cities in the 4 cardinal directions all seemed prosperous, but the items in those places were generally for those who had 6 or fewer stars. However, the central city had a smaller population, who all had more than 6 stars. To gain 6 stars, they had to be at least peak-level hanging fishers, if not hidden fishers. Anybody from the central city could be nominated as main characters on the defensive lines. They could even serve as deputy commanders. Boats weren't allowed to fly above the central city. There were 4 gates to the central city. Han Fei had come from the west part of the city, so he came through the western gate. The city wall wasn't too tall and was made of black undersea rocks. The arched gate looked no different from the city gates that Han Fei remembered. Nobody was watching over the city gate. Through the magnificent passage underneath the gate, Han Fei had just entered the city when he noticed that 2 old men were playing fish dragon cards in a corner. The 2 old men didn't even bother to look at Han Fei. There were 2 plates of snacks on the stone table. Han Fei couldn't tell how strong the 2 old men were, but he knew that they were definitely stronger than him. Since they ignored him, there was no need for him to greet them, so he simply went to the logistics division in the city. After Han Fei left, one of the old men asked, "Is he Han Fei who acquired the Wind God Pearl? He doesn't look bad." The other old man picked a dried fish and put it into his mouth. "Well, I was told that Zhu Yinling became a law enforcer because of him. He's a capable young man, except that he's also reckless and disobedient." The first old man suddenly took out 4 identical cards. "Boom, give me your money." The central city was in the same style as the other cities, although there were many passers-by on the street. Han Fei only found 9 counters in the logistics division. There couldn't have been more than 200 people who were looking for resources. 200 wasn't a small number at all, as all the 200 people were hidden fishers and stronger. Counting the passers-by on the street and the people in other shops, Han Fei had seen more than 1,000 hidden fishers. No wonder the 10,000 Demon Valley never dared to wage a total war. The thousands of hidden fishers can totally turn the sea around the Scattered Stars Island upside down. When Han Fei walked into the logistics division, many people who were chatting stopped and glanced at Han Fei. As if he didn't sense them, Han Fei walked straight to a counter and said, "I would like a seal technique." In fact, there would be a lot of stick techniques available here, but Han Fei didn't want to waste his money on those. After all, the techniques wouldn't be as good as Zhang Xuanyu's, who had bought those techniques to create one of his own, so he had definitely picked the best techniques. Instead of spending the money here, he might as well go to Zhang Xuanyu and talk to him. The girl who received Han Fei was only a peak-level hanging fisher. One of her arms was gone. She must have been specially admitted to the central city because of the heavy wound in battle. She said with a smile, "Please show your waist tag." A moment later, the girl quickly gathered a manual of items and gave it to Han Fei. "You can choose the items here, or in the lobby where you can find chairs." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay." He sat down in the lobby with the manual and opened it, only to find that it had 30 pages, with introductions to 8 seal techniques on each page. Han Fei simply ignored the seal techniques underneath the demon level. Unparalleled Soul Seal, Demon Level, Mid-Quality, Introduction. This is a seal technique that attacks the soul. It's extremely hard to cultivate, so it's lowered to Demon Level, Mid-Quality. It can shake the enemy's soul and stun them. Price, 120,000 credit points. White Cloud Divine Seal, Demon Level, High Quality. Introduction. It contains the power of clouds and water and is suitable for battles in the sky. You can carry out the power beyond the seal technique with the power of clouds. Price, 250,000 credit points. Han Fei browsed through the manual and saw 48 seal techniques from the demon level to the heaven level. He was attracted to a seal technique named Triple Palace Heavy Seal. The description of the technique was quite tempting. Triple Palace, Heavy Seal, Heaven Level, Low Quality, Incomplete, Introduction. This is a heavy seal technique. When you lay the seal, it will be like moving a mountain. You can make use of the power of tides and press the seal through the void. Background, it's acquired from the remains of an unknown palace near the Scattered Stars Island. Because most parts of the technique are missing, it's only listed as a Heaven Level, Low Quality technique. Price, 420,000 credit points. Han Fei put on a smile. Incomplete battle techniques were the last thing he was scared of. Instead, the more incomplete a technique was, the more he would like it, because it would be a huge bargain if he deduced it. "Han Fei, what are you reading?" Clang. Han Fei lost balance and fell to the ground, knocking over the chair. Immediately, he raised all the customers' attention. Han Fei raised his head, only to discover that it was none other than Zhu Yinling, who was like a haunting ghost. Han Fei was lost for words. "Didn't you go shopping? How did you end up here?" Zhu Yinling was going to give Han Fei a hand when Han Fei rose to his feet voluntarily and looked at her weirdly. He never thought that he could be so popular. Zhu Yinling stuck out her tongue. "I was shopping when I saw you here, so I came over." Han Fei bulged his eyes. "Wait, you're shopping here? Do you even know what shopping means?" Before Zhu Yinling could reply, Han Fei simply said, "Wait for me at the door. I'll come out soon." Sensing that the other guys were looking at him murderously, Han Fei quickly ran to the counter, only to find that the receptionist was also looking at him weirdly. Han Fei said grimly, "I'd like this Triple Palace Heavy Seal. Here's my credit card. No, waist tag." While the receptionist stared at him weirdly, Han Fei accepted the jade slip that contained the Triple Palace Heavy Seal and rushed out in a panic. He found Zhu Yinling waiting for him with a smile. Seeing that all the passers-by were looking at them in surprise, Han Fei quickly led Zhu Yinling to an empty corner. Why do I feel like they all know you? Zhu Yinling pursed her lips. Most people in the central city have met each other before. They know who I am. Han Fei didn't know what to say. Sister, why don't you change first before you go shopping? If you keep wearing this white dress, I think someone will kill me when they see you talking to me again. Zhu Yinling asked in confusion. Why should I change? Han Fei said solemnly. Look, you're supposed to observe the joys and sorrows in the human world, but if you walk around in your pretty white dress, everybody will recognize you as Zhu Yinling the law enforcer. Then, you'll only see things that they want you to see. So, Han Fei said, let's go. I'll teach you how to go shopping, but next time you have to do it alone. Chapter 854, Goddess, Welcome to Earth, in Han Fei's home at the Empyrean Waterfall. With Han Fei's help, Zhu Yinling was transformed from a pretty girl into a handsome young man. Well, not exactly a handsome one. She got an average-looking face and wore clean clothes. Zhu Yinling loved the color white, but Han Fei didn't make white clothes for her. After all, she could be quite eye-catching no matter how she looked as long as she wore white clothes. Han Fei said solemnly, you must know how important disguise techniques are. With a brilliant disguise technique, you can pretend to be anyone. Zhu Yinling looked at herself with a basin of water as a mirror and said pitifully, I don't look pretty at all. Han Fei was amused. Of course not. Why do you want to look pretty? Do you want everybody to recognize you to be Zhu Yinling? You're going to experience ordinary people's lives and observe them. You're not going to a beauty pageant. Just follow my instructions. What's a beauty pageant? Han Fei waved his hand and said, not important. The important thing is that you should be dressed like this when you go out later. You can buy a few more sets of male clothes. It'll be better if you keep a mustache. You look like a pretty boy right now. Zhu Yinling. It was certainly impossible for Han Fei and Zhu Yinling to sneak away from the Empyrean Waterfall without anybody else knowing. So, Han Fei didn't try to keep it a secret at all. He simply hoped that Zhu Yinling could understand the trick of shopping. On the ground, Ning Jingyao was confused and mumbled, didn't he claim he disliked her? Then why is he taking her out? Looking at the flashing boat in the sky, Yu Yi slightly shook her head and continued whistling and tending to her flowers. Han Fei didn't think anyone could identify him after he put on his disguise. After reaching the city, he took Zhu Yinling to the sea creature market, which had the greatest number of customers. The market was even busier than the departure ports in towns. Not only were people selling things in their shops, but some were even making deals and bartering on the street. They exchanged things with each other on blankets on the road. Shoppers, you can't miss these. More than 20 kinds of materials are available. The scorching fire wings are on sale. Freshly caught hopping tails, only 10 high-quality pearls apiece. I just explored an undersea treasure trove. I'm selling all the items I found. A rarely seen mysterious technique. It's worth a look for nothing but the word mysterious. You won't be charged for looking. Few people were selling food at the Scattered Stars Island, but Han Fei managed to buy 2 skewers of roasted squid tentacles and gave one of them to Zhu Yinling. See how it tastes. This is what life should be like on the Scattered Stars Island. It's no different from the towns and villages. But of course, I've never been to the Thousand Star City. I don't know the life there. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes glittered. He saw that someone just squatted, laid a blanket, and placed a piece of trivariant golden ginseng on the blanket. Immediately, Han Fei ran to him. What's the price of the trivariant golden ginseng? The man glanced at Han Fei, obviously not expecting to meet a client so quickly. Hey bro! Trivariant golden ginseng is getting more and more expensive these days. It's not easy to catch them. You're my first client today, so I'll give you a special offer of 5,000 high-quality pearls. Han Fei chuckled. Bro, I just came out of the refining hall, where I bought one for 3,100 high-quality pearls. Isn't it outrageous that you're selling one for 5,000? Zhu Yinling asked telepathically. But we never went to the refining hall. Han Fei glanced at her. I'm just bargaining with him. Quiet. The man smiled. Bro, you know that good stuff is always costly. You can always pay 500 pearls for a spiritual fruit, but it's not nearly as effective as the trivariant golden ginseng, is it? Han Fei chuckled. 3,000. If you don't sell it, then I'm leaving. Since there are so many people here, I'm sure that you can wait for someone to buy it. Hey bro, that's a cut of 1,500 pearls. That's too much. Please give me some more. It's really not easy to catch the trivariant golden ginseng. Look, I was ambushed by a sea demon and hurt in the shoulder when I got this. The man took off his clothes and showed his wound to Han Fei. Han Fei grinned. That's not my business. This thing is quite nutritional, but I might not have time to use it at all in battle. How about this? I'll give you another 100. A moment later, Han Fei said proudly, see? I got a trivariant golden ginseng easily for 3,600 pearls. It's not a high price for such a rare item. Zhu Yinling blinked her eyes. I don't think his life is easy. Han Fei was choked. Do you think my life is easy? Zhu Yinling nodded quickly. Han Fei, when they walked another 1,000 meters, they saw 2 men holding 2 snakes as thick as wrists. The 2 men had bitten the snakes' tails and were drinking their blood crazily. Their clothes were stained by the blood. Burp, this feels great. They even high-fived with a smile on their faces. Zhu Yinling's eyes were widened, and Han Fei said casually, these are highly nutritious. You can increase your strength by eating this. But can you really have the blood just like that? Han Fei snorted. This is why you have to go shopping and observe ordinary people in order to gain more experience. On that day, Han Fei took Zhu Yinling to buy clothes, watch street fights, and go to the casinos. Zhu Yinling was dumbfounded the whole time. She had never been to any of these places, especially the casino, where Han Fei lost 3,000 high-quality pearls. His face turned entirely red after all the losses. At this moment, in a club on the club street, Han Fei pointed at the club and said, "Ordinary people will have a drink here if they're tired or anxious. Come on, let's have a drink." Zhu Yinling frowned. Something smells terrible in there. Han Fei caught her arm and dragged her into the club. What's terrible? Anything worldly can be dirty. Ordinary people's lives are just as filthy as this. They came to the counter, and Han Fei bellowed, "Boss, I'd like 10 cups of Firefox wine first." All right. The boss opened an iron can and snatched it, and liquor as red as fire flowed into the cups. The dark red Firefox wine was not as delicious as the strong distilled spirit that Han Fei brewed, but it did have a special taste, and xuanhuan ordered it every time. Looking at the red fluids where flames were burning, Zhu Yinling felt like her teeth were chattering. She frowned hard. "Guru." "Aha!" Han Fei grabbed a cup and filled his mouth. "You're not drinking it?" "No." Zhu Yinling couldn't do it anymore. She could put up with the shopping during the day. At least, she didn't have to do anything or drink blood. But was the Firefox wine any different from blood? With a smile, Han Fei said, "How can you gain social experience if you can't drink this? Let me tell you, cultivation is not built on nothingness. Everybody on the Scattered Stars Island used to be a heavenly talent in places they came from, but they're all drinking the Firefox wine right now. So am I." Han Fei specifically stressed the last sentence and looked at Zhu Yinling. Zhu Yinling was almost shedding tears. Under Han Fei's watch, Zhu Yinling finally picked up a cup and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei urged her, "Drink, drink. A goddess can only stay in the heavens. To be a human girl, you have to walk on the ground. Drink it." Zhu Yinling seemed to have made a major decision. She closed her eyes and opened her mouth before she suddenly poured the wine in. Cough, cough, cough. Han Fei scratched his head as she had choked herself. Han Fei said, "Let's not be hasty. You're drinking too fast." Then, Han Fei poured a glass of Firefox wine into his mouth. He saw that a pretty girl was walking to him. In the next moment, the woman lay between Han Fei and Zhu Yinling and said with a sexy posture, "Can I have 1 cup?" Han Fei shrugged. "Of course, girls always have privileges." Zhu Yinling, however, frowned. "No, go away." The girl giggled. "Hey, you have quite a temper. Sir, you must be new to the Scattered Stars Island. You look pretty and clean, not an alcoholic. Do you want your sister to show you around?" Zhu Yinling asked Han Fei telepathically. "What do I do? She barely wears any clothes and I don't know her." Han Fei chuckled and replied, "Goddess, welcome to Earth." Zhu Yinling frowned. Seeing that Han Fei wasn't helping, she instantly grew panicked. Bam! To Han Fei's surprise, she waved her hand and slapped the girl away. Han Fei's mouth widened. "Did you really do that?" Lost for words, Han Fei grabbed Zhu Yinling's arm and said, "Let's run." "Huh, son of a bitch. Why did you hit me? Did I do anything wrong?" The woman seemed to have a lot of friends here. Many tall and strong soul warriors and armorists stood up. Someone sneered. "Brother, it's against the rules to beat someone without a good reason, isn't it?" Someone grunted. "Damn it, you slapped Ms. Hong away. You want to die, don't you?" Someone had already grabbed a giant axe. "You may have 6 stars, but so what? I have 6 stars too. If you don't give me an explanation, you're not walking out of this club." Zhu Yinling was about to extend her hand and seal the guy when Han Fei stopped her and said, "This is our fault. We should just run." "Pa!" A whip appeared in Ms. Hong's hand. She smacked it on the floor. "I knew you were stupid, but I didn't know you were that stupid. 5,000 high-quality pearls or you can't get away with this." Han Fei grinned. "We shouldn't have hit you, but your extortion is outrageous. I'm walking out. Let's see who can stop me. Are you still being cocky? Take him down." Han Fei punched and knocked away 2 armorists that ran towards him. They were thrown into the big river outside. "Son of a bitch, you really dare to fight us? Brothers, let's go." Bam, 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 boom. A moment later, Han Fei disappeared into the crowd with Zhu Yinling and zigzagged to an empty corner. Then, he created breath-concealing arrays and stealth arrays to cover them up. Zhu Yinling blinked her eyes and asked, "I shouldn't have attacked, right?" Seeing how pitiful she looked, Han Fei heaved a long sigh and said, "Never mind, let's just go back. Anyways, congratulations on witnessing an ordinary life today. Chapter 855, Momentary Time." Well, Han Fei lay on his bed, wondering if it was a wrong decision to take Zhu Yinling out. Anyways, he had to keep her busy with something. Everything would be great if she stopped tailing him every day. Han Fei heaved a long sigh and mumbled, "The infinite ocean and sea establishment." He remembered that Mrs. Yin mentioned that there were no kings in the Thousand-Star City, which implied that there were venerables there. The venerables were 3 major levels higher than himself. Never mind, I should cultivate to be a peak-level hidden fisher first. Without further thinking, Han Fei sat straight. He had acquired so many stick techniques from xuanhuan. He could probably fuse them into an excellent technique. Fuse. A lot of spiritual energy was disappearing. It was not until 100 seconds later that a battle technique named True Interpretation of Stick Techniques popped up in his head. A battle technique? Han Fei was quite surprised. The name didn't sound impressive at all. True Interpretation of Stick Techniques, Introduction. A mixture of 13 stick techniques that contains their essence. If you comprehend this book, you can understand the nature of rod sticks. Deduced art, unknown deduction cost, 60,000 note. Different people may perceive different things from this art. Han Fei didn't study the true interpretation of stick techniques immediately, as the essence of the techniques couldn't be grasped easily. Also, Han Fei was not in a hurry at all. He couldn't play with the needle for now anyway. He was more interested in the Triple Palace Heavy Seal, which he could use immediately after he grasped it. A moment later, Han Fei's spiritual energy storage had dropped to 60 million, and a seal technique named 9 Mansions Dragon Deal appeared in his head. 9 Mansions, Dragon Seal, Heaven Level, Divine Quality, Introduction. You may make use of the 9 mansions in the sky and press the seal through the void. This is a technique for heavy seals. When the seal falls, it will be like the fall of a mountain, and its roar can shake the soul. Deduced art, unknown deduction cost, 60,000 nows. Note, a heavy seal is required. The heavier, the better. Han Fei's eyes glittered. This technique was great and related to a raise. The seal would be able to travel through the void and smash the enemy as a tide, mountain, or boulder. This will definitely be fierce, Han Fei couldn't help but remark. He wondered if it would be possible to attack an enemy from their back with this seal technique. In any case, if it could shake the soul, it could probably knock the enemy out. The next morning, Han Fei saw Zhu Yinling at the door the moment he canceled the cloud array. Han Fei felt a strong headache. Holding himself back, he asked, "What now?" Zhu Yinling said solemnly, "I've given it a lot of thought. You're right that I have to experience ordinary people's lives. I intend to leave the Scattered Stars Island and live in a village for a year before I come back." Han Fei was so delighted that he couldn't stop smiling. "That's great, Xiaozhu. You're very smart. Let me tell you, only after you see all the vicissitudes of life can you really understand what it means to be a human. Congratulations on your new epiphany." Zhu Yinling glared at Han Fei. "What's the name of your village?" Han Fei suddenly had a bad feeling. "The Heavenly Water Village." "Why?" Zhu Yinling said solemnly. "Okay, I'm going to the Heavenly Water Village." Cough, cough, cough. Han Fei swallowed and asked, "Why are you going to the Heavenly Water Village?" "Let me tell you, it isn't exactly the best village. There are tons of better villages out there." Cleverness flashed in Zhu Yinling's eyes. "All the more reason why I should go to the Heavenly Water Village. The worse the village is, the better my experience will be." Han Fei took a deep breath. However, on second thought, Han Fei decided that she could go anywhere she wanted as long as she didn't haunt him. He was no longer in the Heavenly Water Village anyway. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Yinling said, "Wait for me to come back." Han Fei nodded quickly. "Okay, no problem at all." Zhu Yinling looked at her own yard and then Han Fei. Finally, she controlled the boat to rise and fly away. Phew! Han Fei took a long breath. The girl was finally gone. Han Fei stared at the sky and remarked casually, "I hope you won't be bound by worldly emotions again after you reach the next level." Suddenly, Han Fei noticed something yellow on his wall. He turned around, only to find that Big Yellow was staring at him with widened eyes. Big Yellow asked curiously, "Did you piss her away?" Han Fei said angrily, "What are you talking about? I simply directed her to understand the true meaning of life. Hey, are all cats eavesdroppers?" Big Yellow looked at Han Fei in disdain. "Are you making breakfast?" Han Fei felt strength all over his body now that Zhu Yinling wasn't around. He said, "Yes, I am." Hardly had Han Fei said that when someone craned his head at the door, it was none other than Qing Chen. He was the kind of guy who could emerge from anywhere when he heard food mentioned, after breakfast. Big Yellow asked, "Are you going fishing?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, I'm going to fight someone." "Then I won't go fishing either." Han Fei was lost for words. "Can't you fish alone?" Big Yellow looked at Han Fei in disdain. "The fish are scared off every time you fight. How can I catch them?" Han Fei. A moment later, Han Fei called out, Old Du, I'm here to challenge you." Du Jiangliu walked out of the house unhurriedly. "Are you sure? The stick technique that you practiced overnight can't be anything good." Half a month passed. In the sky, clang, 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 clang. Two men were colliding fiercely in the sky. The sticks that they were holding were barely visible. Clouds and mists were surging as they fought. Down below, someone remarked in confusion while having dried fish, "Han Fei has persisted for 100 seconds. Can he still endure?" Someone shook his head. "He must be addicted to fighting. He has really made fast progress in stick techniques. It's not easy for anyone to endure 100 clashes with old Du." Ning Jingyao was lost for words. "Why is he not practicing with me anymore?" Someone smiled. "Why would he? He's as good at saber techniques as you are." Wu Ming cut in. "He wants to learn sword techniques." Ning Jingyao glanced at Wu Ming. "Enough. Just because he tried the domain of swords several times doesn't mean he wants to learn sword techniques from you. He was simply practicing movement techniques." Whoo! All of a sudden, a stick appeared in the air, and then Han Fei pierced it into the void. The other end of the stick extended out 100 meters away. Du Jiangliu was quite delighted. "What a great move! Du Zhongliu rose like a bird and stuck his shoulder against the stick. Then he waved his own long stick and slapped Han Fei's stick back. Han Fei caught his breath and said, "That's enough for the day." Han Fei and Du Zhongliu stopped and looked at the boat that was approaching from the sky at a distance. On the boat, Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei in shock and then glanced at Du Zhongliu. Zhang Xuanyu was slightly surprised. "Han Fei, when did you learn my instant mystic spear? But your performance is too lousy. Let me." As he talked, Zhang Xuanyu leaped out and unfolded his white wings. He grabbed one long stick and said to Du Zhongliu, "Han Fei's performance of that move is terrible. Let me." Du Zhongliu grinned. "Okay." "I didn't know that Han Fei's move was actually from someone else's battle technique." Han Fei asked in surprise, "Didn't you lead a team to the sea? When did you go to the Wind Sky Canyon and acquire wings?" Lu Renkuang and Luo Xiaobai arrived, and Lu Renkuang snorted. "To the sea? We were out for only 3 days, Zhang Xuanyu said with a smile. "I couldn't get a Wind God Pearl anyway. Those wings with a wingspan of 13 meters are good enough." Han Fei was surprised. "Why didn't you come to me? I could have helped you." Zhang Xuanyu smiled. "Did you not know that no wind sky wings will approach you once you get wings?" Well, as he talked, Zhang Xuanyu looked at Du Zhonglu and said, "Just one round." Du Zhonglu nodded and said unconcernedly, "Okay." Han Fei flew away. He was not as adept at stick techniques as Zhang Xuanyu was. That guy had practiced nothing but stick techniques his entire life. Even the instant mystic spear was a derivation of a stick technique. Zhang Xuanyu was quite serious. Han Fei keenly noticed that 80% of his spiritual power was concentrated on his hands. Huh? Du Zhongliu smiled casually. The one-round clash was even more exciting than the battle against Han Fei. At this moment, he was determined to fight as he stepped his feet forward. Han Fei's eyes contracted. He found that half of Zhang Xuanyu's stick was gone when he exerted his strength. He hurriedly looked at Du Zhongliu, only to discover that he hadn't completed his attack yet and he just touched Zhang Xuanyu's stick. Du Zhongliu's expression changed greatly and he was instantly flung back. Down below, Wu Ming quickly opened his eyes. So fast. Ning Jingyao's eyes were widened too. "What a fast move," Yu Xie exclaimed. "He's so fast." "I envy him." Yu Ye nodded. "So fast." Du Zhongliu glanced at the blood on his shoulder and looked at Zhang Xuanyu solemnly. "What's the name of this attack?" Zhang Xuanyu put away the stick and grinned. "Momentary time." Du Zhongliu bowed solemnly to Zhang Xuanyu. He had learned a lot from the collision. Han Fei's eyes flashed. "Momentary time? Why does it sound so familiar?" All of a sudden, he looked at Zhang Xuanyu, wondering if the man had grasped the truth of time. Chapter 856, The Pearl Divers at the Sea of Pearls in Han Fei's home. Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu curiously. He had keenly sensed something wrong with the momentary time that Zhang Xuanyu just launched. He had fought with Du Zhongliu for half a month and knew very well how capable old Du was. Han Fei had already boosted himself to the highest speed with the air-breaking strike and the speed of the instant mystic spear. However, he was always hit back when he was 1 meter from Du Zhongliu. It suggested that Du Zhongliu had absolute control within a 1 meter radius of him. However, the control was broken by Zhang Xuanyu's stick. It was kind of like how Dragon Carps of Time reversed time earlier. Han Fei stared at Zhang Xuanyu. "Is it related to the Abyssal Chasm?" Zhang Xuanyu smiled casually. "I knew you would find out. It's something that I perceived recently. I found that the Abyssal Chasm might have a space and time problem. In fact, during the clash just now, I was able to slow down time within a tiny space." Han Fei's eyelids shivered. "That's all?" Zhang Xuanyu snorted. "What else did you expect?" "If I had truly mastered time, it would have been impossible for the guy to touch my stick." Han Fei realized that it made sense. If Zhang Xuanyu could control time within a certain range, Du Zhongliu would have surely failed. Han Fei glanced at Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renkuang and asked, "Have you both finished your business?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Yes, Zhang Xuanyu said that we're going to the Sea of Pearls together." Han Fei looked at Lu Renkuang. "Why do you still have 5 stars?" Lu Renkuang said while shaking the fat on his cheeks. "I didn't fight enough. I've gathered enough credit points. I just need to kill some sea demons to get the promotion." Han Fei chuckled. "All 3 of us can lead teams. We'll just include you in our team. However, I don't think there are a lot of sea demons at the Sea of Pearls," Luo Xiaobai said. "There are occasional conflicts. After all, the sea demons use high-quality pearls as currency as we do. They've ambushed the Sea of Pearls a lot of times. However, we're going there not because of the sea demons. It's said that an earthquake happened at the Sea of Pearls and weird flames keep popping up. Nobody knows why." Han Fei was surprised. He didn't know that this was happening. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Could it be a treasure trove or a relic? Luo Xiaobai slightly shook her head. "I don't know, but that's the guess of a lot of people. Many people from the central city have gone to the Sea of Pearls to find out why." Lu Renkuang snorted. "If so many people can't find anything, there may be nothing at all. In my opinion, pearl divers and shells are everywhere in the Sea of Pearls. Even if there is a treasure trove, it can't be anything good." Zhang Xuanyu interjected. "That's not necessarily true. You don't know what a treasure trove is like unless you go there." The five of us. Suddenly, Xuanhuan shut his mouth and looked at Han Fei. He had unconsciously mentioned the number, but then he realized it was a painful reminder to Han Fei that Xia Xiaoshan wasn't here. Luo Xiaobai and Lirenquang looked at Han Fei, who smiled casually and said, "Why are you all looking at me? Even though one of us isn't here, we still have to explore treasure troves and look for good stuff." Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, "I'm told that Zhu Yinling and you," Luo Xiaobai looked at him rather intimidatingly. Han Fei waved his hand. "There's nothing between me and Zhu Yinling. I simply treated everybody at the Empyrean Waterfall to dinner, and she became a law enforcer after that. Is it really my fault?" Han Fei paused for a moment. "Also, she's been fooled away and won't come back anytime soon." Phew! Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei's shoulder and said, "That's great. If you want girls, go to a club. People like Zhu Yinling aren't easy to deal with." Han Fei kicked him. "Get the hell out of here. Do you think everybody is just like you?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "That's good. Are we leaving right now, or at some other point?" Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai looked at the corner of the wall and extended her vines to a yellow furry creature. Chila! The vines were torn apart, and Big Yellow glanced at Han Fei and his team proudly, not caring about the vines at all. "Han Fei, going fishing?" Han Fei smiled. "No, I'm going to the Sea of Pearls later." "You can go fishing alone." "Okay, then I'm going." Big Yellow leaped and disappeared from Han Fei's yard. Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, "What's that?" Lirenquang smacked his lips. "It can talk, but it looks quite special and meaty. Is it no?" Han Fei looked at Lirenquang, lost for words. "Did the guy want to eat everything?" He said, "Big Yellow will crush you against the ground." Lirenquang was astounded. "It's so strong," Zhang Xuanyu said. "It's actually quite cute." Han Fei smiled. "Big Yellow is a cat, and a creature that lives on the continent. It's also as strong as a law enforcer." "Hiss," Lirenquang trembled. He felt lucky he didn't ask if it was edible, or he might have been eaten by the cat. Han Fei got up. "Let's go. If we're going there, we should set off immediately, so that we can go to other places if nothing is wrong in the Sea of Pearls. The Scattered Stars Island is getting boring." Zhang Xuanyu licked his lips and said, "I actually want to check the Transverse Mountain." Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Zhang Xuanyu. "Do you want to be confined to the Empyrean Waterfall and forbidden from going to the sea like senior brother Dashuai?" Zhang Xuanyu smiled awkwardly. "I would rather not." The Sea of Pearls lay to the north of the Scattered Stars Island. The area between 50,000 kilometers from the shoreline and 300,000 kilometers was the range of the Sea of Pearls. Even when sea demons were at war with the Scattered Stars Island, they were reluctant to approach the Sea of Pearls. First of all, the creatures there were weak, and the sea demons couldn't possess them. Secondly, the Sea of Pearls was the place frequented by human experts most. There was a big ship at the center of the sea where experts were stationed day and night. The sea demons had tried attacking the Sea of Pearls, but they suffered heavy casualties every time. It was said that in the most heated battle, a sea demon as strong as Blue Feather perished. Also, the sea demons had found that they couldn't gain much from the Sea of Pearls. After all, they didn't know what economics meant at all. They had no desire to attack the place when they knew that human beings collected the high-quality pearls as a currency. Also, too many men were on patrol on the Sea of Pearls day and night. They did three things altogether. Firstly, they patrolled and looked for signs of sea demons. Secondly, they confirmed the identity of the pearl divers by examining their waist tags. Lastly, they checked if the temporary waist tags of those who were not pearl divers had expired. To enter the Sea of Pearls, one had to pay 5,000 high-quality pearls each day. Then, no matter what they found in the Sea of Pearls, it would belong to them. Those high-quality pearls were submitted at the big ship in the center. The moment Han Fei and his team entered the Sea of Pearls, they saw two boats sailing on the sea. Someone on the boat scanned them. Then, on their way, Han Fei could always see boats and sense other people's perceptions. Luo Xiaobai said, "The surveillance of the Sea of Pearls is very strict. The boats on the sea and the pearl divers will all report to their superiors if they find anything wrong with our identity." In Han Fei's senses, the Sea of Pearls had a depth of only 1,000 meters. Coral and algae were everywhere at the bottom of the sea. The colorful and magnificent ocean scenery was best revealed. There was little sand in this place. It was more like a gigantic forest of coral. There were red and yellow coral that looked like deer horns, purple coral that looked like foam, dark yellow coral that resembled plates, green soft coral that looked like hammers, and other coral that looked like snowflakes. Han Fei never knew that so many bizarre types of coral could grow in the same area of the sea. He had detected 20 kinds of coral that were greatly different from each other after random scanning. All sorts of regular fish below the level of 30 lived in harmony. The food chains were complicated, but the levels of the sea creatures were generally low. It must be a result of long-time human occupation, too. There were shells several meters long in the open areas among the coral. However, some of the shells were placed horizontally and some vertically. They were open to the top. Han Fei saw that some pearl divers knocked the shells, and the shells opened their mouths. The pearl divers would then take out 1 or 2 pearls and clean the shells and feed them. Lirenquang asked in surprise, "Why are they so obedient?" Luo Xiaobai replied, "It's an agreement between human beings and the spiritual clams. Human beings won't hurt them, will even clean them regularly. They'll offer their pearls in return." However, if you tap a clean, already picked clam continuously, it will still attack you. Han Fei glanced at Luo Xiaobai. Sounds like you've been here. Luo Xiaobai smiled. I've read all the information about the Sea of Pearls. Chapter 857, Fortuitous Encounter at the Pearl Diver's Port. Even though the Wind God boat was fast, it could only move 60,000 kilometers in a day. Han Fei regretted not engraving the Wind God boat with speed arrays after he mastered the technique of arrays. It was not really slow, but it still took everybody 2.5 days to reach the big boat at the center of the Sea of Pearls. It was more like a fortress at the center of the sea than a boat. Below it were what seemed to be indestructible mountains. They seemed to be nailed to the bottom of the sea. Above the sea, there were stairs and corridors from about an altitude of 300 meters. The higher up, the more complicated they were. It looked like a small city had been built on a boat-shaped mountain. Luo Xiaobai said, the Pearl Divers call this place the Pearl Divers Port. It has already been developed into a city. Although it's not as resourceful as the Scattered Stars Island, it's still remarkable enough. Also, because the Sea of Pearls is the source of money for the Scattered Stars Island, Thousand Star City, and the 36 towns, many magnates often stay here. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Magnates? Luo Xiaobai glanced at him. Don't try to rob them. Because a lot of wealth is kept in this place, and many rare items are auctioned frequently, there are 10 law enforcers in the Pearl Divers Port at all times to prevent any accidents. Han Fei and the others all gasped and looked at Luo Xiaobai. Then where are we going? Luo Xiaobai said. To pay for our passes. We can't pick the pearls without permission. There's nothing interesting in the Pearl Divers Port except for those buildings in different styles. The other facilities are just similar to those on the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei asked, what about the auctions? When are they held? Luo Xiaobai said, I don't know that. The files I read said that there isn't a fixed schedule. However, there will be notices at the front desk if an auction is to be held. A moment later, everybody was led to a departure port by Luo Xiaobai. In fact, Han Fei and the others didn't have to search very hard. As long as they came to the main passage of the port, they could easily see the building that had a pointy head 3,000 meters away. The other buildings were much lower. Luo Xiaobai explained, the registration office has 2 functions. They accept the pearls that the pearl divers pick up and release temporary permission slips. Recently, everybody knows that something happened on the Sea of Pearls. A lot of people are coming to explore. Han Fei and the others walked to the registration office, and Han Fei asked, what if the temporary permission slip expires? Wouldn't it be troublesome if we have to renew it here? Luo Xiaobai said, the temporary permission slip is a white badge, which will turn black once it expires. Someone will come to you if you're still on the Sea of Pearls, and you can pay up front. Han Fei nodded. How convenient. But 5,000 high-quality pearls a day seems rather expensive. Li Renquang quickly nodded. Yes, that's too expensive. We should catch more sea creatures and send them back. Luo Xiaobai said, no. The Sea of Pearls is full of low-level creatures that the spiritual clams can easily catch, which makes it easier for them to make high-quality pearls. You'll have to pay fines if you're caught hunting these sea creatures. Han Fei and the others were quite surprised. They weren't aware of such a rule at all. Han Fei thought for a moment. Never mind. If the temporary permission slip expires, we'll be informed immediately. They can also locate us? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes, the Sea of Pearls is a fairly large place. We'll stay here for 20 days. If we can't find anything in 20 days, we'll leave. Han Fei nodded. I agree. Li Renquang remarked with mixed feelings. Do we really have to pay 400,000 high-quality pearls? Zhang Xuanyu said lazily. Whatever caught the attention of so many people must be worth more than 400,000 high-quality pearls. However, I wonder if they started the rumor just to fool more people into coming to this place. I don't think so. A moment later, on his way to the registration office, Han Fei found that most of the people in the crowd were just hanging fishers. Many of them were crippled. Some had lost an arm, some walked with a limp, and some wore masks. In fact, while severed limbs couldn't be regrown, most wounds could be healed by spirit gatherers. Luo Xiaobai said they were mostly mutilated on the battlefield. It means that even spirit gatherers couldn't heal their wounds. They couldn't afford hiring better spirit gatherers or alchemists to treat them, so they work as pearl divers to make money. Most of them won't work here anymore after they're healed. Finally reaching the registration office, Han Fei looked up at the wall and found no notice of an auction. Finally, he walked into the registration office. The office was lively and noisy. Some of the counters were for pearl divers, which could be easily recognized by their disabilities. Han Fei walked to the counter. Hello, I'd like 4 temporary permits for 20 days. The receptionist said, please pay 400,000 high-quality pearls. Han Fei caught a lot of attention when he paid the money, mostly because Luo Xiaobai and the others were too eye-catching. Someone from the team of pearl divers asked in surprise, are they here to find the secret behind the earthquake again? Someone slightly shook his head. How many people have come here? They're still not giving up? Those fireballs are nothing interesting. Someone said, idiot, do you see their waist tags? All of them are 6-star slaughterers except for one. They can easily kill you with one slap. The man said with a smile, what are you scared of? This is the Pearl Divers Port. Nothing has happened here. Han Fei overheard their conversation. He turned around and looked at them. Brothers, do the fireballs you mention appear frequently? When Han Fei asked them, they trembled, and one of them replied, "My lord, the fireballs aren't frequent. They sometimes appear when we pick pearls, but they'll soon disappear." Han Fei hummed and asked again, "What do the fireballs look like?" The pearl diver added, "They're like the flying plate coral, except that they're fatter. A couple of them appear together all the time. They move in a row in water and can be seen from far away." The other person added, "A lot of people have seen their blue and purple flames. Someone has even observed them closely and touched them, but they're actually cold." Han Fei asked in surprise, "So, you've all seen them?" The two of them nodded. In the Sea of Pearls, almost all the pearl divers saw them after the earthquake, but their number dwindled gradually. They're hard to come by nowadays. However, the mysterious flames aren't the center of attention these days. Han Fei asked with a smile. "Oh? Then what is?" The man looked at Han Fei and said in a low voice, "My lord, that's a secret." Han Fei nodded at the door, and the two men smiled at each other. Soon they followed Han Fei to the door. Han Fei smirked. "Let's see how much your intelligence is worth." One of the men chuckled. "My lord, the pearl divers port never announced it, but some pearl divers went missing recently." Xuanhuan's eyes flashed. "That makes more sense. I didn't think that anybody would have been so interested in a few flames." Luo Xiaobai glanced at them. "Each of you will get 100 high-quality pearls." They didn't complain but accepted the money with a smile. The intelligence was already well known. They were quite happy that they earned 200 high-quality pearls from a few words. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai and the others. "There's indeed a secret, but I think we may be late." It suddenly occurred to Han Fei that Luo Xiaobai mentioned something about that when he just left the Scattered Stars Island, but Luo Xiaobai was quite casual back then, so Han Fei didn't consider it a big deal. Some secrets seemed to be really buried in the Sea of Pearls. While walking out, Luo Xiaobai said, "Although we're late and someone must have investigated it, we may still have a chance if Little White can track down the target." Zhang Xuanyu and Renquang quickly nodded. They were quite confident in Little White. Han Fei chuckled. "Then let's try our luck. If we can't find anything, we'll just consider the trip a vacation. We've been working separately since we came to the Scattered Stars Island and haven't really hung out together. Let's just consider this an adventure." Zhang Xuanyu and Renquang both looked at Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Hey, it's only because you've been occupied, all right? You were busy refining and then you stayed outside for so long." Han Fei chuckled. "It's not too late to make up for it. There's still 2 years to go until we leave the Scattered Stars Island. The time is enough for us to explore many places." Suddenly, Han Fei's eyelids shivered as he found an acquaintance, Zhang Tong. When Han Fei saw Zhang Tong saw him too. Zhang Tong was a man without much influence, but he was of great help when Han Fei swindled people out of money in the Wind Thunder Town. Han Fei had seen him too in the great battle on the sea after he just came to the Scattered Stars Island. He had never seen the guy again. At this moment he found that Zhang Tong was already a hidden fisher with a 6-star waist tag. Han Fei suddenly realized that the man wasn't simple at all. The man had obtained 6 stars even faster than Renquang did. Also, few people recognized him, which made Han Fei rather curious. When Zhang Tong saw Han Fei, he withdrew his gaze and moved to the registration office. Han Fei instantly shouted, "Why are you running? Come on, shouldn't we catch up as old friends?" Zhang Tong turned his head back grimly. He didn't expect to meet Han Fei at all. Zhang Tong smiled. "Hey, what a coincidence. Are you here to pick pearls?" Han Fei replied with a feigned smile. "Do we look like pearl divers to you?" Zhang Tong glanced at him and said, "No." Chapter 858, Purple Fire at the Bottom of the Sea. At the busy square in the pearl divers' port, Han Fei and his teammates all smiled at Zhang Tong, which crept him out. "Gudu." Zhang Tong swallowed and said, "Well, I'm actually here for an auction." Han Fei was about to talk when Luo Xiaobai said, "Okay, Han Fei, we're in the middle of something. You two can catch up later, all right?" Han Fei was slightly surprised, and so were Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu. It wasn't Luo Xiaobai's style at all. Hearing what Luo Xiaobai said, Zhang Tong followed. "Well, Brother Han, let's catch up later." "Haha," Han Fei patted his shoulder and said, "Fine, we're too busy to talk. Let's meet later." A moment later, Zhang Tong was finally relieved to see Han Fei fly away on his boat. He turned around and didn't go to the registration office at all. On a regular boat on the surface of the sea, Han Fei and Renquang almost asked at the same time, "What did you see?" Zhang Xuanyu asked. "Was there something wrong with that guy? I remember seeing him from somewhere." Renquang scratched his belly. "I don't remember anything." At this moment, Han Fei slightly changed his expression too. "Something is wrong with that guy. I first met him in the undersea city in the level 3 fishery. He was mediocre back then and could barely be called a heavenly talent. Then I met him again in Wind Thunder Town, and he was reasonably good back then. The third time I met him, it was in the Heavenly Human Canyon." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Yes, I saw him in the battle in the canyon. It shouldn't have been surprising that he became a hidden fisher, but I just felt threatened by him." Zhang Xuanyu and Renquang were slightly surprised, as Zhang Tong couldn't have threatened Luo Xiaobai unless he was hiding his strength. Han Fei didn't detect any threat, but he had just performed a divination, hoping to predict if he would meet Zhang Tong again. However, the divination had no results at all. Something must be seriously wrong. How could he have not been able to predict something as simple as that? Zhang Xuanyu clapped his hands. All in all, something is definitely wrong with that guy. Besides, as we all saw, there's no auctions at all right now. Lu Renquang quickly nodded. Yes, we should take precautions against him. What if his purpose is the same as ours? Luo Xiaobai said casually. Although the Pearl Divers Port is a small place, block transactions are often conducted here. Maybe he's here for something else, Han Fei said with a smile. It doesn't matter. We have 20 days anyway. Little White remembered his smell before, and her memory was jogged when I patted his shoulder just now. As he spoke, Han Fei's eyebrows flashed, and he said to Little White, sniff and track down that guy. Once he's 100 kilometers away, we'll chase after him. Lu Renquang suddenly suggested, if we're waiting for him, should we prepare a hot pot? Half a day passed. Luo Xiaobai frowned, as it was already the 100th time that someone had scanned them. It did seem rather unbelievable that the four of them had come such a long way and paid 400,000 high-quality pearls just to have hot pot on their boat. Lu Renquang was the only person who was enjoying the food. He sucked a large piece of fish meat and said, Are you all full? Zhang Xuanyu said unhappily. Just keep eating, fatty, Luo Xiaobai scoffed. I've had enough food. I don't usually eat so much these days. Han Fei picked up a large piece of meat and performed divinations once in a while. Suddenly, Little White craned its head from the water and swam in a certain direction. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes flashed. I'll control the boat, Luo Xiaobai said. He's finally out on the sea after only 3 hours. It means whatever he's up to, his target is on the sea. Han Fei smiled. Don't bother with what he's up to. If his business relates to treasure troves, then we'll be lucky. If he's up to nothing, we won't lose anything. About an hour later, Han Fei detected something in his senses. Stop. Han Fei suddenly shouted to stop because he found that Zhang Tong was not alone, but accompanied by 2 other pearl divers in the water. Also, to Han Fei's surprise, he saw 4 purple and blue flames in the water. Is it a coincidence? Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei curiously. What's up? I didn't sense anything. Han Fei replied. He's 50 kilometers away, Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed. Han Fei, your perception range has been expanded to 50 kilometers? Han Fei thought that he would rather not reveal the truth lest Zhang Xuanyu was frightened. He said casually, I spotted the purple and blue flames. Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise. Simple as that? She was stunned for a moment. Is it a coincidence? Wait, what else did you see? Han Fei put on a smile. Zhang Tong and another 2 pearl divers, Lu Ye and Wang Qian, used to belong to the Guild of Fishers. They often fished near the sea, but they ran into the raid of inferior manfish one time, and they were the only 2 left of their 10-man team. They were heavily wounded even if they could return alive. Lu Ye lost one of his arms, and half of Wang Qian's foot was severed. Lu Yi said telepathically, Old Wang, I've picked 800 pearls. We would have already picked 1,000 pearls if it were before, right? Wang Qian smiled. That's right, I've only collected 200 high-quality pearls and 200 low-quality ones. I'm still short by 50. Let's go have a drink after I gather 800 pearls too. Lu Ye was delighted. That's exactly my plan. After they just said that, something bubbled. They thought that some bubbles were surfacing. But Lu Ye raised his head and exclaimed, Hey, Old Wang, it's purple fire, purple fire. Wang Qian quickly crossed over a few reefs and found 4 flames floating 100 meters away. Lu Ye watched them at the same time. Wang Qian remarked in surprise, The earthquake was a long time ago. Why are there still purple flames? Lu Ye smiled. I don't know, but see how neat they are. Where are they going? Wang Qian snorted and said, Let's just follow them while we pick the pearls. They'll probably disappear in a minute. Lu Ye collected another 2 high-quality pearls and said, Okay, let's just follow them. About 10 minutes later, Wang Qian said, I've gathered 5,000 pearls. I don't want to work anymore. Let's go have a drink, Lu Yi asked curiously. Old Wang, why do you think the purple flames are not gone yet? Wang Qian swam to the flames. Why are you here? I can easily put them out with one slap. Then Wang Qian slapped the purple flame. Then he seemed to be frozen, and his eyes were stunned. Lu Yi laughed. Just keep pretending. You're acting like nobody ever touched one before. I even extended my hands into the fire once. As he talked, Lu swam to the flames too and pushed Wang Qian with a smile. But in the next second, he saw a purple fire in his eyes. Han Fei saw what happened to them clearly at a distance. In the next moment, he saw that the purple flames died out, and Zhang Tong jumped off from the boat and swam to them. When Zhang Tong reached them, he showed a pearl to them, and the 2 of them instantly woke up. As for Zhang Tong, he returned to the boat and controlled it to fly away. Luo Xiaobai asked, What's going on here? Should we chase them? Han Fei suddenly said, Zhang Tong is running. Zhang Xuanyu turned around and was going to chase after the target. Han Fei said quickly, No, wait, I think I found something. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei in confusion. What's wrong? Han Fei thought for a moment. Let's go to the sea. I'll cover you with breath-concealing arrays and stealth arrays. We'll chase the pearl divers instead of Zhang Tong. The pearl divers? Luo Xiaobai was stunned for a moment. Then she nodded her head. Han Fei certainly had a good reason to chase the pearl divers. There were patrolmen on the Sea of Pearls, but they weren't very strong. They would sound alarms when they found dangerous targets. However, Han Fei's team's permits hadn't expired yet, and they were hiding themselves, so few noticed them. Besides, the strong experts were at the edge of the Sea of Pearls. Few of them would waste their time on the Sea of Pearls. A moment later, when Han Fei was only several hundred kilometers away from the pearl divers, Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, "Is there anything wrong with them?" Lu Renkuang was also confused. "They look like normal pearl divers," Zhang Xuanyu said lazily. "Han Fei, I believe you. Something is definitely wrong with them." Han Fei titled his head and asked him, "Why are you so sure?" Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "Because I trust my brother." Han Fei rolled his eyes but still informed his teammates of what he saw. After hearing him out, Zhang Xuanyu was slightly surprised. "Didn't they say that the flames are harmless?" Han Fei sneered. "They are indeed harmless, but they're also hallucinatory." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "Wait, if the purple flames can make people hallucinate, why did Zhang Tong show them the pearl?" Han Fei suggested. "That's exactly the reason why I tailed them instead of Zhang Tong. I believe that the effects of the purple flames are temporary. Some people may be lost, but they'll recover soon, so they think that the purple flames are fine." "But what if they're completely lost?" Han Fei suddenly looked at Zhang Xuanyu. "Do you remember the blue tiny fish in the abyssal chasm?" Zhang Xuanyu's eyelids twitched, and he asked solemnly, "Do you think the pearl in Zhang Tong's hand can make someone completely lost?" Luo Xiaobai added, "Is it possible that Zhang Tong is lost too?" Chapter 859, Missing Pearl Divers. Han Fei's curiosity was piqued by Luo Xiaobai's question. "That's right. The two people must have been charmed. They were still collecting pearls, not as fast as before, but definitely not suspicious in any way." However, Han Fei had overheard their conversation about having a drink before, so he suspected them. At this moment, Han Fei said, "You keep tailing them. I'll just greet them using someone else's face." Han Fei thought that he was quite lucky to run into an old acquaintance the moment he came to the Pearl Divers' port. As it happened, something was wrong with this acquaintance. Then, coincidentally, the source of the guy's problem was related to the purpose of this trip. A moment later, Han Fei changed his clothes and face and stood in Wang Qian and Lu Ye's way as if he were searching for something. Soon, the two guys met Han Fei while they picked pearls on their way. They were stunned first and then were about to get out of the way. After all, they were nervous around a slaughterer. Han Fei put on a smile after seeing them. Those two guys didn't use their senses. Why not? If they had detected him earlier, they could have gone around him without being surprised by him at such a close distance. Han Fei asked them telepathically, "Hey, you two, have you ever heard of anyone collecting black pearls nearby?" Lu Ye replied, "My lord, I haven't." Wang Qian was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "No." Han Fei feigned a hum and ignored them, swimming in another direction. After Han Fei swam 30 kilometers away, Lu Ye and Wang Qian moved faster. A moment later, Han Fei returned to Luo Xiaobai and said confidently, "Those two people are bewildered. If they had activated their senses, I would have thought that they were possessed." Luo Xiaobai was shocked. "Are you so sure?" Han Fei smiled. "I'm quite positive. They're not possessed, but they're being manipulated, probably by Zhang Tong." Lu Renkuang suggested, "Then we can just catch Zhang Tong and interrogate him. Why don't we follow them?" Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. "Idiot. Zhang Tong is not a fool. Would he just confess everything to you? Do you have any brains?" Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, "Something isn't right. How can we be so lucky? We met Zhang Tong the moment we came to the Pearl Divers' port." "You happen to know him, and he happened to be related to the Purple Flames?" Han Fei scratched his head. "I've thought about the problem too, but I haven't come up with anything else," Luo Xiaobai said. "Anyways, we must be careful." "I feel that something isn't right," Lu Renkuang asked. "Then should we go back?" Zhang Xuanyu smiled casually and said, "Why would we? If we can't even beat Zhang Tong, we might as well quit looking for the secret of the Sea of Pearls' earthquake." Han Fei agreed. "Whether or not they're fine, let's just follow them. There are too many treasure troves and villains out there. If we waver every time, we won't explore anything." They discussed for a moment and then chased their targets. Dozens of people scanned Lu Ye and Wang Qian in the meantime, but they were simple pearl divers at this moment and nobody found them special. Han Fei and his team, however, had to be extra careful. Whenever Han Fei detected other people, he would pause the pursuit and wait for the others to go away first. Han Fei couldn't have missed the hexagon starfish more. If it were here, he would have been able to follow his targets easily. After they followed them for almost 5 hours, when the sky was strewn with brilliant stars, most pearl divers had returned to the port. Lu Ye and Wang Qian suddenly stopped and sat down on the coral reefs. "Wait a minute." A soft rhythm began to echo in the dark waters. Han Fei looked at everybody. "Did you hear anything?" Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise. "Are you hallucinating?" Lu Renkuang shook his head. "No. It's so quiet that I can't hear anything." Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei in confusion. "I don't hear anything, but those two guys have stopped." Chila, bam, bam, bam. All of a sudden, thousands of purple flames appeared out of nowhere. Han Fei's expression changed greatly. "Not good. It's an ambush." Luo Xiaobai clutched everybody's waist with vines the moment the purple flames appeared in case of an accident. They were ready for battle. The purple flames disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Han Fei's team was surrounded by an invisible barrier. By the time the purple flames completely vanished, they found themselves in a place unknown away from the Sea of Pearls. Why were they certain of that? Because they were in the middle of a gigantic cavern. Blue and silver stars were all over as if they had reached a nest of butterflies. The cavern was quite moist, with puddles of water on the ground. The air was breathable. Han Fei found the scene so dreamy that he felt like he was seeing the countless glittering seaweeds in the 10,000 Demon Valley again. However, blue was the only color in this place. It was astoundingly beautiful in the darkness. Han Fei asked grimly, "Do you know how we got here?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "No, it's like some sort of teleportation array. Also, senses can be spread out here." "I think we found the secret of the Sea of Pearls," Zhang Xuanyu remarked. "It's indeed impossible to detect things far away, but the view here is not bad." Han Fei sneered. "The more beautiful something looks, the more likely that a great horror is lying underneath it. Also, our trip here was too smooth. It feels like someone directed us here," Renquang said with his cheeks shivering. "Wasn't it Zhang Tong?" "You recognized him." Luo Xiaobai's eyes were cold. "The blue spots of light are pupas. Don't alarm them. Let's go ahead along the road." The two pearl divers were enshrouded by purple flames too, but we haven't seen them. Renquang trembled and said, "I hate insects the most." Han Fei said, "Don't be hasty. The insects aren't the problem here. The secret is. This is probably how the pearl divers went missing. If we hadn't noticed Zhang Tong's anomaly, we wouldn't have suspected the two charmed pearl divers at all, even if we met them." The zigzagging cavern was quite large. After walking 3,000 meters, Han Fei and his team all gasped at a turn. "Hiss! Gudu!" Renquang took a deep breath. "I don't think I can use the sky-swallowing technique here." Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing, as thousands of bodies were hanging from the top of the cavern. Seeing the missing limbs from the bodies, he knew that they were all pearl divers. The dead pearl divers had pearls all over their bodies. The pearls were still emitting blue light, which made the place even more creepy. Zhang Xuanyu said in a low voice, "So many pearl divers died here, yet nobody noticed them?" Luo Xiaobai frowned. "Something's not right. Some of the bodies are dry." Obviously, the pearl divers here have been accumulated for countless years. Renquang pointed at the two pearl divers up ahead. "Look, they're the two people we followed." Han Fei had naturally noticed them. They were hung at the top of the cavern by what appeared to be a spider thread. The blue and silver pupas were wriggling to them. Han Fei said casually, "Their spiritual energy has completely dispersed." "They're dead," Luo Xiaobai said. "It seems that the Sea of Pearls is more dangerous than we thought. Let's keep moving." Han Fei nodded and glanced at Renquang. Insects love those who are fat. Renquang rolled his eyes at Han Fei, but was actually quite panicked. He was not afraid of battle, but he was quite scared of this horrible scene. The place looked splendid, but when thousands of bodies were hanging on its top, nobody would find it beautiful. They would only be horrified. Walking forward for about 10 kilometers, the four of them finally passed the channel that was full of bodies. "Phew!" Zhang Xuanyu was relieved. "I did feel some pressure with so many bodies above my head." Han Fei smiled. "Now, great pressure is coming." Luo Xiaobai said, "Prepare to fight." The worms are coming. Ahead of them, the blue and silver pupas were cracking around the cavern, and drops of blue fluids were dripping out of the pupas. Chila. When the blue drops were falling, they turned into purple and blue flames, exactly like those in the Sea of Pearls. Renquang shrieked, "Are they worms or flames?" Han Fei was thinking the same question. He didn't see any information when he saw the purple flames earlier. At this moment, Han Fei said, "I'll go there and take a look. You stay here." Luo Xiaobai said, "Be careful." Han Fei grinned. "They're just a few flames and worms. What can they do?" Han Fei stepped forward quickly, and seawater rose from the ground and followed him. Han Fei turned the metamorphosis water into a swarm of daggers as large as hands. He would put out the purple flames if anything went wrong. Chapter 860, Clam Girl Han Fei strode forward and didn't stop until he was 30 meters from the purple flames. He didn't see any information in his eyes. Han Fei realized the problem. He felt that his eyes were blurred, and that some sort of power was trying to control his mind. Han Fei instantly waved his head and put a peppermint into his mouth. His head instantly became clear. He was quite satisfied with the effect of the peppermint. His earlier trance had completely disappeared. Han Fei extended his finger and darted a void line towards one of the purple flames. Dang! At that moment, Han Fei heard the pleasant song of a gentle woman loud and clear. Han Fei instantly recalled the void lines and walked to the wall not far away. Renquang shouted from behind, "Han Fei, slow down, don't get so close." Han Fei ignored them. He didn't see any information until this moment. Name Enchanting Pupas. Introduction. The evil clam girls absorb natural essence, corrupt the deceased souls, and enchant the pearl divers as charming pupas. Once you're infected by the charming pupas, you'll gradually get lost. Noten souls swallowed by the creatures can be recovered gradually. Clam girls? Han Fei's pupils contracted. He quickly moved back to Luo Xiaobai and took out a handful of peppermints. Each of you will have one of these. If you feel like you're in a trance-like state, have a few more. Luo Xiaobai asked in confusion, "What are they?" "The leaves of the purple vine thyme. They can keep your head clear." Zhang Xuanyu shook his head and quickly put 2 leaves into his mouth. He gasped and said, "So, that was why I was distracted just now. I almost yawned." Renquang didn't feel anything as he had been anxious the whole time, but he put the peppermint into his mouth too. With a leaf in her mouth, Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. Did you say that the pupas could bewilder others? Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise. Then what do we do? More and more broken pupas are showing up. If they all jump to us, won't we all be enchanted? Renquang swallowed and said, will we be hung from the top of the cavern too? Hula? Han Fei unfolded the phantom glass wings and flapped them, raising a strong wind that intended to blow the purple flames away. Seeing that the purple flames were knocked further and further into the cavern, everybody was relieved. Renquang was relaxed. So, they can be blown away. Then, let's just clear a way out, Han Fei said. Isn't there a simpler solution? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. Zhang Xuanyu asked eagerly, what is it? Han Fei looked at Renquang maliciously. We'll let Renquang swallow the purple flames and the pupas. Hiss, I won't do that. There's no way I will do that. Renquang had goosebumps. Are you kidding? You want me to swallow such disgusting things? Han Fei chuckled. Why are you panicking? Blowing them away won't solve the problem. However, if you swallow them, the purple flames will lose connection to this cavern and disperse immediately. What are you afraid of? Renquang kept his mouth shut. I won't eat these. I'm a picky man when it comes to food. Han Fei didn't say anything else. He said casually, keep moving. Right, do tell me if you hear a woman singing. Luo Xiaobai suddenly looked at Han Fei. Did you hear something? Han Fei made up an excuse. There was a voice that tried to enchant me, but I took action in time. Everybody else was alarmed. It was quite a terrifying technique that targeted Han Fei alone. Luo Xiaobai instructed, okay Renquang, don't forget to use the sky-swallowing technique. Renquang became pale. He did love eating, but he wasn't crazy about worms. He shook his head so fast that his fat shivered on his face. Han Fei and the others ignored Renquang and continued walking forward. Han Fei flapped his wings every once in a while. Even though the phantom glass wings couldn't raise a strong gale, they could push out some wind. Very soon, after they walked only 1,000 meters, there were more and more purple flames and pupas that had been blown to the back of the cavern. Countless pupas cracked, filling the cavern with purple flames. Ah, da, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly said, I heard a voice. Luo Xiaobai instantly bound even more vines to them. Hula! A strong wind rose, and the purple flames moved dozens of meters back. Then, they dashed back again like smoke that couldn't be cleared. Han Fei's expression slightly changed. Renquang, now is the time. Swallow them. I don't. While Renquang was shouting, he had been pulled ahead by the vines. He exclaimed, no, I don't eat worms. Sky-swallowing technique. A huge black hole appeared, and countless purple flames and enchanting pupas were absorbed into the black hole that Renquang established. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What a powerful exhaust hood. Everyone? Han Fei shouted. Zhang Xuanyu launched soul attacks towards the purple flames. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Soul explosion. Hum hum hum. The cavern was shivering, and the purple flames were rampant. Puh! Zhang Xuanyu's nose was bleeding, but Renquang's sky-swallowing technique was even crazier than before. He swallowed the purple flames crazily. An ear-splitting shriek burst out, and Han Fei pressed the golden seal through the void into the purple flames. Ha! A dragon roar sounded. It was Han Fei's only means of attack to devastate the soul. Although he wasn't fluent with it, he could still block the enemy's attack with it. Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu quickly put a few peppermints into their mouths. Even Han Fei almost lost control of his mind too. As for Renquang, he had a soul barrier outside of his body. That was Zhang Xuanyu's method. He had deployed his soul power to protect Renquang. The purple flames didn't disappear until 50 seconds later. Ew! Renquang retched quickly after he stopped the sky-swallowing technique. He said, I would have died of disgust if I had really swallowed them into my stomach. Han Fei spat out the peppermints in his mouth and took out another handful. Let's each get a handful. We might have to eat them later, Luo Xiaobai said. The most dangerous thing is not the pupas or the purple flames, but the voice. Someone is deep inside the cavern. Han Fei nodded. Let's go deeper and find out. They moved another 5,000 meters, and Renquang swallowed again. Then, the singer seemed to realize the purple flames were no longer useful and stopped unleashing them. Luo Xiaobai grew weary. The cavern is getting emptier and emptier. Let's be careful. A moment later, Zhang Xuanyu asked in confusion, have we entered a gravity zone? Han Fei vaguely sensed that something wasn't right. He could feel that his body was heavier and heavier, but this place was definitely not a gravity zone. He felt like some invisible power was tearing him apart. Fuse. Han Fei suddenly said this, raising the attention of his teammates. Han Fei's face suddenly turned cold. With the black and white eyes, Han Fei saw that countless invisible threads were attached to himself and Luo Xiaobai. Damn it, I knew that something was wrong. Swish! The infinity water was turned into invisible water blades that waved crazily around everybody. When other people saw that, they instantly realized that there was something in the air that Han Fei had to cut apart. However, to their surprise, Han Fei seemed to carry a weird power when he put on the yin-yang divine eyes. The auras that the infinity water unleashed seemed to be black and white too. After the slashing of the infinity water, everybody felt a lot less pressure. Han Fei said indifferently, let's keep going. After another 800 meters, Han Fei and the others found themselves in a space that had a radius of 500 meters. Above them was a cylindrical hollow 1,000 meters high. On the walls around, enchanting pupas were everywhere. Renquang gasped hard, wondering how long it would take for him to swallow them. At the center of the space, the most eye-catching thing was an enormous clamshell that was almost 100 meters long. The clamshell was opened, and a gentle woman in revealing clothes was staring at Han Fei and the others with a smile. There were all kinds of pearls inside the clamshell, including high-quality pearls, ultra-quality pearls, black pearls, and colorful pearls. Someone was standing before the shell. It was none other than Zhang Tong. However, Zhang Tong was dazed at this moment as if he didn't know Han Fei at all. Observing through the yin-yang divine eyes, Han Fei saw that Zhang Tong was tied up with the narrow invisible lines. Clam girls? Luo Xiaobai frowned. There are rumors about the clam girls, but not many. They're said to be a gentle, intelligent species in the sea. Why does this one? Han Fei said casually. This one is evil. Zhang Tong is controlled by her. But that's not important. Zhang Xuanyu, you'll deal with him. Don't forget to put a leaf in your mouth. Don't be bewildered by the pearl in his hand. Zhang Xuanyu licked his lips and said, all right, Luo Xiaobai said. Renquang, you'll take care of the pupas. Renquang said grimly, oh okay. The woman in the clamshell said, you have to blame yourselves for noticing his anomaly, or I wouldn't have tried to deal with you. Han Fei sneered. Is that why you let him lure us to this place? Han Fei stepped forward, and Luo Xiaobai frowned and circled Han Fei with her vines. At the same time, all kinds of veins were growing in the cavern. Bluish flowers emerged among the vine leaves and waited to blossom. Han Fei put on the feather suit of wind and walked to the clam girl, while he secretly unleashed the void lines. Chapter 861, Han Fei on a Rampage. Han Fei took the risk to move forward only because he wanted to find out how strong the clam girl was, or if she was alive at all. His head was dizzy when he saw the result. Information popped up in his head. Han Nama, Enchanting Clam Demon Introduction. In the primordial age, a clam girl with a special bloodline perished and resurrected by absorbing the remaining souls in the sea. For some reason, she mutated into an enchanting clam demon. She can control mystic lines to bewilder creatures. Anything that's controlled for long will create a soul-charming pearl and be forced to respect her as a master. L Level 62, Spiritual Energy. 24520, Demon Heritage. Level 7, Mid-Quality, Level C Spirit, L Technique, Enchantment, Associated Spirit Star Shell, Note Absorbable LWS. Note. The star shell can create a mysterious independent space, which will wear out anything in it and turn it into a glittering pearl in the end. Han Fei's blood was freezing, and this was a real sea spirit level expert, not a timid creature such as the wind skywings. Also, Han Fei saw that even though the enormous shell was covered in dirt, it was still very thick and emitted the color of jade in some parts. Han Fei didn't even dare to cancel the yin-yang divine eyes. He suspected that the clam was exactly the star shell. Han Fei was more or less scared. He sensed that his strength was weakened by about 10%. Han Fei instantly roared, use your spiritual energy protective covers. Also, this space is eating away our strength. After that, Han Fei looked at the clam demon and said, you're just a new sea spirit. Are you sure you want to fight us? When Han Fei mentioned sea spirit, Luo Xiaobai and the others changed their expressions. A sea spirit was as strong as a law enforcer in their eyes. Luo Xiaobai instantly reminded him, Han Fei, the sea spirits usually have special talents. How did you find out? With your special eyes? The clam girl smiled and spoke in a soul-stirring rhythm. Han Fei stepped back and looked at the clam girl. We'll kill you if you don't open the space in 3 seconds. While Han Fei talked, he secretly extended the void lines into the shell. The clam girl's smiling face was frozen, and she instantly closed the clam. She somehow sensed fear a moment earlier. Seeing her reaction, Han Fei knew that the void lines made her feel a sense of crisis. Attack. Without a word, Han Fei squeezed the jade slip in his hand. That was the ancient mark Mu Jia gave him that he had never used. Immediately, a terrifying pillar of flames was launched towards the clam girl. Creak, clang. The noise of the collision echoed in the space. The strike of a peak-level hidden fissure was easily blocked by the clamshell. Almost at the same time, all the enchanting pupas in the cavern cracked. Purple flames that were almost insubstantial surged out. Some of the pupas didn't turn into purple flames, but wriggling worms that were attached to the wall, as if they were taking precautions against Renquang's sky-swallowing technique. Violent war body, majestic mystic spell. Renquang's skin became red as if he were on fire. Faced with someone as strong as a sea spirit, he certainly did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Divine Turtle Shield, Ultimate Defense. It was the power that Renquang acquired from the mysterious old turtle in the level 3 fishery. He protected himself with that. Why did Renquang only protect himself? Because everybody had their own mission, and his mission was to block the enchanting pupas. Grand Sky Swallowing Technique. As a big hole was opened, the purple flames and a lot of the worms that were stuck to the wall were removed and swallowed by him. Zhang Xuanyu roared with a tough soul, Fuse. In the shadow of overwhelming blood, a ferocious shark disappeared into Zhang Xuanyu's body. He went straight to Zhang Tong with bloodshot eyes. Zhang Tong's eyes glittered, and he took out 2 long sabers. A bloody shell appeared, covering him with a red piece of armor and doubling his combat ability. Momentary time. Zhang Xuanyu had naturally made use of the majestic mystic spell too. He dare not underestimate someone under the control of a sea spirit at all. Since Zhang Tong had been enchanted, he was probably a simple puppet. Luo Xiaobai looked around. Lu Renquang was unleashing a terrifying attraction force, but the worms were not all absorbed by him. Some of them crawled down the wall. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. You have to deal with the clam demon. We can't attack her unless her shell is broken. As she talked, her pupils became white, and demonic flowers blossomed in the cavern, sending out a colorful fog. With an intimidating expression, Han Fei summoned the Overlord and sent a blue soul fire into the Overlord's body. Swish! Clang! 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 The terrifying power of Snowmorn fell upon the star shell. The magnificent and powerful attack shattered the dirt that covered the star shell. Instantly, a green glittering shell appeared with white marks that resulted from Snowmorn's slashing. Ah-ha! A shriek came out of the star shell. How can you possibly have a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Han Fei sneered. What about the sea-quelling bizarre treasure? You're just a sea spirit that can't do anything except enchant us. Die. Dang. Dang. Inside the star shell, the clam girl played a piece of weird music, which echoed in the air. Zhang Xuanyu, who had just stabbed his spear into Zhang Tong's stomach, staggered and started spinning, as if he were caught in an illusion. Lu Renquang's eyes lost focus too. His sky-swallowing technique seemed as though it would stop at any moment. Luo Xiaobai vomited blood. She had no advantages at all in the battle here. The shell, whose body was as pure as jade, was clearly not something that she could break. She felt like she was about to be caught in an illusion too. In the end, she saw that Zhang Xuanyu stabbed his spear at Han Fei. She hurriedly dragged Zhang Xuanyu away. Han Fei's expression changed greatly. His head was in chaos, and everybody was blurry in his eyes. However, the yin-yang divine eyes seemed able to see through illusions, so he flapped his wings and came 100 meters away before he smashed his fists at Zhang Tong, who was slashing his long saber at Zhang Xuanyu. Boom. Zhang Tong was manipulated, but his strength hadn't really been increased to a high level yet. Even hidden fishers, faced with Han Fei's fists that were boosted by the Overlord's technique, would be killed unless they were as sturdy as the star shell. After so many days of battle, Han Fei's force had already surpassed 2 million kilograms. Plus the enhancement of the Overlord's technique, he could launch a force of almost 16,000 tons. In the life and death moment, he couldn't hide his strength as he usually did. Under his strike, Zhang Tong almost crumbled. The terrifying force hit the star shell and rolled it on the ground until it crashed into the wall heavily. Even the wall was starting to crack, and the rocks up above were falling one after another. Han Fei opened his mouth and had a mouthful of the candle dragon blood. Although the candle dragon blood was only enough for 5 uses, Han Fei didn't care. He had energy fruits even if he didn't have the candle dragon blood, and he was confident of beating his enemy. The pleasant music came to an end. Han Fei was certain that even though the star shell was above level 60, it couldn't have remained safe and sound after taking his sacrificing punch. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang were both stunned. Zhang Xuanyu asked in shock, "What did I do?" Luo Xiaobai breathed heavily. Lu Renquang, keep swallowing. Lu Renquang hummed a response and used the sky-swallowing technique again. He looked at the wall that was full of cracks, astonished at the damage that Han Fei had caused. Seizing the opportunity, Han Fei quickly inserted an ultra-quality demonic stone into the Overlord's body. The star shell had survived the Overlord's consecutive strikes, but the Overlord had run out of battery after only 20 strikes. He could only replace it. Luo Xiaobai didn't waste the opportunity either. The cavern was already covered by various plants. When Han Fei bombarded the star shell, it slightly opened its mouth. That was the opportunity that Luo Xiaobai waited for. She stuffed the vines into the shell through the opening. Unfortunately, the star shell was closed again after only a few vines were inserted. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai pointed her finger. Deep blue, poison explosion. The clam girl's voice echoed in the air. I didn't expect that a junior hidden fisher would be so powerful. However, you'll die sooner or later if you can't break the shell. Han Fei sneered. Let's see. Han Fei flew to the sky and activated the agility of wind. He rushed as quickly as lightning and accumulated his momentum. Han Fei was like a streak of light. Under the boost of the agility of wind, he estimated that even Ye Baiyu would have been amazed by his speed if the guy were here. Hide behind Lu Renquang's shield. Luo Xiaobai quickly dragged Zhang Xuanyu and hid behind the turtle shield. In the next second, sparks were caused in the air because of friction. Boom, the terrifying speed and strength were unleashed. Boom, the rock wall was instantly shattered, and Han Fei punched the star shell dozens of meters into the mountain. Crack, the star shell cracked. Han Fei clutched it with the void chains and filled himself with a mouthful of candle dragon blood when he exited. His arms were already bleeding. However, with madness flashing in his eyes, he struggled to pull the clam girl out. Haha, you're just a clam girl. Although you're good at enchanting, I can kill you easily because I can't be enchanted. Chapter 862, Information about the Boneyard. Han Fei attempted to catch the clam girl's soul with the void lines, but the void lines didn't catch anything as if the enormous clam didn't have a soul. Is it on the shell? Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, an overwhelming wave of music came down like a river. The clam girl stopped talking, as she could control Han Fei's teammates even though she couldn't control him. Instantly, Lu Renkuang stopped the sky-swallowing technique and launched his weapons at Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu. Because of his high soul power, Zhang Xuanyu didn't attack anyone, but he was struggling and seemed to be losing control too. Luo Xiaobai's face was bleeding, but she wasn't enchanted. Her soul seemed to be protected. Abundant vines covered herself and Zhang Xuanyu. Han Fei simply flashed to Lu Renkuang and knocked him away. Clang, clang, clang! The Overlord attacked the star shell crazily. Unfortunately, the sea-quelling bizarre treasure was only powerful in the right hands. The Overlord, as strong as an advanced hidden fisher, couldn't really hurt the shell. Han Fei thought that he was wielding great power, but he only caused a few cracks on the star shell. There was still a long way to go if he wanted to break it. Seeing that everybody was about to be enchanted, including Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei quickly sent 3 void lines to each of them. Han Fei shouted, "Don't resist." Realizing that something wasn't right, Luo Xiaobai struggled to say, "I have treasures to protect my soul." Hearing that, Han Fei darted the void lines towards Lu Renkuang and Zhang Xuanyu. Hearing what Han Fei said, Zhang Xuanyu didn't resist, but Lu Renkuang had been fully captivated and was fighting crazily. Han Fei simply sent 3 void lines to Lu Renkuang and split them into 9. Instantly, Han Fei saw a lot of pictures and information. For example, the fatty had been overweight since he was several years old. For example, Lu Renkuang was so hungry that he had to pick food everywhere before he showed his spiritual heritage. For example, Lu Renkuang didn't have parents at all. They seemed to have perished in a fishery a long time ago. Han Fei quickly stopped snooping through their souls. In the next moment, Lu Renkuang calmed down and the million knife art was back. Zhang Xuanyu's face was slightly twisted and Luo Xiaobai resisted the charming music too. Regaining his strength, Han Fei looked at the star shell. "How many of those attacks do you think I can perform?" There was no reply from the star shell. Han Fei launched exactly the same attack. A moment later, boom, crack. The stones were collapsing, but infinity waters swept above Han Fei's head. This time, he extended 4 void lines into the shell fast enough. In fact, Han Fei had refined all the dragon vines when he returned from the Wind Sky Canyon to the Scattered Stars Island. There were 10 of them in total, and 9 were from Han Guanshu. As usual, Han Fei controlled Lu Renkuang and Zhang Xuanyu by splitting one line into 3, and he was going to deal with the clam girl with the last 6 void lines. Unfortunately, the clamshell was closed after he only sent 4 into it. With Han Fei's thought, the 4 void lines were split up into 12 and moved randomly inside the shell. There was no telling what he caught, but Han Fei felt horrible and his face was bleeding. A powerful soul was mauling his own. The enchanting clam demon, to enchant others, naturally boasted a powerful soul. When Han Fei tried to steal her soul, her counterattack instantly put him at a disadvantage. Han Fei was quite shocked. He felt lucky that his soul had been growing faster than usual thanks to the help of the God-scaring painting. He also felt lucky that he acquired unowned souls in the 72-floor soul realm, or he would have been crushed in the first round. Huh? The God-scaring painting? Han Fei instantly remembered the God-scaring painting. Although he had only memorized 60 pieces, no more than 1/10 of the painting, it was his lifesaver at this moment. Come on, you are a divine painting anyway. Ah! A devastating scream spread out of the star clam. Han Fei coughed blood and subconsciously opened his eyes. He grinned as he found that the trick was working. Although he didn't remember the entirety of the God-scaring painting, and he didn't know if it could kill the enemy, he realized that it was useful and had slightly opened the clam. The clam girl was too busy fighting Han Fei at this moment. Naturally, she went easy on the others. The Overlord had run out of battery again and stayed where it was. Luo Xiaobai came back to herself and hurriedly controlled the vines to squeeze into the clam. At that moment, Han Fei felt a great mental pressure that forced him to close the shell. However, there was no way that Han Fei would do that. The remaining 2 void lines were sent into the shell too. Han Fei turned mad. It took him 5 void lines to subdue the Wind Skywing. This thing was 1 level lower than the Wind Skywing. How could he not take it down with 6 void lines? Furthermore, Han Fei crazily quit his state of fusion and roared, "Little Black, go in there and bite her." Han Fei collected Little White back to forge the universe while he fought the clam girl. Little Black swam into the opening, accompanied by a lot of vines. Ah! The devastating scream echoed again. He could totally imagine how crazily Little Black was biting. If the clam girl was bold enough to enchant Little Black, Han Fei would have been even more delighted. Little Black in a crazy state was frightening, even to him. Of course, there was also the possibility that the clam girl was so strong that she could kill Little Black directly. Therefore, Han Fei was gambling. If he lost, he wouldn't be able to summon Little White or Little Black anytime soon. If he won, he would win the battle. As long as either Little White or Little Black was alive, the other wouldn't die. That was Han Fei's trump card. Ah! The devastating scream came one after another. Han Fei attempted to control the clam girl. Weird and bloody scenes popped up in his head. Scenes of a terrifying battle. Judging from the incomplete pictures, one between sea demons and humans, he saw swords that rose to the sky. A clam seemed to be trying to stop them, but the clam was then cut apart. After that, the pictures were no longer battlefields, but countless wriggling enchanting pupas that trapped the pearl divers. About 10 seconds later, Hanfei found that it was getting easier and easier. It seemed that the star shell couldn't close again, and Hanfei saw vines and seaweeds growing from the shell. We're winning. Hanfei recalled the void lines from xuanhuan and Renquang and pressed them deep into the clam. So far, all the 10 void lines were attached to the clam girl and the star shell. What slightly confused Hanfei was that even though the struggle was less powerful than before, he didn't feel like everything was under control. Is it because my soul isn't powerful enough? When Hanfei and the clam girl fought each other mentally, he heard the clam girl begging for mercy in a pitiful voice. Spare me, please spare me, I can respect you as a master. Zhang Xuanyu had already come back to himself, and Renquang held his head on the ground and tried to raise it. Zhang Xuanyu cursed, Hanfei, don't trust this witch, her voice has an enchanting power. Kill her. Luo Xiaobai said only one word, kill. Ah, let me go, I have treasures, I have information about the sea-quelling bizarre treasures, Hanfei yelled. What do you know? You think I'm crazy for sea-quelling bizarre treasures? As he talked, Hanfei controlled the infinity water to cut into the shell. His advantages were greater and greater, and the star shell opened more and more widely too. Under the dual attacks from Luo Xiaobai and Little Black, Hanfei endured less and less resistance. The clam girl stopped shouting, and Hanfei fell into silence too. Hanfei thought that he would simply kill the clam girl no matter what she said. But Hanfei paused for a moment as he saw the sea token as well as someone he didn't know at all in the clam girl's soul. Hanfei instantly said, Xiaobai, stop. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Hanfei and stopped attacking. But Hanfei didn't stop Little Black. He said coldly, you'd better tell us where the sea-quelling painting is before you're eaten. The boneyard, I'm sure it's in the boneyard. Hanfei's eyes glittered. Where is the boneyard? The clam girl shrieked. Let me go, I'll tell you everything. Hanfei sneered. You'd better tell me an accurate location before you're eaten up. You're already disabled anyway. I wouldn't mind letting you go. The choice is yours. Hanfei was performing a divination. Of course, he was not predicting where the boneyard was. He wasn't capable of doing that. He was only predicting if the clam girl was tricking him. He was pretty confident in his ability with such simple yes or no questions. Luo Xiaobai said coldly, you'd better think carefully before you talk. I know all the dangerous areas near the Scattered Stars Island. It's in the underground city, Luo Xiaobai snapped. There's no such thing as an underground city near the Scattered Stars Island. Hanfei, however, was slightly surprised as the clam girl didn't seem to be lying. However, he played along with Luo Xiaobai and said, I've never heard about the underground city. Unless you tell us where its entrance is, I think you're lying to us. Ah, I don't know the entrance. I learned the location from a human I swallowed. Maybe it's right in the Sea of Pearls. Hanfei put on a smile. You must be lying. Die. Xiaobai. Do it, shameless human beings. Ah, spare me. While begging for mercy, the clam girl finally died. Her body no longer belonged to her, and half of the flesh inside the star shell was eaten by Little Black. Hanfei even saw that Little Black flashed, which indicated a level up. Recalling Little Black, Hanfei was going to say something to Luo Xiaobai when he sensed that a violent soul was surging at him through the void lines. Hanfei instantly sat down. Protect me. Chapter 863, Confession. Hanfei found another usage for the divine manipulation technique. It could not only deprive someone else of their control over their body, but also claim the unowned soul of a dead creature. However, Hanfei didn't dare to extract the entirety of the unowned soul. Only no more than 1/10 of the clam girl's soul was pulled back by the void lines. Nevertheless, the part that was extracted was still a lot. Hanfei sensed that the unowned soul extracted by the void lines wasn't as rampant as before and was acceptable. So, he claimed the unowned soul without hesitation. About 10 minutes later, Hanfei fully digested the unowned soul. He quickly looked at his information. Owner Hanfei level 51 Junior Hidden Fisher O Spiritual Energy 4619 667 23886 S7 23886 603 3392 3392 Perception Range A29 meters 31999 meters Sir Spiritual Heritage Level 7 Low Quality 8 Spiritual Beast Tay Twin Yin Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish Level 46 A Main Art Divine Manipulation Technique Volume 5 of Void Fishing Heaven Level, Divine Quality. Hanfei found that his spiritual power had increased by more than 200 points. He instantly grinned. Great. As expected of a sea spirit, the increase of spiritual power is even greater than that of a level up. When Hanfei opened his eyes, Renquang had already recovered. He shouted and said, we need to get out of here. This place isn't very stable. Hanfei looked around only to see cracks on the wall everywhere. The cavern looked as though it would collapse at any moment. Luo Xiaobai pointed at the green star shell and said, this must be the source. Why don't you claim it and refine it? Hanfei looked at the star shell. He had no doubt that the entire space here was established by the shell. Hanfei instantly walked forward and laid his hand on the shell. He cut his hand and let the blood drip. However, the star shell showed no reaction. Huh? You don't acknowledge my blood? Hanfei imprinted his soul on it. In the next second, the scenes around them changed, and they were back to the sea. There was a tiny green shell in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei spread out his senses, only to discover that someone was flying on a boat 30 kilometers away. Immediately, Han Fei said telepathically, "Our battle with the clam girl seemed to have attracted the attention of the outside world. Let's get out of here and pretend to be nobody." An hour later, Han Fei and his teammates looked at each other on the Wind God boat in bewilderment. They had encountered at least 10 teams on their way. Fortunately, none of them had a law enforcer, or they would have noticed Han Fei's team. Having run far enough, Han Fei's team pretended to be hunting for treasures and searched the area. After only 100 seconds, someone passed by. The man happened to be a law enforcer. He was surprised to see Han Fei's team. "When did you come?" Han Fei pretends to be stunned. "We just got here." The law enforcer looked at Han Fei's temporary permit and the 6-star waist tag and nodded. The noise was quite big, but there was no sign of purple flames. "Be careful." Then the law enforcer left, and Han Fei and his teammates didn't know what to say. Renquang said unhurriedly, "We seem to be quite lucky." Xuanhuan nodded. "We were almost caught by the law enforcer." Han Fei said, "Let's fly in the sky." Renquang, "You'll fly the boat anywhere you want, but don't be too fast. I'll check our spoils." All their spoils were kept inside the star shell. The moment he came back, Han Fei had already discovered that the star shell contained an enormous space with a radius of 20 kilometers, which was much better than the sun-moon shell. It was even bigger than Forge the Universe. Unfortunately, there weren't many treasures. What Han Fei found and took out first was a sea token. Luo Xiaobai remarked in surprise, "It's the same as yours." Zhang Xuanyu was delighted. "I wonder if the token can only be used by one person exclusively. It'll be great if we each have one." "Han Fei, do you have any more of them?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Do you think that these things are just everywhere to be seen? I suspect that this sea token was left by a heavenly talent who was killed by the clam demon." Luo Xiaobai gave the sea token to Han Fei. "You can keep it for now. Let's see how useful the token is later." Renquang nodded. "It isn't safe to keep the token. Don't you remember how long the Sun family hunted Han Fei for the token?" Han Fei grinned. "2 sea tokens is a nice collection. I don't mind." Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei and asked, "Where's the boneyard? What is the sea quelling painting? I'm pretty sure there are no underground cities." Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai in surprise. "You don't know that?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head in confusion. "Should I?" Han Fei laughed. "Maybe I'm just overthinking. Cao Chu knows something about it. What I'm about to say is probably a secret." Han Fei didn't keep it a secret from Luo Xiaobai and the others. They trusted each other after all the life and death experiences they went through. Although this adventure was so dangerous that they were still uneasy, it was not really a bad thing. This adventure informed them of the dreadfulness of the treasure troves and mysterious events near the Scattered Stars Island, which could easily kill hidden fishers. The experience might not be a big deal to others, but it would definitely prompt Renquang to train harder. His face was grim at this moment. A moment later, Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, "It's related to the fall of the Thug Academy?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes. If my guess is correct, the Thug Academy fought certain people in the Thousand Star City over the sea quelling painting and lost. Then, it was reduced to its current poor conditions." Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath. "Wait a moment, are we going to compete over something that so many experts failed to get?" Renquang nodded quickly. "Right, the Thug Academy was crushed and didn't get the treasure? Besides, Han Fei, your big sword is a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? I always thought it was a divine weapon." Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu both looked at Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu didn't take part in the battle in the Demon Forest, but Renquang had told him what happened. It was obvious that Han Fei didn't tell the truth back then. Han Fei smiled innocently. "Would you believe me if I say that Xia Xiaoshan left it for me?" Zhang Xuanyu tilted his head and asked, "Did Xia Xiaoshan have a sea-quelling bizarre treasure?" Luo Xiaobai added, "If Xiaoshan left a sea-quelling bizarre treasure for you, she would have at least left a divine weapon for us." "You think you can fool us?" Renquang snorted. "Exactly." Han Fei scratched his head. "I knew I couldn't keep it a secret forever." "Fine, I acquired it from the Snow God's temple. You know the place, right?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Yes, it's the mission that you carried out before Xiaochan's disappearance." Han Fei nodded. "Yes, that's the place. Also, one other thing that I need to tell you is that if you ever acquire a high-quality divine weapon, don't let it acknowledge you immediately, or it will suck up your blood." Renquang asked in surprise. "Really?" Han Fei sneered. "People like you, who aren't even hidden fishers, in particular, can take sea-quelling bizarre treasures, but shouldn't claim them yet." Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. "I've heard this before." Zhang Xuanyu didn't really envy Han Fei for the sea-quelling bizarre treasures. He knew that Han Fei couldn't carry out their power anyway. In fact, there were too many items whose power Han Fei couldn't fully carry out. For example, Han Fei didn't dare to use Snowmorn, fearing that he would give his opponent an opportunity if his spiritual energy was all pumped away by one attack. For example, the needle hadn't acknowledged him yet, and he could only wield it as a big hard stick. For example, he didn't know any usage of the infinity water except for turning it into blades, and the cosmic sword hadn't acknowledged him yet. Han Fei had been wondering if he should claim it, as it was necessary for him to have an ultra-quality divine weapon. However, Han Fei wasn't sure if he would have to learn a sword technique if he got the cosmic sword. Although the cosmic sword innately carried a sword technique, Han Fei knew that he was never good with swords. Xuanhuan said, acquiring one sea token is already so hard. I'm starting to doubt if we'll be killed before we can touch the painting in the boneyard. Lu Renkuang quickly nodded. Yes, that's exactly my opinion too. Han Fei laughed. That's why I asked you to improve your strength quickly. To be honest, most of the people who compete for the sea-quelling painting will likely be our pure heavenly talents. We'll probably all participate. Luo Xiaobai exclaimed. Huh. We can go there without sea tokens? Han Fei said with a smile. That's just my guess. As far as I know, there are 99 sea tokens, but I don't believe that only 99 people will compete for it. I don't know the usage of the sea token just yet, but maybe I will later. Until then, we'll have to keep improving our capabilities. Lu Renkuang took a deep breath and said, I'll make a breakthrough to be a hidden fisher when I return. Chapter 864, Scalpers. Apart from the sea token that tempted everybody, there were few weapons that deserved attention inside the star shell. There were only several dozen ultra-quality spiritual weapons and 2 semi-divine weapons left by poor victims. Han Fei gave all the ultra-quality spiritual weapons as well as a semi-divine saber to Lu Renkuang. The other semi-divine weapon was a sword, and neither Luo Xiaobai nor Zhang Xuanyu needed it. Zhang Xuanyu was of a mind to let Han Fei refine a semi-divine stick for him, and Han Fei accepted his request. What excited Han Fei most was the items other than weapons. Han Fei said, more than 12,000 ultra-quality pearls, about 2,000 black pearls, 5,000 colorful pearls, and no more than 5,000 high-quality pearls. In terms of price, 1 black pearl equaled 100 high-quality pearls. In terms of value, 1 black pearl contained more than 100,000 points of spiritual energy, so the harvest from the black pearls amounted to more than 200 million. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, the black pearls are useful to me. You can split up the ultra-quality, high-quality, and colorful pearls. In Han Fei's opinion, all the other pearls combined weren't as valuable as the 2,000 black pearls. Although he had made the greatest contributions to the victory, his teammates had offered a lot of help too. Zhang Xuanyu protected Lu Renkuang and Luo Xiaobai with his soul. Lu Renkuang absorbed a huge number of enchanting pupas. Luo Xiaobai always seized the opportunity to fight alongside him inside the star shell. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei in surprise. The ultra-quality and black pearls cannot be traded with high-quality pearls. Why don't you take some ultra-quality pearls too? Zhang Xuanyu said. Yes, I think you're the one who needs spiritual energy the most. Han Fei was amused. Don't forget that I'm a spirit gatherer. Do you want them or not? If you don't, I'll just take all of them away. Luo Xiaobai and the others almost said at the same time, yes. As for the star shell itself, Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai and asked, do you know about star shells? Luo Xiaobai slightly shook her head. I only know of the sun-moon shell. Usually, the space that a dead sun-moon shell contains has a radius above 1,000 meters. The star shell might be an even rarer treasure than the sun-moon shell. Han Fei nodded. I'll keep it for now. If we find sun-moon shells later, you can have them. Han Fei had to keep the star shell not really because he needed it, but because he found it impossible to take it out. He thought quickly, doesn't it belong to me now? Why can't I take it out? However, there was no time for him to check it yet. He had to examine it and forge the universe another day. Zhang Xuanyu scratched his head. We paid 400,000 high-quality pearls for the permit, but we've stayed here for only 1 day, right? Lu Renkuang said regretfully. I wonder if we can ask for a refund, Luo Xiaobai explained. The temporary permits are refundable, but you can only get some of your money back. Han Fei's eyes glittered. That's still better than nothing. I certainly do not intend to fight another clam girl in the Sea of Pearls. Lu Renkuang nodded quickly. Yes, I don't want to eat any more worms either. Luo Xiaobai said casually, this trip to the Sea of Pearls indirectly proves that we're not strong enough. We might have been killed if Han Fei hadn't unleashed the force greater than a wave. Han Fei suddenly asked, right, Xiaobai, what does the force of a wave mean? Is it a unit? Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang looked at Luo Xiaobai too. They had never heard of such a term before. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and said, the force of one wave describes the slapping power of a wave and equals about 10 million kilograms. Experts measure strength with that. A hidden fisher may be able to unleash the force of one wave when they reach their peak. Luo Xiaobai stared at Han Fei while she talked, slightly surprised that Han Fei already had the force above one wave. Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei too. Hiss, doesn't it mean that Han Fei has more strength than a peak-level hidden fisher does? Lu Renkuang was stunned too. Is he so strong? Luo Xiaobai said casually, not just a peak-level hidden fisher. When Han Fei uses the majestic mystic spell, he may have the power of a junior law enforcer. Han Fei remembered the tsunami. He read the news that an undersea earthquake caused a gigantic trench that was 100 kilometers wide, 1,000 kilometers long, and dozens of meters deep. The power caused by the earthquake equaled 1 million atomic bombs and vaporized humans and shores. Of course, the energy of all the seawater was much greater than that of a single wave, but Han Fei was still impressed by Luo Xiaobai's description. Was a force of 10 million kilograms equal to one wave? In that case, the maximal force he could unleash was close to 2 waves. Han Fei frowned. Xiaobai, are you sure that the force of one wave is 10 million kilograms? I think it should be greater. Luo Xiaobai said. I was talking about the force of one part of the wave. When you attack, you have to focus your strength on 1.2, so the calculation is correct. It's impossible to calculate the force of an entire tide. Han Fei slapped his thigh and said, Hey, you're all capable of the majestic mystic spell. You're not far away from the force of one wave. Xuanhuan rolled his eyes and said, Nonsense. My force was about 0.6 million kilograms after I became a hidden fisher. Even if I'm fused with my spiritual beast and use the majestic mystic spell, I can unleash a force of 4 million kilograms at best. It's still far away from one wave. Le Renquang rolled his eyes. Are you bragging here? Le Renquang realized that he had to make a breakthrough as soon as possible, or he would really be left behind. On the next day, Han Fei and the others flew back to the Pearl Divers port unhurriedly. This time, they saw a lot of boats flying above the square carrying 6-star experts. They wondered if they were all here for the big earthquake from the previous night. Unfortunately, no purple flames emerged this time, and those people were bound to return with empty hands. When Han Fei's team came to the registration office, they found that the place was crowded. How could they ask for a refund when the place was swarmed? Zhang Xuanyu suggested, maybe we should just go. Le Renquang said regretfully, but it's money. Han Fei suddenly grabbed his temporary permit and said, everybody, 4 temporary permits that won't expire in 19 days. First come, first serve. Zhang Xuanyu and the others all looked at Han Fei. Was that really possible? The crowd fell into silence. Then, someone quickly jumped to Han Fei. Bro, I'd like your temporary permit. Swish. Dozens of people emerged in front of Han Fei in all kinds of ways. Someone appeared to smoke, some jumped to him after a flash, and some rose from underneath the floor. All in all, Han Fei was surrounded by buyers after his call. Someone saw Luo Xiaobai and exclaimed, Ms. Luo, we met in the central city before. Can you give me your permit? Someone laid his hand on Le Renquang's shoulder. Bro, I'll give you a higher price. Someone pushed away the person in front of Han Fei. Go away, I came here first. Stop cutting in line. A moment later, Han Fei and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Not only did they suffer no loss from the trip to the Sea of Pearls, but they had even earned 100,000 mid-quality pearls. The price of the temporary permits had risen. Zhang Xuanyu grinned at Han Fei. Han Fei, I find that you are a genius when it comes to making money. Le Renquang nodded. Yes, I think we could have asked for a higher price. Luo Xiaobai said, training is more important. Han Fei didn't expect that he could be a scalper in such a place. This was really a profitable industry. Han Fei chuckled. Okay, enough. Is such a tiny amount of money really worth celebrating? When Han Fei was about to go, he saw that a few men wearing battlesuits quickly came to the registration office with a big fish skin and then stuck the fish skin to the wall. Huh? An auction? Han Fei was briefly stunned. An auction is to be held at a moment like this? Luo Xiaobai said. It makes sense. A lot of people are coming to the Pearl Divers' port, and they may be strong, which means that they are rich. It's easy to attract their attention by holding auctions right now. Le Renquang said, look, a few treasures are introduced on it. There are semi-divine weapons, heaven-level techniques, and phoenix spirit ginseng. What's that? Han Fei's eyes instantly glittered. Wait a moment, this auction is to be held at nightfall tomorrow? Should we go there and check it out? Luo Xiaobai asked. Are you interested? I think what you have is much more valuable than the items at the auction. Zhang Xuanyu quickly nodded. I do wonder if any semi-divine sticks will be auctioned off, Han Fei sneered. Even if there are you going to buy them? Can't you let me craft one for you? Zhang Xuanyu smacked his lips. That's true, Le Renquang said. Then are we going to the auction or not? Han Fei chuckled. He was determined to get the phoenix spirit ginseng, which he could exchange for the spirit awakening fluid from the old turtle. Han Fei shrugged. We're all curious, right? We've never been to such an auction before. Luo Xiaobai said casually, then we'll just stay for another night. Chapter 865, Auction. The night fell. At the auction field in the Pearl Divers port. A lot of people participated in the auction. The Pearl Divers port ensured absolute fairness and safety in the transactions, so no participants at the auction were wearing masks or hiding their identity. Of course, few participants at the auction had fewer than 6 stars. Even if there were any, they were only here to open their eyes or sell items. The auction field of the Pearl Divers port was decorated in a special style. So many pearls had been embedded in the walls and furniture that they glittered under the light. When Han Fei and the others came in, one of the waiters came and asked, Sir, are you here to participate in the auction, or do you have anything to sell? Han Fei asked. Are there any requirements to participate in the auction? The waiter replied with a smile. The requirement for the heavenly talents that participate in the auction in the Pearl Divers port is simple. All you need to do is prove your wealth. If you have more than 500,000 credit points or have many stars, you're allowed to participate. Han Fei still had a lot of credit points. He had obtained them from Mujiaer and Guanqingyan in the Wind Sky Canyon. So everybody simply showed their waist tag, and the waiter examined them and said with a smile, would you like a private room or a public one? A private room, including tea service, only costs 1,000 high-quality pearls. Han Fei quickly paid the pearls. We'd like a private room. He didn't even need to think about that all. Not only was a private room fancier than a public room, but the customers inside the private rooms could also impress their competitors during the bidding while remaining anonymous. A moment later, Han Fei and his team came to a private room. There were snacks and beverages on the table. Xuanhuan sat down next to Han Fei. Han Fei, it's said that a great horror is hidden underneath the Empyrean waterfall. Do you know what it is? Han Fei snorted. A big turtle. A big turtle? Renquang couldn't help but ask in a low voice, like the rock-holding turtle. Han Fei rolled his eyes. What are you thinking about? It's just as strong as a peak-level law enforcer and wouldn't hurt anyone actively. Luo Xiaobai didn't join their chit-chat but had been observing other private rooms through windows. Remote senses were blocked by the private rooms, but the naked eye couldn't be. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai said, There are a lot of acquaintances here. Han Fei and the others asked in surprise, Where are they? Luo Xiaobai pointed at a private room on the other side of the round hall. Over there, Cao Jiren. Han Fei and the others looked in that direction and saw Cao Jiren at the window. Seeing that they were looking at her, she looked back at them casually. Luo Xiaobai continued, the third room to Cao Jiren's left. Xuanhuan is there. Han Fei had already noticed the guy, who always seemed ready to eat him alive whenever they met each other. However, Han Fei remembered what old Han said. The 7th level of the true spirit fishing art might be in the Zhang family, so he might have to make friends with Xuanhuan later. Zhang Xuanyu said, Li Haye and Li Baizhou are here too. And what's his name from the Mountain Sea Pavilion? Luo Xiaobai corrected. Zhai Shun. Zhang Xuanyu nodded quickly. Yes, that's him. Han Fei craned his head out of the wind and looked around, only to catch sight of Mu Ling. Mu Ling waved at Han Fei and said telepathically with a smile, Where have you been hiding Tong Jie? I haven't seen him in a long time. Han Fei replied with a smile, Don't worry, he's working on an opportunity. Are you here alone? Mu Ling nodded. There's something I want at this auction. I'm here to compete for it. Han Fei didn't talk much to Mu Ling, as there were many high-star experts here, such as xuanhuan, who was next to Mu Ling's room. She was one of the captains back in the Demon Forest. When Han Fei observed her, he found that she had 7 stars and had secured 1,000 kills. xuanhuan was confused when Han Fei kept staring at him, as they didn't know each other at all. Luo Xiaobai pulled Han Fei back and said, Behave and sit down. Han Fei chuckled. Are the auctions here always so fancy? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. As far as I know, not many heavenly talents usually gather here. There must be something special at this auction that called their attention. While stuffing dried fish into his mouth, Renquang said, It's none of my business anyway. Han Fei, when are you going to craft semi-divine weapons or divine weapons? Can you upgrade the weapons in my weapon box? Ha! Han Fei rolled his eyes. How cheap do you think semi-divine weapons and divine weapons are? I can't afford upgrading all your weapons. Renquang shrugged and ate sunflower seeds. Zhang Xuanyu remarked, Good thing that I only need a stick. Luo Xiaobai chuckled. I don't need anything. Everyone. About an hour later. All the private rooms and the hall downstairs was full of people. Then a charming woman walked to the podium. The woman smiled and said, Greetings, I'm Wang Zhao, the auctioneer for this session. You may call me Sister Zhao. This auction will start in 100 seconds. Please bid in order. You're allowed to release your senses and observe your competitors. Someone smiled. Zhao, just get it started already. I can't wait anymore. Wang Zhao smiled charmingly. How annoying. Call me Sister Zhao. Don't be hasty. The items are about to be served. Someone mumbled. I'm so addicted to her voice. While everybody talked and laughed, 100 seconds passed quickly. Very soon, a girl stepped up with a small wooden box in her hand. Wang Zhao slightly nodded her head. The girl opened the box and revealed a purple pill. Wang Zhao said, This is the first item of the auction. It's named the Barrier Breaking Pill. I believe you all know its usage. If you're a peak-level hanging fisher, your odds of a successful breakthrough will be improved by 30% after swallowing a barrier-breaking pill. Of course, you may ignore it if you're confident of yourself. The initial price is 3,000 high-quality pearls. Every raise must be higher than 100 high-quality pearls. The bidding starts now. Someone instantly shouted, 3,000, I'll take it. Someone proposed, 3,200, it's mine. 3,500, please show me some respect. Do you think you deserve any respect? I'll pay 4,000. Very soon, the price for the barrier-breaking pill reached 6,000, and it was sold for 6,500 pearls. That was just the beginning. The pill was only useful to peak-level hanging fishers, so none of the hidden fishers took action. It meant that nobody in the private rooms did anything. Wang Zhao giggled. Our staff will give the barrier-breaking pill to you in a moment. Now, let's see our next item. The same girl showed up again with a plate that had a jade slip on it. Wang Zhao explained, It's an ancient battle technique found from a treasure trove that a lot of people here must know. The name of the technique is Sunset Book. It's a heaven-level, low-quality technique that can gather the power of the sun. It's suitable for those who have strong bodies. Its initial price is 50,000, and every raise must be no lower than 1,000. The bidding begins now. Zhang Xuanyu was slightly surprised. That's so cheap. Han Fei glanced at him. Why do you think it's cheap? It's just a low-quality technique, and the final price will definitely be much higher than the initial price. Someone on the second floor shouted, 60,000. Only armorists and soul warriors can use this technique. I'm sure not many people would want this, right? Someone smiled. Hey, wait, I'll offer 80,000. Any higher bid? Someone said 85,000. It's just a low-quality battle technique. Is the competition really worth it? After only one moment, the heaven-level, low-quality technique had been raised to 130,000, and they didn't stop bidding until the price reached 150,000. Han Fei licked his lips. I really feel like robbing them. Everyone, Le Renquang remarked, they're willing to pay so much for a heaven-level, low-quality technique? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. Its price would be even higher if it were sold in the logistics division. Le Renquang smiled. That's true. A moment later, the third item was pushed out. It was kept in a water ball. Wang Zhao giggled. It's a mutation of the demonic sea anemones. It can reside in other creatures and grow fast. It's best for a manipulator as a contracted spiritual plant. The initial price is 60,000, and every raise must be higher than 1,000. The bidding starts now. Immediately, many girls stepped out. Someone said 80,000, 100,000, 110,000, 150,000. Han Fei and the others were all shocked by the brutal bidding of women. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. Is it good? Luo Xiaobai explained. Not exactly, but it's quite special in that it's sturdy and can reside in another creature, 200,000. Han Fei was shocked to hear Luo Xiaobai's bid. You're paying 200,000 for something that isn't good? Everybody fell quiet, and Wang Zhao spoke with a smile. 200,000 once, 200,000 twice. Deal. My friend from private room number 23, congratulations. Our staff will deliver the item to your room soon. Luo Xiaobai looked at everybody. It isn't very good, but it's quite rare, and I can extract its features. Han Fei was lost for words. Why do I feel that I've seen this before? Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei's shoulder. I feel like you've missed a lot. Chapter 866. The water-pacifying beast Han Fei had indeed seen the demon sea anemones when he escaped from the sea demon mountains, but he was too busy fleeing to pay attention to the insignificant anemones. Luo Xiaobai said, it doesn't matter. You don't know where you'll meet special spiritual plants at all. When Han Fei smacked his lips, Wang Zhao pushed out another water ball. Inside the water ball was a sealed fish that was gray and motionless inside the ball. If it weren't shown as an item, Han Fei would have thought that it was a dead fish. However, the private room wasn't far away from the podium, so Han Fei could see information. At this moment, information popped up in his eyes. Namie hollow nether fish introduction. A very lazy fish. It will go stealth if it remains still for a long time. The hollow nether fish has a high spiritual power and can easily pierce through the enemy's mind. They can also swallow the opponent's soul. Level 53 quality, exotic ultra quality, a spiritual energy, 10,023 points affect your focus, will be improved after you eat this. It will help a lot with the cultivation of the meditating paintings. Collectible hollow nether eyes, absorbable. Before Han Fei said anything, Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei and said, I want this fish too. I may need to borrow money from you. Han Fei grinned. Okay, it seems that you know the fish. Luo Xiaobai nodded. It's a hollow nether fish. Le Renquang asked in confusion, what's that? Zhang Xuanyu punched him. Why don't you just listen to her? Wang Zhao said in a regretful voice. A lot of you must have heard about the nether hollow fish, which are best partners to manipulators. They can help with the improvement of the soul and the concentration of the mind. This is a rarely seen level 53 hollow nether fish. The initial price is 100,000, and every raise must be higher than 10,000. This time, voices came out of all the private rooms. Someone said 200,000. Someone followed closely, 300,000. Cao Jiaren suddenly opened her mouth, 500,000. Everybody in the hall was dumbfounded. Could a fish really be so expensive? In a private room on Han Fei's left side, someone said 800,000. Cao Jiaren didn't bat an eye, 1 million. The girl on her opposite side gritted her teeth. 1,200,000. Cao Jiaren shot back, 1.5 million. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai joined the battle and said, 2 million. Hiss. Even the people in the private rooms gasped too, wondering how rich these women were. 2 million? Was that really the price of a fish? Cao Jiren looked at Luo Xiaobai in surprise too, but she wasn't too bothered and simply went on, 3 million. Her bid put everybody else into silence. The girl who bid earlier was dumbfounded. Was this really the right way of bidding? Wang Zhao asked. Customer in private room number 23, are you going to bid again? If no, Luo Xiaobai said calmly, 4 million. Where are these women from? Does money mean nothing to them? Someone remarked. The auction has just begun and they're already fighting so fiercely over a fish. Cao Jiren looked at Luo Xiaobai. 5 million. If you pay 6 million, it's yours. Luo Xiaobai said without hesitation, 6 million. Cao Jiren sat down without saying anything. Han Fei smiled bitterly, wondering if Xiaobai really had that amount of money. Wang Zhao quickly settled the deal. 6 million once, 6 million twice, deal. A moment later, Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai, lost for words. Are you crazy? 6 million high-quality pearls didn't seem a lot, but they equaled 600 million mid-quality pearls, which were gone because of Luo Xiaobai's bidding. Luo Xiaobai said, I was rewarded with 5 million credit points from the last mission, and I have 3 million left. I also carry 2 million high-quality pearls. You need to lend me another million. Han Fei smiled helplessly. Never mind, just bid as you will. There's always enough money for you, Zhang Xuanyu said casually. Han Fei, if you put it that way, I'm feeling the urge to join the bidding too. Get lost. The atmosphere of the auction got intense because of Luo Xiaobai and Cao Jiaren. A bid of 6 million? Everybody was frightened by them. Han Fei remembered his divine manipulation technique. After killing the clam girl, he could absorb some of her soul. It was probably even more effective than the hollow netherfish. It meant that one of the divine manipulation technique's abilities was already worth a fortune. Another dozen items were shown, and almost every private room had joined the bidding, but none made an offer higher than 6 million. Han Fei acquired the Phoenix Spirit Ginseng for only 210,000. He didn't regret it at all. At this moment, 2 soul warriors carried what appeared to be a calf to the podium. It seemed heavy and covered under a fish skin. Wang Zhao said alluringly, the last 2 items were found from an underground relic. This one is so mysterious that we don't know what it is at all. It could have been a water-pacifying statue in the past. Please take a look. Wang Zhao lifted the fish skin and Han Fei's eyes bulged at that moment. A buffalo? He was lost for words. He had expected something great, but it turned out to be an exquisite buffalo that had all kinds of weird engravings. Han Fei didn't know what it was, but he knew that the buffalo couldn't be simple. Wang Zhao claimed that it was from a relic, so it had to be a prehistoric relic or there couldn't have been buffaloes. Immediately, someone asked, Zhao Zhao, what is it? Someone was stunned. I don't recognize this thing, or the patterns on it. What is this thing for? Wang Zhao smiled. It's exactly because nobody recognizes it that it's being auctioned. Why else would such a weird statue be auctioned? Someone asked. Zhao Zhao, can you tell us the purpose of this item? What can I get from it? Wang Zhao shook her head. I don't know. Just because we don't understand this treasure doesn't mean nobody else can. The initial price for this item is 500,000, and every raise must be higher than 10,000. The bidding starts now. However, nobody bid at all after a long time. Wang Zhao asked again. Is there no bidder at all? I'll ask 3 times. If there isn't a bidder, we will pass this item. Is there no bidder? Is there 500,000? Han Fei opened his mouth. Everybody looked at private room number 23. Han Fei said, I can buy this item, but can you tell me the location of the relics where it was found? Wang Zhao smiled. Guest in private room number 23, I'm sorry, but the relics are already ruined and we've recovered whatever could be recovered. Do you still want it? Han Fei pretended to be silent for a moment before he said, fine, I'll take it. Luo Xiaobai and the others looked at Han Fei, wondering if there was any secret behind the weird item. Other people were thinking the same. Someone intended to bid against Han Fei, but on second thought, they realized that it would be a waste of money if they didn't know what the item was for. Zhang Wen suddenly said from his private room, 510,000. Han Fei glanced at Zhang Wen and thought that he probably had to put off making friends with the Zhang family and acquiring the 7th level of the true spirit fishing art. He decided to kill this guy immediately next time they met. Zhang Wen felt rather scared when Han Fei glanced at him. Wang Zhao asked, do you intend to bid again, number 23? Han Fei smiled. No, if he wants it, he can have it. I simply wanted to know the location of the relics. Puh, Zhang Wen almost vomited blood. Did that guy want someone to propose a higher bid? Wang Zhao giggled too. Is there a higher bid? 500,000 once, 500,000 twice. When Wang Zhao was about to sit down, Mu Ling suddenly said from her booth, 600,000. Wang Zhao looked at Zhang Wen. No, point 37. Are you going to bid again? Zhang Wen shook his head. No, he only bid against Han Fei to upset him. He was quite happy that someone took it over from him. Han Fei didn't expect Mu Ling to help either. He had just intended to ask Cao Jiaren to bid for him, but Mu Ling already took it over. Mu Ling winked at Han Fei, and Han Fei slightly nodded, indicating that he knew she did it for him. Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, do you know the creature? Han Fei nodded. I've seen it in the Snow God's temple. Han Fei thought to himself, wouldn't I be an idiot if I didn't know what a buffalo was? It was the first time Han Fei had seen a buffalo in this world. Well, although it was just a statue, it was evidently based on a buffalo. A stick. All of a sudden, Zhang Xuanyu pointed at a stick that was being handed over to the podium. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. The item was a purple and red long stick. It was at least a semi-divine weapon in Han Fei's eyes. No wonder Zhang Xuanyu became so interested. Loren Kuang mumbled, do they really sell sticks here? Han Fei instantly said, Xuanyu, let me tell you, the items here are very expensive. Why don't you gather some spiritual energy? I can craft weapons for you after we come back. Tempted, Zhang Xuanyu said, let's see how much it costs first. Wang Zhao smiled alluringly. This stick is from the same ancient relics where the divine statue was dug out. Also, it's a low-quality divine weapon. I'm sure you know how valuable it is. Zhang Xuanyu breathed heavily. Han Fei, that's a low-quality divine weapon. Han Fei rolled his eyes. I heard her. There's no need to repeat. Let's see what the final price will be. Divine weapons were very precious on the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei had not seen a lot of them. They were usually not available on the market even if one had enough money. Huang Zhao said, the initial price of this stick is 2 million. Every new bid must be at least 10,000 higher than the last one. Zhang Wen simply said, 5 million. Those who don't have money, just quit. Make your bid on this basis. Xuanhuan stood out and said, how about we start from 8 million? Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu and patted his shoulder. As your brother, I won't lie to you. I can craft a low-quality divine weapon for you. Buying it will be too costly. Han Fei was rather shocked himself. How could a divine weapon be so expensive? If he were to craft 2 daggers with the essence of wind, wouldn't he make several hundred million? Gudu. Han Fei swallowed, envisioning the fortune he could make. Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei in shock and said telepathically, wait, are you saying you can make divine weapons? Han Fei nodded slightly. Immediately, Renquang's eyes were filled with passion. Even Luo Xiaobai looked at him too. Han Fei coughed. I need spiritual energy. I can craft weapons for you with 200 million points of spiritual energy. Everyone, at this moment, the bid had reached 16 million. Han Fei clicked his tongue, amazed by the lunatics. Zhang Wen shouted, 18 million. Is anybody else playing too? Han Fei smiled casually. 20 million. Zhang Xuanyu and the others instantly looked at Han Fei with a stun. Can't you make weapons on your own? Why are you bidding? Zhang Wen looked at Han Fei with an awful expression. Do you have that amount of money? Han Fei clicked his tongue. I have plenty of money. The problem is, do you? Zhang Wen was so angry that he laughed. Are you kidding me? Money is the last thing I'm short of. 21 million. Han Fei shot back. 22 million. Zhang Wen gnashed his teeth. 25 million. Han Fei fell into silence and stared at Zhang Wen. You're indeed rich. Well, I simply bid against you to annoy you. Whoa! Everybody was stunned. Chapter 867, Serious Old Zhang. The auction was over, and all the items were delivered to him. However, there was one thing that they didn't win, the buffalo that Mu Ling bought. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu and Renquang were studying the buffalo curiously. Luo Xiaobai, however, summoned the blue cannibal flower and extended its root into the sea anemone. Very soon, the sea anemone was dried up. As for the hollow nether fish, it had already gone stealth, probably because it had been still for a long time. Han Fei tried the eyes of true vision and didn't see anything. He didn't detect the hollow nether fish with his senses either. In such a way, Han Fei finally confirmed the value of the hollow nether fish. Han Fei asked, Xiaobai, I remember that you had a stealthy jellyfish as your contractual spiritual beast. Luo Xiaobai nodded. I'll cancel the contract immediately. The stealthy jellyfish doesn't work very well. The hollow nether fish is more valuable to a manipulator even than a legendary contractual spiritual beast is. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai contracted the hollow nether fish on the spot. Han Fei remembered that Luo Xiaobai had contracted a divine seaweed octopus back in the wall of seaweed. She always had high standards about her contractual spiritual beasts. About 10 minutes later, the hollow nether fish successfully became Luo Xiaobai's contractual spiritual beast. Zhang Xuanyu and Renquang, on the other hand, were examining the buffalo's horns on its back. Zhang Xuanyu asked in a low voice, what do you think the horns are made of? If we knock them off and ask Han Fei to refine them, can they be crafted into divine weapons? Renquang shook his head. I don't think so. If these could be materials for a divine weapon, how could they have been sold for several 100,000 high-quality pearls? Zhang Xuanyu remarked. That's true. I don't think we bought anything at the auction. Renquang said in disdain, we're too poor, but that's all right. Han Fei is rich. Zhang Xuanyu quickly nodded, showing his agreement with Renquang's words. Han Fei was lost for words. If you're trying to rip me off, would you please at least communicate telepathically? Zhang Xuanyu chuckled and jumped off from the buffalo. I don't know what this thing is exactly, but its materials don't seem very good. The only things mysterious about it are the messy lines and words. Han Fei stepped forward and stored the buffalo into Forge the Universe before he pushed them forward. Let's go back to the Scattered Stars Island and continue training. You two held us back on this trip. You almost got killed. Sir, please wait a moment. When Han Fei was about to leave, a waiter stopped him. Han Fei frowned. What's wrong? The waiter said. Sir, this is the first time you've come to the auction field of the Pearl Divers Port. According to our rules, you will permanently have a free private room here after you spend more than 1 million high-quality pearls. Han Fei was lost for words. I cannot understand businessmen like you. Is a permanent free private room really something? Do we look like we can't pay 1,000 high-quality pearls? The waiter was slightly embarrassed. He thought to himself, that's just the way that my auction field attracts big clients. Luo Xiaobai accepted the privilege card from the waiter and glared at Zhang Xuanyu, who seemed too arrogant for someone who had so little money. Of course, that was just a minor incident. Han Fei's attention had already been focused on the Twisted Jungle. On the Scattered Stars Island. After Han Fei came back, he said to Luo Xiaobai and the others, you can get back to your business. There's something I must do. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. Okay, Zhang Xuanyu said, Han Fei, is it about the underground city? Are you sure the news about the underground city is true? Han Fei said casually, whether or not it's true, I have to learn more about it. Lu Renquang shouted, don't be too fast, wait for me. I'm planning to make a breakthrough first. After my breakthrough, I'll go to the Wind Sky Canyon and get a pair of wings. Han Fei rolled his eyes. There's no need to rush. I don't think it will be useful without enough sea tokens even if we go there. Saying goodbye to Luo Xiaobai and the others, Han Fei flew right towards the twisted jungle. This time, he ignored the arrays that old Zhang set up. All the venomous grasses and worms on the way were simply crushed. The tricky arrays that old Zhang set up were simply destroyed by Han Fei with violence. He didn't have time to come up with solutions at all. Considering old Zhang's personality, he would only increase the difficulty of the arrays every time he passed them. It never occurred to old Zhang that Han Fei was never predictable. So, when Han Fei broke through the arrays, old Zhang was so pissed that his beard was almost flying. Old Zhang yelled, what a short-tempered and inconsiderate guy. He could crack the arrays quickly. Does he have to be so hasty? Tang Ge raised his head in surprise. Senior, is Han Fei here? Old Zhang said angrily. Stay focused. Don't get distracted. A moment later, Han Fei broke in and cried, Old man, a major discovery. Is Sister Qin not back yet? Old Zhang snorted heavily. You'll rearrange all my arrays when you go. Did you see how many creatures you killed on your way here? Han Fei ignored old Zhang and looked at Tang Ge in surprise. Huh? You're here too, Tang Ge? Humph! The heavy snort echoed in the air, and Tang Ge had to concentrate his attention under the shock. Han Fei even suspected that the furnace would explode again. Han Fei mumbled, We'll talk later. You should focus on alchemy, which is even more dangerous than refining. Your furnace might explode any time. Old Jiang glanced at Han Fei and said, What are you so hasty about? Is it because you got a wind god pearl? Han Fei asked in surprise. Huh? How did you know that? Old Jiang said in disdain. Do you even need to ask? How can Xiao Qin not know the appearance of a wind god pearl? However, I'm told you've been close to a girl at the Empyrean waterfall. What's that about? Han Fei sniffed. It's completely under control. Do you not know what a decent man I am? Do you have any decency at all? Han Fei said gloomily. Enough chit-chat. I've learned something about the boneyard. Old Jiang's hands slightly shivered. Then, he asked solemnly, Where is it? Xiao Qin has been searching for a long time, to no avail. Did you find something? Tang Ge pricked his ears. Boneyard? What's that place? Han Fei said, Old Jiang, have you ever heard about the underground city? Huh? Old Jiang was rarely grave. It's a collapsed land. On the Scattered Stars Island, there's a legend that an ancient city is buried somewhere at the bottom of the sea. People almost turned the island upside down to find the underground city, but they never found anything. Is your information accurate? Han Fei nodded. Yes, I think so. While talking, Han Fei summoned a sea token in each hand, which made Old Zhang's eyelids twitch. You've got another one? Old Zhang slowly rose from his chair and paced back and forth on the open ground. A moment later, he said, You cook first. I'll call Xiao Qin back. Han Fei was lost for words. You're asking me to cook when there's something so important to do? However, seeing that Old Jiang was considering something, Han Fei didn't ask further but leaned closer to Tang Ji. What are you making this time? Right, Mu Ling did me a favor 3 days ago. You should thank her for me sometime. Bam! The furnace exploded and the black smoke inside darkened the faces of Tang Ji and Han Fei. Tang Ji looked back at Old Jiang only to find that the old man didn't seem bothered at all. He was still pacing back and forth thoughtfully. Han Fei secretly dragged Tang Ge to the kitchen and complained, Why does your furnace keep exploding? I'm still waiting for your products. Tang Ge smiled helplessly. The path of alchemy is extremely complicated. I'm now finally a 2-star alchemist. There's still a long way to go, he suddenly asked. What is the boneyard? Where is the underground city? Han Fei was going to talk, when Old Zhang snorted and said, Don't ask so many questions yet. Tang Ji, you should stop studying alchemy and focus on increasing your strength. Han Fei, you should also prepare as many spiritual fruits as possible. Suddenly, the protection barriers shivered. Zhang Qin's voice came through, not just that. Han Fei, can you craft divine weapons? Maybe single-use ones? Han Fei was surprised that Zhang Qin had come back so quickly. He knew that the underground city was probably very dangerous, or Old Zhang and Zhang Qin wouldn't have been so serious. Han Fei suggested, What about single-use semi-divine weapons? I don't have enough materials for more. Zhang Qin was dazed for a moment. Do they exist? Han Fei nodded. All that matters is how you craft them. I think it's possible to make one-time semi-divine weapons, but they won't be too powerful. Old Zhang said, If we don't have divine weapons, we'll have to make do with semi-divine weapons. We don't have a choice. Han Fei couldn't help but stand in place and ask, Old Zhang, Sister Qin, is the underground city really so dangerous? Zhang Qin nodded deeply. It's even more dangerous than our description, I always thought. Never mind, keep the information to yourselves and try to strengthen yourselves as much as possible. Chapter 868, Tales of the Underground City, at the dinner table. Chiliu. Aha. Old Jiang sipped the wine and said unhurriedly, someone found half of an ancient scroll in the relics near the Scattered Stars Island. It said that the island was much bigger during ancient times, and that a human city was built here. The sea demons were not like the half-mermen at all. They were real top experts who could move mountains away. Han Fei realized that Old Jiang was probably talking about an intelligent species. He also knew that if there could be sea demons and demonic plants, there might even be crabs that could talk. Who could know? Old Jiang continued. It said that a king of human beings had an astonishing battle against sea demons. In the end, the bottom of the sea was broken and earth fire surged out. The overwhelming tides drowned the city. Then, for some reason, the remaining sea demons retreated, and the survivors built a ship and sailed across the sea. They were all gone from the Scattered Stars city. It remains a mystery how human beings came back to this place. Tunga asked in surprise, what king? An explorer-level expert? Han Fei found it slightly weird. Based on Old Jiang's vague narration, the city was a lot like Atlantis. Of course, he knew that they couldn't be the same. The problem was that the underground city should be below the ground after the fall. Han Fei asked again, is the underground city not beneath the ground? Old Jiang laughed. How can it be so simple? If it's just underground, you can easily find it by digging. It would have been found a long time ago. Old Jiang glanced at Tunga and Han Fei. We have to talk about the king first. He was not an explorer but a matchless expert above the venerable level. It said that his clone protected the city and relocated the city to a place unknown to prevent it from being destroyed. Tunga was slightly surprised. Stronger than venerable? Han Fei was surprised. Another place unknown? Both Han Fei and Tunga looked at Old Jiang in shock. The old man snorted again. What do you mean by another? Why do you think the Scattered Stars Island is called the Unknown Place? If the Scattered Stars Island is all there is, why don't they simply call it the Scattered Stars Island? Han Fei asked with his eyes widened. Really? Is the underground city the real reason why it's all a place unknown? Chiliu. Aha. Old Jiang had another mouthful of the wine and nodded. Of course. The Scattered Stars Island is just an island with a lot of residents. Why is it unknown? The real place unknown is the underground city. Jiang Qin asked, Han Fei, did you mention that you acquired the intelligence from a clam girl? Han Fei nodded quickly. Yes, the clam girl came back to life a long time ago and hunted the pearl diver specifically. Fortunately, she wasn't fully recovered yet, or I would have been killed. Tunga looked at Han Fei. What dangerous place did you go to? Han Fei shook his head. Nowhere, just the Sea of Pearls. Tunga was stunned for a moment. Is there such a dangerous place on the Sea of Pearls? Junkin, however, looked at Han Fei casually. Have you found the secrets of the Sea of Pearls earthquakes, purple flames, and missing cases? Han Fei nodded. Yes, she was in an independent space. We got the information of the underground city from her too. Also, the clam girl mentioned that there might be an entrance to the underground city in the Sea of Pearls, but I'm not sure. Old Jiang laughed. She was probably tricking you. If the clam girl did come back to life from a long time ago, she must have known the Sea of Pearls very well. How could she not know if there was an entrance? Han Fei didn't know what to say. Then how are we going to search? The boneyard is in the underground city, which was moved to a place unknown by a king. Where can we find it? Jiang Qin said casually. It's not entirely impossible. Both Han Fei and Tunga looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin said, do you know why the Transverse Mountain is strictly garrisoned and only the experts are allowed to enter? Han Fei asked in surprise. Isn't it because the spirit awakening fluid can be found in there, or is it fake? Old Jiang smiled. It's not fake. It's truly possible to acquire spirit awakening fluid there, but do you know where the spirit awakening fluid is from? Han Fei and Tunga looked at each other in bewilderment. In the end, Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Old Jiang. The underground city? Old Jiang chuckled. Yes and no, Han Fei said. Hey, old man, would you please stop acting mysterious? Say something we can understand. Old Jiang said angrily, why are you so hasty? It is my guess that the spirit awakening fluid appears because of the king. Han Fei asked in shock. The king is so strong? Tunga scratched his head. Are the kings so capable that they can create the spirit awakening fluid? Old Jiang said unhurriedly. The experts can establish seas and become kings. It's said that people of that level can manipulate the rules of nature. Have you considered why the spirit awakening fluid becomes nothingness after you swallow it? Han Fei's eyelids quickly shivered. Why? Old Jiang raised his head. Maybe it's not fluid at all, but a rule of nature. How can such great mysteries be a simple fluid? Jiang Qin continued. So, people have guessed that the undersea chimneys, the Transverse Mountain, and the spring underneath the old turtle in the Empyrean waterfall all lead to the underground city. Tunga was dazed. Is there an old turtle in the Empyrean waterfall? Han Fei patted Tunga's shoulder. An old turtle is confined to the lake underneath the Empyrean waterfall. Tunga had a lot of mixed feelings. He didn't realize until this day that the world wasn't as simple as he thought. Jiang Qin said, it's more like they're collecting the spirit awakening fluid than digging for it inside the Transverse Mountain. As she spoke, Jiang Qin looked at Old Jiang. Grandpa must know better than I do. Old Jiang stroked his beard and said unhurriedly, Heh! There's a bottomless hole in the transverse mountain that yields spirit-awakening fluid all the time. Of course, its productivity isn't too high. Han Fei was shocked. A bottomless hole? Tunga A added. Nobody ever went down to examine it? Old Jiang snorted. As I said, it's a bottomless hole. Too many people went down to check it, but so far nobody has come back. Inside the hole, you can't fly with your wings at all, and you'll sink infinitely. Maybe people who entered it hundreds of years ago are still falling. Han Fei, .9.9.9.9, Wan, .9, Huan, Fart, .9. The two of them were quite shocked by the big secret. They didn't know that everybody was forbidden from entering the transverse mountain because a mysterious place lay in it. Han Fei shivered and looked at old Jiang. What about the old turtle underneath the Empyrean waterfall? Can't we rescue the old turtle and enter through the spring underneath it? Old Jiang looked at Han Fei with a smile. Do you not know why the old turtle is there? Han Fei said loudly. I do. The Empyrean waterfall is an enormous seal based on rules, right? The seal cannot be broken unless a lot of people become law enforcers around it, but I say it's too much of a waste of time. We can just let an explorer move the Empyrean waterfall away and destroy the Scattered Stars Island. Fine. The Scattered Stars Island can't be destroyed. Tunga was dazed. The Empyrean waterfall is a seal? Tunga found that he had become an idiot who didn't understand anything. Why could the seal be broken if someone became a law enforcer? Jungkun slightly shook her head. Therefore, it's unrealistic to enter through the Empyrean waterfall or the bottomless hole, which may lead you to anywhere. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, the undersea chimney, that's the only option. He asked, if nobody has been there, why do people know that the sea quelling painting is in the boneyard? How did the name boneyard spread out? Tunga gave up. He really didn't know what the sea quelling painting was about. Jungkin nodded. My grandpa and I have the same questions. However, there are few undersea chimneys. If we don't reach one as soon as we can, it's possible that the entrance will be sealed, if there's an entrance at all. Han Fei nodded. Hey, Sister Qin, you're in charge of the pioneer group. Have you ever seen an undersea chimney? Zhang Qin was speechless. I have, but I never knew that the boneyard was in the underground city. I came back as soon as I could after you mentioned it today. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. In any case, there's no rush right now. You're wrong. Zhang Qin looked at Han Fei solemnly. The undersea chimney may appear any time. If the undersea chimney is really an entrance, you must increase your strength as quickly as possible. Old Jiang also said casually, there aren't really many coincidences in this world. You were lucky enough to learn about the underground city. But do you know that luck sometimes means destiny? If the information is out, it's only a matter of time that the underground city will emerge. You have to strengthen yourself as quickly as possible. Chapter 869, The Truth Behind It All. After Zhang Qin and Old Zhang said that, Han Fei remarked, that doesn't sound right. How can we enter it without gathering the 99 sea tokens? Old Zhang laughed. Who told you that the sea tokens are the key? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. But even if the sea tokens aren't the key, they must be related to the sea quelling painting, right? Didn't the sea quelling painting fall apart into 99 sea tokens? Huh? Old Zhang stared at Han Fei. Who told you that there are 99 sea tokens, or that the sea quelling painting fell apart and became sea tokens? Han Fei meant to say that it was Old Han, but judging from the situation, Old Zhang didn't seem to know Old Han. Han Fei instantly laughed and lied. It was the clam girl. The clam girl told me. Ha! Old Zhang rolled his eyes at Han Fei. If she knew the truth, she wouldn't have been stuck in the Sea of Pearls. Fine. I'll tell you the truth, but you must keep it a secret. The sea tokens are indeed the key, but not one to the underground city or the boneyard. Han Fei was confused. Then, what's the key for? Old Jiang laughed. You really don't know the answer? The key to open the sea quelling painting, of course. Han Fei didn't know what to say. Isn't the sea quelling painting equal to the sea tokens? Does it have to be opened? Old Jiang sneered. Not exactly. The sea tokens are part of the sea quelling painting and what makes it complete. So, it's not outrageous to call the sea tokens a key. Han Fei, Fine Fei finally asked. Are you saying that anyone can go to the underground city, but they need all the sea tokens in order to activate the sea quelling painting? That's too hard. I have only 2 sea tokens. Who knows where the rest of the sea tokens are? Zhang Qin shook her head. Firstly, the undersea chimneys might not be entrances. It's just a guess. Secondly, the sea tokens might be catalysts. When the first sea token is in position, the other sea tokens will be attracted to it. Thirdly, has it occurred to you that the underground city is where the spirit awakening fluid comes from? Do you want someone else to go there first? Han Fei shook his head. It's best to keep the good stuff to myself. Ha! Zhang Qin nodded. Exactly. From any perspective, the first to enter the underground city and touch the sea quelling painting will receive unimaginable benefits. This is just our guess, but since the news of the sea quelling painting is out, it may be a sign that the sea quelling painting will emerge again. Chiliu. Ahe, Old Jiang finished off the wine in his cup. Everything in this world is predestined. It's impossible to know your destiny through the signs. If you make preparations in advance, you will benefit a lot from it. Also, the sea quelling painting involves secrets about sea establishment. Many experts are behind the competition, and you're like their chess pieces that may turn the board upside down. Han Fei's expression slightly changed. Chess pieces? Old Zhang chuckled. That may be a heartless way of saying it. Let me put it this way. There are no kings in the Thousand-Star City. It will mean a lot if someone becomes a king, especially to the major families in the city. So, they're betting on the chess pieces in their hands, hoping that they can get the secret in the painting. Hiss. Han Fei remembered what old Han said. Earlier, Han Fei said that he couldn't defend the sea quelling painting against so many top experts at all, but old Han said that it was fine. So, old Han was one of the players, and he was a chess piece. Han Fei instantly felt bad. No son would feel good if his father manipulated him like a chess piece, no matter the objective. Han Fei looked at Tunga and Zhang Qin and asked, "Old man, I have 2 sea tokens right now. Should I give one of them away?" Old Zhang replied unhurriedly, "It's up to you, but you'd better not. Nobody can tell for sure if it's a coincidence that you acquired 2 sea tokens. Someone must have placed a huge bet on you." "Why would you pass your fortune to someone else?" Han Fei laughed. "You're talking as if it's impossible to become a king without the sea quelling painting." Then, Han Fei looked at Tang Ji. Before Han Fei could talk, Tang Ji rose and grinned. "I won't take it. I can't steal your fortune." Tang Ji was no fool. It couldn't have been a coincidence that Han Fei had gathered 2 sea tokens. It meant that Han Fei was a man with great fortune. Also, for Tang Ji, although he wanted to become strong, he didn't want to take away his brother's fortune. Besides, old Jiang had mentioned that the experts were placing bets. If someone had bet on him, he would have acquired a sea token. Since he didn't have any, nobody could have bet on him yet. Old Jiang waved his hands. "It's beneficial if you don't give them away. Those who don't have a sea token might get killed if you give one to them." Han Fei felt like his blood was freezing. "Is it really so serious?" Old Jiang said unhurriedly. "Who knows? But those who don't have a sea token can still go to the underground city. There are infinite fortunes in the underground city. Some might be even bigger than the sea quelling painting. In any case, you should all increase your strength, but don't become a law enforcer." Han Fei asked, "Law enforcers can't go there?" Zhang Qin said, "Don't become a law enforcer hastily. It will be hard to change your course if you walk on the wrong path. It may even affect your path in the future. Also, it said that the sea quelling painting is related to the path, so don't become a law enforcer until you get the painting." Old Zhang laughed. "Did you really think that nobody at the Empyrean waterfall could become a law enforcer?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Han Fei knew that everybody at the Empyrean waterfall was very strong. They expected Zhu Yinling to become a law enforcer because she had decided her path a long time ago. But the other people weren't the same. Those who didn't become a law enforcer might have not decided their path yet. Thinking about that, Han Fei looked at old Jiang and asked, "Old man, are you on the wrong path?" "Puh!" Old Jiang spat out the peanuts he was chewing and snapped, "Why do you think my path is wrong? It isn't. I told you not to become law enforcers because you might be more clear about what you want while you find out the secrets of the sea quelling painting." Han Fei was greatly relieved. "That explains a lot." "I thought you were both wrong." Old Jiang Qin smiled. "You're not entirely wrong. Every law enforcer has selected a path for themselves, so the sea quelling painting won't be very useful to them. They'll only bet on the hidden fishers and won't participate in the competition. Whoever competes for the painting above the hidden fisher level will be killed." Old Jiang hummed and said, "Someone did that before. Han Guanshu, the commander of the Scattered Stars Island in the past, looted the painting. He even killed a lot of people, but he was outnumbered and crushed by his enemies. There's no telling if he really died." "Pooh, cough, cough, cough." Han Fei spurted out his wine, as old Han didn't mention anything about that. The other 3 people looked at Han Fei in surprise, wondering why he got so excited. Han Fei quickly explained, "Oh, I simply remembered the Thug Academy." "Old man, did the Thug Academy fight for the painting and lose too?" Old Jiang snorted. "Sort of, but the Thug Academy never sees eye to eye with the people in the Thousand-Star City. It wasn't a surprise." Got it. Han Fei finally realized why the Thug Academy was destroyed. The experts were playing a chess game, yet the Thug Academy intended to kill the players and swallow the fortune. Of course it was crushed. Also, why did old Han fight for the sea quelling painting? Was he not a law enforcer yet? That was hardly unlikely. He would have been killed easily if he weren't a law enforcer, and he wouldn't have had a chance to meddle. Whatever the reason was, old Han had definitely prepared a sophisticated scheme. If Han Fei hadn't gathered all the leads, he wouldn't have known that he was a chess piece that someone placed a heavy bet on. Tang Ge, on the other hand, frowned as if he were thinking hard. After the dinner, Han Fei left the plantation with Tang Ge. After they came out of the twisted jungle, Tang Ge suddenly asked, "Han Fei, is there something that you never told me?" After a stun, Han Fei grinned and said, "Yes. It's not because I don't want to tell you, but because I cannot say it to you yet. Revealing the information may influence our destiny. You'll know it sooner or later. I'll tell you everything when the sea quelling painting incident is over." Tanga smiled. "Then I probably know what it's about. Okay, you can go back. I'll meet Muling. Since we have to improve our strength, I'll run more errands with the Scattered Stars First Unit." Han Fei nodded. Okay, Chapter 870, Law of Gravity. Han Fei was only away for a few days, so nobody at the Empyrean waterfall was surprised when he came back. Many of them even greeted him. For example, Ye Xie invited Han Fei to have fish soup, and Yo Ye offered to transplant 2 blooming flowers to Han Fei's place. However, when Han Fei looked at them, he found that they were stronger than he thought. Too many of them could have become law enforcers, but they were still looking for their path. Han Fei had always thought that Zhu Yinling was the only super genius, which was why she became a law enforcer. At Ye Qingfeng's home, Han Fei leaned against the door and asked, "Senior Ye, are you having tea?" Looking at the sky, Ye Qingfeng was lost for words. "It's already nightfall, yet you want tea? You should be having dinner." Han Fei chuckled. "Well, I'm good at frying centipedes. Should I fry one for you?" The 2 venomous centipedes that Ye Qingfeng had been keeping seemed able to understand the human language. They both shivered at the horrible man who did not just want their venom, but also wanted to eat them. Ye Qingfeng snorted and casually threw a vial to Han Fei. "Don't visit me in the following days. I'm developing a new poison." Accepting the vial, Han Fei quickly said, "Hey, let's not rush into anything yet. I have some poison god with me. Do you want it? I can offer you a vial." Ye Qingfeng glanced at Han Fei. "That's the product of the little fatty from the Cao family, right?" Han Fei quickly nodded. "Yes, exactly. The poison is quite good." Ye Qingfeng said in disdain, "That fatty is truly gifted in poison, but he's not using it in the right place. How can you call a mess of 300 poisons poison god?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "More than 300? Shouldn't it be thousands?" Ye Qingfeng laughed. "What do you think poisons are? Does he have the time to study thousands of poisons? I've examined it. It contains 308 kinds of poisons in total. Do you know why it causes such drastic reactions in the body?" Han Fei was confused. "Why?" Ye Qingfeng sneered. "The collision of poisons is unstable in the first place. Of course the reaction is drastic in the body. Never mind. Why am I talking about this with you? That thing can be used against the enemy, but that's not the right path." Han Fei walked back unhurriedly. He didn't know that Cao Chu had been lying. He claimed to have refined 1,000 poisons, but there turned out to be only 300 in total. Han Fei opened the vial and sipped the poison that Ye Qingfeng made. When he passed Mrs. Yin's place, he felt that the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect flashed and leveled up. It's already level 38. That's so fast. Over the past days, Han Fei had swallowed many poisons, and the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect's level had soared quickly. Although it didn't hit level 40 in half a month as Ye Qingfeng promised, it was still close enough. By Han Fei's estimation, it would reach level 39 after finishing the vial of blood. Then, he could feed a drop of poison god to it, or some spirit awakening fluid. It shouldn't be hard for the insect to reach level 40. Zhu Yinling's home was empty. Han Fei had no idea where the girl had been, as the Heavenly Water Village was a fairly large place. He hoped that she could really understand what comfort meant without being tricked by the technique. At the same moment, in front of Han Fei's old home near the cliff in the Heavenly Water Village, Zhu Yinling picked a giant sea clam from the tank and gazed at it. She found that the low-level fishers ate all sorts of things that could be eaten. Han Fei said that she should experience ordinary people's lives. Should she start with eating? Thinking for a moment, Zhu Yinling asked softly, "How should I eat this?" Madame, it's easy. Someone is buying daily necessities for you, including grills and spiritual fruits. Please wait a moment, madame. Someone will be here to serve you." Although Han Fei was gone, nobody dared to touch his old home. Everybody knew that Han Fei left for the unknown place. Although he never sent a message back, the Thug Academy was still here. The Thug Academy was undoubtedly the best academy in the village. Too many people applied for it. Even the Fish Dragon's gang was under its protection. When Zhu Yinling stepped down from the sky, everybody in the Heavenly Water Village was shocked, and the Fish Dragon's gang specifically sent someone to cater to her needs. The man who was sent to serve her swallowed when he remembered her arrival. She was as graceful as a descending goddess in her white dress, and she didn't seem to belong to this world at all. Zhu Yinling shook her head. "Teach me. I'd like to do it on my own." "Yes, ma'am. I'll have someone teach you." As they walked, someone in red dashed close with the realm of a junior hanging fisher. It was a girl who came. She wore red clothes and looked rather timid in front of Han Fei's yard. Zhu Yinling slightly nodded at her. "Junior hanging fisher, hello. What's your name?" "He, Xiaoyu." Zhu Yinling nodded and asked gently, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Hearing that someone had stepped down from the sky and stayed in Han Fei's place, Xiaoyu came as soon as possible, but she was astounded by the elegance of the woman she saw. She asked nervously, "Is Han Fei not back?" "He's still in the unknown place." Xiaoyu was slightly disappointed, but she asked again, "Did something happen to him? Is that why you're here?" Zhu Yinling shook her head. "No. When I came, he had just become a hidden fisher." "A hidden fisher?" Xiaoyu slightly opened her mouth. "Has Han Fei already become a hidden fisher?" A close-by member of the Fish Dragon's gang felt like thunder was rumbling in his head. That was great news. If his boss had become a hidden fisher, he would definitely be able to fly in the sky now. He decided to tell everybody the news when he came back. His boss was truly awesome. Xiaoyu was relieved to know that Han Fei was fine. She asked nervously, "Sister, what's the relation between you and him?" Zhu Yinling knew what He Xiaoyu really wanted to know, but she wasn't bothered. He helped me become a law enforcer and asked me to experience the life of ordinary people. Xiaoyu was slightly confused. A law enforcer? Zhu Yinling explained gently. It's the level above hidden fisher. I couldn't have crossed the obstacles as easily without him. He Xiaoyu subconsciously stepped back and looked at Zhu Yinling in shock. This woman is even stronger than a hidden fisher? The member of the Fish Dragons gang was dumbfounded and swallowed crazily. He had to inform his fellows that they had to treat this goddess with utmost respect. No, he had to ask Boss Gang to come back. Only Boss Gang could take care of this. He Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said firmly, "Well, sister, can you tell me his situation in the unknown place?" Zhu Yinling smiled and said, "Okay, my name is Zhu Yinling. You may call me Xiao Zhu." At night, the stars were glittering in the sky. Sitting on the rooftop of Han Fei's old home, Zhu Yinling stared at the stars and mumbled, "What's he doing?" Suddenly, Zhu Yinling extended her hand. "Seal, who's there?" Someone else had emerged on Han Fei's rooftop at some point, wearing a mask that didn't even reveal his mouth. The stranger laughed creepily. Zhu Yinling frowned. "Who are you? Why do you seal yourself to the hidden fisher level?" The stranger smiled. "I am Faceless from the Thug Academy. Do you intend to cultivate with Han Fei?" Zhu Yinling nodded. "Yes, but how can you prove your identity?" Uncle Faceless laughed. "Hey, not everybody can be together with Han Fei. If you really want, come to a place with me." Naturally, Han Fei had no idea what happened in the Heavenly Water Village. He was gazing at the weird buffalo. After he examined the weird runes on the buffalo's body, an astounding technique popped up in his head. Law of Gravity, Incomplete, Unrated, Introduction. It's one of the laws of nature that manipulates gravity within a certain space, whose range depends on your understanding of the law and your strength. Deduced art, unknown deduction cost, 0 perception, 5 gudu, Han Fei swallowed. He knew that the buffalo could be extraordinary, but he didn't know that it could be so extraordinary that the patterns on its body were a law. Even law enforcers could only understand the power of one law. Yet, there was a law in front of him already, and he had 5% of it. He had only read the patterns once. If he read them again and again, wouldn't he completely grasp the law? The law was incomplete, but it was a law anyway. It meant that he could use the power of a law enforcer in advance. Han Fei scoffed. Heh, this thing was sold for 600,000? People at the Pearl Divers Port are brainless. Han Fei believed that it was worth at least 60 million for the law that it contained. No, this thing was absolutely a priceless treasure. Han Fei didn't hesitate at all. He had to improve his strength after he learned the law of gravity. If he picked it up, he would be partly a law enforcer, and he would have a life-saving skill. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Han Fei had been observing and copying every pattern on the buffalo. He had filled dozens of fish skins. Big Yellow called him 3 times out of the door, but Han Fei simply ignored it. It was a critical moment for him because he had percept 60% of the power of the law. At this moment, Han Fei kept his palm facing the sky. Then, as he turned his hand upside down, a rock was squeezed into pieces, and all the bricks within 10 meters were broken and shattered. Han Fei took a breath and cast the law of gravity on the area he was standing. Bam! Cough! Cough! Han Fei staggered and almost fell. His feet had already sunk into the soil. He sensed that the pressure on his body was above 500,000 kilograms. It was already very heavy, but he hadn't fully grasped the technique yet. Chapter 871, Rampant Big Shots. Ha ha ha. Han Fei giggled like a fool. This technique was even handier than the 9 Mansions Dragon Seal. If the enemy was hit by this without being prepared, they would definitely be caught in an awkward position. However, there was still a long way to go before he could completely grasp the technique. After he completely grasped it, he had no doubt that he could impose a pressure of millions of kilograms with the law of gravity. 7 days passed. Han Fei's perception of the law of gravity reached 90%. Just as I expected, the further I go, the more difficult it becomes. I've been stuck at the last 10% for a whole day. Meow. Han Fei, are you at home? Han Fei thought that it was time to meet up with everybody. Since he couldn't completely understand the incomplete law of gravity for now, he might as well take a break. He waved his hands and dispersed the clouds, only to see Big Yellow and Ching Chen on the wall. Big Yellow asked, "Are you making breakfast?" Ching Chen nodded quickly and added, "Are you?" Han Fei took a breath and said, "Yes, come in, meow." After Ching Chen jumped into the yard, he found that the stone floor in Han Fei's yard had been reduced to sand, with giant pits here and there. He asked in surprise, Han Fei, is it better to pave your yard with sand than with stone?" Big Yellow gracefully paced on the sand and raised its paws now and then. "I don't care for sand. It always sticks to my fur," Han Fei winced. "Have you forgotten your level? Are you really scared of sand?" Taking out a giant pot and some seafood, Han Fei smiled and said, "Nothing, just a change of taste. I've been training in seclusion." Ching Chen asked in surprise. "Have you got anything?" Han Fei asked, pretending to be deep in thought. What do you think of the gravity changes in the world? How can you change 10 times the gravity to 100 times the gravity? How can you perceive the changes? Qing Chen looked at Han Fei as if he were a fool. Gravity? Why bother considering gravity when you can climb the Empyrean waterfall? Huh? Han Fei was surprised. Does climbing the Empyrean waterfall have anything to do with gravity? Qing Chen smiled. Yes. You can sense the surging tides of gravity. The waterfall may seem regular, but you'll have different feelings if you use different speeds, paces, and postures. Meow. I want to eat a big fish. Can you talk after we have breakfast? Han Fei was quite enlightened by what Qing Chen said, so all he needed to do was to climb the Empyrean waterfall. Han Fei quickly moved his knife and made a hot pot. Qing Chen and Big Yellow were about to dig in when Han Fei said, "You have the food first. I'll go climb the Empyrean waterfall." Qing Chen shouted, "Don't be so hasty. You can climb it after breakfast." Han Fei said without looking back, "I'm too hot-headed to wait." A moment later, Han Fei stood next to the lake. Before he started climbing, a voice had echoed in his head, "Do you have anything to barter with me?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "Senior, I've run out of demonic stones. I'll see what I can do later." Hearing that Han Fei had nothing to offer, the big turtle fell into silence without bothering to give a reply. Han Fei wasn't bothered. He did have a phoenix spirit ginseng, but he couldn't possibly make exchanges with the old turtle in the early morning. He had to wait until the night. With a thought, Han Fei unfolded his wings and rushed to the waterfall. After a splat, Han Fei was smashed to the bottom of the lake. He was quite embarrassed, wondering if anybody saw that. The momentum of the waterfall had to do with the altitude, water current, and water density of the waterfall. It was only natural that he was smashed into the lake when he bumped into it without being prepared or supported. But that was only the first attempt. Han Fei, holding onto the rocks, quickly climbed against the waterfall. In the process, Han Fei sensed that his body was blasted by an incessant power. The power, I can simulate gravity. If I can manipulate gravity with the law of gravity, it can't all be the same. No, there must be a way. Han Fei felt heavy and lightheaded now and then. After all, the water currents weren't the same. The waterfall allowed Han Fei to perceive the changes in the power. The tiny changes made it hard for him to adapt to the waterfall, as he couldn't predict the force that he would take. This is how it works. I should be able to perceive 95% of the law of gravity. Han Fei put on a smile, as Qing Chen turned out to be quite knowledgeable. The guy's suggestion was worth a day's hard thinking. However, something seems to be missing. The imbalance of power should be mainly to prevent the enemy from getting adapted quickly. It'll be great if I can stay immune from the law. Is it possible for me to do that right now, or do I still need something? Han Fei climbed all the way up to the top of the waterfall a moment later. He had never paid much attention to the waterfall before, but at this moment he grew curious about the source of the water. After he reached the top of the waterfall, he found that there was an enormous cave up ahead, from which a torrent was gushing out. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder where the cave led to. Isn't it magnificent? The power of water is actually beyond our imagination. The torrent is not a huge tide or a river. You can't possibly cut it apart. Qing Chen had finished his food at some point and came to the top too. He punched the fierce currents, forcing them to retreat. Of course, he was faced with even fiercer currents a moment later. Qing Chen said, "The power of nature is horrifying. The most horrifying of all is the unpredictable changes. You can train your body twice as fast in this place. Why don't you give it a go? Unpredictable changes?" Han Fei was stiffened for a moment. Then he suddenly grinned. "Thanks, brother." Qing Chen, Han Fei, rushed to the cliff and leaped off from the sky. Before Han Fei fell to the ground, Big Yellow had shouted, "Don't fall, don't fall. You're scaring off all the fish." Han Fei, hula. The phantom glass wings unfolded and raised 2 waves of wind, carrying Han Fei to his home in an elegant curve. A moment later, his home was shrouded in clouds. All sounds were blocked too. Han Fei grinned. The most unpredictable change is when you don't even know how the gravity will change. In such a way, there's no way that your enemy can take precautions. Han Fei turned his hand upside down, and the earth trembled under the terrifying force. Han Fei closed his eyes and saw that he had perceived 100% of the incomplete law of gravity. He instantly put on a smile, satisfied with the power of the law. Han Fei cast the law of gravity on himself and instantly blushed. He staggered and couldn't control his body at all when he was pressed by tons of force. Han Fei hurriedly restored the gravity. He sensed the force carefully and found that it was between 2 million to 3 million kilograms. It was more or less the same power as what he had at this moment. As I expected, even I cannot resist the power of the earthquake because it's irresistible. Overlord's technique. Boom. All of a sudden, Han Fei's gate collapsed. With a crash, the barriers that Han Fei set up were broken. He was so scared that he hurriedly canceled the law of gravity. He heard all kinds of criticisms. "Han Fei, see what you've done? Han Fei, are you tearing the houses down? Han Fei, stop right now. You'll collapse my house. Meow, my fish are running off." Han Fei heard dozens of voices at the same time. A thick vine extended from the void with a few bright and beautiful flowers on it. It was Yu Ye who had burst into an outrage. The girl was whipping him with a thick vine despite her usual gentleness. Han Fei dashed to an altitude of 100 meters. Then, he saw the crack right in front of his house. He couldn't help but smack his lips. He quickly roared, sorry, it was just a mistake I made during my training. Next door, Mrs. Yin said unhurriedly, you'll repair the road. Next time you want to do anything dangerous, find an empty place first. Nangong Xuan, who had been training in seclusion, cursed. All the young people are troublemakers nowadays. If things go like this, the Empyrean waterfall may collapse someday. Han Fei dared not talk, as the thick vine was still chasing him. Yu Ye said angrily, I lost half of my garden. You think you can escape? Bam! Han Fei's little house was razed to the ground by the vine, which almost made Han Fei's blood freeze. Hey, don't get so excited. You should be a graceful, beautiful girl. Yu Yi bellowed, what do you think graceful means? 10 vines were summoned at the same time. Seeing how angry she was, Han Fei took out his boat and flew away. It was because he saw that an enormous cat was pouncing at him. A moment later, in the sky, Han Fei patted his chest and said in fright, those people are too violent. I can't stay in the Empyrean waterfall anymore. Maybe I should stay at Zhang Xuanyu's place for a day or two. Chapter 872, Return to the Scattered Stars. 7 units Han Fei had intended to practice the cosmic sword technique, but since even Yu Ye, who always had the best temper, was so infuriated that she wanted to kill him, it was impossible for him to stay at the Empyrean waterfall anymore. Han Fei searched for a moment and didn't find Zhang Xuanyu. It was said that he had set sail. Han Fei didn't look for Lu Renquang either, who must be in the middle of a breakthrough. As for Xiao Bai, remembering how solemn and grave she always looked, Han Fei decided that he would rather pass. Thinking for a long time, he didn't know where to go. He thought that his strength had increased a lot. Although the cosmic sword hadn't acknowledged him yet, there was still a lot that he could do. However, he had to polish it with real battles. Should he go to the Scattered Stars first unit and see if there were any missions? Han Fei believed that it was a great idea. The Scattered Stars first unit was often responsible for the exploration of treasure troves. He'd be in for a treat if he found some relics. Making a decision, Han Fei quickly turned the boat and flew to the Scattered Stars 7 units. A moment later, before Han Fei landed, he saw that Bei Huo was flying close with Guan Qingyan and Mujiare. Upon seeing Han Fei, Mujiare waved her hand and shouted, Liar, here, Han Fei, inside the yard. Inside the yard, Bei Huo looked at Han Fei with a weird expression and said thoughtfully, Han Fei, you've been absent for a long time. Considering your rank, you owe us 1,082 refined ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Now that you're here, come with me. Han Fei instantly perspired. No, wait a moment. I'm going to the Scattered Stars first unit for missions. Bei Huo chuckled. That's fine. I'll talk to Liang Tian and let him spare your duty. The 4th unit has been swamped lately. We have to refine divine weapons and a lot of ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Since you're fast, you should help. Han Fei couldn't feel more beaten down. Why should I help? I'm here for missions. He suddenly had an idea. Well, Senior Bei Huo, there's something else I need to do. Bei Huo laid his hand on Han Fei's shoulder. Let's go. You think you can get away? You haven't been here since you came back. Do you feel you deserve your waist tag if you don't carry out your duty? Mujiar secretly laughed and grimaced at Han Fei. Guan Qingyan said casually, Brother Han, we made a major breakthrough in the craft of divine weapons. Based on Mujia's idea, we are able to manufacture some divine weapons with the help of some array masters on the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei's face was grim. Does this have anything to do with me? Han Fei didn't even have the time to enter the Scattered Stars first unit before Bei Huo dragged him into the 4th unit. He pulled a long face. If he had seen this coming, he wouldn't have come at all. When he came to the 4th unit, he found that all the refining rooms were glowing and emitting heat. Everybody seemed busy. As for his old acquaintances, Xie Qingqing and Gunan were seated at a corner of the refining hall. The two of them were talking to each other and making out when Han Fei came in. Yeah, both of them sat straight when they noticed that someone else came. Gunan said solemnly, Qingqing, I think this is a way to increase the odds of success in refining. Bei Huo looked at them as gently as before. Gunan, have you finished your mission? Gunan choked for a moment and said, Boss, I'm just taking a break. Fine, I'll get back to work. Then Gunan greeted Han Fei and said, Welcome back. You've got a lot of things to do. Keep it up. Xie Qingqing, however, asked in surprise, Do you have any idea how many missions you owe? We've been covering up for you. No, I have to take a vacation. You'll work for me. Han Fei was quite frightened. 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual weapons? Even if I could craft 200 of them in a day, it would still take me almost a week. No, I have to evade these responsibilities. Suddenly, Han Fei had an idea. Oh, Senior Bei Huo, I learned some weird arrays when I was on the sea. I even had a theory that we may be able to craft semi-divine weapons without the help of array masters. Guan Qingyan looked at Han Fei. Brother Han, what's your theory? Bei Huo was also curious. What is it? Jia-Er's solution is already a major breakthrough. Are you sure your idea can be better than hers? Han Fei nodded. This is how it goes. Since arrays can be refined as items, why can't we imprint arrays on independent molds? In such a way, with the right materials and craftsmanship, it will be able to produce semi-divine weapons in a streamlined way. They might not be as good as handmade ones, but they'll be semi-divine weapons anyway. Beihuo asked in suspicion. Huh? Your idea is very similar to the mechanism of the sea demon's refining divine platform. Han Fei was quite surprised. Did Beihuo know of the refining divine platform? Shouldn't that thing only exist in the 10,000 Demon Valley? How did Beihuo know that? Beihuo said, however, it has a strict demand on arrays. If you can really craft one, you'll instantly be certified as a 4-star refiner, if not a 5-star one. Guan Qingyan nodded. Brother Han, I think it's a great idea, but wouldn't the array be extremely complicated? Han Fei smiled. As I said, I've learned a lot of strange array techniques on the sea. Maybe I can have a try. Mujiao narrowed her eyes and said, we're both 4-star refiners. Han Fei was stunned. Both of you? Mujiao nodded quickly. Yes, do you not know how long you stayed on the sea? It wouldn't make sense if we didn't become 4-star refiners after such a long time. Xia was quite frustrated. Han Fei cackled. Well, I think I have to consider the problem and sort out my thoughts for a couple of days. Why don't I spend a few days in seclusion in the 4th unit and see if I can put my idea into practice? Beihuo was stunned for a moment. It's not easy to decline such a request. Jie Qingqing instantly complained. Hello? What about his refining duty? Han Fei said solemnly. Sister Qingqing, you can never do enough refining. Only if you focus on improving your expertise in refining can you really become an expert. Are 1,000 ultra-quality weapons really important? No, not at all, compared to a great speculation. Han Fei solemnly walked into the cave. Senior Beihuo, I need to spend a few days in seclusion. Please don't disturb me. Beihuo thought for a moment and slightly nodded. Okay, everything is fine as long as you stay here, Guan Qingyan said. Brother Han, I think we can discuss your idea. Han Fei quickly stopped him. No. I'm still sorting out my thoughts. We can discuss it after we're done. Han Fei finally found a refining room. He closed the door after he entered. Phew, you almost got me. You want me to work? No way. I need to study the cosmic sword technique. As for the arrays on the refining divine platform, they were indeed worth studying. The arrays to refine demonic weapons and those of human beings were not the same. However, the study would take a lot of time. Even though he had learned the arrays on the spirit-gathering scripture, it wouldn't be a simple task to craft a refining divine platform that could build semi-divine weapons. It would require the combination and connection of 100 arrays. So far, Han Fei could only fuse a dozen arrays. The more arrays he were to fuse, the more factors he would have to take into consideration. The difficulty would soar exponentially. Of course, if he didn't have to paint the arrays, but only needed to give the methodology, then it would be easy. However, he didn't have to rush. Both Old Jiang and Jiang Qin had urged him to increase his strength, so he shouldn't waste his time on array studies. Therefore, Han Fei took out the cosmic sword instead of the refining divine platform. Activated by Han Fei's thought, a jade slip flew out of the cosmic sword. It was exactly the cosmic sword technique that Shushan mentioned. A moment later, information popped up in Han Fei's head. Cosmic sword technique, heaven-level divine quality introduction. A tough technique that can make use of the power of nature. This sword technique can cut the sky and the sea apart, but cannot be used in defense. Whoever practices it must be fearless and unstoppable. Deduced art, unknown deduction cost, 0A50,000. Note, this sword technique is imperfect in that it does not fully understand how to make use of power. After reading the cosmic sword technique, Han Fei felt like it should have been a saber technique or a fist technique considering its features, but it turned out to be a sword technique. Han Fei furrowed his brows. He had to learn the technique anyway. He had picked up some techniques on the bow, stick, saber, seal, and fist. It wouldn't hurt if he learned a sword technique. What should his path be as a law enforcer? Han Fei didn't know the answer yet. However, he had been getting in touch with a lot of top-notch battle techniques. It almost felt like something unknown was pushing him to do that. Is it possible that my path is related to battle techniques? No, I just happened to run into those battle techniques, and they happen to be not difficult to learn. Well, they're probably not related to my path. I have to keep looking and learning. Han Fei glanced at the cosmic sword. For some reason, he despised it and didn't want it to acknowledge him as a master. Never mind, I should wait a moment. Chapter 873, can you repeat that? The cosmic sword technique was powerful in 3 ways. Firstly, it could make use of the power in nature. The creator of the technique didn't have a full understanding of the power of nature, but it was already miraculous enough for ordinary people. Secondly, it was unstoppable. In fact, Han Fei had already comprehended the idea of full offense and no defense when he learned the sacrificing punch. He also had the art of invincibility, so it wasn't hard for Han Fei. Lastly, the cosmic sword technique's feature was speed, which was something that all swordsmen cared about. Wu Ming's sword, for example, was faster than Han Fei even though he was carrying out the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance. The same was true for Zhang Xuanyu's momentary time. Han Fei could deal with the instant mystic spear, but not the momentary time, which could manipulate time in a small range. It was impossible for him to catch up. There was also Ye Baiyu's pure speed. He was well acknowledged to be the fastest in his generation. Han Fei had calculated that even though he used the Overlord's technique and the phantom glass wings, he couldn't be as fast as Ye Baiyu unless the agility of wind could boost his speed by 5 times. Taking all the 3 points into consideration, Han Fei actually only needed speed. He could already make use of the power of wind. After all, the phantom glass wings weren't useless. 3 days passed. Han Fei understood about 70% of the cosmic sword technique. It wasn't because Han Fei was smart, but because he knew a lot of battle techniques, and all battle techniques had something in common. When a person learned enough battle techniques, they could quickly pick up a new one. Of course, he hadn't fully grasped it yet. Han Fei believed that he was fluent with the technique and wasn't too far away from fully mastering it. It's a shame that I can't practice it in the refining room, or I'd definitely be more fluent with it. If I fight with Wu Ming more often, my expertise with the sword will surely be remarkable. Han Fei was about to go out when he realized that he couldn't just tell Bei Huo that he didn't figure out anything in the past days. Therefore, Han Fei took out the refining divine platform from Forge the Universe. Thud. When the refining divine platform fell on the ground, Han Fei was dumbfounded to see the complicated patterns on it. Are there array geniuses in the 10,000 Demon Valley too? How can they paint such complicated arrays? Han Fei took out a bunch of skins and circled the 4-meter-long refining divine platform, studying it carefully. 1 day passed. I'm almost certain that there are 300 interconnected arrays on the refining divine platform. What a genius. It makes use of the spiritual energy inside the refining divine platform to facilitate the fusion of the materials. Wait, this is not good enough. There's still the gravity array to compress the materials. Right, there's also a micro-refining array to polish the weapons again after the refinement. 2 days later, Han Fei copied more than 200 arrays to his fish skins and numbered them. No, something is still missing. I don't recognize some of the arrays, but I can't tell them I don't have the core arrays if I give them the methodology and the framework. Han Fei thought of a lot of arrays and analyzed them in his head. Well, this array is meant to increase pressure from inside the mold. I think I can find a replacement for that. Also, this step of micro-refining isn't really polishing. It simply compresses the materials more tightly and extracts the remaining spiritual energy inside the weapon. I can paint multiple spirit-gathering arrays for the same purpose. On the 6th day since Han Fei entered the refining room, the door was opened. Hardly had Han Fei come out when he saw that Guan Qingyan was holding a fish skin in one hand and a brush in the other and painting something. Han Fei was quite shocked. Hey, old Guan, are you trying to scare me? What are you doing here? Guan Qingyan put a smile on his rigid face. He laid down the fish skin and said, I was waiting for you to sort out your thoughts. Since I had nothing else to do, I decided to study arrays. Han Fei was lost for words. I wasn't running anyway. Did you have to stand in front of my door? Han Fei heaved a sigh. It's more difficult than I thought. Guan Qingyan became frustrated and thought that his wait was futile. But then, Han Fei said, I've been working devotedly for days without sleeping and eating. Thanks to my arduous efforts, I finally came up with a feasible solution. Guan Qingyan was quite shocked. Didn't you just say that it was more difficult than you thought? Why is it feasible then? Guan Qingyan said, Wait a moment. I'll call Senior Bei and the others. Let's talk later. Then, Guan Qingyan spoke to his waist tag. In half an hour, Mujiar, Bei Huo, Yu Shu, Li Feiyun, and some other refiners came close. Mujiar said delightedly, Where is he? Did he come up with anything? Does it work? The big shots were all here. The people who were working walked out of the refining rooms too, wondering why 2 5-star refiners had come to this place. A moment later, Han Fei was surrounded by dozens of people in the lobby of the Scattered Stars 4th unit. Han Fei looked at those people in shock and then at Guan Qingyan. Is there a misunderstanding? I simply have an idea. I never said I could carry it out, Bei Huo said. An idea is precious enough when it comes to refining, not to mention one that's about semi-divine weapons. Li Feiyun also nodded. When you said you had an idea to manufacture semi-divine weapons, I had to come. Yu Shu smiled. Han Fei, you should be promoted as a 4-star refiner. I've brought your certificate to you. As long as your plan works, this will be one of your rewards. Han Fei swallowed. He had underestimated the refiner's persistence in refining. He was never a qualified refiner, and he never planned to distinguish himself in refining. However, for some other people, especially for those lunatics in refining who considered it their life, they gave enough attention to any valuable guesses. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei said, Everybody, please come here and take a look. Directing everybody to the table in the lobby, Han Fei took out 300 fish skins and a weirdly structured item that was in the shape of a cylinder. Han Fei unhurriedly paved the fish skins on the ground and hung some of them on the wall. He said unhurriedly, Everybody, Mujiar and Guan Qingyan have proposed the idea of creating arrays as part of a weapon to craft semi-divine weapons. It proves feasible, but it has high requirements on the arrays and the refiners. If the array master's work cannot be duplicated, I believe that the failure rate could be quite high. Guan Qingyan nodded. Exactly. The failure rate is very high. We're working on that. Bei Huo shrugged. It depends on the expertise of the refiners. Failures are inevitable. Han Fei smiled. Not exactly. The semi-divine weapons are based on ultra-quality spiritual weapons, whose quality is improved by some advanced materials or arrays. The key is arrays. Now, we're adding arrays to weapons, but if we change our mindset, we can totally imprint arrays on molds and then apply the molds to weapons. In such a way, the refiners won't have to study arrays. Frowning, Yushu said, "That does make sense. Are all your designs meant to make the mold?" Hanfei nodded. "Exactly. In order to make a mold, I have to elaborate on its mechanisms first." Hanfei went on. "First of all, ignoring the arrays, the semi-divine weapons are essentially ultra-quality spiritual weapons which too many people can craft. So, we can totally conduct the first 2 steps of the refining procedure manually. When it comes to the 3rd step, spirit polishing, we'll give the task to molds, which means we have to endow the molds with the ability to polish spirit. Like a chief scientist, Hanfei grabbed a fish skin now and then. Look, this is the step of spirit polishing. We've gathered the essence of materials manually, and spirit polishing is meant to combine the materials. We'll use this array as the basis and that one as support. Then, after about 83 steps, the job will be done. Isn't it simple?" Everyone, a dozen people nodded, but none found the task simple. Hanfei said, "Spirit polishing is simple. What's hard is to imprint the arrays. Human beings have 5 classes. We have to offer 5 different ways to fuse arrays according to the classes. I've given the illustrations here. However, I can only fuse a dozen arrays for now, which might not be good enough. Look, you have to direct spiritual energy into the weapon, not its outside. This step isn't too hard either, is it? Everyone?" Hanfei took a deep breath and said, "Next step is the 2nd polishing. I call it micro-refining." Blah blah everyone? In the end, Hanfei pointed at the mold design he painted and said, "I finally crafted his mold after days and nights of hard work." Blah blah. Xuanhuan looked at Hanfei with a stun, wondering if he could say something else. Eventually, Hanfei finished an hour of perfect interpretation, or so he thought. He had the refining divine platform right with him. If he couldn't make a decent proposal with it, he would simply be too incapable. When everybody was astounded and confused, Hanfei said slowly, "So, this is how it's done. I've given you the plan. Some of the arrays need more studying, but I'm incapable of doing that, so I'm afraid that you'll have to work on it." Everybody was silent for a long time. Suddenly, someone said, "Well, Hanfei, I don't think I understood what you said. Can you repeat that?" Hanfei, chapter 874, Twisted Domain. Hanfei and the other refiners looked at each other in bewilderment. In the end, it was Yushu who said unhurriedly, "There's no need to repeat. Those who can follow already understand. Those who can't follow won't understand no matter how many times he repeats himself. Hanfei's plan involves a lot of knowledge of arrays. Those who don't have enough knowledge can hardly comprehend a combination of 300 arrays." Li Feiyun nodded. "That's true. However, Hanfei, there are a few problems regarding your plan." Hanfei grinned and continued immediately. "Do tell me, senior." Li Feiyun said, "In the phase of spirit polishing, I don't think using the absorption of these few arrays is enough to gather the essence of materials." Hanfei nodded. "That's the key to spirit polishing. My current arrays aren't enough to solve the problem, but I'm sure someone can." Li Feiyun nodded. "The combination of 5 classes is indeed tricky. Shouldn't there be more? You've only fused offensive arrays." Hanfei smiled. "Of course there should be more. In my opinion, a standard weapon cannot meet everybody's requirement, so balance should be what we pursue. It should be good enough as long as it doesn't have obvious flaws in any aspect." Li Feiyun nodded. "Okay, I'll personally take care of the matter." Beihua asked, "What's the point of a 2nd polishing? To further stabilize the semi-divine weapons. That's a necessary step. Without it, it'll be impossible to craft semi-divine weapons." Beihua thought for a moment. "It seems to be too simple. I can't paint a more complicated one." Mujiaer was stunned. "I don't follow." Guan Qingyan was already collecting Hanfei's fish skins. "The design is flawless. If a mold can be created according to such a design, the odds of success will be almost 100%. It's incredible." In the end, Yushu laughed and said, "This method is not bad. Although a lot of parts of the plan require improvements, it works in general. We can try it later." Then, Yushu threw the certificate of a 4-star refiner to Hanfei. "With that design alone, Hanfei, you're already qualified as a 4-star refiner." Hanfei grinned. "What about 5 stars? Yushu smiled and said, "If you can craft the mold right now, I'll hand over a 5-star refiner certificate to you immediately." Hanfei waved his hand. "Never mind. I might as well wait," Hanfei thought to himself. "I can already craft divine weapons, although I have to use the demon purification pot. However, when it comes to the ultra-quality spiritual weapons, my odds of success are already 100%. He would have been qualified as a 5-star refiner if he could seal spirits without the demon purification pot." Yushu asked, "Hanfei, you were already qualified as a 4-star refiner, weren't you? What else do you want besides the certificate?" Hanfei said, "Can my duty of crafting more than 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual weapons be waived?" Immediately, Xie Qingqing and the others all looked at Hanfei suspiciously, wondering if he had come up with this plan just to evade his duty. Yushu calculated for a moment. Okay, 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual weapons with sealed spirits are worth 30 to 40 million points. I'll just free you from this duty. Han Fei said again. Well, I'm rather short on cash. It would be great if I could have 100,000 kilograms of spiritual spring instead. Ha ha ha. Pooh. Yu Shu lost balance and would have fallen to the ground without Li Feiyun's support because of Han Fei's shocking request. Bei Huo said quickly, Han Fei, that much spiritual spring energy is too rare. Just drop it. Here's 5 million credit points. You can buy whatever you want from the logistics division. Li Feiyun also said, that's right, your design is just a plan. If you can carry it out, you'll have the claim to 100,000 kilograms of spiritual spring. But it's not carried out yet. Also, you just got a 4-star certificate and were freed from your duties of the past year. Bei Huo is already generous enough to give you 5 million points. Han Fei secretly thought, if you can craft a human version of the refining divine platform, it will be invaluable. Never mind, I'm not a petty man. 5 million credit points are good enough. Han Fei suddenly remembered that he had given 5 million credit points to Renquang earlier, asking him to collect spiritual fruits for him. He wondered how the collection went. Unfortunately, Renquang was in the middle of a breakthrough. He'd better not interrupt him. He wasn't short of anything. He asked Renquang to prepare so many spiritual fruits exactly for the 6th level of the True Spirit Fishing Art. Old Han had mentioned that he could get the 6th level of the True Spirit Fishing Art. Considering the pattern of the True Spirit Fishing Art, the deduction of the 6th level would require 1 billion points of spiritual energy, and the 7th level would probably require 10 billion. Han Fei felt a strong headache as he thought about it. Since he couldn't get the spiritual spring, Han Fei instantly said, well, that's my plan. You guys can go back to work. I just remembered that there's something I need to do at the Empyrean waterfall. Bei Huo suddenly asked, huh? Weren't you going to the Scattered Stars first unit? Han Fei smiled. That was 6 days ago. I'm not needed anymore, right, Senior Bei Huo? When you meet Senior Liang Tian, don't tell him that I was here. I'm too occupied to find him myself, Quan Qingyan shouted after him. Hey, Brother Han, Han Fei said without looking back. You can read and learn the design first. We'll talk next time. After Han Fei ran away, Bei Huo dismissed everybody and shook his head. Han Fei is not focused on refining at all. However, he is quite smart to come up with such a systematic mold. He did not waste his talent. Li Feiyun said casually, it's a shame that we never looted a refining divine platform from the 10,000 Demon Valley. Otherwise, isn't Han Fei's idea very similar to the refining divine platform? Yu Shu said casually. Their ultimate purpose is undoubtedly the same. However, due to the difference between humans and sea demons, some of the steps must be different. The combination of the 5 classes, for example, is much more complicated than the refining divine platform. In the sky, phew, I'm finally free. I'll never go back. Well, now that they've met me again, they probably won't blame me for my long-time absence anymore. I have to fight with Wu Ming to improve my techniques. Well, I also have to make exchanges with the big turtle. On his way to the Empyrean waterfall, Han Fei was going to have some spiritual fruits when he was astonished by the changes in Forge the Universe. Hiss! Why is Forge the Universe bigger now? Han Fei exclaimed. Han Fei was stunned. Ever since the trip in the level 3 fishery, Han Fei had never purposefully expanded Forge the Universe, but it was already twice as large as before. When did this happen? Han Fei had never noticed it because he hadn't been in Forge the Universe recently. He only spotted it a moment ago when he felt something wrong. When Han Fei looked for the reason, he discovered to his surprise that the star shell had been moved to the top of this space at some point. Huh? The star shell increased the space of Forge the Universe? I don't have to expand it with my spiritual energy. Han Fei tried to retrieve the star shell only to discover that it couldn't be taken out. It seemed that those shells would create a space of their own after they died. This star shell had a coverage with a radius of 20 kilometers. Could Forge the Universe be expanded that big? Han Fei was quite delighted. If that was the case, his spiritual energy could be saved. After all, the star shell wasn't as good as Forge the Universe. He only hoped that they could merge. But it never happened to the sea-swallowing seashells before. Was it because the demon purification pot was not interested in the tiny space in the sea-swallowing seashells? Possibly. I guess the little calabash doesn't just eat everything. At the Empyrean waterfall, when Han Fei returned, he found nobody outside at all. Wu Ming wasn't on the rock. Yue Shir wasn't having fish soup. Ning Jingyao wasn't sleeping on the rooftop, and Yu Ye wasn't tending to her flowers. Huh? Where is everybody? When Han Fei spread out his senses, he found that everybody was gathered at his place. His house had been destroyed by Yu Ye's vine. It was still a pile of debris. Nobody ever rebuilt it as he was never back. Han Fei was quite panicked to see so many people there. Did they know that he was coming back? Did they have to block him at home when he only caused a minor earthquake? Then, Han Fei noticed something wrong. He saw that Duzhang Liu was floating in front of the Empyrean waterfall with his head facing the sky. There was a weird, twisting space around him. Is he becoming a law enforcer? Han Fei changed his expression and became solemn. He felt lucky that he had returned in time, or he would have missed it. Shua. Han Fei landed, and Yu Ye and Ning Jingyao both looked back at him and shushed him. Han Fei nodded, indicating that he wouldn't say or do anything. In midair, the twisting force around Du Jiangliu became greater and greater. In the naked eye, his body had been twisted into plumes of smoke, which made him look like a monster. Nobody talked in the next hour, not even Wang Dashuai or Bai Lu. They didn't even send a telepathic message to Han Fei. All of a sudden, spiritual energy gathered from all directions, and spiritual spring energy dispersed on the surface of Du Jiangliu's body into the densest spiritual energy cover. The process lasted 5 minutes. In the meantime, Han Fei saw that spirit awakening fluid flowed out of the lake into Du Jiangliu's body. Bam! Noises came from the sky, as if a mysterious power was descending. The twisted void exploded, and Du Jiangliu declared proudly, "I'm a law enforcer now, with a twisted domain." Chapter 875, Everybody's Reminder. Everybody put on a smile when Du Jiangliu became a law enforcer. However, Han Fei noticed that not many of them seemed envious. Those people who didn't live at the Empyrean waterfall, on the other hand, all congratulated him. Someone crossed their hands. "Congratulations on your breakthrough." Someone laughed. "Brother Du, congratulations." Someone congratulated him and then left quietly. Ning Jingyao, a local of the Empyrean waterfall, roared, "Old Du, why is the law you possess so weird?" Wu Ming said thoughtfully, "I feel like you can block my sword." Wuxie muttered, "You're so awesome. I envy you." Li Luolu begged, "Old Du, show it to us. What's the use of the twisted domain?" However, Du Jiangliu looked at Han Fei across everybody else. Han Fei is back. I couldn't have become a law enforcer so easily without Han Fei or his brother. Han Fei? Han Fei? Han Fei was stunned. When everybody looked at him, he said, "Wait, why me again? I haven't been around for days." Everybody else looked at Han Fei weirdly too, and Ning Jingyao said, "Old Du, don't try to fool me. He only just came back. Why is your breakthrough related to him?" Yu Ye suggested, "Zhang Xuanyu's move was quite interesting. I believe your breakthrough had more to do with that, right?" Du Jiangliu said. "No, it was the earthquake that Han Fei caused. I was training in seclusion and understanding Zhang Xuanyu's momentary time when the earthquake happened and shook my body. Then, I realized that the way to deal with the momentary time is twisting. Similar to Wu Ming's sword domain, I can control the space within a 1-meter radius. You can't kill me or even hit me without breaking the twisted domain. You can do that?" Everybody looked at Han Fei again, who was still dumbfounded. Someone became a law enforcer because of the earthquake he caused? Seeing the passion in Du Jiangliu's eyes, Han Fei quickly said, "Old Du, don't look at me like that." "I'm not gay, Du Jiangliu, everyone?" Du Jiangliu roared, "Come on, Han Fei, hit me as fast as possible." Han Fei was rather interested. Twisted domain? It was a chance for him to find out how strong a law enforcer was. Wu Ming said, "You should have invited me to fight you. Han Fei isn't as fast as me." Han Fei said angrily, "Nonsense, I'm very fast." Then Han Fei unfolded the phantom glass wings and activated the Overlord's technique. He swooshed into a streak of light and left 2 long trails in the sky. Wang Dashuai smacked his lips. "My junior brother is very fast." Bai Lu also nodded. "Yes, the phantom glass wings plus a secret technique, he's truly fast." Even Wu Ming was also dazed for a moment. Han Fei had never shown that kind of speed earlier. Shua, a trail emerged in the sky, like a line on a piece of paper. The trail passed through the twisted domain. Then, Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that Du Jiangliu deformed his body and moved his belly 1/2 meter away, dodging his attack easily. "Come again!" Swish! Han Fei moved quickly in the sky, and almost 8 blurry shadows appeared everywhere around Du Jiangliu. He flashed, and all the blurry shadows slashed at the same time. He believed that his opponent had to have a body to strike, however twisted it was. However, what astounded Han Fei was that Du Jiangliu completely transformed. His head was twisted to his hands, and his elbows reached his toes. He looked like a fish skin. All the 8 attacks missed their target. Han Fei was quite dumbfounded. "Are you kidding me?" Du Jiangliu laughed. "What else have you got? Bring it out." Han Fei flew around Du Jiangliu like a wind. Suddenly, Han Fei extended his hand into the void, and a dragon roared. 9 Mansions Dragon Seal. A giant seal emerged in the sky like a giant rock. In fact, Han Fei secretly turned his hand upside down and applied the gravity domain. Bam! Du Jiangliu's twisted face was filled with disdain at first. But then, he was smashed into the lake in the next second. Han Fei chuckled and flew back to whatever was left of his house. He remarked casually, "In order to break old Du's twisted domain, all you need to do is to launch an area attack so that there would be no place for him to twist." In fact, the twisted domain didn't transform the body but changed the space around it. It was just like space and time were warped around the sun. Of course, Du Jiangliu's twisted domain was changing all the time, so the normal attacks would miss the target even if they were aimed at him. Han Fei's gravity control froze part of Du Jiangliu's domain, and his attack fully covered that part, which was why he hit the target. Everybody saw what happened. Wu Ming nodded thoughtfully. "True, if I launched 10,000 swords, I don't think old Du could dodge them." Ning Jingyao also nodded. "Well, I have an area battle technique too." Li Luo thought and said, "Can he dodge my vines and grasses?" Puh! Du Jiangliu rose from the lake awkwardly. "Well, Han Fei, Where was that gravity technique from? Han Fei shrugged. It's the seal technique that I practice. Du Zhongliu was quite grim. Why are you capable of anything? Who would learn so many battle techniques? On the other hand, he said, your swords won't work. I can dodge all of them. Wu Ming extended his fingers, launching a storm of sword auras towards Du Zhongliu. However, Du Zhongliu didn't move at all. Wu Ming's sword auras were twisted in the weird domain and brushed past him without hitting him at all. It was not until this moment that everybody realized what was going on. Nangong Xuan remarked, this technique is not bad. Few physical attacks can hit you. However, Han Fei's seal technique can unleash invisible gravity, which counters your technique. Du Zhongliu nodded helplessly. Someone had found a flaw in his technique after he had just become a law enforcer. He felt more or less sad. As for Han Fei, he discovered something from the battle too. The law enforcer could only master limited laws. For example, Du Zhongliu could twist the space within a 1-meter radius, but that was the entire area under his control. He couldn't twist the forces such as gravity. Similarly, Zhu Yinling could seal the power of opponents of lower levels easily, but faced with opponents of her level, she could only seal part of their power. When faced with experts, she might not be able to seal them at all. Having gained more understanding of law enforcers, Han Fei became more confident. He'd be lying if he said that he didn't envy Du Zhongliu, who was almost invulnerable to physical attacks with his new technique. Wasn't that great? Of course, Han Fei had his own laws, and they weren't weak at all. At least, they were much larger than Du Zhongliu's 1-meter range. The law enforcers weren't as impressive as he thought. Essentially, they all had a special battle technique. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Wu Ming, who already had a 300-meter sword domain. What would happen after he became a law enforcer? Everybody finally dispersed at this moment. Yu Ye looked at Han Fei and asked, are you going to rebuild your house? Do you want to decorate it with flowers? I bought a new flower from the market yesterday. It's quite beautiful. Well, Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Okay, just wait for me to build my house first. On the other hand, Li Luoluo, whose hair had turned blue at some point, emerged next to Han Fei and looked at him. I think we should have a fight too. You might help me become a law enforcer. Han Fei was amused. How can it be so simple? It was just a coincidence, Li Luolu snorted. I'm just saying, okay, I'm leaving. I don't want to help you rebuild your house. Wu Ming, on the other hand, looked at Han Fei and said, I feel like you came for me. Han Fei thought, your feeling is right. He said, oh, it's no big deal. I've practiced a sword technique recently. Should we practice tomorrow? Pooh, cough, cough. Those who hadn't left yet all looked at Han Fei speechlessly. Why are you practicing sword techniques again? Wu Ming was also stunned for a moment. How many days have you practiced? Han Fei chuckled. A number of days. Wu Ming was silent for a moment. Fine then. However, Han Fei, the more battle techniques you have, the more messed up they tend to be and the harder it will be for you to find your path. You'll have to abandon a lot of things when you become a law enforcer. Han Fei grinned. I know what I'm doing. After everybody left, Wang Dashuai said, Junior brother, Wu Ming is right. You're already a hidden fisher. You need to start considering your path as a law enforcer. Han Fei asked curiously, Senior brother, what's your path? Wang Dashuai said with an innocent smile, unparalleled. Well, Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Why not invincible? Bai Lu snorted. He wants to be invincible, but he isn't capable of that. I'm working on the same path, right, junior brother? Why don't you come for lunch? Han Fei hurriedly managed to smile. No thanks. I have to clean up the mess here and build a house. Bai Lu didn't insist. She nodded and said, let your senior brother help you. Wang Dashuai smiled innocently. Okay. Han Fei felt like Wang Dashuai was quite happy to work here. He shouted, Ching Chen, Ching Chen. All of a sudden, someone landed from the sky like a big bird on the ruins of Han Fei's home. Ching Chen chuckled. What's up? Han Fei gave him a smirk. I need you to help with the reconstruction. Free food. Are you in or not? Yes, of course. Chapter 876, The Sea Demon's Assault. The night was quiet. Han Fei snuck to the edge of the lake. Although he knew he probably had been discovered, he wasn't too bothered. After all, it was an unspoken rule that deals with the big turtle were allowed. Besides, 2 men had become law enforcers recently, and the seal of the Empyrean waterfall should be weakened. As a contributor to their breakthroughs, it wasn't outrageous for him to get some spirit awakening fluid, was it? Senior, I've brought some good stuff to you. The big turtle's voice echoed in Han Fei's head. What is it? The Phoenix Spirit Ginseng. Then, Han Fei bound a sea-swallowing seashell to the fishing pole and sank it into the lake. A moment later, Han Fei pulled the sea-swallowing seashell up, which was filled with 5,000 kilograms of spirit-awakening fluid. Han Fei said, Senior, you know that I'm a poor man who doesn't have many good things. I'll come back later. Okay. The Phoenix Spirit Ginseng as a ginseng was much more advanced than the Trivariant Golden Ginseng, but it was only exchanged for 5,000 kilograms of spirit-awakening fluid. Good thing that he bought it at a low price. He didn't know what would happen if other people knew that Phoenix Spirit Ginseng could be exchanged for so much spirit-awakening fluid. In the newly built yard, Han Fei sat cross-legged. 5,000 kilograms of spirit-awakening fluid wasn't enough. He wondered how much Le Renquang had acquired. Seeing the 5 million credit points on his waist tag, Han Fei believed that he should exchange them for some assets in the logistics division. He swallowed the fluid, and the upper limit of his spiritual energy and his body hardness changed slowly. A moment later, Han Fei looked at his new stats. Owner: Han Fei, level 52, Junior Hidden Fisher. A spiritual energy, 4619, T1067, 2055, 2000, 5 perception range, 31,999, meters, 31,006, T1000 fouls, E62 twin yin. Yang spiritual beast T-text 2 twin yin yang spirit, swallowing fish level 46. A main artway, divine manipulation technique, volume 5 of void fishing heaven level, divine quality. Han Fei felt bitter after seeing that. It seems that the spirit awakening fluid isn't as effective as before. 5,000 kilograms didn't even increase 1,500 points of my spiritual energy. Han Fei heaved a sigh. He suspected that he probably could only level up to be an advanced hidden fisher even if he had 100,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. He knew very well that the effect of the spirit awakening fluid would decline as the taker grew stronger. Maybe the decline wasn't too significant for others, but for him, further improvement was not so easy. However, Han Fei wasn't frustrated. At least, the spirit awakening fluid was still useful to him. By the time he became a law enforcer, the spirit awakening fluid probably wouldn't work at all. After a thought, Han Fei emerged in Forge the Universe. He looked at the star shell that was floating in the sky and found that Forge the Universe was bigger, but not very significantly. Forge the Universe must be swallowing the space inside the star shell, he thought. It would still take some time. Besides, Forge the Universe was large enough for him to use. Han Fei didn't really care how much bigger it had turned. The advantage of a larger space was that he could establish a garden without worrying that there was no place for his materials. The big red trunk, on the other hand, was a pickle. It was no longer useful to Han Fei anymore. Even its core could only be used to craft ultra-quality spiritual weapons rather than semi-divine weapons. But he couldn't sell it either, or he would be announcing to everybody that he was the one who dug the big red trunk out from the level 3 fishery. Also, Han Fei had given up the million knife art and used the infinity water as a replacement. As a result, the big red trunk and materials from the 10,000 Demon Valley were no longer useful. Never mind. I'll just keep them here. They're all good items and may come in handy later, on the next day. Han Fei went to the logistics division early in the morning. He remembered that 6-star ranks could get 100 level 2 soul crystals every month. Xuanhuan gave him fewer than that, probably because he used some of them and his stars were too low. As for Xiaobai, Han Fei estimated that she didn't use them up either. However, as a manipulator, Xiaobai also needed a large number of soul crystals. She probably would save them even if she didn't use them up at this moment. Nevertheless, Han Fei intended to ask them to leave the resources that they didn't use up to him in their next gathering. In the logistics division, Han Fei said telepathically, "Xuanhuan, are you here?" Receiving no response, Han Fei estimated that the guy was probably training somewhere. Therefore, he walked straight to the counter. "Hello, I'd like 100 level 2 soul crystals." While talking, Han Fei pushed his waist tag to the receptionist, who asked in surprise, "Huh? 100? Han Fei nodded. "Isn't that the maximum number?" The receptionist nodded and looked at Han Fei in shock. "We must record the soul crystal transactions. May I ask about your duty?" Han Fei shook his head. "I don't have any duty," the receptionist asked again. "Then may I know which division you work for or came from? We need to keep a record. I used to be with the first unit. Now, I live at the Empyrean Waterfall." Cough, cough. The receptionist looked at Han Fei with widened eyes. "The Empyrean Waterfall?" Taking a long breath, she said, "Okay, please wait for a moment. The soul crystals you ordered will be delivered to you soon. Is there anything else you want?" Han Fei thought for a moment and asked, "Is there any way to improve speed? Battle techniques and spiritual fruits are all optional." "Huh?" Stunned for a moment, the receptionist asked, "Well, there are indeed speed battle techniques. The best of them are heaven-level high quality. Would you like one?" Han Fei said, "Let me take a look." A moment later, Han Fei returned the inventory to the receptionist. "Is there no other way?" The receptionist shook her head. "Not that I know of. Some spiritual fruits may help, but they're rare and not exactly effective." At this moment, the level 2 soul crystals were delivered. Han Fei collected the level 2 soul crystals and left. After he left, the girl immediately said to her waist tag, "Han Fei, from the Empyrean Waterfall, exchanged for 100 level 2 soul crystals at one time. He may have extraordinary soul crystals at one time. He may have extraordinary soul power." Take note. After leaving the logistics division, Han Fei looked back. He suddenly realized why those who had 6 or more stars could set sail individually. The reason was that the logistics division, the refining hall, and the other facilities mostly targeted hanging fishers and junior hidden fishers. When someone acquired 6 stars, there would be few things they needed in the logistics division. Those people only needed special things, such as level 2 soul crystals, spirit awakening fluid, special spiritual fruits, top-level battle techniques, etc. While Han Fei was thinking, someone roared, "Attention everybody, the sea demons are attacking on a full scale. Return to your position." Boats were rising and flying everywhere, and the previously busy downtown instantly became empty. That was exactly the Scattered Stars Island's attitude against enemies. Everybody was a soldier in moments like this, even if they were on vacation. What surprised Han Fei was that it had only been 5 months since the sea demon's previous attack. The 10,000 Demon Valley had launched a total war in the demon jungle, and it was launching another one? Thinking about that, Han Fei dashed to his boat and returned to the Empyrean Waterfall. The Empyrean Waterfall was a place for the exiled, but it didn't mean that the people at the Empyrean Waterfall did nothing more than talking and bragging every day. By the time Han Fei returned to the Empyrean Waterfall, he found that the place was already empty. Big Yellow, however, was running back and forth in midair. Meow. Seeing Han Fei, Big Yellow said, "They went to Big Yellow to catch fish and left me here for you." Han Fei was quite grave. Another full attack. Even the Empyrean Waterfall was empty. However, he sensed that Duzhong Liu was still around. Duzhong Liu looked up at Han Fei. "I've made a breakthrough. I have to stay and defend this place. You take Big Yellow with you." Han Fei nodded. Big Yellow to the boat. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Boats were traveling in the sky, and everybody was returning to their positions. It meant that the sea demon's assault was so surprising that few people on the Scattered Stars Island had reacted in time. On the east coastline, countless boats were landing to different places. Han Fei and Big Yellow, standing on the boat, were both dazed. "Big Yellow, do you know where we should go?" Big Yellow replied casually. "It doesn't matter. We can catch fish anywhere we want." Han Fei was stumped for a moment. "Can we do that?" Big Yellow said lazily. "Of course. You can catch fish anywhere, but don't let me catch worms. I don't like worms, especially the squishy ones." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Have you come here before?" Big Yellow tilted its head and said, "Of course, I'm a great fish catcher. However, I don't need to intervene at all unless the people down below can't defeat their enemy." Han Fei learned that hidden fishers and law enforcers were meant to deal with the sea demon experts. That did make sense. The battles that involved hidden fishers were not limited to the shoreline at all. Before Han Fei could think further, a boat had stopped next to Han Fei, and a rather charming woman looked at Han Fei and said solemnly, "I am Luo Yu from the Guild of Fishers. I need your assistance." Chapter 877, Debut of the Phantom Glass Wings Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Naturally, Han Fei didn't hesitate, as human beings were outnumbered by the sea demons. Seeing that Han Fei was on board, Luo Yu simply controlled the boat to fly to the sea. Han Fei closely followed her. As a hidden fisher, he was here to help with the battle, and he could fight anywhere. After flying for about 500 kilometers, Han Fei saw an overwhelming number of boats in the sky, and countless hanging fishers were working together to hunt the powerful creatures. He also saw at least 50 hidden fishers who flapped their wings and flew in the sky. Some were fighting the sea demons that glided to the sky, some were fighting on the surface of the sea, and some were fighting with their fishing poles as other people. Because the sea demons had sent so many creatures to battle, they could easily hit their target. Even if they missed the target, they would still hit the creature behind it. It was the first time that Han Fei had witnessed the Guild of Fishers' way of fighting. Those people were all using their fishing poles as weapons. Han Fei saw that a scorching firefish was caught and cut in halves. He also saw that dozens of long swords were attached to someone's fishing hook and cutting the sea crazily. He also saw that someone was darting their hook like a sword and killing a creature with every attack. Han Fei was quite surprised at their way of fighting. He followed Luo Yu to the front line. Luo Yu didn't have time to talk to him. She simply recalled the boat, unfolded her wings, and slew a sea demon in the sky. In terms of numbers, the sea demons had more experts than human beings did by a margin of 40. Some humans were fighting 2 or even 3 enemies at the same time. Also, Han Fei occasionally saw other top half-merman experts flying close from far away. Han Fei looked at Big Yellow. "Big Yellow, can you do without wings?" "Meow," Big Yellow said proudly with its head held high. "I have an awesome flying technique, but I can't take any action just yet." Han Fei knew that Big Yellow was as powerful as a law enforcer, and all the people fighting here were the level of hidden fishers. The enemies must have law enforcer experts who observed the battle too. Han Fei scanned with his senses and detected a half-merman 50 kilometers away who wore a golden battlesuit and held a golden harpoon. He didn't do anything but simply watched. Seeing that Han Fei was still on the boat, someone shouted, "Bro, come down here and help." Han Fei said to Big Yellow, "Then I'll recall the boat. You can fly on your own." Meow. Han Fei recalled the boat and quickly unfolded his phantom glass wings. The moment the phantom glass wings unfolded, everybody who was fighting at the heights, including the sea demons, were quite shocked. Who was this guy? Why were his wings so weird? Han Fei? The phantom glass wings? Hey, he's a tough guy. Behind Han Fei, the hanging fishers who were killing enemies by fishing all exclaimed, "He's a big shot. He's a tough guy. I didn't expect that such a brutal man would help the Guild of Fishers." Luo Yu was surprised too. She didn't expect that the person that she invited for help at random would turn out to be Han Fei. Without a word, the moment Han Fei showed the phantom glass wings, 3 sea demons already came for him. Han Fei detected 2 beginner sea demons and 1 mid-level sea demon. None used a golden harpoon, which suggested that they were no heavenly talents. At that moment, Han Fei grinned. Only 3? Do you have no respect for me at all? Shua! In the sky, Hanfei moved like a streak of light. When he was several dozen meters from the enemy, an enormous scorpion phantom and a water statue punched him. Shua! Hanfei disappeared and emerged behind one of the half-mermen, leaving a glow behind him in the air. Pooh! After only one attack, the sea demon was cut into pieces by Hanfei. Hanfei blinked in the void so fast that, even though the mid-level sea demon blocked Hanfei's 3 attacks, the other half-merman was cut into pieces by Hanfei with 1 attack too. The last half-merman roared, "This man is ferocious. Come and help." Hanfei could understand the sea demon's language. He sneered, "Do you think anybody can help you? Do you have no respect for the phantom glass wings?" Shua! Shua! 2 wind blades were slashed out, and the half-mermaid blinked again. At the same time, the void lines caught the half-merman precisely. The half-merman felt a life crisis in every direction. He had no idea where to run. Blood escape. Escape my ass. Before the half-merman could escape, he had been tied up by the void lines. Poochie! Hanfei slashed and executed him. Not that Hanfei didn't want to control the half-merman, but he couldn't reveal his trump card just yet. If the half-merman fell under his control so quickly, it would raise a lot of people's attention. Hanfei grinned. No immortal seals and no dying strikes? I can kill as many people like him as there are. Hanfei was saying that for the sea spirit sea demon far away to hear, as he was quite confident of his progress and eager to fight a real expert. In only 3 seconds, 3 sea demon experts had perished, which shocked Luo Yu and other people. Someone laughed. As expected of the genius who has acquired the Wind God Pearl after 60 years. Smelly fish, you think you can conquer the Scattered Stars Island? In your dreams? Luo Yu quickly said. Don't be distracted. The people on the boats were so excited to see Hanfei brutalizing the sea demons that they almost wished that they could fight alongside Hanfei. Someone roared, "Let's work harder. The more enemies we kill, the easier the battles behind us will be." Hanfei had killed 3 enemies in one clash, so he naturally attracted the sea demon's attention. 2 of them came again. Both of them were quite extraordinary. One of them was a high-level sea demon, and the other was a peak-level one. Also, both of them wore golden armor and carried semi-divine weapons, which meant that they had immortal seals and dying strikes. But so what? Hanfei put on the feather suit of wind. Without using the Overlord's technique, Hanfei collided with the high-level sea demon purely with his physical strength. Clang, the noise spread out, and Hanfei was knocked hundreds of meters back. He felt that his arms were sore. The strength gap between me as a junior and the high-level demon is truly huge. Also, the guy didn't use the Sea King's secret technique at all. Hanfei estimated that the high-level sea demon had a force 1,000,000 kilograms higher than his own, which wasn't too big. It was just an indirect proof that he had greater potential than his enemies did. The peak-level sea demon sniffed and stabbed his harpoon through the void. The air-breaking strike? Hanfei blinked away. Even his remaining shadow in the sky was smart enough to dodge the attack. Shua! Shua! Zila! Clang! Clang! After 2 flashes, Hanfei left 2 saber auras in the sky and launched them to the sea demon. Hanfei's pupils contracted. He didn't have much advantage when his semi-divine weapon crashed with another semi-divine weapon. However, Hanfei was so fast and the blood-drinking knife was so sharp that he left 2 wounds on his enemy. Humph! You're too weak to kill me. You're asking to be killed, human. Shua! Shua! Hanfei moved unpredictably, making it impossible for the enemies to locate him. The sea demon pointed the harpoon at the sky, and a round pillar of water rose around him. Hanfei happened to flash into the pillar of water. Hey! You're smart enough to know that I'm approaching you. Behind him, Luo Yu blocked the other enemy and roared, "Careful! I'm here to help you!" However, Hanfei wasn't affected at all in the pillar of water. The feather suit of wind could even block the desolation gales and desolation water. It could certainly weather through this. Hanfei turned his hand upside down and imposed gravity. Then, the sea demon fell straight to the sea, before the void lines caught up to him. When 10 void lines were activated, an assortment of pictures popped up in Hanfei's head. Some were from the 10,000 Demon Valley, and some were battles against humans. However, Hanfei had no time for that. He waved his hands and unleashed an immense power from the sky, knocking down the high-level sea demon who was stabbing a harpoon at him. My technique can move a mountain and astound the soul. Let's see if you can take it. Bam! The sea demon was knocked down by Hanfei. Then, Hanfei performed the draw technique and cut off half of the sea demon's head. Shua! After another flash, Hanfei caught up to the other sea demon and stabbed him in the neck. Luo Yu, who had just rushed close, was astounded by what she saw. Hanfei was in a disadvantageous position a moment earlier. How did he kill 2 experts in the blink of an eye? The enemies weren't beginner sea demons, but a high-level one and a peak-level one. Hanfei was stunned for a moment, as he remembered that the sea demon captain didn't use his immortal seal. So, a terrifying force emerged from him and smashed Hanfei. Shua! 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 Hanfei flashed quickly with the phantom glass wings and pulled Luo Yu away, and the dying strike missed Hanfei. On the other hand, Hanfei had approached the high-level sea demon who walked out of the void. Humph! Exactly at this moment, Hanfei felt a strong pressure. He didn't think and simply activated the Overlord's technique. ignoring the sea spirit expert, Han Fei laid his hand on the chest of the high-level sea demon and slit his throat with the blood-drinking knife. Then, Han Fei flashed and appeared 100 meters away. The humans and the sea demons alike were astounded by the battle. Luo Yu's eyes bulged. The phantom glass wings are truly awesome. Chapter 878, Clash with Sea Spirits. Han Fei quickly flew back. 5 of his identical images, caused by the flash effect of the phantom glass wings, lingered in the sky. However, under Han Fei's control, those clones vanished one after another, as if they were simple blurry shadows. In fact, they were not. Han Fei was only playing a trick. He didn't want to inform other people that the blurry shadows could launch attacks. Meow. Big Yellow had been observing the battle, and wasn't surprised at Han Fei's ferocity at all. Was there anyone at the Empyrean Waterfall who was not ferocious? Even though Han Fei was a newcomer, the fact that he was relocated to the Empyrean Waterfall suggested lots of things. Big Yellow even thought that Han Fei could deal another couple of enemies at the same time. That was its impression on the capabilities of the guys at the Empyrean Waterfall. However, Luo Yu and the other people felt differently. They found that Han Fei was not just strong, but even monstrous. A junior hidden fisher had killed 3 sea demon experts in one clash. Then, he flashed and killed a peak-level sea demon captain, as well as a high-level sea demon heavenly talent. How long had it been? The battle had only just begun, and he was already on a killing spree? Luo Yu and the others didn't know Han Fei's cost. If Han Fei told them that he hadn't used 20% of his energy before he used the Overlord's technique, they probably would be scared to death. Meow. Big Yellow quickly grew into a super cat dozens of meters long. It glared at the sea spirit far away and declared brutally, "Hey, you fish over there, come and let me taste you." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Hey, Big Yellow, don't be rash. That's a sea spirit sea demon. Can you defeat it or not? If anything happens to you, it will be hard for me to survive Mrs. Yin's beating." Meow. A meow echoed in a range of dozens of kilometers, and Big Yellow said in despair, "I'm an awesome cat. That fish is strong, but he's no match for me." A hidden fisher was appalled. "Is this creature a law enforcer?" Someone rolled their eyes at him. "Of course, you don't know Mrs. Yin's cat. It once tore apart many sea spirits." When the big cat emerged, the sea spirit put on an awful expression, as Han Fei was moving at a high speed again. Poo, 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 poo! In the blink of an eye, another 3 sea demons were slashed by Han Fei. Someone said, "Thanks, Brother Han." Han Fei, who had been well acknowledged as a top heavenly talent, could easily kill any sea demon of his level. As a result, his enemies were all retreating. Don't back off. Kill him. A roar came from the void, and another sea spirit was rushing close. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and stood still before he put a few spiritual fruits into his mouth. He looked at Luo Yu. "Why are there so many sea spirits on this battlefield? We have a long coastline. Why are they all gathering here?" Luo Yu's expression changed greatly. "I'm not sure. The east coastline is the usual battlefield. Don't worry, I've sent alarms. The law enforcers are coming." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "If I hadn't come, you wouldn't have had any law enforcers with you, right?" Waving her fishing pole like a sword and cutting off the elbow of a sea demon, Luo Yu finally responded, "Yes. Some law enforcers passed by, but they left after seeing Mrs. Yin's cat." Han Fei snorted and looked at the sea spirit that was only several dozen kilometers from him. He swallowed and shouted at Big Yellow, "What's his level?" Big Yellow meowed and dashed thousands of meters forward. "Beginner, I don't think I can defeat 2 fish. Han Fei, come here and help me. We each will take care of one of them." Luo Yu said quickly, "Wait, the sea spirits are all equal to law enforcers." Han Fei ignored Luo Yu. He was quite excited at this moment, and he landed on the surface of the sea from the sky, with 1,000 weird water blades emerging around him. Chila. Han Fei rushed forward on the surface of the sea, and the infinity water crushed all the enemies in his way into pieces. The sea spirit bare his fangs and glared. "You dare to fight me as a human hidden fisher?" Hula. The phantom glass wings were flapped, launching 2 wind blades. The wind blades grew bigger on the way and became dozens of meters long. All the sea creatures in their way hurriedly fled. Luo Yu was lost for words, as the guy was truly a maniac. "You are just a junior hidden fisher. Even if you are a heavenly talent, there's no need to challenge a sea spirit, right?" Luo Yu said telepathically. 10 seconds. Law enforcers are coming in 10 seconds. Luo Yu's thought was that Big Yellow could take care of one of the sea spirits, and she and Han Fei could hold the other for 10 seconds. Little did she expect Han Fei to charge forth. Han Fei grinned. "Got it. Han Fei accelerated again and activated the agility of wind, moving no slower than the sea spirit on his opposite side. The splashing water caused by the wind under Han Fei's feet went hundreds of meters away. Draw. Faced with a sea spirit, Han Fei did not dare to underestimate the enemy at all. The sea spirits were as strong as the law enforcers. If the law enforcers mastered laws, there was no reason why the sea spirits couldn't. However, Han Fei wasn't worried, as different law enforcers mastered different laws. Zhu Yinling's seal was indeed tricky. However, he could resolve Zhu Zhengliu's twisted domain even though it was immune to physical attacks. The law enforcer suddenly took out a harpoon. Han Fei knew it wasn't good the moment he saw the harpoon, as it was a divine weapon rather than a semi-divine one. The draw technique was launched at the sea spirit, who pointed at the weapon with a terrifying force that was mixed in a ferocious tide. Poo, poo, poo. However, to the sea spirit's astonishment, the tide was cut apart by the blade, which pressed on without being stopped at all. Sea god's strike. Crack, bam, the surface of the sea dented in a 300-meter radius. Han Fei and the enemy were both flung 1,000 meters back. Cough, Han Fei vomited blood. The enemy was stronger than he expected. Just as I thought, the sea spirits who know how to fight and those who don't are vastly different. He had caught a wind skywing and fought a clam girl before, but one of them was a coward and the other could only launch mental attacks. In this battle, even though he was using his full strength, he was the one who got injured first. Little did he know that his enemy was much more shocked than Han Fei was. How is it possible? How can a hidden fisher be so strong even if he uses a secret technique? What are his wings? In the rear, Luo Yu and the others were all shocked. Could Han Fei really win against a sea spirit? Someone fended off a sea demon and exclaimed, "That's too unbelievable." Is he really so strong? As for the hanging fishers, their senses weren't keen enough for them to see the fast battle. However, the rising air and tides dozens of kilometers away informed them how horrifying the battle was. In particular, the big cat's talons were already red. It was hard to be ignored. That fish over there, behold my soul-swallowing technique. The cat opened its mouth and swallowed the enemy's soul. If the sea spirit weren't protected by a water cage, he might have been swallowed by Big Yellow. On Han Fei's side, he was competing with the sea spirit in terms of speed. He could tell that the sea spirit intended to fight a melee battle against him. Damn, you want to approach me? This isn't the time. Approach, hula. When he launched the sacrificing punch, Han Fei quickly flashed in the sky and put a mouthful of candle dragon blood into his mouth. He had a bad feeling, as there wasn't much candle dragon blood left after he killed the clam girl. It would run out if he had another mouthful of it. The sacrificing punch could automatically lock onto the target, making the sea spirit quite shocked. This can't be the power of a hidden fisher. But so what? Tide body. Hualala, a giant tide rose from the surface of the sea. Han Fei's eyes glittered. He knew that his enemy was dead for sure. Wait. That's the law he has mastered. He has turned into water, however. Unlike the normal water transformation, this tide is exactly his body. But is the tide immune to the sacrificing punch? Boom. The terrifying force of two waves left a hole 30 meters in diameter on the tide. Then, the sacrificing punch didn't stop there, but raised high tides on the sea. However, the giant tide didn't turn back into the sea spirit. Instead, it transformed into countless chains that darted towards Han Fei. Damn it, the law enforcers are really tricky. Swish! Han Fei kept flashing in the sky. At the same time, he launched his cosmic sword and cut a few times. However, probably because the cosmic sword hadn't acknowledged him yet, it wasn't exactly destructive even though it was quite hard. You've turned into water? Hee, would you like some poison? In the next moment, the infinity water was transformed into water and swept out, and 10 kilograms of poison god dissolved in the tide. Hulala, the sea spirit, was gathered in the water and retreated quickly. At the same time, the water chains kept hunting Han Fei. Han Fei grinned. It seems that you're not a great law enforcer either. Water transformation? Hee, how did the poison god taste? Chapter 879, 9 Undersea Chimneys. Han Fei retreated and put spiritual fruits into his mouth. The sea spirit was indeed strong. Even though Han Fei was as strong as him with the Overlord's technique, it was not his own power, and the battle was much more exhausting to him. Also, his sacrificing punch had only mildly hurt the enemy. He could tell that because he felt that the enemy's heartbeat was fast and unstable. Han Fei roared, "Big Yellow, how is it going?" "I can't hold him for long." Big Yellow meowed and said, "Hasn't the battle just begun?" Han Fei became gloomy. "It has just begun? I've used half of my ultimate tricks, and there's no telling if my law of gravity works on this guy. If he were to finish the rest of the candle dragon blood, he thought that he could manage to fight for a while longer." Immediately, Han Fei grinned and said, "Go back to where you came. When human experts come later, you won't be able to escape." The sea spirit sneered and pushed a ball of water out. Han Fei's pupils contracted. "Poison god?" the enemy sneered. "You should have attacked me. If you had, I wouldn't have had a chance to push the poison out, and you could wait for your reinforcements to arrive. However, what can you do right now if I'm going to take down these people?" While talking, he charged at the human army. Han Fei's expression quickly changed. If the guy went over, no humans could resist him, and the defensive line would collapse in a few seconds. In that case, even if any law enforcers did come, the guy could still march to the rear of the defensive line, which would collapse as long as he survived a few seconds. Bam! Han Fei stood on the surface of the sea in the guy's way, before he sneered. "Fine, didn't you want to find a melee battle with me? I'm right here. Come and fight me." In the rear, Luo Yu and the others all changed their expressions. She didn't even have a chance to send a telepathic message because all the sea demons were trying to break through the defensive line with the help of the two sea spirits. The humans were outnumbered in the first place, and they were losing the battle. Explode. Someone detonated himself and perished with two sea demons. He didn't have a choice. After all, the sea demons were attacking vehemently, and he was already exhausted. Son of a bitch, you think you can break through the humans' defensive line? Blood boiling. After the first person ignited his blood, dozens of other humans followed his example and increased their strength. Bam! Another person detonated himself, pushing the battle to the most heated phase. Han Fei secretly cursed. He had no time to bother with anything else except the sea spirit. He watched the enemy turn into a tide 1,000 meters away, while he unleashed the infinity water as thousands of blades. 500 meters, 300 meters, Luo Yu roared, Han Fei, retreat right now. Han Fei turned a deaf ear to her, and black and white light surfaced in his eyes. He also put a peppermint into his mouth. 100 meters, Han Fei extended his hand. You think you're the only one who has a tide? 9 mansions, hoo-oo, the dragon roar echoed, and the 9 mansions dragon seal arrived with a tide. The terrifying power that Han Fei launched covered a radius of 100 meters. The surface of the sea was shivering. The sea spirit didn't expect this to happen at all, as the law of gravity wasn't an ability that a hidden fisher should be able to grasp. However, during that moment, a force equaling 2 waves came from the void and unbalanced the tide he transformed into. The moment the gravity field appeared, 10 void lines were split up into 30 and caught the enemy. Han Fei unfolded the fish skins in his hands, and the light was so dazzling that nobody could open their eyes in 1,000 meters. The other array completely blocked everybody's senses in the same range. At that moment, dozens of Han Fei's clones appeared in the light, and he was holding Snowmorn. With the yin-yang divine eyes, Han Fei saw a quickly spinning heart. The sea spirit was frightened. This is the power of laws, and a way to control the soul? Who are you exactly? Han Fei grinned and put on a creepy smile. Gotcha. Pooh, he flashed and shattered a water ball that nobody else could have recognized in the tide. The water ball was exactly the heart of the sea spirit. Cough, cough. On his shoulder, the 2 giant eyeballs from his spiritual beast were angry. I'm hurt every time I come out. Han Fei grinned. That can't be helped. You're too strong. I certainly have to count on you in these critical moments. When he stabbed Snowmorn, he was also hit by the tide. He would have been heavily wounded if he didn't have a tough body, the divine battlesuit, and Little Fatty's help. Little Fatty had lost yet another 3 tentacles. It would have to rest for a while. It occurred to Han Fei that Little Fatty and his other beasts couldn't keep up with his level anymore. The enemies that he encountered were irresistible to Little Fatty. Damn it, no wonder they say heart nurturing is necessary. It's more about nurturing the contractual spiritual beasts, right? Boom! The arrays were broken, and someone emerged hundreds of meters above Han Fei, shocked by what he saw. Han Fei was standing on the surface of the sea and stuffing spiritual fruits into his mouth. His body was bent and he was breathing heavily. On Han Fei's opposite side, the dead body of the sea spirit was floating on the sea with a giant hole on his chest. The newcomer took a deep breath. Have you killed a sea spirit? Many people heard his question. The humans all roared and fought hard, and the sea demons began to flee in whatever ways possible. The law enforcer snorted. You want to run? Do you really think you can? He flashed and chased after the sea demons. Who could have thought that Han Fei would kill a sea spirit in 10 seconds? Meow, that fish over there, don't run. I'm going to eat you. Huh. Do you want this fish? Han Fei coughed and said, No, but I'll take his battlesuit and weapons. Big Yellow wagged its tail and walked on the sea. I don't want the iron garbage at all. Han Fei slowly retreated the void lines and took some of the pure soul back. It was a tiny amount, but better than nothing. He wouldn't eat the fish, but he wouldn't refuse some of the soul. But in the next moment, Han Fei saw that Big Yellow opened its mouth and swallowed the whole soul. Baji, Baji, Han Fei was lost for words. As expected of a soul-swallowing cat, it had swallowed the soul of a sea spirit so easily. In comparison, the tiny bit of soul that he absorbed with the void lines wasn't worth mentioning. He looked at his own stats. Owner, Han Fei, level P2, Junior Hidden Fisher. A spiritual energy, 4,000, 325,681, 2,000, 5,008, 2,499, 3,490, 3,490, 3,499. Perception range, 31,999. Meters, spiritual heritage, level 7, low quality A spiritual beast. Twin yin yang, spirit swallowing fish level, 4-6, level 4-6. Main ardor, divine manipulation technique, volume 5 of void fishing, heaven level. Divine quality, Han Fei realized why he failed to absorb much of the soul. It seemed that he had reached a bottleneck. But he wasn't too bothered, as the void fishing art was already incredible enough. If he could kill a few more sea spirits, wouldn't his soul power rise quickly? A moment later, all the sea demons that could escape had escaped. Those which failed to escape were slain by the law enforcer. Half of them luckily survived. After all, it was impossible for a single law enforcer to surround all the sea demons and kill them. Once the sea demons dispersed, the creatures that they drove lost control and fled too. Han Fei had a few spiritual fruits and flew in the sky. Then, a law enforcer came close slowly. Han Fei? Han Fei nodded. The man smiled. Nobody could have thought that you were able to kill a sea spirit. I am Ye Xing, one of the 3 leaders of the Guild of Fishers. You will be rewarded for your contribution. Han Fei grinned. I hope so. I used something very precious in this battle. It wasn't easy for me to make the decision. Ye Xing understood him perfectly. That was natural. It was certainly impossible for a junior hidden fisher to kill a sea spirit without something to help, unless one of them was crazy. Nevertheless, he would not underestimate Han Fei, as not every hidden fisher could kill a sea spirit even if they had something to help them. They probably would have been killed instantly. Ye Xingchen said, "You'll receive a lot of rewards. You'll get 10 million credit points for killing a sea spirit as well as his battlesuit and weapons. Unfortunately, he probably didn't carry many good items to battle. Whatever he has is yours." Han Fei smiled. "Senior, what happened here exactly? Why did the sea demons attack suddenly?" Without keeping it a secret, Ye Xingchen explained casually, human beings and sea demons found a place of relics at the same time. When they explored the relics, something happened and the relics collapsed, revealing 7 undersea chimneys. Another one will probably emerge in the southeast. On the east coastline, 2 undersea chimneys have already popped up, but considering the signs, a third one may show up anytime. 7 plus 2, 9, Han Fei gasped up. Are undersea chimneys so ordinary? So many of them had appeared at one time? Han Fei remarked in surprise. This is huge. Ye Xingchen grinned. You don't say. There's no telling how the pioneer group did that. The pioneer group did it? Ye Xingchen nodded. Okay. No enemies will probably come to this part of the sea. Another law enforcer is on his way. I have other things to do. Until next time. Chapter 880, if you don't take now, there'll be nothing left. The pioneer group? Is Sister Qin related to this? After Ye Xingchen left, Han Fei searched the sea spirit's body and found a sea-swallowing seashell. Then, he discovered more than 30,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid in it. He was quite shocked. Didn't they say that nobody went to battle with good stuff? Why did this one carry some? More than 30,000 kilograms. To be more exact, Han Fei believed there had to be around 35,000. He must have looted it recently before he came to battle. He didn't expect that he would be killed here, but looks like I'm the one who gets it in the end. Han Fei almost couldn't stop himself from smiling. He had truly become rich. With the 35,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, he could become an intermediate hidden fisher. Big Yellow turned into a little cat again and looked at Han Fei curiously. Why are you so happy? Han Fei instantly dropped his smile and looked at Big Yellow as well as Luo Yu, who was going to take the body of the sea spirit away. He looked up at the sky and said casually, Big Yellow, it's not easy for human beings to survive in this chaotic world that's savaged by sea demons. Difficulties and hardships are what we must live with. Luo Yu was stunned. Why was Han Fei suddenly being sentimental? Also, the life of human beings wasn't really that hard, was it? Then, Han Fei suddenly became solemn. As part of humankind, I'm grieved to see all this. I can't sleep in peace unless the ferocious sea demons are annihilated. The people who listened to Han Fei's speech were all touched. Someone remarked, it seems that Han Fei isn't as bad as he's said to be. He's a good guy. Someone nodded. Yes, the Dark Hunter Legion must have been smearing him. They're horrible, someone said. Is that the devotion of a top-level expert? Someone was excited. He's a role model to all of us. Suddenly, Han Fei flapped his wings and looked at Big Yellow. Big Yellow, battles are going on in the front line. I can't sit by. As a cat, you should enjoy your life and have as many fish as possible. You shouldn't come with me. Luo Yu was moved. Han Fei, the battles ahead are too dangerous for us. The more she talked, the lower her voice became as she realized that Han Fei had already killed a sea spirit. Han Fei looked back at Luo Yu. I'm always ready to sacrifice myself. You and Big Yellow can stay and hold this defensive line. I'm willing to risk my life. As he talked, he dashed to the sky and summoned the wind god boat, moving straight ahead. Han Fei secretly chuckled. Are you kidding me? 2 undersea chimneys have already appeared, and a third one is coming. Who can refuse that? If he could kill one sea spirit, he probably could kill another one, as long as the enemy had enough spirit awakening fluid with him, but of course his most important task was to look for the third undersea chimney that hadn't shown up yet. Beating the sea spirits wasn't nearly as important as that. As a hidden fisher, he would rather not confront them if he had a chance. In the rear, Big Yellow squatted on the surface of the sea and looked at where Han Fei went. What was he talking about? I wasn't going to follow him, Luo Yu said solemnly. Han Fei is a respectable man. After flying for 3,000 kilometers, Han Fei saw nothing except the sea creatures that were swimming to the Scattered Stars Island. There was no sign of the 2 undersea chimneys that had already shown up. Immediately, Han Fei dove into the water and summoned Little White and Little Black. Little Black went on a rampage against the sea creatures around as it was hungry. Han Fei, on the other hand, pet Little White. Daughter, can you find a lot of spirit awakening fluid? Like, really a lot. I won't take it if it's too little. Little White wandered around and didn't seem to find any target. Seeing that, Han Fei said, Daughter, don't worry. I'll take you 2,000 kilometers ahead. Han Fei asked, How is it going? Did you find anything? Little White circled for a while and then wavered, looking left and right in turns. No need to rush. We'll go another 2,000 kilometers forward. This time, Little White finally confirmed something. Although it occasionally looked left, it looked to the right most of the time. Han Fei instantly understood that there was probably a lot of spirit awakening fluid on either side. He couldn't help but ask, Little White, which side has the stench of battles and blood? This time, Little White looked at the left side without hesitation. Got it. Han Fei grinned. It meant that a huge battle was probably going on at the undersea chimney on the left side. Immediately, Han Fei boarded on a boat and moved to the right side with Little White. He didn't want to get involved in the fight. He would rather wait for the new undersea chimney to appear and then secretly fetch all the spirit awakening fluid. In any case, someone had to get the spirit awakening fluid. It would be better for him to take it than to let it go to sea demons. After rushing for almost 5,000 kilometers, Han Fei didn't see any sea demon experts around. He estimated that the new undersea chimney probably hadn't emerged yet. When it emerged, it would probably cause noises that would attract experts. At the bottom of the sea, Han Fei asked, "Daughter, how far away is it? Are there sea demons around?" Little White moved its body, which made Han Fei frown, as that was an implication of yes. However, Little White was already focused on one direction. Since they had already traveled 10,000 kilometers, Han Fei believed that he would arrive at the destination in another 10,000 kilometers at most. If there were sea demons around, he could always circumvent them. Could they find the location faster than Little White? An hour later, Han Fei returned to the old route after taking a turn. In the water. "Daughter, how far away is it? Is it longer than the distance we've already traveled?" This time, Han Fei saw Little White wagging its tail. Also, he heard a vague voice in his head that seemed to be trying to tell him something. Unfortunately, the voice was too vague for Han Fei to hear. However, Han Fei did confirm that the new undersea chimney must be within 5,000 kilometers. After 2,000 kilometers, Han Fei was no longer flying in the sky because he found that many creatures were gathering at one location. "Damn it, I can't let those sea creatures beat me to it." Han Fei invoked the phantom glass wings and moved at a high speed. The infinity water was turned into a giant sword and enshrouded Han Fei. Han Fei held Little White and Little Black in his arms. All the aggressive creatures in his way were too scared of the infinity water to approach him. There were a few powerful exotic creatures that attempted to attack Han Fei. "If you stand in my way of seeking fortune, I'll just kill you." A shark was torn apart by Han Fei and collected in Forge the Universe for cooking later. However, Han Fei found that more and more creatures were gathering. There weren't just fish and lobsters, but also worms, snakes, and even plants. "Damn it, I will not share. The undersea chimney is mine." After rushing for hundreds of kilometers, Han Fei discovered that several red demons and half-mermen were fighting. Unscrewed, the location is exposed. The undersea chimney is exposed. The sea demons stopped when they saw Han Fei. Their first thought was not to kill him, but to escape. "You want to inform the others?" "Not a chance." Han Fei activated the Overlord's technique and rushed forward like a ray of light. He killed 7 red demons and 3 half-mermen in only 100 seconds. One of the half-mermen seemed rather strong and tried to use blood escape. However, Han Fei simply shot the 8th arrow of the War Soul Art with the Wandering Dragon Bow and blew it up. What are you thinking? You think I'll let you walk away? After taking care of the sea demon, Han Fei reached his destination 300 kilometers later. He found that an undersea chimney was rising at a visible speed. Han Fei said to Little White, "Daughter, keep an eye out for me. If anything here is as dangerous as Big Yellow, bite me. Chomp." Han Fei? Jump? Han Fei was stunned. "Where is the danger? How far away is it?" Then Little White looked at the rising hill. Han Fei was surprised. "There are dangers inside the undersea chimney?" Immediately, Han Fei made up his mind. Even if there were dangers, so what? Could he let go of the undersea chimney because of the dangers? Certainly not. He would never refuse the meat being fed to his mouth. Han Fei instantly locked down the area in a 3-meter radius with the infinity water. Whoever trespassed would die. 9-tailed mantis shrimp, get up and work. Dig into the hill. Han Fei didn't know if digging would work. However, he sensed that dozens of creatures were digging 20 meters down the hill, so he might follow them until the method proved ineffective. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp was smart enough to crawl into a lobster cave and tied up the lobster. That lobster was only level 49. Even though it was exotic, it couldn't resist the 9-tailed mantis shrimp's void chains. Also, Han Fei closely followed it and condensed the infinity water into a huge drill. Han Fei was smart enough to use the infinity water as a driller. He dug into the hill crazily. He was going to dig to the center of the rising hill when he had a sense of crisis. He had a feeling that a terrifying danger would happen if he dug further. Immediately, Han Fei triggered a thought and controlled the infinity water to dig in another way. He also deployed the Overlord, split some of his soul, and installed an ultra-quality demonic stone in the Overlord. He intended to go inside together with the Overlord. Nobody could get treasures without taking risks. He had a lot of ways to protect himself. The law of gravity alone could keep many sea spirits occupied for a long time. Suddenly, Little White bit him again. Han Fei didn't know what to say. "Daughter, is it more dangerous inside, or is it outside?" As it turned out, Little White looked towards the outside. Han Fei instantly took a deep breath, knowing that someone must have come. He had to loot the undersea chimney before it was too late. Chapter 881, The Dead Body Inside the Undersea Chimney. Damn it. The earthquake in a range of almost 2,000 kilometers couldn't have been unnoticed. If anyone noticed it, it was only a matter of time that someone would find the undersea chimney. Earlier, when the undersea chimney appeared individually, such crazy competitions never happened. When human beings learned it in advance, they sometimes even sent hanging fishers to fight for it. Of course, those hanging fishers were backed by big shots. However, 7 undersea chimneys had appeared at the same time. Han Fei wasn't sure whether or not this was the 8th one. In any case, he was the only human being around, and the spirit awakening fluid certainly belonged to him. Han Fei didn't know how much spirit awakening fluid there was in the undersea chimney, but he thought there would be at least 100,000 kilograms. Before, xuanhuan had looted more than 20,000 kilograms, and the sea spirit carried more than 30,000 kilograms too. As long as he looted 100,000 kilograms, plus the 35,000 kilograms he looted, he could share them with the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and the others, and his strength would significantly rise. With the best spiritual fruits in his mouth, Han Fei put on the feather suit of wind and prepared the golden seal. He was ready to blow it up if it was truly necessary. Sensing that other creatures were coming to him from his back, Han Fei calmed himself down and gritted his teeth. Let's do this. The Overlord took action first and struck a hole in the hill with snowmorn, fuse. When the Overlord succeeded, Han Fei's infinity water drill followed it closely with Little Black and Little White. Han Fei chewed the spiritual fruit, bit the peppermint, and drilled through the hill, schwa. Han Fei flashed into the space inside the hill. The immense sense of crisis prompted Han Fei to dash randomly inside the hill. Han Fei couldn't be more panicked. He didn't know if he had entered the spirit awakening fluid. He thought quickly, collect, collect, collect. When he spread out his senses, he saw that the Overlord had been flung out of the hill by something, with a huge dent in its abdomen. Seriously? When Han Fei saw clearly what it was, he was stunned for a moment. Was that a human? Why was there a human in the undersea chimney? Wait, no, it's not a human, but a body. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. At that moment, the guy seemed to be slapping him. 9 mansions. Bam! Han Fei had already started flashing, but he was still 1 step slower and smashed to the bottom of the cave. He also tried to clutch the target with the void lines, but the void lines were too slow by comparison. Clash. Huh? The spirit awakening fluid? Blood flowed on his lips. Then he discovered, to his surprise, that the spirit awakening fluid with a depth of 50 meters was at the bottom of the cave. Also, the depth would only grow larger as the hill rose higher. Instantly, Han Fei got a number in his head. Judging from the volume, there were almost 1,000 tons of spirit awakening fluid here. Han Fei's heart almost shivered when he realized that he had found so much spirit awakening fluid. Let me collect it all. Han Fei felt like he was losing his mind. His first thought was that the trip would be worth it as long as he could gather 100,000 kilograms, but there turned out to be 1,000,000. Also, he discovered several holes from which more spirit awakening fluid was flowing out. Bam! It was Han Fei's first reaction when he was hit to the ground. Then, the dead body came straight at him. Schwa! Han Fei only had the time to collect some of the spirit awakening fluid before he had to run. Collect! After flashing away, Han Fei could only think of one thing when the dead body came at him again. Damn it, it's so fast. Are you kidding me? Schwa! Han Fei flashed again and activated the law of gravity. Naturally, the dead body did not see it coming. It staggered and gave Han Fei a chance. Han Fei moved quickly and left dozens of clones in the cave. Collect, collect, collect. However, in only 1 second, the dead body was already used to the law of gravity. Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. I'm using the Overlord's technique and you've adapted to the new gravity in 1 second? However, Han Fei wasn't panicked at all because he found that the dead body had been slowed by half. Yes, I was frightened. I thought it wasn't affected at all. At this moment, Han Fei finally realized how useful the phantom glass wings were. Although the flashes cost a lot of spiritual energy, he had an infinite amount of spiritual energy. Han Fei sneered. You think that's all the law of gravity can do? How about some irregular gravity? If the enemy were alive rather than a dead body, Han Fei might have been heavily wounded the moment he came in. However, it seemed to be fighting with natural instincts, which gave Han Fei a great chance. He changed the gravity irregularly and caused gravity waves, ready to see how the dead body could react. As he expected, when the gravity changed, the dead body became unstable and could barely stand straight. Han Fei seized the chance to clutch the target with the void lines, only to discover that it didn't have a soul. Han Fei? Mind? He might as well collect the spirit awakening fluid first. At the same time, the Overlord crawled back. Han Fei was rather regretful to see the huge hole in it. Of course, it wasn't the time to feel sorry for the Overlord yet. Han Fei absorbed the spirit awakening fluid crazily. There was so much of it that he couldn't collect all of it at once. 200,000 kilograms, 300,000 kilograms, 500,000 kilograms. When Han Fei was about to absorb all the spirit awakening fluid on the ground, he heard a huge noise. A terrifying pressure had arrived and broken the law of gravity. Puh! Han Fei vomited blood. There was no telling whether the dead body went on a rampage or anything, but the horrifying pressure knocked Han Fei away. Damn it, there's still another 200,000 kilograms that I haven't collected yet. Instantly, Han Fei dashed out to the top of the hill. Damn it, what kind of corpse is this? How can a corpse be so strong? Also, no information was given by the demon purification pot, which means that it's not an undead creature. Han Fei's plan was to blow through the hill and let in the abundant creatures outside. He realized why so many creatures had gathered here but never broken into the undersea chimney. Their intuitions told them that the place was dangerous. No matter how great the stuff here was, they wouldn't get to enjoy it if they were killed. Sacrificing punch. Boom. A terrifying fist mark rose to the sky and blew up the top of the peak. Han Fei felt that his back was cold. He subconsciously flashed out. However, he was still touched by the corpse. He rolled 1,000 meters to the bottom of the sea, feeling that all his bones were crushed. That was the first time that Han Fei was unable to react when he applied the yin-yang divine eyes. Too fast. This thing is too fast. In his senses, Han Fei detected that some sea spirits and law enforcers were flying close. These sea spirits and law enforcers were stunned. Why was a human being here? The law enforcers looked at each other in bewilderment. The phantom glass wings? Everybody on the Scattered Stars Island knew that Han Fei had phantom glass wings. He was the only one who acquired the Wind God Pearl in the past 60 years. As long as they confirmed that it was a human being and his wings looked like glittering glass, who else could it have been if not Han Fei? Ho, human, that's outrageous. Did you send someone to compete for the spirit awakening fluid in advance? Some sea spirits charged straight at Han Fei. A human expert took action and blocked the attack. You think that sea demons can attack any human heavenly talent? Vomiting blood at the bottom of the sea, Han Fei opened a fish skin array, and dazzling light burst out. An array that blocked senses was activated too. The two arrays were destroyed in the blink of an eye, but to everybody's surprise, Han Fei was already gone. The sea demons were as surprised as the human law enforcers. He was gone? How could it be so simple? He disappeared with just an array? A sea demon roared, "Wait, he cannot disappear so easily. Find him right now." Both the law enforcers and the sea spirits had taken many subordinates, who were all at a loss, without the vaguest clue where they could find Han Fei. As it happened, the corpse was standing at the entrance of the undersea chimney and searching for the enemy. Both the human and the sea demon experts were attracted to the corpse. As for Han Fei, it was hiding in Little Black's mouth and fleeing crazily in the middle of the regular sea creatures. Even though more spirit awakening fluid was popping up from the bottom of the cave, there was no way that he could get it. Even if he snuck into the cave with Little Black, he probably couldn't come out. Never mind, I should escape now. This time, I'll let Little Black and Little White surpass level 50. No, level 60. Let's see if anyone can find me by then. Han Fei felt as nervous and uneasy as a child. Too many people had scanned him countless times. Han Fei was almost certain that if there weren't so many fleeing sea creatures, Little Black would have been spotted a long time ago. Han Fei didn't crawl out of Little Black's mouth until it swam 1,000 kilometers in the sea. With a thought, Han Fei entered Forge the Universe. Chapter 882, Drank Too Much in Forge the Universe. Han Fei first threw himself a divine healing technique and then lay directly on the ground, spread eagle. He had decided that at least before Agility of Wind could be used again, he wouldn't leave Forge the Universe. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder what level that corpse had reached. The body obviously belongs to a human. Why does he appear in the undersea chimney? As for the entrance to the underground city, there was nothing at all. Is the whole of the spirit awakening fluid spring the entrance to the underground city? Han Fei immediately shook his head. The hole is so small. If I try to get into that hole, I will probably be killed by the horrible corpse. No matter what, when I go back, I will ask old Jiang about it. Maybe Jiang Qin has discovered the real entrance to the underground city? But if Jiang Qin found the entrance to the underground city, would she go in immediately? No, she doesn't have a sea token. Even if a sea token is not the key, it is impossible for her to go in alone. I have to take the opportunity to improve my strength. As Han Fei was thinking, 4 big pits appeared in Forge the Universe, each of which was filled with 100,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid by Han Fei. With a flash of light between his eyebrows, Little Black, Little White, Nine Tails, Little Fatty, and Little Gold all came out. Han Fei said directly, 1 pit for each of you. There is plenty of spirit awakening fluid here. Drink it all. Don't come out of the pit until you drink it up. Before he finished speaking, Nine Tails and Little Gold had already got into their pit. Little Fatty looked at Han Fei in surprise and got into the pit like Little Black and Little White. Han Fei didn't take the spirit awakening fluid immediately. He was touched by the corpse, and now his internal organs were still tumbling. Now he would have to heal himself first. After about half an hour, Han Fei also opened a pit for himself, which was also filled with 100,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. He prepared to drink it until he was full this time. Gulp, gulp. He didn't know how long he had drunk. He wanted to drink faster, but his mouth was just so big. Now, in the other pits, there were already 10,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid less. The hexagon starfish used more than 20,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid to upgrade by 3 levels. Now it seemed that it was almost the same for the other beasts. At this moment, they had all upgraded by at least 1 level. Han Fei hadn't upgraded yet, so he still had to drink for a while more. When Han Fei drank about 3,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, he felt that his strength had increased drastically, and he should have reached level 53. After more than 2 hours, Han Fei swallowed another 8,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid and then reached a small bottleneck. At the moment when this bottleneck appeared, Han Fei jumped out of the pit. From the spiritual spring pit not far away, a large amount of spiritual energy rushed into his body. Huh? I've just had a small breakthrough. Why is the change so drastic? At this moment, Han Fei felt that his bones were a little numb and his flesh and blood were solidifying. The meridians that were originally crystal clear turned slightly golden. Even a small breakthrough for a hidden fisher is not simple. Han Fei discovered that there was some power transforming his body. After about an hour, Han Fei was surprised to find that his strength had increased greatly. When he had just become a hidden fisher, his strength was over 2 million kilograms. Then, in the subsequent cultivation and battles, he stabilized his realm, making his strength exceed 2.5 million kilograms, even close to 3 million. However, after he broke through from a junior hidden fisher to an intermediate one, his strength was above 4 million kilograms, and he was only level 54. Han Fei secretly swallowed. If he kept this terrifying growth rate, before he became a peak-level hidden fisher, his pure strength could be close to 10 million kilograms. And Han Fei also knew, even if an ordinary hidden fisher cultivated to their peak level, his strength should be only about 5 million kilograms. Only when he became a law enforcer would his strength reach 10 million kilograms. Even a heavenly talent who had already become a peak-level hidden fisher wouldn't have that kind of strength. Of course, there were exceptions. In Han Fei's mind, Teng Ge, Cao Tian, and Chen Aochen were among the exceptions. Whatever, I'll upgrade first. When Han Fei jumped into the pit again, he was surprised to find that even Little Fatty, which grew the slowest, had reached level 43, and Little Gold and Ninetails had upgraded by 3 levels in a row. Of course, they had consumed a lot of Spirit Awakening fluid. Within the last 3 hours, they had exceeded 100,000 kilograms. 3 more hours later, Han Fei swallowed another 10,000 kilograms of Spirit Awakening fluid, but hadn't even reached level 55. After drinking another 13,000, he finally reached level 55. Han Fei took a breath. The consumption of Spirit Awakening fluid was increasing every time he upgraded. For the transition from level 55 to 56, Han Fei used more than 18,000 kilograms of Spirit Awakening fluid. At level 56, however, Han Fei had already swallowed 25,000 kilograms of Spirit Awakening fluid, but hadn't upgraded. After swallowing another 3,000, Han Fei found that his upper limit of spiritual energy no longer increased. However, he still hadn't made a breakthrough. Now, he was stuck in the realm of an intermediate hidden fisher. Why am I stuck here? It seems that the Spirit Awakening fluid is not omnipotent. After more than a day, Han Fei found that he had consumed 70,000 kilograms of Spirit Awakening fluid, but only reached the realm of an intermediate hidden fisher. This made him a little embarrassed. It seems that there is no such simple thing in the world. Perhaps I can no longer upgrade with the help of Spirit Awakening fluid. No, it works even on a law enforcer, although it's not that effective. It seems to be my own problem. Bam! Han Fei jumped out of the pit and knelt directly on the ground. Han Fei? Han? When he was level 52, his strength was close to 3 million kilograms. How could it be only 6 million kilograms when he was level 56? In terms of strength growth, he was definitely not the strongest. Could it be I haven't digested it completely yet? Han Fei thought this could be the answer. He smiled in spite of himself. It seemed that he would have to figure out a way to completely digest the Spirit Awakening fluid. He checked his data. Owner Han Fei level 56. Intermediate Hidden Fisher Spiritual Energy, 4,325 681, 36,999 Spiritual Power, 3,562, 3,562 Perception, 34,999 meters, Spirit Heritage, Level 7, Low Quality, Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 49. Main RT, Level 5 of Void Fishing, Divine Manipulation Technique, Heaven Level, Divine, Quality. Han Fei was dumbfounded. This number far exceeded Han Fei's expectations. He realized immediately that the increase of a junior hidden fisher's upper limit of spiritual energy was different from that of an intermediate hidden gisher. No wonder my strength hasn't really improved too much. My body hasn't become that strong. It turns out that my body can't keep up with my realm. Han Fei couldn't help laughing as he breathed a sigh of relief. As for the growth of spiritual power and perception, it was expected. After all, he had made breakthroughs. And Little Black and Little White had reached level 49, which was a great improvement. However, when Han Fei looked at their pits, he found that there were still 20,000 kilograms of Spirit Awakening fluid left in Ninetail's pit, a few thousand in the other pits, but nothing left in Little Black's pit. Is the consumption too much? Gulp, Han Fei swallowed. Little Black and Little White had consumed a lot of Spirit Awakening fluid, which was reasonable. After all, he alone had used 70,000 kilograms of Spirit Awakening fluid, not to mention these legendary and mysterious creatures. But why didn't Ninetails finish it all? Is it because he drank so much that his body couldn't keep up with his realm just like me? He blinked and the information of his beasts also appeared. Nine Tails, level 47. Little Gold, level 46. Little Fatty, level 46. Little Black and Little White, level 49. From the data alone, it wasn't obvious, but it could be seen from the consumption that although Nine Tails was also a legendary creature, his aptitude was not as good as Little Gold and Little Fatty's. Little Fatty only reached level 46, which showed his aptitude was stronger. But then why did the hexagon starfish upgrade by 3 levels with only 20,000 kilograms? Maybe that was because the hexagon starfish was of a low level back then. He would definitely consume a lot more in the future. As for Little Black and Little White, Hanfei didn't think there was any problem. He suspected that the spirit awakening fluid was not enough, which caused the 2 little guys to fail to reach a higher level. Hanfei kept Little Black and Little White and took back the other 3. Hanfei said, "Girl, go drink the remaining 20,000 kilograms from Nine Tails and the 30,000 on my side." Hearing his words, Little White plunged into the spirit awakening fluid liquid and began to gulp it. Hanfei couldn't help but sigh. Although he had improved a lot this time, the spirit awakening fluid liquid had been greatly consumed. Looking at the remaining spirit awakening fluid, Hanfei couldn't help worrying. It was not enough. He had thought that 100,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid was already enough. Now it turned out that this amount was far from enough. Seeing Little White was still drinking, Hanfei sat cross-legged. In front of him were 100 level 2 soul crystals. He was going to take this chance to improve his soul power. Chapter 883, Fighting Sea Demons, in the Sunset. The cultivation of the god-scaring painting had always been Hanfei's shortcoming, but he could do nothing about it. Unlike strength, there were many ways to increase soul power. If you wanted to strengthen your soul power, you could spend time memorizing the god-scaring painting, digest soul crystals, or take the ownerless souls. Fortunately, Hanfei now had the void lines. However, the soul power captured by the void lines was not much, and memorizing the god-scaring painting would take too much time. As for ownerless souls, it was very difficult to encounter, so only swallowing the soul crystals was the best way to increase soul power. Swallowing a large number of soul crystals could also increase spiritual power. At this moment, Hanfei looked at his information, pondering. Owner Hanfei level, 56 intermediate hidden fisher. Spiritual energy, 4,325, 681, 36,999. Spiritual power, 3,999, 30,999. Time perception, 44,999 meters. Spiritual heritage, level 7. Low quality spiritual beast, twin yin yang. Spirit swallowing fish, level 49. Main art N level, 5. Avoid fishing. Divine manipulation technique, heaven level. Divine quality. Hanfei was confused. It seemed that his current soul power had reached a bottleneck again. He had absorbed all the 100 level 2 soul crystals and memorized the 70th piece of the god-scaring painting. Although it was still less than 1/10, the increase in his range of perception was definitely not small. Hanfei believed that most people couldn't achieve the range of perception of more than 80 kilometers. However, judging from the information, he seemed to be in a great bottleneck. Whether it was the upper limit of spiritual energy, spiritual power, or perception range, they were all stuck in a bottleneck. This was the price of a rapid increase in strength. To completely break through the bottleneck, it might take him a lot of time. Well, that's enough. I'm fast enough, just a bit slower than Zhu Yinling, but my combat power is strong. Hanfei found an excuse for himself. At this time, he suddenly discovered that Little White had finished drinking the 20,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid left by Nine Tails and 1/3 of the 30,000 kilogram of spirit awakening fluid left on his side, and then stopped drinking. At this moment, there was still 350,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid left, and Little White was still at level 49. Oh, girl, are you stuck too? Hanfei was speechless. The road of cultivation would only become more and more difficult. Even if the resources were sufficient, it took time to digest and absorb these powers. Putting away Little Black and Little White, Hanfei appeared above the sea. At this moment, the sun was half set, and the huge sun seemed to rise and fall in the waves like a beautiful picture. 2 days had passed since he entered Forge the Universe, and the undersea chimney, before it emerged from the surface, had almost been emptied by him. However, Hanfei still controlled the wind god boat to fly over to take a look. After Hanfei arrived, he found a large number of insects of various kinds devouring the mutilated corpses of some marine creatures. Most of the corpses had now become bones. As for the undersea chimney, half of the hill had been cut off, and it seemed that there was a great battle here. Hanfei's perception swept over, and he found that the entrance to the undersea chimney had disappeared, and only ruins remained. No one is here. Should I go back to the Scattered Stars Island? Hanfei was hesitating. Coincidentally, this time he came across several law enforcers. They must have recognized him. As long as they could recognize the phantom glass wing, they would recognize him. So they must have known that he robbed the undersea chimney. It was said that his senior brother and senior sister weren't allowed to return to the island just because they robbed an undersea chimney. Wang Dashui was also grounded for the same reason. Well, let me take a look around now. Hanfei was flying above the sky and spotted inferior man-fish and red demons appearing on the sea from time to time. Besides, these sea demons always appeared in groups. It seemed the battle at the Scattered Stars Island was not over yet. At this moment, Hanfei sensed that more than 80 kilometers away, a group of more than 20 half-mermen led more than 50 red demons and more than 100 inferior manfish, heading for the Scattered Stars Island. There are a lot of them. Shall I attack them? Hanfei wondered. Hanfei thought about it. Anyway, he urgently needed to quickly digest the strength in his body with a lot of combat and practice. Yes, Hanfei didn't know where the spirit awakening fluid he drank went. However, he knew that he could digest what he drank with actual combat. Thus, Hanfei manipulated the wind god boat to swish over, leaving a red flash of light on the sea. Bam! Hanfei stood on the sea, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. Hey, where are you going? These sea demons were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Hanfei. In an instant, they all looked vigilant, thinking that humans had come after them. The half-merman's perception swept frantically across the surrounding waters to check if there was an ambush. Hanfei grinned and said, "Don't bother to search around, it's just me." Hanfei had already sensed that among these sea demons, only 2 were of the peak level, 5 advanced, 7 or 8 intermediate, and the rest were nothing. The really tough ones were the 2 captains and a heavenly talent. These 3 had golden battlesuits. If he guessed right, the 2 captain-level powerhouses could use the secret method of Sea God Descends. This was different from the situation in the demonic forest channel. The strength of these peak-level sea demons would be equal to that of law enforcers if they activated Sea God Descends. He was able to kill the one on the east coast before because he didn't give that sea demon the time to activate the secret method, and he used the void lines to stop him from using his immortal seal. At this moment, the 2 captains exchanged a glance with each other and sneered. How dare an intermediate hidden fisher stop us? They thought this was too funny. However, out of caution, the 2 captains signaled 2 of the advanced level sea demons to kill Hanfei. Without hesitation, the 2 advanced level sea demons used a technique that Hanfei was particularly familiar with, the Dance of Light. Just when the 2 were only 100 meters away from Hanfei, all of a sudden, they saw Hanfei's phantom glass wings spread out and he appeared in front of them with a swoosh. Buzz. With only 2 knives, the 2 were killed by Hanfei. Hanfei sneered. Hey, don't look down upon me. Don't you want to summon your associate spirit or use any secret methods? Hanfei didn't know if these 2 half-mermen had immortal seals or not. Anyway, his attack was too fast to give them any time to respond. Sure enough, after Hanfei finished speaking, he didn't feel anyone coming out of the void, and he found that he had sucked a small amount of soul power back with the void line. Hanfei thought to himself, that's right, not all half-mermen have immortal seals. If each of them had one, how could humans resist them? The 2 captains on the opposite side were horrified, as just in an instant 2 advanced level sea demons were killed. Hiss, one of them yelled. Attention, this guy is not an ordinary hidden fisher. Let's kill him together. Hanfei sneered. Do you think I can't understand your language? Gang up on me? It only makes a difference if people of the same realm gang up on me. Swish. Hanfei flew over, but he didn't use the agility of wind or the majestic mystic spell. He was meant to digest the power in his body, so he would try not to use any secret methods. But even if he didn't use any secret methods, his speed was still shockingly fast. Hanfei didn't fight head-to-head with the 2 captains. And this time, the besiegers were smart enough to use the Sea King's secret method. However, it was simply useless. Hanfei easily solved them with the draw technique, but he didn't have the time to use the void lines to absorb their soul power. In such a fast-paced battle, Hanfei didn't have the time to absorb soul power. Puff, buzz, crack, the absurd melee between a group of sea demons and a single person started. If these 2 captains had known that Hanfei was so strong, they would have definitely not foolishly let their men surround him. However, at this moment, it was already too late. They roared, quickly withdraw, use the blood escape to get away. In just 3 or 5 minutes, Hanfei had killed more than 30 sea demons and he was still chasing them down, killing one with each cut. And the 2 captains were forced to use the secret method of Sea God Descends at this moment. Both their power and speed became 5 times stronger. Their strength was close to 30 million kilograms at this moment, which was quite strong, but Hanfei wondered how much of their lives would be consumed by using this secret method once. Hanfei grinned, caught a red demon with the void lines, and slashed it dead. Then with a buzz, Hanfei's speed suddenly surged. Do you think you're the only ones with a secret method? Try my overlord technique. With a swish, Hanfei caught up with a half-mermaid in the early stage of the sea demon realm and slashed her to death. This chase lasted for more than 10 minutes. Hanfei killed more than 40 sea demons in total, and he ignored the inferior manfish because they were too weak. At this moment, Hanfei was standing above the water surrounded by 5 half-mermen. Among the 5, 2 were captains, 2 were advanced, level sea demons, and 1 was a heavenly talent. At this moment, they had activated the secret method of Sea God Descends and summoned their associate spirits, Chapter 884, Don't Confront Him. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected on the surface of the sea, shining on Hanfei's face and making him look like a god of war walking out of golden light. Hanfei smiled. Except for the 2 of you, can the remaining withstand a single blow of mine? He put on the feather suit of wind and put away the blood-drinking knife, grinning. Come on, let's fight for 3,000 rounds. The sea demons frowned when they saw Han Fei put away the knife. Why does this guy not even use a weapon? Bam! Han Fei stomped on the seawater and pounced at the two captains. On his fist, golden light surged, and terrifying power poured out. Go to hell, Sea King strike. Boom boom boom! Han Fei didn't choose to fight in the sky, although that would be better for him because he wanted to make the greatest use of these whetstones. For a time, above the sea, golden light shone. Han Fei blocked the attacks of the 5 powerful enemies with both fists. Although his current strength was the strongest, it didn't mean that the opponent was weak. After all, he was fighting 5 alone. Of course, Han Fei was still far superior to them in strength, even though they had used their secret method. The battlesuit of one of the advanced level sea demons was shattered by Han Fei's punch, and a big hole was blasted out of his stomach. Whoosh! Han Fei jumped up, threw the void lines at him, and slashed him to death. Haha, you aren't even qualified to be my sparring partner. The remaining advanced level sea demon roared, blood curse. Han Fei didn't know what curse this was. However, the strength of this person suddenly skyrocketed. Although he was still weaker than the two captains, his strength had reached at least 2 waves of power. In the golden fish shadow, Han Fei laughed. That's right, bring out all you're capable of. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to use it. A captain roared, this person's combat skills are extremely energy-consuming. As long as we can hold out for 10 minutes, his energy will be exhausted. Giant wheel in the sea. The heavenly talent exploded and merged with his associate spirit. A monster covered with spikes was spinning rapidly on the sea, rolling towards Han Fei. Boom, boom, boom. Not flinching at all, Han Fei blasted a series of fist marks at the huge wheel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two captains and the advanced level sea demon thrust their harpoons at Han Fei, and the terrifying energy hit Han Fei, falling on the surface of the water, making 3 huge pits. However, Han Fei's eyes flashed, and he took the opportunity to hook the advanced level sea demon with the void lines. The latter looked horrified and roared, no, he can. Shut up. Han Fei knew what he wanted to say. He wanted to say that Han Fei could control his soul. The next second, Han Fei was sent flying together with the guy. A trace of blood oozed out of the corner of Han Fei's mouth, and then golden fist marks crazily fell on the head of the advanced level sea demon. Bang, bang, bang. After 6 consecutive punches, Han Fei shattered the sea demon's body. No. My energy is being consumed too fast. I shall kill another sea demon. Bam! The 3 sea demons chased him to the bottom of the sea. Han Fei glanced at the wheel-like guy. Okay, I'll pick you. Swoosh! Han Fei rushed up to the 3 of them, throwing dozens of punches. The horrible force smashed the golden harpoon of one of them, and the 2 captains were blasted off. Han Fei grinned. Hit, 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 hit. Han Fei was bombarding them like a lunatic, wrapping the void lines with the golden fist marks and throwing them at the heavenly talent half-merman. The defensive power of the semi-divine weapon couldn't be underestimated. At this moment, a protective mask appeared on the heavenly talent's body. However, it was shattered after only receiving 5 punches from Han Fei. Rumble. In an instant, the sea demon was almost beaten to a bloody pulp by Han Fei. Boom, crack. The semi-divine harpoon of the heavenly talent was shattered by Han Fei. The fist mark set off a huge billowing wave dashing across the seabed, and wherever it passed, the sand and rocks fell apart. Help me. Han Fei avoided an attack with a whoosh. However, he was hit by another sea demon captain, and his body was bombarded into the ground like a cannonball. However, at that moment, 2 wind blades rolled up from the seabed, swept past the dying heavenly talent, and killed him. Cough. Han Fei coughed up blood. He had run out of energy after repeated battles. The captain roared angrily, he has run out of energy. Attack! Sea God strike! Swish! 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 Dozens of his clones appeared, and Han Fei ran a long distance away in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the 2 captains seemed to see hope. They felt that the dead heavenly talent would be able to walk out of the void immediately, so they weren't worried about him. And Han Fei's energy was exhausted. This was a good time to kill him. Although this mission failed, if they could kill a heavenly talent of this level, no one would blame them. Maybe they would even get rewards. Han Fei used the sea racing art. After flying for a while, he suddenly stopped and sat cross-legged on the sea. Boom. Above the sky, a mysterious pillar of fire descended, and spiritual energy from 4 directions crazily rushed into Han Fei's body. 1 minute. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The 2 sea demon captains didn't know what happened, so they stopped and watched. Whoosh! The pillar of fire disappeared, and Han Fei's phantom-like figure had already rushed over again. The battle was imminent, and without giving them any time to think, Han Fei had rushed at them again. Ha ha ha! Let's fight again. The golden fist mark shot out again, and one of the captains shouted in shock, Impossible! He can't be so fast. He was still cultivating just now. Han Fei grinned. I'm sorry, it's too late. Han Fei's elusive figure reached in front of a person, and his big fists punched this guy's face frantically. The enemy's semi-divine armor made his hands hurt. Han Fei only used half of his strength, but it would already be enough to solve these 2. A captain shouted, Don't panic, his strength hasn't fully recovered. Han Fei roared, I don't need to fully recover to kill you 2. The other captain was angered. I was so scared that I almost ran away, but you actually haven't fully recovered? However, he was cautious. This person must have a way to deal with the immortal seal. UD hasn't come back from the void. The other captain said, his strength has dropped sharply. Don't panic. Boom, boom, boom. The huge waves were rolling and the sea surface caved in. From time to time, huge waves of 100 meters high were set off. Under the terrifying force, the ripples could at least radiate the surrounding 100 kilometers. The creatures in the ocean had long been hiding. Some lobsters and crabs hid in their holes. However, without knowing it, their homes were smashed and they were also crushed. After more than 30 minutes, the two sea demon captains were horrified. Why is this person so vigorous? Hasn't his energy been exhausted? Suddenly, Han Fei said leisurely, that's it, you're unable to hold on to your secret technique anymore. Time to say goodbye. At that moment, the void lines directly hooked on the two of them. Although these two people realized that a crisis was coming, they were too close to Han Fei. After fighting for half an hour, no one would think that Han Fei was still at his peak. With two swishes, the two sea demons were killed. At the moment when the blood-drinking knife came out, they still wanted to use their immortal seals. However, something shocking happened. Their souls were controlled, and the immortal seals could not be used. At this moment, they finally knew why UD failed to come back. Taking out the sea-swallowing seashells of the two of them and absorbing some soul power, Han Fei returned to the previous battlefield, quickly found the dead half-merman, and took their sea-swallowing seashells one by one. Without checking them, Han Fei went straight away. He'd better not stay on the battlefield for long in case someone came over. At least he should recover his spiritual energy and vitality first. Hundreds of kilometers away, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged. A pillar of light descended from the sky, and spiritual energy entered Han Fei's body at a terrifying speed. Since he couldn't recover it once, he put out the fire on himself and did it again. After a moment, on the wind god boat, Han Fei casually threw himself a divine healing technique, grabbed a spiritual fruit in his hand, and chewed. This fighting rhythm suits me. They're simply not my match. Han Fei felt that his strength seemed to increase a bit. It was still more than 6 million kilograms, but hadn't yet reached 7 million kilograms. Since the war hadn't ended, Han Fei was not in a hurry to return to the Scattered Stars Island. It seemed to be a good choice to travel around the Scattered Stars Island and find sea demons to fight. Just half an hour after Han Fei left the battlefield, a sea spirit level master appeared in the sea area. The sea demon grabbed the bodies of the two captains and said to a half-merman beside him with a frown, "Are you sure his wings are like phantoms?" The sea demon nodded hard. "Yes, master." His speed was too fast, and we didn't even have the time to react at all. Even with the Sea King's secret method, we still couldn't resist him. This sea spirit frowned. He must be the human heavenly talent who has obtained the Wind God Pearl. Now it seems that he may already have the power of a law enforcer. Pass on my order. If you encounter this person, anyone under the peak level of the sea demon realm shall retreat. Don't confront him. Chapter 885. The sea tokens are responding to something. Han Fei certainly didn't know this. Even if he knew, he was not worried because the sea demons wouldn't be able to escape from him if they met him. Han Fei would go into the water every 1,000 kilometers or so and ask Little White if she had found another undersea chimney. Unfortunately, the answer disappointed him. It seemed that after he stayed 2 days and forged the universe, the undersea chimneys were all robbed. But then he smiled. Fine, he'd better not be too greedy. This time, he wouldn't have been able to get the Spirit Awakening fluid if it wasn't for Little White's outstanding treasure hunting ability. Within 10,000 kilometers from Scattered Star Island, Han Fei found another group of sea demons. However, there were only a dozen of them in total, and there was no one at the peak level of the sea demon realm. Han Fei pondered, I stole a lot of Spirit Awakening fluid liquid this time, but if I want to return to the Scattered Stars Island, I should come back with some merits. Okay, let me kill them. Scattered Stars Island. Ye Xingchen's face was all dark, and he found that he had made a mistake. He had known Han Fei was from the Thug Academy, but why was he so stupid as to tell him that there was an undersea chimney coming out? It was not a good situation. He became the scapegoat. At this moment, the sea demons and human beings were in a short truce. Retreating to 3,000 kilometers away, they could launch a third attack at any time. The humans were trying to recover as soon as possible, so were the sea demons. At this moment, more than 300 people in the Empyrean waterfall were gathering together for dinner. Since the last time Han Fei had cooked, their frequency of having meals had increased. Besides, they had been fighting for 2 days. They needed to rest, didn't they? At this moment, Ye Xingchen stood in front of this group of people. Wang Dashuai, can you guys from the Thug Academy come back? Bailu said angrily. What's wrong with my junior brother? My junior brother has done meritorious service and even killed a sea spirit expert. Wang Dashuai nodded. My wife is right. My little junior brother made a great contribution. Besides, even if you and the sea demons scramble for the Spirit Awakening fluid, in the end, you would get it 50-50, right? And, maybe in that undersea chimney, there are only 600,000 kilograms of Spirit Awakening fluid. Ye Xingchen gritted his teeth and said, which undersea chimney have you ever seen that contains only 600,000 kilograms of Spirit Awakening fluid? Han Fei didn't know that some more Spirit Awakening fluid had appeared from the spring again. However, the law enforcer who had gone to grab the Spirit Awakening fluid came back with only less than 300,000 kilograms. Ning Jingyao laughed and said, well, it's not a big problem. Anyone can use the Spirit Awakening fluid, right? Nameless nodded. It may work better on Han Fei. Yu Ye said lightly. Actually, I want some too. Ye Xingchen was dumbfounded and looked at Yu Ye speechless. How do you have the nerve to say that? You emptied 2 undersea chimneys alone. Then Ye Xingchen turned his eyes to Wang Deshuai. Yes, Han Fei has done meritorious service. But that's what he should do. He robbed an undersea chimney without saying a word. He should give us an explanation, shouldn't he? Wang Dashuai grunted. Explain? My junior brother will surely kill a large number of enemies before he returns. Ye Xingchen was speechless again. Didn't you hear me? That's what he should do. It's every soldier's obligation to kill enemies. Forget it. Ye Xingchen didn't want to bicker with these people anymore. He turned around and left angrily. After Ye Xingchen left, a flurry of discussion began. Yu Ye said in surprise, Han Fei can rob an undersea chimney now? Li Luoluo bared her teeth. I want to do it too. Why didn't he take me with him? Big Yellow crunched a big fish's head. Humph, I'm angry. He didn't even bring me with him but still asked me to guard him. Granny Yin rolled her eyes at him. Guard him? Can you? Meow Wee, Granny Yin said. Well, as long as Han Fei kills enough enemies outside, he might not be grounded like Dashuai. Nanggong Xuan said, it's not a question of whether he'll be grounded or not. This war has been fought for too long. Who knows what happened? Everyone looked at Ye Qingfeng. Ye Qingfeng was the only one who was transferred to the frontline battlefield. He was so poisonous that even law enforcers were afraid of him. It was said that he once poisoned 3 sea spirit experts alone. Ye Qingfeng was making poisonous tea for himself. Seeing everyone watching him, he said leisurely, Don't look at me. I don't know either. It is said that the pioneer group found very large underground ancient ruins, and the humans and sea demons started a war to scramble for the resources in the ruins. Even Shui Shenqi and Bluefeather went to watch the war. What do I know? Someone was surprised. Huh, but they're already explorers, someone sighed. Even explorers went to watch this war. It seems that the ruins are very important, Qingchen said. They just went to watch the war but didn't join it. Ning Jingyao sneered and said, but it already shows how important this war is. When was the last time they went to watch a war? 5 or 6 years ago, right? Someone said. I remember it was before I even came here. Suddenly, Ye Qingfeng said, Oh yes, I heard that Mu Qingchuan and Chu Linyuan showed up this time. These 2 people slaughtered a sea spirit powerhouse and emptied half of an undersea chimney. Wang Dashuai said, It has nothing to do with me. Everyone was speechless, and someone said leisurely, You Thug Academy people are all daredevils. I think the 2 of them can never come back. Bailu snorted. But Lin Yuan and Qingchuan have killed countless enemies. This is an indisputable fact. Ye Qingfeng smiled and said, If it weren't for you, Dashuai might be out there right now. Wang Dashuai scratched his head and chuckled as if he had accepted Ye Qingfeng's words. Bailu rolled her eyes at Wang Dashuai, who immediately became silent. The battlefield of the Scattered Stars 1st Unit was on the Path of Giants. At this moment, many people gathered together. Cao Tian and Cao Jiaren, who hadn't shown up for a long time, were there, and so were Tunga and Mu Ling. Leaning on Tunga and sitting on a rock, Mu Ling said with a smile, Do you know what news I heard? Tunga asked. Yes? Mu Ling smiled and said, Your buddy robbed an undersea chimney all alone. Tunga was taken aback for a moment. Really? Isn't it dangerous? Mu Ling said. It is said that he has already run away. Tunga breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Mu Ling continued, I've got more news. Tunga waited. What is it? Mu Ling took out a token and said, The sea token is responding to something. I have a hunch. Another catastrophe is coming soon. Tunga frowned. Don't be afraid. I'll go with you. Mu Ling, she chuckled. Of course you have to go with me, or else who will protect me? I'm a girl. How can I protect myself from so many people? But Tunga laughed and said, However, this thing should belong to Han Fei. Mu Ling pouted. Why can't it be mine? You're just partial to your buddy. Tunga smiled and said, Because he has 2. Cao Jiren and Cao Tian were also discussing. Cao Jiren's expression was indifferent and her voice was cold. The sea token is responding to something. You know, it should belong to Chu Chu, Cao Tian said with his trademark honest smile. I know. This time, we'll have to face a lot of powerful enemies. On the Thug Academy's side, it will be Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai is not strong enough yet. Cao Tian smiled. It's okay. Leave him to me. Jiren Cao shook her head slightly. Don't underestimate him. The Thug Academy is never absent from any big event. Although it declined more than 30 years ago, it is undeniable that they are still very strong. Cao Tian nodded. I see. The humans were still resting. On the sea, Han Fei was being chased by 3 sea spirit experts. What have I done to you? Why are you chasing me? Han Fei was speechless. He originally planned to return to the surrounding area of the Scattered Stars Island, only to come across an army of sea demons who were resting on the way. There were tens of thousands of sea demons in this army, including many sea spirit powerhouses. Fortunately, he stopped in time and turned around to run. Otherwise, if he rushed into the sea demon army, it would have been almost impossible for him to come out unscathed. It was also at this moment that Han Fei discovered that the speed of the Wind God boat was not as fast as he had thought. The sea spirits could also fly, and their speed far exceeded the Wind God boat. Someone behind shouted, Do you think you can run away? Han Fei roared, What the hell are you doing? Do you want to quit the war and just chase me? Boom. Someone was speeding up. Han Fei simply abandoned the wind god boat, unfolded the phantom glass wings, activated the agility of wind, and rushed out. The wind god boat's speed was limited. Although it could fly 60,000 kilometers a day, it was only 2,500 kilometers per hour on average, which was far slower than the speed of the Sea Spirit powerhouse, so Han Fei had to abandon it. The agility of wind was not fast enough, so Han Fei activated the Overlord technique. In a flash, his figure was farther and farther away. Behind him, the 3 Sea Spirit experts looked dumbfounded. Someone cursed, "Damn these wings. Isn't this guy's speed too fast?" Seeing that Han Fei was getting farther and farther away, they were stunned. They had chased him for less than half an hour, but he had escaped from them. Humph, he is not on the battlefield. It should be fine. He is only one person. At this moment, Han Fei was hiding in Forge the Universe, lying on the ground and chewing a spiritual fruit. Huh, chase me? Come on, come in here. Suddenly, Han Fei felt his heart flip. He tilted his head, only to see 2 sea tokens not far away vibrating slightly. Huh? Han Fei immediately sat up with a serious look. The sea tokens are responding to something. Chapter 886, A War is Imminent. It was too fast. Han Fei didn't expect that the sea token would respond so quickly. Although he just robbed an undersea chimney, he still hadn't digested the resources completely. Not only did he, but also his beasts hadn't digested the resources completely. And he had just started his journey of tempering. According to Han Fei's plan, he would have to fight at least dozens of battles like the one today. But who would have thought that the sea tokens would respond so quickly? Sister Qin, why don't you give me some time to react? Can't you do it in a month? Han Fei sighed and practiced the 108 Desolate God Body twice before he came out of Forge the Universe. However, at this moment, the sea demons were resting, and it was impossible for him to attack the sea demon army alone. Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White and asked Little White, "Girl, can you feel where Sister Qin is now?" Han Fei wasn't sure if Zhang Qin had returned to the Scattered Stars Island or not. However, since it was the pioneer group that discovered the ruins and the sea tokens happened to be responding, it at least proved that Zhang Qin was definitely involved. Sure enough, the direction Little White pointed to was not the Scattered Stars Island, but the deep sea. Han Fei frowned. Has she gone first? But then he shook his head. No. It's impossible for Zhang Qin, a mere hidden fisher, to decide on something as important as the ruins. Besides, the war lasted for 2 days, and many people involved were above the level of hidden fisher. There must be stronger people in the ruins. Han Fei sighed. What if I meet the 8 wings of Blue Feather? Their strength is not comparable to ordinary sea spirits. If I go to the ruins, there should be strong human masters over there too, right? No, God knows what the peak level sea spirit's perception range is. What if I'm discovered in advance and ambushed? No, I shall not go to the ruins, nor the Scattered Stars Island. Just as Han Fei was thinking whether he should release his beast to rest, suddenly, above the sky, a curtain appeared, imprinted with a shadow. Han Fei took a closer look and found the shadow was Blue Feather. Yes, he couldn't be wrong. Blue Feather was in human shape. His status in the 10,000 Demon Valley was similar to Xuanhuan Qi's. Both should be at the Explorer level. At this moment, Blue Feather said in the Sea Demon language, "Everyone, retreat. All Sea Demon Realm powerhouses must come to the southwest sea area of the Scattered Stars Island, 150,000 kilometers away, and don't fight with any humans." Immediately afterwards, another figure appeared in the sky. It was Xuanhuan Q, whom Han Fei had met once. At this moment, he said solemnly, "All human hidden fishers, go there too. Don't clash with the evacuating Sea Demon army. Come quickly." Wow, what agreement did Xuanhuan Q and Blue Feather reach? The first thought that flashed through Han Fei's mind was that the secret realm was too big to be explored by one person or two. The underground city. It's definitely the underground city. However, what Han Fei wasn't sure about was why the underground city appeared so quickly. And shouldn't it be kept secret? Even if a place like an underground city appeared, it should be kept secret. All hidden fishers are being summoned? What happened? Han Fei remembered that the number of hidden fishers he had encountered in the central city was definitely a lot, not hundreds or thousands, but at least several thousand. Not only Han Fei, but the entire Scattered Stars Island was shocked. Countless people looked up at the sky curtain. All hidden fishers? Is there a super battle going on? Someone said in shock. In the history of the Scattered Stars Island, there has never been such a thing, not even once. Someone sighed. Damn it, I knew the reason for the sea demons to attack the Scattered Stars Island was not simple. Could it be that now it's the critical moment for the survival of the Scattered Stars Island? On the front line, many law enforcers looked solemn. What happened this time was beyond their imagination. In this battle alone, the people killed were countless. However, the so-called war turned out to be only the beginning. When Xuanhuan Q was speaking, there were people on all sides of the Scattered Stars Island flying to the sky, looking grave. Fishing boats flew into the air one after another, and people had no idea what was going on. However, judging from the current situation, the matter this time was probably extremely important to the point that every soldier was summoned. Silent Demon Pond. In a certain law enforcement brigade, someone got up and stood in front of the other people. "I'm going to war. Everyone, guard the line of defense before I return. Pay attention to the news in the city, and be careful." "Captain, what happened, Captain?" The man shook his head slightly, his eyes resolute. I don't know. All the hidden fishers are being summoned. They wouldn't do this unless it was a matter of life or death. Inferno Beach. Someone in a certain inspection team cursed, son of a bachash, do we finally not have to patrol and enforce the law? Scattered Stars Island, Scattered Stars Island. Do they want us to sacrifice ourselves? Someone sneered. The commander must have a reason to make this decision. Let's just go. Someone lazily got up from the beach and said, are we going to fight the final war against the sea demons? I'm fed up with fighting and guarding every day. Path of Giants. Tangay and others controlled their boats and set off in silence. Most of the people who went with them were from the big clans of the Thousand Star City, East Coast. The over 300 people in the Empyrean Waterfall had mixed feelings at this moment. Granny Yin cried, a great war is about to break out. I didn't expect to be able to participate in such a war at such an old age. Nangong Xuan sneered, I don't mind fighting the war. I've been here too long in the Empyrean Waterfall. Ning Jingyao sighed. It's a pity that old Du happened to make the breakthrough and become a law enforcer at this time. It's his loss to miss this battle. Li Luolu chuckled. It should be fun. Let's fight. It'll be best if we can fight all the way to the 10,000 Demon Valley. Someone sneered. You all hide secrets, don't you? You were all waiting for this battle, right? South Bank area. The strong masters of the major sects in the Thousand Star City were all here. The leaders weren't one person or two, but a group of powerhouses. Looking from the sky, there were 7 groups of people gathered. Gong Yuhan, Lu Wuwei, Chu Shun, Zhai Shun, the heavenly talents of the major sects walked in the forefront of the crowd. Someone shouted, let's go! Under countless gazes, the fishing boats lifted off and the army went to sea. Such an unprecedented grand scene stunned many people at this moment. Countless hanging fishers were sighing. No one would know what would happen next, nor how many people would survive. Someone prayed, I hope we can all return safely. Someone shook his head. There must be a bloody war. But if you win, the Scattered Stars Island may be safe for decades. Some people were optimistic. Hey, bro, we should be able to concentrate on exploring secret realms and improve our strength if we reach a truce with the sea demons, right? The man being asked smiled and nodded. Maybe. However, I want to go back to my hometown once. I've been out for so long and I'm afraid my family must think I'm already dead. Someone smiled and said, I'm sure we can win. Otherwise, the commander wouldn't easily start this war. In the southwest, somewhere in the outer sea, Shueishan Qi and a group of 9-star, 10-star, and even 11-star powerhouses stood proudly in the sky. More than 10 kilometers away, Blue Feather and the 8 wings of Blue Feather were all there. Blue Feather looked at Shueishan Qi and sneered. Shueishan Qi, I can't believe you dare to bet with me. Our 10,000 Demon Valley hasn't used all our strength yet. Aren't you afraid that we will launch a sneak attack in the rear and destroy your den? Shueishan Qi looked majestic and glanced at Blue Feather disdainfully. You can try. If you can conquer the Scattered Stars Island, I'll kill myself on the spot. Humph, if it weren't for that old monster, the 10,000 Demon Valley would have been wiped out decades ago. Blue Feather laughed out loud. I know you dare to destroy our 10,000 Demon Valley. The key is, if the 10,000 Demon Valley is destroyed, are you sure you can resist the Royal City? Shueishan Qi scoffed. If the Royal City wanted to come, they would have come long ago. What are they still waiting for? Blue Feather snorted. I admit we lost to you in the demonic forest channel. Then let's gamble on whether the Thousand Star City will have a king first, or the sea demon Royal City will have a deep sea giant demon first. Behind the crowd, Zhangqin looked solemn. What happened this time was beyond her expectations. She had thought that even if she found the underground city, it would be the human race's own business. Who would have expected that the sea demons would get in on it? Did the sea demons come to contend for the sea quelling painting? But that didn't make sense. Was it because of Shueishan Qi? Han Fei was controlling the wind god boat to race wildly all the way. If he didn't run fast enough, the sea demon army would have caught up with him. He was alone in the sea and had no chance to escape from the sea demon army if he was discovered by them. Before such a big war, no one would care even if the sea demons killed him. As Han Fei ran, he thought to himself, does old Han manipulate this matter behind the scenes? Old Han is so strong, he must have a part in it. And did old Jiang come? If old Jiang is here, I'm safe. Heh, the battle for the sea quelling painting has begun again. No matter what, the painting is mine. Chapter 887, Explore the biggest secret realm in history. After running for more than 2 days, he met ordinary sea demons along the way, but no battle took place. As for the sky curtain hanging in the sky, if he guessed correctly, it had to be the genuine sky hanging mirror, and the one he saw in the level 3 fishery was a fake. If he killed those sea demons on the way, Blue Feather might find out and send someone to kill him. Then he would be in danger. The wind god boat flashed across the sky like a stream of light and stopped until Han Fei perceived Shueishan Qi and the others. Finally, Han Fei found Zhang Qin in the crowd, who was the only hidden fisher in this group of people. The others were all law enforcers. At this moment, Law Enforcer glanced back. What are you doing there? Quickly come over. Han Fei didn't know this person, but since this person called him, he shouldn't still stand dozens of kilometers away. When Han Fei flew over, he landed directly next to Zhang Qin. Sister Qin, what a coincidence. Zhang Qin rolled her eyes at Han Fei, saying indifferently, "Wait." Han Fei saw Blue Feather and others more than 10 kilometers away, and these people were looking at him, seeming to be surprised by his speed. At this time, some sea spirit said something to Blue Feather. Blue Feather suddenly said, "Is this the young man who obtained the Wind God Pearl? But he's at such a low level, it's a pity that he won't be able to go back this time." But Han Fei cursed, "Old Bestard, what are you talking about? You won't be able to go back. Your whole family won't be able to go back." Huh! Everyone looked at Han Fei in shock. Even Shueishan Qi couldn't help but raise his eyelids, as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. How dare this lad scold an explorer like Blue Feather? Zhang Qin shouted in a low voice, "Hey, shut up." "Humph," Blue Feather snorted, and his sound, like rolling thunder, shook towards Han Fei. Bam! In midair, a storm was set off, and Shueishan Qi said lightly, "Hey, why do you pick on a junior?" Blue Feather said coldly, "Different from humans, we're vengeful. This kid is called Han Fei, right? Hey kid, there will be a lot of people aiming to kill you." Han Fei curled his lips and sneered. "Come on, do you think you can scare me? I'll just kill anyone who comes at me until you're left shaking in a corner." Han Fei wasn't afraid at all, for now, Shueishan Qi was around. This old bastard certainly couldn't come up and kill him. Shueishan Qi glanced at Han Fei lightly, and Han Fei immediately shut up. "Okay, if you don't want me to speak anymore, I'll shut up." A law enforcer glanced at Han Fei with a smile. Smart move. "Do you think you've become invincible after robbing an undersea chimney? If we weren't in a war, you would definitely be locked up for several years." Han Fei's face stiffened. "Well, Senior, I didn't grab much. It's just tens of thousands of kilograms. It's true, haha." Someone shook their head. "This guy is too shameless. Do you think we're fools?" Someone was speechless. Zhang Qin glanced at Han Fei. "Sit down and stabilize your realm." Han Fei turned his eyes to Zhang Qin, and then glanced at the law enforcer without transmitting any voice to her, as if asking whether he would really get locked up or not. Zhang Qin shook her head slightly, and the law enforcer who was looked at by Han Fei frowned. "If you look at me again, I'll really put you in confinement." At this moment, everyone was waiting for the rest to come over. Han Fei's perception went down to the seabed. The seabed had been shattered and was already flattened within thousands of kilometers. Especially at the feet of Han Fei, there were strange ruins extending dozens of kilometers, which seemed to have emerged from underground. And in the ruins, there were some big holes with a gray misty matter floating in them, which his perception couldn't penetrate at all. However, they appeared to be confined within a certain range, like a kind of barrier. Han Fei asked in a low voice, "Sister Qin, is this a barrier?" Zhang Qin nodded slightly. "Yes, but it can be broken." Han Fei looked at Zhang Qin unexpectedly. "Really? Then why are we still standing here?" Shueishan Qi said indifferently. "Not another word. We're waiting for everyone to arrive." Han Fei shrugged. "My dad is Old Han, so I am not afraid of you." Since Han Fei knew that Old Han was still alive and was actually a big shot, he was very relaxed. Before the chess game finished, the chess piece would be safe. However, Han Fei didn't go too far. He didn't mind waiting. He could take the chance to think about what he should do after entering the barrier. If it was the underground city, then his first goal would be to find the boneyard. Luo Xiaobai and the others would arrive tomorrow at the latest, so would Teng Ji. The people of the Empyrean Waterfall would also come here, and he could persuade them to join him. About 3 hours later, Han Fei saw a fishing boat flying over from the sea. In the boat, there was a young man and a young woman, who were both good-looking and were obviously a couple. When these two arrived here, their gazes swept around and finally fell to Han Fei and Zhang Qin. "Little junior brother?" "Definitely." Han Fei looked at Zhang Qin in surprise and then said, "Senior brother, senior sister?" The two smiled at Han Fei and nodded, looking very kind. Cough. Someone coughed, and Chu Linyuan said, "Let's talk later." At this time, someone sneered. "Chu Linyuan, Mu Qing Chuan, you never showed up when we needed hands, but now that the ruins are discovered, you immediately show up. Don't think you can leave again." Mu Qing Chuan smiled. "We won't leave. After this matter is over, we will return to the Empyrean Waterfall." Someone snorted. "Oh, you guys came back? If you hadn't killed so many enemies at sea, we would certainly have punished you." Shu Linyuan also smiled. "No matter if we're in or out of the island, we're contributing to mankind. We'll make the breakthrough and become law enforcers when we go back to the Empyrean Waterfall this time." Someone grunted. "You mean you can do so any time?" Mu Qing Chuan nodded. "Yes." After that, Mu Qing Chuan glanced at Han Fei and said with a smile, "If we don't hurry up, even our junior brother will surpass us." Han Fei looked dumbfounded, thinking, "I've already surpassed you, okay?" But the law enforcer nodded. "Not bad. You've been holding off the breakthrough for so long. Are you waiting for today?" Chu Linyuan chuckled. "Sure." Han Fei's heart flipped. Holding off the breakthrough for so long? How long? So they haven't become law enforcers because they purposely held off the breakthrough. Are senior brother and senior sister also chess pieces? However, old Jiang said that the chess piece in the Thug Academy is me, so does that mean senior brother and senior sister held off their breakthroughs in order to assist me? Han Fei frowned. After entering the barrier, I'll ask about it. After one night. When the moon rose in the sky, people and sea demons arrived one after another. Among them, Cao Qian and the other Cao family arrived first, including Cao Chu. As soon as Cao Chu arrived, he wanted to run to Han Fei's side but was stopped by Cao Chen. However, the three Cao family members sat behind Han Fei, only 2 or 3 meters away. Cao Chu said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "The items down there are all treasures, but it is not my intention to grab the you-know-what." Han Fei glanced at Cao Chen and replied to Cao Chu via voice transmission, "It's all right, it's all within our reach. Whoever has the ability can grab it." After hearing this, Cao Chu felt helpless. He hated this feeling. To scramble for a treasure, in the end, there would definitely be fighting. By the time of dawn, there were already more than 300 people sitting behind Han Fei and the others. Wang Dashuai arrived with Bai Lu early the next morning. After arriving, he came straight to sit beside Han Fei and chatted with Chu Linyuan and the others. Until the early morning of the third day, everyone had arrived. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai, Lei Renquang, and Zhang Xuanyu met Chu Linyuan in Muqingchuan. At this moment, they snuck to the back of the army to eat hot pot, together with Big Yellow and Qing Chen, as well as several other heavenly talents from the Empyrean waterfall. Han Fei was whispering, "Shall we form a team when we go down?" Chu Linyuan said, "Sure, it's time to show the strength of our Thug Academy." Mu Qingchuan said, "First of all, it is certain that this is a barrier, not a teleportation array, so we won't be teleported randomly after entering it. But this barrier seems to be large and requires many people to break it. There must be a surprising amount of things inside. Therefore, some people will definitely play dirty to seize the treasures." Luo Xiaobai analyzed. "The trouble of teaming lies in the distribution of items. However, we don't have this problem. Whoever needs the treasures most can pick them first. The problem is survival. Our biggest concern will be how to stay alive." Han Fei said, "I think we can act separately after the grab." "Everyone?" Huan Fei continued. "You know, maybe we'll have to act separately then." Shu Linyuan shook his head. "No, junior brother, this matter is not as simple as you think. This ruin is actually just the first step. It is very likely that there will be a second and a third step. We can't be sure until we get inside." Suddenly, a voice rang. "Put away your pot." At the same time, Shui Chi waved his hand and a light curtain appeared, enclosing all human beings. Everyone was shocked and thought, "It's finally about to start." Chapter 888, Ancient Battlefield. The light curtain enveloped the world, the morning sun was beginning to shine, and a faint golden color shrouded everyone's faces. On the human side, the number of hidden fissures was over 3,100 and over 5,000 on the sea demon's side. The number of human hidden fissures was about the same as Han Fei expected. 3,100 seemed to be a lot, but after being distributed to the entire Scattered Stars Island and the outer waters, it wasn't enough. It seemed that the human race was out in full force, but Han Fei felt that there must be some people remaining on the Scattered Stars Island, and the same went for the sea demons. Han Fei had been in the 10,000 Demon Valley, and there were hundreds of thousands of half-mermen there, so the sea demon realm powerhouses couldn't be only 5,000. Although the Scattered Stars Island was not big, it would take him quite a while to fly across it. There were more than 3,000 hidden fissures in Central City alone. Although hidden fissures weren't easy to see, it didn't mean they didn't exist. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that both sides had left enough people to guard the base camp. Old Jiang and Old Han were not here, which showed that Shui Chi was still holding some trump cards in his hand. At this moment, Shui Chi's voice resounded. "Everyone, this time, you will go to a mysterious ancient battlefield. On this battlefield, there are countless opportunities, but also greater dangers. This battle concerns our advantages in the unknown place, so we must win this battle, come hell or high water." When Shui Chi said the last sentence, his words were full of killing intent, and everyone was thrilled. Even Han Fei couldn't help getting serious. He could be selfish, but in this critical time, he also had responsibilities. Everyone was listening, and Shui Chi continued, "Anything you'll get from the secret realm shall belong to you. This ancient battlefield has more than one exit and entrance. If you encounter other barriers, don't panic. Find the seal eye, destroy it, and the barrier will open." "Yes," everyone shouted in unison, and the voice was deafening. However, Han Fei frowned upon hearing this. Shui Chi said this was an ancient battlefield, not the underground city. Is this ancient battlefield a part of the underground city? Han Fei couldn't help looking at Zhang Qin. The latter shook her head slightly to Han Fei, indicating him not to ask anything at this moment. At the same time, Blue Feather said something else. Blue Feather stood on the middle head of the three-headed shark. "Remember, all the gains you'll get in the secret realm will be your own. It is best to kill the humans before they break the seal, especially their heavenly talents." "Yes, Master Feather." Blue Feather looked back at the human phalanx and said fiercely, "In this ancient battlefield there will be many mysterious places. Find them, and kill any human heavenly talent who goes there, regardless of the cost. Besides this, kill Han Fei. This guy has a pair of phantom wings. Anyone who brings me his head will be rewarded with 3 divine weapons, 3 top-level cultivation techniques or combat skills, and the qualification to go to the royal city." Wow. Upon hearing this, the breathing of all the more than 5,000 sea demons became rapid. The weapons and combat skills were good, but not as attractive as the qualification to go to the royal city, which was really precious. Now, everyone's goal had changed. Han Fei was the treasure, Han Fei was the chance. Han Fei didn't know what Blue Feather said to the sea demons. Otherwise, he would have cursed the old bastard Blue Feather to death, who was too vengeful. Blue Feather and hundreds of law enforcers attacked simultaneously, forcibly printing a vortex on the barrier. Enter the barrier, enter the barrier, enter the barrier. Shuai Chi and Blue Feather gave orders almost at the same time. At that time, everyone rushed into the barrier. Han Fei saw a flash of yellow light and Big Yellow was gone. He was taken back by Granny Yin. Han Fei squinted slightly. Big Yellow is equivalent to a sea spirit level powerhouse. He may be unable to kill law enforcers easily, but hidden fishers would be a breeze for him. With Big Yellow, Granny Yin should be a very dangerous figure to the sea demons. Ye Qingfeng licked his mouth. The ancient battlefield is full of poisonous barriers. What a great place. Qing Chen and the others immediately left separately. Han Fei asked him in a voice transmission, Qing Chen, will you go with us? Qing Chen grinned. No, everyone has their own chance. However, we can compare which of us killed the most sea demons. Han Fei looked at Yuashir. Xier, together? Yuashir smiled honestly. Thank you for your kindness, but I have other things to do. Han Fei frowned. Other things? What things? Han Fei didn't think that Yuashir was assigned a special task. Then, what things would Yuashir have to do? Then his heart flipped. Yuashir has got a sea token. Han Fei couldn't help but think, this guy hides his secret really well. Yuashir, who looked silly and drank fish soup all day long, turned out to be the owner of a sea token. Does this mean that Yuashir was also a chess piece? If he was, then how many more people had sea tokens in the Empyrean waterfall? Han Fei guessed the children of the big clan of the Thousand Star City also had one, for example, the Cao family. Cao Chu had told him that he did have a sea token, but Han Fei didn't know which one in the Cao family would make the bet. Cao Qian or Cao Jiaren, and Sun Mu, he must have one too. Yang Deyu, Mo Feiyan, Ye Baiyu, Chen Aochen, Zhang Wen, and Li Heye, these guys must also have sea tokens. Now, the only thing Han Fei wasn't sure about was whether any sea demons had any sea tokens. If they did, it would be fine, and Han Fei wouldn't worry about anything. But if they didn't, Blue Feather was bound to lose this war. Almost everyone who had a sea token had some power behind them, but the sea demons only had Blue Feather. Then the sea demons would simply have no chance to win. If Blue Feather was so powerful, he would have destroyed the Scattered Stars Island long ago. Old Han alone could beat Blue Feather, let alone that Blue Feather was desperately outnumbered. Unfortunately, these were all Han Fei's speculations. He actually knew very little about the thoughts and secrets of these people. However, anyway, he had 2 sea tokens. This could be considered an advantage. Zhang Qin said coldly, follow me closely. Swish, 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 swish. One figure after another quickly rushed into the whirlpool. Han Fei discovered that the Thug Academy disciples could form a team. Wang Dashuai, Chu Linyuan, Mu Qingchuan, Bai Lu, him and the Luo Xiaobai trio, plus Zhang Qin, there were 9 of them in total. Where are Tang Jie and Mu Ling? As soon as Han Fei rushed into this barrier, he was overwhelmed by deathly silence and bleakness. He had no idea how many years this ancient battlefield had existed. But now the smell of blood was still so strong. As far as he could see, it was all sadness and gloom. Compared with the normal ocean, there were no colors here, and the seawater here was dark red. With a casual glance on the ground, one could see bones. The floor on the seabed was dark red, light red, or brown. It looked like a broken gobi, or a desert without grass. At this moment, with the influx of humans and sea demons, under the desert, a shadow of deformed big fish appeared. The people who came first met the shadow head-on. Someone launched an attack and shattered the shadow, but then his eyes turned white and he started to attack his fellow clan, killing one person on the spot. Someone yelled, "This place is evil. If anyone is possessed, kill them." Maybe it was because there were too many people rushing in, but as dozens of swift shadowfish appeared, they were all killed immediately. This was a relief to everyone. Someone wondered, what kind of creature is this? The combination of a crab and fish? Someone frowned. This is the combination of a snake and shrimp. Each one is different. However, the creatures here weren't as strong as they imagined. The ancient battlefields were full of the souls of creatures and humans, which were easy to solve as hidden fishers. The situation was similar on the sea demon side, and only a few of them were killed and injured. Han Fei discovered that the sea demons were gathering and activating their Sea King secret method as soon as they came in, and thousands of them had already activated fish tides. Someone said angrily, "These silly fish, why do they just want to fight? The secret realm hasn't been explored yet. Are they out of their minds?" Immediately someone shouted, "Don't fight them, let's disperse and leave." Then everyone rushed away in different directions. If they wanted to fight, they could fight outside. Why bother to fight in the secret realm? Han Fei found Tanga 7 or 8 kilometers away and immediately asked him, "Why did you run here? Come with us." Tanga responded, "No, I will go with Xiaoling. You have the Thug Academy people to be with you, so I don't have to worry about you, but I have to protect Xiaoling. It's safer with us." Tanga shook his head. "We'll be fine," Han Fei sighed. Besides his buddy, now Tanga had his beloved woman to protect. However, Han Fei wasn't quite worried because not many people could beat Tanga. Besides, Mu Ling was not weak either. Zhang Qin shouted, "Go." "Don't fight." Wang Dashuai, carrying the door with one hand, rushed out. The door vibrated, releasing a resounding sound that radiated in all directions. Xuanhuan and Mu Qingchuan were racing wildly under the crowd. A big shadowfish rushed out, and Mu Qingchuan waved his hand. With a flash of white light, it was directly crushed into pieces. Xuanhuan shouted, "There is a suppressing power here. No, there is no law in this space, and I can't feel the opportunity to make a breakthrough." Zhang Qin said, "This is a battlefield of death, and some strong master sealed it, leaving no one a chance to make a breakthrough here, so I need to find a place to break through to be a peak-level hidden fisher first." Han Fei was speechless. "So you are holding down your strength just to make the breakthrough here." Chapter 889, Soul Eaters. The Sea Demon's charge was destined to be in vain. If humans chose to fight, they might have a chance. However, the human fishers chose to run in different directions, but the Sea Demons could only aim in one direction if they made a charge forward. Therefore, the Sea Demons had to stop and scatter around like the others. Otherwise, on this huge ancient battlefield, their efficiency would be extremely low. However, when the humans and Sea Demons entered this space, in many places, sand and rocks were trembling, and black shadows were slowly emerging. Unfortunately, no one noticed this subtle change. After rushing forward about half an hour, Han Fei and the other 8 had been separated from the main group, and there was no one around them. Xuanhuan glanced at Wang Dashuai and said, "Door." Wang Dashuai suddenly jumped up, and the big door he had been carrying reminded Han Fei of the 3 death doors. However, unlike the 3 death doors, this door turned into hundreds of door shadows, slamming on the ground with a bang. Xuanhuan shouted, "Chinger!" Mu Qingchuan raised her hands, and blades of grass flew across, covering all the doors within tens of meters. Immediately afterwards, everything became transparent. Xuanhuan said, "Han Fei, there are only 3 of us here. I heard that you're an array master. Can you set up a concealment array?" Han Fei grinned. "Sure." He drew lines in the air with a hand. In a moment, the 9 lines dropped to the ground, directly hiding everything within a range of 100 meters. Xuanhuan said leisurely in surprise, "Oh, Junior brother is very good at arrays. I'm flattered." Han Fei could tell that among the 3 of them, Xuanhuan was the leader. All it took was a few words and a look from him, and Wang Dashuai and Mu Qingchuan could understand what he meant. At this time, Han Fei glanced at Luo Xiaobai, but the latter rolled her eyes at him. "Have you ever listened to me?" he thought. Zhang Qin directly took out a lot of spiritual spring energy, which turned into gas and frantically rushed into her body. Crack, crack. Zhang Qin, who was originally an intermediate hidden fisher, was upgraded by a level almost instantly. Under the public stare, Zhang Qin's strength was rapidly increasing. It only took half an hour for Zhang Qin to make a breakthrough. Advanced hidden fisher? No, this wasn't over yet. Zhang Qin's strength was still increasing crazily. After another half an hour, with a click, her strength surged again and she became a peak-level hidden fisher. Han Fei and the others were stunned. How could she make the breakthrough so fast? Mu Qingchuan smiled and said, "Senior sister is different from us. Senior sister is recultivating. She has experienced all the realms." Han Fei asked in shock, "Recultivating?" Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu were also shocked. This was incredible. To start from scratch, how much courage would it have to take? Lu Renkuang asked with a shudder. Then how strong was senior sister before? Mu Qingchuan smiled naughtily. She used to be a law enforcer. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Then why did she recultivate? Xuanhuan said. Because she was not strong enough. These words hit the hearts of everyone. She recultivated because she wasn't strong enough. This was too domineering. Not everyone had this kind of courage. At least, Han Fei didn't think he did. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "So what law did Sister Qin enforce?" Xuanhuan said leisurely, "Kill." Huh. Suddenly, Zhang Qin got up, twisted her head a little, and said casually, "I've just reached the peak level, so my body hasn't adapted yet. But it doesn't matter. Let's go." Then she glanced at Wang Dashuai. "Withdraw." As soon as the armor box was opened, 9 mystic lights shot out and a huge shadow fell on the ground. When everyone took a closer look, they were surprised to find that it was a humanoid monster. This thing had the body of a mermaid but had 2 pincers, and there were 6 thin claws under each pincer. As for its face, it was completely deformed. On this face, there was only a big mouth, which was full of shark teeth and 2 shrimp-like eyeballs. In Han Fei's eyes, data emerged. Name, Soul Eater Introduction. In the land of restless souls, the death energy gathers and the dead souls gradually gain consciousness and devour each other. Thus, soul eaters of various shapes are formed. Soul eaters like to eat souls and possess humans. Once targeted by a soul eater, one either has his soul eater or is possessed. Soul eaters may have a variety of combat characteristics, each of which is different. E-level 55 equality. Immortal A contained immortal energy 16,895 points, AXE collectible immortal energy, pure soul bead E abspirable. Wow, seeing this thing, everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of monster was this? It didn't look like a human, a shrimp, or a worm, but like a combination of many ghosts. But Jiang Qin said, "It's a soul eater, a deformed cannibal creature. Remember, their fighting states are different. Some will attack, and some will parasitize, and if you meet one, kill it directly." As she spoke, 2 swords suddenly appeared in her hand. She slashed, and a domineering and strong killing intent ran over the Soul Eater and directly chopped it into pieces. Then Zhang Qin stepped forward and found a milky white bead in a cloud of dirty water. Lu Renkuang said, "What is this?" Zhang Qin explained, "A pure soul bead. This thing contains some ownerless souls, and it is precisely because of this pearl that Soul Eaters will have combat consciousness. This object can be swallowed directly, which can increase your soul power, but there should be restrictions. It should not be of much use to people whose soul power is comparable to that of a law enforcer." Lu Renkuang and the others shuddered, and Zhang Xuanyu said in disgust, "Eat that?" Zhang Qin said, "No matter how filthy it looks, this bead is pure. If you want to quickly increase your soul power, this thing can be considered a shortcut. If there is no accident, how much it can improve your soul power depends on how many Soul Eaters you can kill and your own potential." Han Fei chuckled and patted Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang on the shoulders. "I think it's okay. You can't say it's useless just because it's ugly, right? But, Sister Qin, what is immortal energy?" Zhang Qin glanced at Han Fei in surprise. "How do you know about immortal energy?" Han Fei thought. "I have seen it several times. I knew it from the first time I met the immortal soul. But how can I collect immortal energy? I don't have any immortal energy in my body." Han Fei smiled honestly. "I heard it from a sea demon." Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan were surprised. "Would sea demons tell you about this?" Wang Deshuai explained to the two of them. Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan exchanged a glance. Their junior brother has been through a lot. Zhang Qin didn't think much and replied directly, "Immortal energy is the power needed only by undead creatures, equivalent to spiritual energy to us, and demonic energy to sea demons. If one day you become an undead creature and still have consciousness, maybe you can cultivate into an immortal spirit with the help of immortal energy." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Then forget it. Who wants to cultivate themselves into an immortal spirit?" Zhang Qin said, "Let's go. If I'd guessed right, this ancient battlefield is huge and may be full of all kinds of ancient remnants. Let's look for them. As for sea tokens, no rush. We'll maybe find them along the way." No one had an objection, and they began to swim aimlessly. Unexpectedly, after half an hour, they encountered neither humans nor sea demons, although they met as many as 20 Soul Eaters. Han Fei didn't even need to stop as Zhang Qin and the other big shots had solved them. "Wait a minute," Luo Xiaobai said suddenly. As soon as Luo Xiaobai said so, Han Fei knew what she meant. Zhang Qin and the others? One? Luo Xiaobai said, "Senior brother, senior sister, let's go separately. After all, we should rely on ourselves. I think we can handle these Soul Eaters." "There should be no problem if we go separate ways," Chu Linyuan said. "Little junior sister, you underestimate this ancient battlefield. All of these creatures we have encountered now are only small potatoes. The real danger still lies ahead." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Senior brother, we have our own paths to walk. The 9 of us put together are very strong, but too strong. All 5 of you are peak-level hidden fishers. It's not good for our growth if we just rely on you," Han Fei echoed. "Sister Qin, I agree with Xiaobai. It is better for us to be divided into 2 teams. If we stay together, it'll be too slow." "Then how can we scramble for treasures with others?" Bai Lu said with concern. "Little junior brother, if we are together we can almost be invincible." Han Fei grinned. "Sister-in-law, don't forget. We are also the strongest among our peers." Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang also nodded. They didn't want to swim behind their asses. That would be a waste of this great chance. Hearing their words, Wang Deshuai and the others exchanged glances. Zhang Qin glanced at Han Fei. "Okay, let's separate. Gather at the entrance of the underground city later." After they separated from Zhang Qin and the others, Zhang Xuanyu said in relaxation, "This feels much better. It's very uncomfortable staying with them." Lu Renkuang nodded repeatedly. "With them, we didn't have to do anything at all," Luo Xiaobai said. "Let's go. The 4 of us shall not separate. This time, a lot of strong people have come in. If we come across a peak-level hidden fisher, we will have to be careful. The top priority now is to find the sealing object and look for opportunities along the way." Okay. Chapter 890, Encountering a Battle After Separating from Zhang Qin and the others, Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White. Han Fei touched Xiaobai's head and said, "Girl, find us treasures here." Luo Xiaobai and the others had known that Han Fei would use Little White to find opportunities, so they were not surprised at all and they looked at Little White expectantly. However, Little White spun around in the water and then looked at Han Fei blankly. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It meant danger. He immediately said seriously, "There are opportunities in all directions, but they are all dangerous." Luo Xiaobai said in surprise, "All directions?" Han Fei nodded solemnly. "Yes, it means that no matter which direction we go, danger and opportunity coexist." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Then let's just pick a direction randomly." Han Fei nodded. "I think so too." In this ancient battlefield there are Soul Eaters, but definitely not only Soul Eaters. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay, when they had just traveled over 1,000 meters, they met another Soul Eater, which was different from the one they met previously. It was snake-shaped with claws and a fish head. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Let me try." Zhang Xuanyu seemed to have practiced a new soul attack method. An illusory spear flashed out from between Zhang Xuanyu's eyebrows and pierced the long tail of the Soul Eater in an instant. The latter screamed and spat sound waves from his fish mouth, setting off ripples in the sea. At the same time, two giant claws suddenly emerged from the void, grabbing at Zhang Xuanyu. Clang! A big shield appeared in the air. Lu Renkuang raised the shield to parry the claws, and even the flesh on his face was deformed by the huge force. The Soul Eater's attack was blocked by Lu Renkuang. Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned white, and blue vines emerged from the ground, trying to buckle the Soul Eater. However, at the moment when the vines wrapped around it, many strange scales erected on this Soul Eater and quickly chopped these vines. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiaobai attacked again. Spirit summoning. This time, what appeared were no longer the faint blue vines, but dark, thin vines. These thin vines, like maggots, quickly attached to this Soul Eater. Han Fei asked in surprise, "What is this? I haven't seen you use it before." Luo Xiaobai responded, "I tried to summon spiritual plants in this ancient battlefield and got these vines." While the vines wrapped the Soul Eater, they also drilled into its body. Zhang Xuanyu activated the instant mystic spear and exploded the Soul Eater's head. Zhang Xuanyu looked back at Luo Xiaobai in surprise. These vines seem very strange, very tough, like a kind of steel thorn. Luo Xiaobai nodded. This means that in this ancient battlefield there are still spiritual plants, but this kind of spiritual plant has the ability to devour souls. If we encounter them, we must be careful. Han Fei didn't launch any attacks. His current strength was stronger than Luo Xiaobai and the others. If he attacked the enemies, the others wouldn't have a chance to fight. Han Fei said, Yu, how long will it take for you to kill such a creature alone? Zhang Xuanyu shrugged helplessly. I need 2 or 3 minutes if I try my best, and normally it may take more than 10 minutes. If I met 2, I would need at least 30 minutes. If it's 3, I'd have to run away. Lu Renkuang said, if I use the sky swallowing technique, I can deal with 3. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Me too. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. That's good enough. I won't fight in the following battles. Let's find the ruins as soon as possible. Luo Xiaobai frowned slightly. She knew that Han Fei should be able to deal with many alone. At this moment, the 3 of them were a burden to him. Luo Xiaobai asked, do you want to explore alone? If the 3 of us stay together, we should be able to defend ourselves. Now the Soul Eaters usually appear alone, so you can easily kill them. But once dozens of them appear together, you may be in danger. Besides, I am not worried about Soul Eaters, but the real danger. Lu Renkuang sighed. Alas, we seem to be a burden to you. Han Fei laughed. Shut up, just be quick. Otherwise, the chance will be snatched by others or sea demons. Half an hour later, they killed more than 30 Soul Eaters along the way, and Han Fei didn't take a single pure soul bead. Compared to him, Luo Xiaobai needed these items more. At this moment, they just regarded this relic exploration as a pure journey of practice. Lu Renkuang activated the sky swallowing technique and slashed a Soul Eater, grinning. Go, continue. Suddenly, Han Fei said, wait, there is a team of sea demons. Luo Xiaobai immediately looked at Han Fei. How many of them? Han Fei replied. On the left, more than 50 kilometers away, 6 sea demons, but their strength is unknown. Zhang Xuanyu grinned immediately. Go, let's meet them. The other end, Yu Shi was leading 5 sea demons looking for ruins. His associate spirit, with a weak power of perception, led them all the way here. Yu Shi said, attention everyone, the ruins I perceive should be nearby. Let's look for them. After about an hour. Yu Shi suddenly raised his head. Attention, there are 4 human beings. Humph. Their perception ranges are smaller than mine. They should also be looking for the ruins. Let's rush over and kill them. Someone smiled. Haha, only 4? Although there are too few of them, this will be fun. One of them bared their teeth. Kill, Zhang Xuanyu asked. Can we attract them by pretending to be weak? Han Fei smiled and said, trust me, sea demons are more combative. Besides, they don't have much brains. We will pretend to look for opportunities, but get discovered by them. What does this mean? It means they will think that our strength is weaker than theirs. Lu Renkuang smirked. You're really cunning. Smack. Han Fei patted his head. What are you talking about? This is called experience. Then he smiled and said, here they come. Let's not run. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. If we don't run, won't they suspect us? Han Fei sneered. In this damn place, once you run, you will 100% encounter Soul Eaters. Do you want to fight the sea demons and 3 or 5 Soul Eaters at the same time? Luo Xiaobai had been perceiving. Unfortunately, there were no spiritual plants here, so her perception range was not large. When the sea demons were only 20 kilometers away from them, Han Fei suddenly said, okay, prepare for combat. Lu Renkuang immediately put his armor box on the ground, and Zhang Xuanyu held a stick and fused with his bloodthirsty shark. Yu Shi roared, the other party doesn't dare to run. Although it's a little troublesome, we've got to kill them. Swish, 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 swish. The 6 sea demons activated the Sea King's secret method almost at the same time. Han Fei just smiled coldly. They don't even have any semi-divine weapons. They are no threat to us. Han Fei said immediately, I'll leave them to you 3. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Okay, just don't let them run away. Both sides could already see each other. However, when these sea demons rushed over, 5 Soul Eaters also appeared. Han Fei cursed secretly. These idiots. Kill. When the 2 sides were only 300 meters apart, Zhang Xuanyu immediately launched an attack. Momentary time. A half-mermaid suddenly froze in the air because a stick suddenly poked between her eyebrows, and in the next second her head burst. Soul summoning. Gray vines popped up from all directions and crazily whipped at the opponents. Lurenquang rushed forward tens of meters and suddenly jumped up. Then with a boom, a big hole appeared. 2 Sea King strikes directly hit the hole and disappeared without a trace. As Lurenquang stretched out his hand, swords poured out of the armor box, and the bloodthirsty broadsword cut at one sea demon. As for Han Fei, he glanced at Luo Xiaobai and said, "The leader is an advanced sea demon, not easy to deal with." Luo Xiaobai suggested, "You deal with the Soul Eaters and we'll solve these 5. Han Fei nodded and spread out the phantom glass wings, flying past these sea demons swiftly with a swoosh. Phantom glass wings? Oh, he is Han Fei. These 5 people were horrified. Blue Feather personally issued a killing order on this guy. Could he be easy to cope with? In an instant he had killed one of them, which showed that he was extremely strong. But what they didn't expect was that Han Fei swept past them and rushed to the 5 soul leaders without paying attention to them at all. Run! Their first reaction was to run. They knew what Han Fei's action meant. This meant that even if the opponent had only 3 people who were only junior hidden fishers, they could still kill them. Luo Xiaobai's eyes whitened. Spirit summoning, parasite. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Instant mystic spear. As for Han Fei, he launched an attack even faster than Luo Xiaobai and the others. Boom, boom, boom. A golden fist mark swooshed out, and Han Fei shattered a Soul Eater with only 3 punches. Then he threw out the Void Lines. Although these Soul Eaters had consciousness, they were not as smart as humans, and 2 of them were directly caught up by Han Fei. Swish. He launched the draw technique, and the remaining Soul Eaters were chopped by Han Fei with a single slash. During the attack, Han Fei felt a tingling in his brain, but it was not strong. He sneered at the weak soul attacks of these Soul Eaters. Puff, puff, puff. Within 2 minutes, 4 Soul Eaters were killed. There was only 1 left, and Han Fei was controlling it to attack him. After studying for a while, he found that the soul of the Soul Eater was filthy and full of killing intent, so he just chopped it in half. Putting away its pure soul bead, Han Fei looked back and found that there were only 2 sea demons left. 6 had come, but there were only 2 left in a couple of minutes. This was the combat power of Han Fei's team. Chapter 891. Soul-eating spider Han Fei had quickly killed these Soul Eaters, and then he stood aside and watched leisurely as Zhang Xuanyu and the others used the 2 remaining half-mermen as training partners. Zhang Xuanyu was dealing with one in the realm of an intermediate hanging fisher. In terms of strength, Zhang Xuanyu, who didn't use the majestic mystic spell, was much weaker than him. However, Zhang Xuanyu was very proficient in stick techniques. His flamboyant stick combat skills could narrowly block the bombardment from the half-mermen. Lots of Lurenquang's ultra-quality spiritual weapons were broken. He was forced to use the majestic mystic spell and fought hand-to-hand with the half-merman in the advanced sea demon realm. Assisted by Luo Xiaobai, he almost defeated the half-merman. Han Fei watched with great interest and shouted from time to time, "Yu, your physique is still a bit weak. You've got to work at it. Quang, you have a level 7 spiritual heritage. How come you haven't killed this sea demon yet? Xiaobai, your parasitic technique is not powerful enough." Parrying the enemy's attack, Zhang Xuanyu responded, "I'm just practicing. The more we fight in this kind of battle, the greater the benefits." Lurenquang said, "Make me more semi-divine weapons. Now, ultra-quality spiritual weapons are not good enough. They break too easily." An hour passed in a flash. The half-merman of the advanced sea demon realm tried to escape twice, but was blasted back by Han Fei with a punch. Han Fei sneered. "It's your honor to be our whetstone. You should be thankful." Yu Shi almost burst into tears. "These humans are too strong. I can't believe they're only junior hidden fisher. How could they take us as their sparring partners, especially this manipulator?" She has a lot of moves and various spiritual plants that pop out of her body from time to time, some sucking spiritual energy, some poisonous, and some piercing into flesh and blood. Hu, sea god strike. As Yu Shi struck back with all his strength, a shadow fell and the horrible power was as powerful as a tide. Divine turtle shield, clang quote. Lurenquang retreated 2 or 3 steps and then rushed up again. Seeing this scene, Yu Shi was dumbfounded. This guy was unscathed? Han Fei wasn't surprised at all, however. If Lurenquang couldn't even parry this blow after activating the majestic mystic spell, he couldn't be called a heavenly talent. However, when Han Fei was watching the show, he suddenly felt that a powerful breath was approaching. He perceived and found that more than 80 kilometers away, there was power gathering, and after a while, a spider monster nearly 100 meters long appeared. Han Fei immediately frowned and shouted, "Zhang Xuanyu, Xiaobai, end the battle. Here comes a powerful enemy." Hearing what Han Fei said, the other 3 all frowned. A powerful enemy that could make Han Fei nervous was definitely not something these sea demons could compare to. Who? Knife burial technique. Lurenquang shouted, and hundreds of huge knife shadows descended from the sky. At the same time, 7 or 8 kinds of spiritual plants suddenly popped out of Yu Shi's body. His flesh and blood were drying up, becoming the fertilizer for the spiritual plants. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, majestic mystic spell, and the next second, momentary time was activated and the half-merman was pierced through. Buzz, Renquang also beheaded his opponent. Han Fei immediately sent a large amount of spiritual energy into the bodies of the three of them, and Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu simultaneously put an energy fruit into their mouths. This kind of rigorous battle was quite energy-consuming. Since a powerful enemy was coming, they must replenish their energy. Luo Xiaobai asked nervously, "What's coming?" Han Fei said, "I believe it's a soul eater, but like a big spider. However, it has human hands, and is 100 meters long, like a small mountain." Hiss, Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. Fei, are you sure we can beat this thing? Renquang was also dumbfounded. Fei, isn't this too strong for us? Luo Xiaobai, without a word, had already begun to summon a large number of gray vines. Within a few hundred meters, lots of gray vines emerged from the ground, entangling with each other and integrating into larger vines. Han Fei said, "I'll take a look. If we have no chance to beat it, let's run away." Whoosh! Han Fei hurried out and flew towards the big spider. Along the way, some small soul eaters showed up but were easily crushed by Han Fei, who didn't even have the time to get the pure soul beads. A moment later, when Han Fei was less than 100 meters away from the big spider, he was horrified, not by its strength but its look. Looking in person, he could better feel how disgusting this monster looked. The big spider's mouth was more like a centipede's mouth. On its body, there were more than 30 finger-like bones hanging. Its head and abdomen were filled with crimson-red eyes. From its big belly, pus-like viscous liquid was dripping out. In his eyes, information emerged. All Namia Soul Eater. Introduction. In the land of restless souls, the death energy gathers and the dead souls gradually gain consciousness and devour each other. Soul eaters of various shapes are thus formed. Soul eaters condense solid bodies and like to feed on souls, flesh and blood. Soul eaters may have a variety of combat characteristics, each of which are different. Level 61, Quality Equity ECU. Immortal contains immortal energy, equity 46,895 points, equity C, 6E equity, EC, equity EC. Equity EC, Sequity equity, EC, 4060X, Sequity EC, equity EC, 40 Sequity EC sorbable. When Han Fei saw the information clearly, he suddenly felt that the surrounding seawater became viscous. Countless soul strands were shooting at him, trying to attach to him. He punched out, forcibly blasting through the barrier of the soul strands, and then quickly ran back. As he ran, he said to the other three via voice transmission, "This is not a normal soul eater, but a soul-eating beast. Sea spirit level, capable of soul attacks." Han Fei frowned. A soul-eating beast could reach the sea spirit level, which meant only outsiders couldn't make a breakthrough here, but they were not subject to this restriction. Swish, 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 swish. One soul strand after another emerged from the void and shot directly at Han Fei. The speed was so fast that Han Fei had to flash from time to time. He used the gravity attack and the soul-eating spider stumbled and plunged to the ground. However, the latter got up immediately, crawling quickly. Han Fei frowned. Could he let Luo Xiaobai and the others face up to a sea spirit level creature? But if they had to stay in this sea area for a long time, they would certainly meet more than one soul-eating beast. It was necessary for them to get to know about the fighting method of soul-eating beasts in advance. Han Fei immediately said, "Xiaobai, I've attracted it over. Stay away from me. Let me kill it. But pay attention to how this soul-eating beast fights." Hearing his words, Luo Xiaobai immediately said to Zhang Xuanyu and Renquang, "Split up in 3 directions. Let Han Fei solve this beast." They were a team that worked well together, so they believed Han Fei must have had a reason for not allowing them to participate. Otherwise, from what they knew of Han Fei, he would definitely watch them fight the beast on the side leisurely. After a while, when the other 3 saw the big spider, they felt a chill down their spines. Renquang shivered and said, "This looks too disgusting, right? Why is the ancient battlefield full of this stuff?" Gulp. Zhang Xuanyu swallowed and said, "No wonder Fei doesn't let us fight it. This beast seems hard to solve." Luo Xiaobai shouted in a stern voice, "Zhang Xuanyu, use all your secret methods and attack the spider's eyes. Renquang, check if the torrents of knives and swords works on it. If it doesn't, try to attract its attention and create chances for Han Fei to attack it." Understood. The 3 of them retreated at least more than 2,000 meters. Han Fei flashed all the way, attracting the big spider into the gray vines. At the same time, he took out a mint leaf and stuffed it into his mouth, shouting in a low voice, "Fuse." When the yin-yang divine eyes were activated, Han Fei's reaction speed increased again. His purpose was not to quickly kill this soul-eating beast, but to understand its fighting habits so that Luo Xiaobai could analyze more information. Therefore, Han Fei didn't use the void lines or the sacrificing punch, but drove the infinity water to run over the soul strands. Then he activated the art of invincibility technique to attack the spider. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, dozens of golden fist marks blasted out. However, the human finger-like bones hung on the spider's body fell off and blocked his punches. However, after Han Fei activated the Overlord's technique, even ordinary peak-level hidden fissures could be shattered by his single blow, not to mention these bone scum. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, half of the bones shattered. Han Fei's figure was erratic, and the second round of golden fist marks blasted out, and the bones were all shattered. Among them, 7 or 8 golden fist marks fell on the big spider, blasting several bloody holes. Luo Xiaobai said immediately, "Its defense is not strong, parasitic technique." Instantly, a large swath of vines and thorny blades of grass emerged from the spider's body. Puff! Zhang Xuanyu burst the spider's eyeball with the momentary time. Renkuang roared and poured the torrents of knives and swords directly into the big spider's body through the blasted hole. Roar! The big spider stood up and released a power similar to soul explosion in front of Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, Renkuang, and Han Fei. Boom! Puff, 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 puff. They were all shaken and bloody. Zhang Xuanyu and Renkuang directly vomited blood. Luo Xiaobai's face changed drastically. Renkuang stepped back. Han Fei's soul strength was not weaker than this big spider, but he was also shocked to find himself bleeding. However, he didn't care. His golden fist mark was about to attack the eyeballs of this big guy. However, the eyes of this big spider suddenly glowed red. Han Fei frowned and shouted, "Retreat, Chapter 892, 7.5 Semi-Divine Weapons." In a flash, at the moment when its eyes turned red, Han Fei blasted dozens of golden fist marks. However, 10 void lines were wrapped in the fist marks. A weird red mist appeared, and Han Fei suddenly felt that he was entangled by thousands of spider silks, and he was so sleepy that he could fall asleep at any time. Fortunately, the mint leaves in his mouth kept him awake. Han Fei hurriedly used the law of gravity, directly pressing down the big spider on the ground. At the same time, Han Fei felt that his brain was about to explode after the void lines hung on the filthy soul of the big spider. It was an extremely fierce and bloodthirsty feeling. All kinds of negative emotions rushed into his body. Buzz! The infinity water returned, directly tearing apart the invisible force around Han Fei. Han Fei roared and fist marks punched out. Boom! The huge spider head was shattered by Han Fei's punch, and most of its body also exploded. After killing the big spider, Han Fei didn't pick up the pure soul bead but quickly swam towards the other 3. Fortunately, the weird power that the big spider mustered only made Renkuang sleep. Because he killed it fast enough, Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai just had heavy eyelids. After a moment, Han Fei shook Renkuang awake. Renkuang opened his eyes in a daze. "What's wrong? Is it time for dinner?" Han Fei was immediately exasperated. "Are you stupid? We were almost eaten." Han Fei couldn't help feeling scared. Is the power of the law of the big spider to make people sleep? He could imagine what would happen if he failed to block its soul attack. They would probably end up in its stomach. When Renkuang remembered the scene just now, he was trembling with fright. "It's horrible. Did we almost get eaten?" Zhang Xuanyu said grumpily. "Even if we were eaten, you would have been eaten first because you were the fattest." Luo Xiaobai had calmed down. From this soul-eating beast, it can be seen that in terms of strength and speed, it can't compare with a real law enforcer. However, its methods are horrible. Those eyes should be the source of their power. Otherwise, they would not have such a strong hypnotic effect. Its body is not tough. I can basically conclude that the body condensed by such immortal creatures may not be strong, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe occasionally there are a few with tough bodies. Zhang Xuanyu held Luo Xiaobai's vines and gasped. This thing's soul explosion was really powerful. Xiaobai shook her head. "No, not powerful enough. Think about it. Your soul explosion is also powerful. If you reach the realm of law enforcer, what would your soul explosion be like?" Zhang Xuanyu was taken aback for a moment. "Maybe it could blow the spider to death." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "That's right. Its soul attack is not as powerful as it seems, but it is also extremely dangerous. In general, it can be concluded that the soul-eating beasts are relatively weak. If we chose to escape in the first place, maybe it wouldn't chase that far and wouldn't have the opportunity to catch us." One Fei said, "But it was new to the sea spirit level. What if there are more powerful sea spirit level creatures?" Luo Xiaobai said solemnly. "This is what I wanted to say next. Although we are the only ones here, the creatures here can fully grow into the law enforcer realm. In other words, the danger here is greater than we thought. Especially in the places with relics, the odds of the presence of such a creature will increase." Han Fei took out a large pure soul bead from the body of the spider and threw it to Renkuang. "You are weak in soul power. You should take this chance to swallow more of this stuff." Renkuang didn't reject it. It was a fact that he was weak in the soul, which the battle just now had proven. Renkuang hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll eat more pure soul beads." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "But not now. Where should the beast come from? Let's go there. Maybe there are some relics there. The place where such a powerful creature guards can't be simple." Everyone nodded. Their way was littered with bodies of the soul eaters that were just killed by Han Fei, and Renkuang hurriedly ran over and took out the pure soul beads. Luo Xiaobai searched in the sea-swallowing seashells of the half-merman that she had just killed, and then said, "There are very few things on them, only a few more than 30 pure soul beads in total. Here you are." Han Fei said, "Wait a minute, give me one. Let me taste it and see how much soul power it contains." Luo Xiaobai handed one to him. Although this pure soul power can be absorbed directly, it doesn't mean that this part of soul power can immediately become a part of yours, and it also takes time to digest. If you take a large amount of it, you may be able to absorb a little bit more, but you can't absorb it completely. Han Fei put it in his mouth casually, and instantly a familiar feeling came straight into his mind. However, after feeling it for a while, he shook his head slightly. It's too little. This was even less than the soul power he could absorb through the void lines. Han Fei still remembered that the soul power he had absorbed via the void lines was transformed into only less than 200 points of spiritual power. This pure soul bead didn't even give him half of it. Although he was now bottlenecked in all aspects, he had had some experience. Zhang Xuanyu also took one and stuffed it in his mouth. Is it really too little? That's a lot. Lu Renkuang was speechless. Hey, you two are both strong in soul. Why did you take my pure soul beads? As he said this, he threw a pure soul bead into his mouth as if it was a jelly bean and then exclaimed, You call this too little? Luo Xiaobai said, Stop eating, we've arrived. There was a big cave in the ground. Judging from the traces of the cave, it looked like a nest. Seabed sandworms would expose their heads when they searched for food. Therefore, the big spider must have occupied this place and used it exclusively for a hunting ground. Luo Xiaobai issued an order in her heart, and a large swath of vines drilled into the cave. After a while, she said, There is no threat but some bones and weapons. Hearing there was no threat, everyone jumped in. The big spider was big, so the cave was also big. When they came to the cave, Han Fei saw many bones in the muddy pit-like cave. Some bones were pale golden, but so much time had passed that the bones had lost their luster. Wow! Lu Renkuang quickly ran to a corpse and drew a long knife. As he shook it, the knife shone brightly. Wow! Is this knife a divine weapon? Han Fei took out the blood-drinking knife and cut at the other knife. As a clang was heard, he said in surprise, A semi-divine weapon. Semi-divine weapon? Lu Renkuang was immediately overjoyed. Wow, I'm really lucky. Zhang Xuanyu quickly checked the bones and said, Lucky? Could you have solved the spider if you had come alone? Heh heh! Lu Renkuang smiled shyly and found a large shield in the mud of another place. Clang, a semi-divine weapon again? Even Han Fei was speechless. Were ancient people so rich? Why are there semi-divine weapons all over this cave? Zhang Xuanyu said. Come on, let's check if there are any sticks. Han Fei said he would make me a stick, but he hasn't given one to me yet. Han Fei curled his lips. I'm busy, okay? Han Fei perceived and was then taken aback. Han Fei manipulated the infinity water to spin on the ground and actually dug out a stick. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes lit up. A semi-divine weapon? Han Fei smiled. Be careful. There are many semi-divine weapons on the ancient battlefield, which is definitely not a good thing. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. Obviously, firstly, their enemy was very strong at the time. Then, will we encounter such an enemy next? Secondly, semi-divine weapons are not rare here. If we can get some so easily, others will be able to too. After a while, in this cave, a total of 7 semi-divine weapons were dug out. Except for a pair of daggers and a stick, all the others were taken by Lu Renkuang. Han Fei was speechless. Fine, I'll keep the daggers. Xiaobai, you really don't need a weapon? Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. If you can make some for me, I want a long whip and a battle suit, divine level. Han Fei grinned. Let's talk about it when we go back. Han Fei was a bit excited. Well, let's find another soul-eating beast and get as many semi-divine weapons as we can. Then I will melt them and make divine weapons. Zhang Xuanyu nodded repeatedly. Good idea. Lu Renkuang also nodded hard. I agree. I can't agree more. My armor box is not full yet. Everyone, Chapter 893, Kill the Half-Merman. After Lu Renkuang and Zhang Xuanyu both refined their semi-divine weapons, Han Fei said leisurely, We're here for the ruins. However, this is obviously not the ruins we are looking for. Little White can't sense semi-divine weapons. Luo Xiaobai's eyes lit up. So, there still must be a ruin near here. Han Fei nodded. Yes, it shouldn't be far away. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that we dug up 7 semi-divine weapons so easily. Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips and said, Maybe, in ancient times, the worst weapon was a semi-divine weapon? Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu speechlessly. Do you believe that? Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. Indeed, he didn't believe it. A semi-divine weapon was very precious. Maybe most weapons left had rusted away and only the semi-divine weapons were tough enough to survive. They had just come out of the cave and suddenly looked in one direction at the same time. There was a faint water ripple as if someone was fighting. Han Fei smiled with joy. Let's go and take a look. This was the case in the sea. Most marine creatures could sense what kind of creatures were nearby through sounds and waves. Han Fei and the others didn't have this ability, so they could only go check it. Of course, soul eaters inevitably appeared along the way. Luo Xiaobai directly went invisible. Han Fei killed one with each slash he made, which shocked Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, Fei, how strong are you now? Are you really a human being? Han Fei suddenly slapped his thigh. Shtat. Luo Xiaobai asked, What's wrong? Han Fei said a bit guiltily. I forgot to tell you something. Lu Renkuang tilted his head. What is it? Han Fei said in a small voice. It's not that important. Even if I tell you, it may be useless to you for the time being. Zhang Xuanyu said anxiously. Just say it, Han Fei said leisurely. Spiritual energy can be disassembled and concentrated. Zhang Xuanyu was angry. Why didn't you tell us such an important thing earlier? No wonder your strength has improved so much, so you can use a point of spiritual energy as 2 points, and the power is doubled. Han Fei laughed awkwardly. Not that much, but it'll be much stronger indeed. In the same realm, if you learn to disassemble spiritual energy, you can almost crush your opponent, but of course, heavenly talents may be an exception. Luo Xiaobai's eyes widened. This matter needs to be put on the agenda. I'll try it when I go back. A wave of water was coming against them. Their pupils constricted slightly, and Luo Xiaobai frowned. Poison. Han Fei felt it too. However, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect only moved slightly, indicating that the toxin was not a lot. Zhang Xuanyu and Renquang immediately activated a spiritual energy protective cover to block the poison. A moment later, Han Fei perceived that 20 half-mermen were fighting a weird crab that was also a soul eater. Han Fei laughed. The sea demons are fighting a soul eater. Let's sneak over in stealth mode. Luo Xiaobai was surprised. Another one, only less than 500 kilometers away? Han Fei set up a concealment array and said, maybe it is indeed dangerous here, but it shouldn't be too bad. If this area is full of these mutated soul eaters, we won't even be able to pass it. After traveling more than 70 kilometers, their speed had slowed down a lot. Han Fei perceived that 2 sea demons had performed the sea god descends, and there were 2 heavenly talents among them. Luo Xiaobai suggested, no rush, let's wait for them to finish. Han Fei, is that soul-eating crab strong? Han Fei shook his head. No, its carapace has been stabbed through, but it recovers very quickly. Look, so many small crabs are crawling onto its body, and the place shattered will be repaired soon. Zhang Xuanyu said, I don't know whether the crab is strong or not, but I feel these sea demons are quite strong, even stronger than I was after using the majestic mystic spell. Han Fei smiled and said, they're at the peak level of the sea demon realm. Of course, they're stronger than you. Renquang said, I hope that big crab can kill a few more of them. Just as Renquang was speaking, an inferior man-fish used the flying flower demon flash to flash over the head of the big crab, and a huge harpoon dropped from the sky, directly piercing the big crab's shell. However, to Han Fei's shock, from inside the shell, 3 snakeheads sprang out and bit the sea demon to death. 2 huge heads flew into the crowd, and then some half-mermen became mad and began to attack their companions. Han Fei shrugged. I know it's not that simple. You'll surely take a few people away before you die. Bam, bam, bam. 2 powerhouses at the peak level of the sea demon's realm and a heavenly talent attacked at the same time, cutting off the 3 snakeheads, and only then did they truly kill the crab. Han Fei smacked his lips and said, many hands make light work. Under the influence of the secret method, ordinary soul-eating beasts have very little resistance to the strong. The only thing special about them is that they have different attacking methods. If it were the big spider just now, there would be more dead. With that, Han Fei shouted, attack! While speaking, Han Fei had rushed out. Everyone? Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. Why doesn't he launch an attack after they come out? There are more than 10 of them. But since Han Fei had already rushed forward, they could only follow him. The 2 powerhouses at the peak level of the sea demon realm had just used the sea god descends and were still a little weak at this moment. One of them said, let's take a rest first. As soon as he said so, the sea demons looked in Han Fei's direction at the same time. Here comes an enemy. They're human. The sea demon teams that were taking a break immediately called out their associate spirits again. However, they found to their shock that only 4 people came. These sea demons looked dumbfounded. Are you kidding? 4 people are coming to attack our 20-man team? A half-merman wearing a golden battlesuit grinned. Let me meet these guys. Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened because he saw a pair of phantom wings spread out on Han Fei's back with a whoosh. It's him, Han Fei. The 2 captain-level powerhouses frowned. UI, sea god descends, hurry up. Even Bluefeather offered a reward for this guy's head. Now they were all excited and would definitely not underestimate him. Almost at the same time, the 2 heavenly talents activated the secret method of the sea god descends. Boom, 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 golden fist marks poured out. Han Fei abruptly accelerated, activated the draw technique, and slashed straight at a powerhouse at the peak level of Sea Demon Realm. That guy had just used the Sea God Descends and couldn't use it again immediately. However, he didn't flinch at all but fought Han Fei head-on with the Sea King's strike. However, Han Fei had activated the Overlord's technique, and he was simply no match for him. Buzz, with a flash of cold light, Han Fei directly chopped his head off. Swish! Han Fei rushed into the crowd and slashed frantically. The blood-drinking knife was like death's scythe. A big fish breathed fire on Han Fei, but he simply ignored it. A pair of pincers clamped on Han Fei, only to be smashed by double fists. Someone else launched a soul attack at Han Fei, but ended up being hit to death by Han Fei. Puff, puff, puff. Only 2 minutes after Han Fei rushed into the crowd, 5 people were killed and 2 were sent flying. Sky-swallowing technique, knife burial technique. The sky was full of knife shadows that descended from the air and cut the seawater. Spirit summoning, parasitic technique, poison explosion, momentary time. In a flash, Zhang Xuanyu killed 1 sea demon. Although Lurenquang didn't kill any of them, he successfully separated them. Covered by Luo Xiaobai's parasitic technique, spiritual plants had emerged from many sea demons' bodies. While they were in a panic, they were chopped in half by Han Fei. A resurrected sea demon had just walked out of the void when he found that Han Fei had flashed up, punching him, and at the same time wrapped him with the void lines. The sea demon was punched to the seabed. A phantom of a heavenly talent forcefully broke free from Lurenquang and blasted him into flight. Luo Xiaobai threw out vines to catch xuanhuan and Lurenquang while pointing at the half-merman heavenly talent. Deep blue mystic barrier. At this moment, Han Fei had already killed 8 sea demons. Suddenly, there was thunder in the sea, and Lurenquang killed a sea demon. Lurenquang grinned. This secret method is really strong, comparable to the majestic mystic spell. Do you think my quad thunder knife is easy to block? The situation had been reversed. Han Fei pounced at another powerhouse at the peak level of Sea Demon Realm. At the same time, the other powerhouse controlled by Han Fei suddenly flew over from the seabed, and when he passed by 2 sea demons, he suddenly launched an attack. Yu Fu, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Han Fei controlled Yu Fu to attack the 2 half-merman heavenly talents. The result could be imagined. Yu Fu was no match for the other sea demons. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. He fought while trying to control Yu Fu to detonate himself. However, this time he encountered strong resistance. Humph, blow up, boom. The 2 sea demons' heavenly talents were stunned. How did things turn out to be like this? The self-detonation of Yu Fu forced them to break off the sea god descends. Zhang Xuanyu and the other 2 took the opportunity to attack. Han Fei grinned, took back the void lines, and flashed directly to the Sea Demon Realm expert who was preparing to activate Blood Escape. He threw out a punch, and the opponent actually parried it with his associate spirit, a big fish. Sacrificing punch. Han Fei controlled the opponent's beast and threw out a sacrificing punch, directly crushing the sea demon. Then, he activated the draw technique to kill the big fish. He quickly stuffed an energy fruit into his mouth and waited for about 2 minutes. When the sea demon came out of the void, he saw Han Fei flash to him and smash him hard. At that time, he was desperate. Now he knew why Yu Fu attacked his companions. Han Fei could control other people's souls. Chapter 894, Corpse Tunnel. Han Fei had killed most of the half-mermen. 3 sea demons had escaped via blood escape, but the 2 heavenly talents were left behind. That was because Han Fei performed the spirit sealing technique on them, which stopped them from activating blood escape, and Zhang Xuanyu and the Lurenquang had pounced on them. They separately activated the 9-layered waves in the Furious Sea and the Violent War Body, giving the 2 no chance to escape. Luo Xiaobai knew that Han Fei purposely left the 2 for Zhang Xuanyu and Lurenquang to practice. However, Luo Xiaobai looked at the Sea Demon Realm powerhouse next to Han Fei and asked in surprise, "Can you control them?" Han Fei smiled. A method, a secret soul-controlling method. Luo Xiaobai was speechless. Han Fei, how many techniques does he have? She was shocked at the scene just now. The phantom glass wings were so powerful. Now Han Fei had acquired another secret soul-controlling method, which was beyond her imagination. The battle lasted for a whole hour, and Zhang Xuanyu and Lurenquang were exhausted. The opponent's Sea God Descends was also useless. After a round of fierce battles, the 2 of them were black and blue all over. However, neither Han Fei nor Luo Xiaobai had any intention of going up to help. In the end, Lurenquang directly tore the opponent apart. Zhang Xuanyu managed to blast the opponent to death with the momentary time, disregarding his own safety. As for the sea demon's immortal seal, it was completely useless. Han Fei had found a way to invalidate the immortal seal. At the moment when the opponent came out of the void, he cut the opponent to death with the draw technique. As for the dying strike, it was parried by Lurenquang. Lurenquang lay on the ground and gasped hard, holding the vines. "Oh, I'm exhausted. The heavenly talents are really strong." Han Fei cast a divine healing technique on each of them, saying with a smile, "What do you think of them for training purposes?" Zhang Xuanyu panted. "They're quite tough. I think my potential can be fully stimulated if there are another 7 or 8 battles like this." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Okay, plenty of battles await you. Restore your energy. I don't know if this is a ruin or not up ahead. Maybe there will be another fierce battle soon." While speaking, Han Fei looked at the entrance of the cave not far away. This should be what Little White pointed to. Zhang Xuanyu panted and pointed at the Sea Demon Realm expert beside Han Fei. "What are you going to do with him?" Han Fei muttered. "I've controlled his soul, and I'll use him to explore the way." "Oh my god," Lurenquang beckoned. Fei, give me some spiritual energy. I'm hungry." Han Fei was speechless, instilling spiritual energy into the 2 of them. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai said, "Wait, let me see if I can deprive him of his soul power with my plants." Han Fei was shocked. Control him with plants? Plants are also conscious. The question is whether or not I can control the sea demon's mind as I do to plants. Prodem, if we can, it will be like we have a good helper. The other 3 were stunned. If Luo Xiaobai succeeded, it meant that she had mastered the legendary soul-controlling method. After a while, Han Fei sensed that the half-merman's body was filled with fine grass. Those blades of grass came out of his nose, ears, eyes, and mouth. Han Fei retracted most of the void lines. He felt that a force was fighting with the void lines for the control of the sea demon's soul, so he simply withdrew them. Rora. The sea demon lay directly on the ground, rolling frantically. Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned white, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. After nearly an hour, she said palely, "I made it." Han Fei said in shock, "So easy?" Luo Xiaobai smiled bitterly. "He is much stronger than me, so it is difficult to control him. If you hadn't controlled him first, I wouldn't have had the slightest chance of success. Even if he was in the same realm as me, I wouldn't have succeeded if he resisted." "Huh," Han Fei spit out bubbles. "I didn't realize her parasitic ability was really so powerful." At this time, this sea demon swam up and floated in the water. The four of them sat cross-legged and began to recover their strength. 1 hour passed. They all stood up. Some soul eaters came over during the period but were quickly resolved by Han Fei. As for other creatures, they didn't see any. At this moment, 4 people plus a puppet were staring down into the cave. In Han Fei's perception, there was a passage below which was full of various corpses. Le Renquang's mouth twitched and he said in horror, "So many people died below? Will there be something horrible?" Zhang Xuanyu added, "I saw knives in the corpses." Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. "Do you sense any danger?" "Sure, but we have this guy exploring the way for us." Han Fei pointed to the sea demon. "He goes first." Luo Xiaobai issued an order silently, and the sea demon dove down directly. Soon, after walking for dozens of kilometers, he reached the bottom, and Luo Xiaobai shook her head and said, "It is safe for now. We can go down." Hearing that, Le Renquang took the lead to jump down. Han Fei was speechless. "Hey, aren't you scared by the corpses?" Le Renquang said without turning his head. "There are knives below?" Han Fei. After a while, the 4 went down into the passage. Han Fei was a little stunned. "This is a tunnel?" Han Fei looked around. The tunnel was about 15 meters high and 50 meters wide and was covered with corpses, including the corpses of humans, sea demons, and marine creatures. Anyway, as far as the eye could see, it was all corpses. "Hiss!" Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed. "Wow, how many people died here back then?" This scene reminded Han Fei of the Heavenly Desolate City. The battle in the Heavenly Desolate City lasted for more than 200 years, and people there almost all died. He couldn't help sighing. When those people were killed, wouldn't it look the same? Corpses were littered everywhere, and no one buried them. Han Fei sighed. "Let's collect the weapons here. If I guess right, something must have happened here while many people were using the cave to hide." Le Renquang asked, "Why do you think they were hiding here?" Luo Xiaobai replied for Han Fei, "If not, no one would have chosen such a narrow place, which is bad for fighting. Therefore, they must have been hiding here for safety." Han Fei raised his head 45 degrees and said leisurely, "Let's check these weapons. Collect all the weapons that are still useful. Even if they're of no use to us, we can give them to others, so they can still be used to kill enemies." However, no one responded to Han Fei. Le Renquang was already holding 5 or 6 weapons in his hands. At this moment, he was trying on the weapons, muttering, "This is broken. This must not be a semi-divine weapon." "Even an ultra-quality spiritual weapon wouldn't erode so easily," Zhang Xuanyu said. "I found a long sword of the semi-divine level." Luo Xiaobai's vines spread on the ground, lifting up a weapon from time to time, but most of them were ultra-quality spiritual weapons. She suddenly said, "I found a pair of semi-divine daggers." Han Fei was speechless. "Did you hear me? Why aren't you listening?" Zhang Xuanyu said, "Okay, Fei, don't stand in the way. Hurry up, look for weapons. Many weapons here are dusty. Knock them to check if they can still be used." Han Fei, perhaps because too many people died here, there were a lot of weapons. In the end, Le Renquang and the other 2 stuffed whatever weapons they saw into their sea-swallowing seashells regardless of what level they were. Only when they found a semi-divine weapon would they shout out. For example, Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "I found a semi-divine stick. I found another long sword of the semi-divine level." Luo Xiaobai also shouted, "I found a pair of semi-divine daggers again." Han Fei was speechless. "Xiaobai, why are all the weapons you found daggers?" Luo Xiaobai directly threw the daggers to Han Fei. "Here you are." Han Fei was surprised. "Why would I want so many daggers?" "Make a good pair of daggers for Xiaochan with them." Han Fei was helpless. Xiaochan already has daggers of the divine weapon level. Maybe she already has daggers that are sea-quelling bizarre treasures by now. Of course, semi-divine weapons were still rare. After walking for more than 10 minutes in the tunnel, they had found a total of 8 semi-divine weapons. Han Fei said, "Wait a minute, everyone?" Han Fei began to set up an array. "There may be danger ahead. I'll set up an array here for safety." Le Renquang laughed. "But it's safe here. We are rich now. Think of when we go back and sell these ultra-quality spiritual weapons." Tess K, Han Fei sneered. "Don't lose your head. Have you noticed that although we have walked for a long time, there are no soul eaters or other creatures? Does this make sense?" Luo Xiaobai's face changed slightly. "No, this doesn't make sense. I was blinded by these weapons." Han Fei was speechless. So, everyone loves treasures. Wise and calm, Luo Xiaobai also failed to maintain her sanity. Han Fei said, "After I set up the array, follow me to pass the array in case you're trapped in it." After a while, a defense array appeared, and Han Fei said, "Okay, let's go. Don't just stand there." Chapter 895, That Corpse. The farther he went, the more Han Fei felt that something was wrong, and he had a faint sense of crisis and pressure. Therefore, every 5 kilometers or so, Han Fei would lay out an array. As for weapons, Xuanhuan and the other two had already collected a lot, most of which were ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Han Fei felt that if this ancient battlefield was completely opened, the weapons here might be able to equip half of the Scattered Stars Island. All the way forward, after walking for about 50 kilometers, Han Fei suddenly said, "Don't you feel anything wrong?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "I have been paying attention, but haven't found anything wrong." Han Fei shook his head. "No, there must be a problem. There are bones everywhere. How can there not be anything dangerous? There are so many soul eaters outside, but there isn't even an ownerless soul here, not a single one. Has your perception reached the end of this tunnel?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, that's why I said so. At the very front, there are mountains of corpses." There was no need to summon Little Black and Little White, as Han Fei could find out the situation himself. However, there were still about 80 kilometers of tunnel ahead, and there were still a lot of weapons scattered here, which made Han Fei hesitate. Han Fei said, "Wait for me here. I'll collect the weapons up front." Zhang Xuanyu frowned and said, "Is it so dangerous?" Renquang also sighed. "If it's really dangerous, why don't we just give up those weapons in front? Let's go back and find the next ruin. We have already collected a lot of weapons, including 20 semi-divine weapons." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "No way. I'm not going to give up those weapons. Wait for me. I'm faster than you. I'll come back as soon as I get the treasures." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Be careful." Han Fei strode forward. It was not difficult to find where the weapons were scattered. Han Fei controlled the water to roll up the weapons and threw them into Forge the Universe. 10 kilometers. 20 kilometers. 50 kilometers. 80 kilometers. When Han Fei stood behind the mountain of bones, he suddenly found that there was a human corpse among the bones. The moment Han Fei saw the corpse, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Familiar. Isn't this the kind of corpse that appeared in the undersea chimney? But this one was slightly different. This corpse was more complete, wearing complete armor and holding 2 big knives in his dry hands. As a refiner, Han Fei concluded at a glance that this corpse was using divine equipment and not low-quality divine weapons either. Han Fei froze as if being struck by lightning. He didn't dare to move because he felt that there was surging soul power in this person. Is he still alive? Impossible. It has been so many years. How can he still be alive? Just when Han Fei was wondering whether or not to retreat, the corpse suddenly opened his eyes. There were no eyeballs in his eyes, but a ball of soul fire. This scene scared Han Fei and he wanted to retreat. However, he did not dare to move. Because he had a hunch that once he moved, the guy in front of him would also move. At this moment, Han Fei felt that the spiritual energy in his body was constantly being lost and pouring into this corpse. Han Fei said to the other 3 via voice transmission, "Retreat, slowly retreat to the entrance. If I don't come out in 3 hours, get out of here." Hearing it, the other 3's expressions changed. Is Han Fei in danger? However, out of the trust of their companions, Luo Xiaobai and the other 2 immediately backed away. In terms of speed, none of these 3 were comparable to Han Fei. They would only burden Han Fei if they stayed here. However, they wouldn't leave Han Fei alone here. Han Fei was definitely in trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't say so. Han Fei stood quietly without speaking. He was hesitating. Shall he use the void lines? But the opponent was very strong, and his soul power was much stronger than that of him, so he wasn't confident in beating him. After half an hour, Han Fei's fingers moved slightly. At the moment his fingers moved, he saw the soul fire in the corpse's eyes soaring. He was so scared that he immediately stopped moving. At the moment when Han Fei froze again, the soul fire in the eyes of the corpse returned to its original state. Come on, man. In Han Fei's Forge the Universe, the fish skin array was unfolding and the law of gravity was also being brewed. If his life was in danger, he would just enter Forge the Universe. However, with such a short distance, what was the use of entering Forge the Universe? Even if he came out, he would still be here. After another half an hour, the corpse was still staring at him, sucking his spiritual energy. Han Fei sighed secretly and said, "Senior, I am a human being." In that person's eyes, the soul fire exploded, and his face was a little distorted. The next moment, his dry skin began to fall off, and his whole body turned into soul fire. Damn, swish! Han Fei hurriedly backed away, and the phantom glass wings flapped and 9 clones appeared. However, what shocked Han Fei was that the corpse instantly appeared beside Han Fei, and a palm formed by the soul fire grabbed Han Fei. At that moment, the law of gravity was suddenly activated. The corpse stumbled, creaked, and completely turned into a skeleton, a golden skeleton, attached with soul fire. However, set off by the soul fire, it looked very creepy. Agility of wind. Overlord's technique. Sea racing art. Han Fei took this opportunity and jumped out frantically. He didn't dare to use the void lines because the opponent's soul fire was too powerful. However, only in a minute, his law of gravity was broken. So fast. Han Fei felt that his speed had reached the limit. However, in his perception, the corpse was less than a kilometer away from him in the blink of an eye. In another blink of an eye, he was less than 100 meters away from him. Swish, swish, swish. After 3 flashes, Han Fei was about to flash for the 4th time when one hand had caught the back of his neck. Han Fei was about to use the sky-dissecting finger. The opponent was too strong. He shouldn't have approached that pile of corpses. However, Han Fei suddenly discovered that this man had no intention of killing but just stopped him from moving. And, with a terrifying soul pressure, he froze Han Fei. Then the man stretched out a hand to him. Han Fei? Han Fei? Huan Fei was horrified. Is he asking for weapons from me? Han Fei immediately gave him a handful of semi-divine weapons. However, the other party didn't take them and was still looking at him. Senior, don't you want weapons? Do you want spiritual spring energy? Han Fei immediately handed him a great mass of spiritual spring. However, this person didn't even look at the spiritual spring, letting it be sucked into his body, his hand still stretching towards Han Fei. You don't want spiritual spring either? Do you want spirit awakening fluid? Yes. This one is obviously stronger than the one in the undersea chimney. Way stronger. Han Fei took out a mass of spirit awakening fluid. However, the corpse still didn't take it, his hand still extending towards Han Fei. Han Fei asked, Senior, can you say something? What do you want? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. What is my purpose for coming here? To find the sea quelling painting. Does this guy want the sea token? That's impossible. How can this ancient battlefield have something to do with the sea token? However, Han Fei still took out a sea token. Senior, this thing is useless to you, isn't it? This person actually grabbed the sea token and looked at it. Huh? Why did he ask me for the sea token? Does he also want the sea quelling painting? That's not right. This person has been dead for a long time. Now, he may not even have any consciousness. Why does he want the sea quelling painting? After a long time, a vague voice rang in Han Fei's mind. This place is dangerous. Don't break into. With that, this person threw the sea token down. He stretched out with one hand, and 2 long knives immediately flew to him with a swish and were held upside down by him. The next moment, this person disappeared. With consecutive bangs, the arrays Han Fei set up were all shattered. Luo Xiaobai and the other 2 were still waiting at the entrance of the cave. However, with a swish, a skeleton, burning with blue flames all over, sprang out of the cave. At that moment, the 3 of them had cold sweat on their backs and didn't dare to move at all. However, the skeleton just glanced at them and swished away. The speed was so fast that they couldn't see it clearly at all. Fei, Zhang Xuanyu and Renquang hurriedly jumped into the cave and rushed forward, each of them looking anxious. However, before they ran a few kilometers forward, they saw Han Fei walking out of the tunnel with a dazed expression. Renquang shouted, Are you okay? Just now? That, Zhang Xuanyu added. Who was that? He was so strong. Han Fei waved his hand and said, It's okay, that person isn't hostile to us. He still has a little consciousness left, knowing that I am a human being. Luo Xiaobai was shocked. He still had a consciousness? Has he cultivated himself into an immortal being? Han Fei shook his head. I don't know. If he was an immortal being, his data should have appeared in his eyes. I suspect that he doesn't have much remaining consciousness. His soul fire was all sucked from the bones in this tunnel. Just now, I didn't dare to move because I felt there would be danger once I moved. That's why I told you to go first, Zhang Xuanyu said. The man glanced at me. Oh, I was so scared at that moment. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, Understandable. That person is strong indeed. Before he died, he was definitely a first-class master. But I don't know why he died in the tunnel. Renquang was confused. Isn't he still alive? Han Fei shook his head. There are not only human corpses in this tunnel. He doesn't attack humans now, but I don't know if he will do so in the future. Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, The danger of the ruins is beyond our imagination. This time we're lucky, but that will not necessarily be the case next time. Let's go find some sealing objects first. Han Fei shook his head. No, find the sea demons first. When they dig up the ruins, we can just rob them. Chapter 896, Sounding Snake Mine. Just having a narrow escape, Han Fei didn't want to venture to explore the ruins for now. Even if he explored one, he wouldn't go too deep. Han Fei still remembered what the corpse said. It was dangerous here. Even such a strong master said so he should take it seriously. This time, we found enough weapons. I guess if we want to find something better, we should go to the underground city. He had told the 3 about the underground city, so they weren't surprised. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. She knew what Han Fei was thinking. He was afraid that once the seal was removed, he wouldn't be able to get the things on this ancient battlefield anymore. Zhang Xuanyu raised his hand. Well, I agree. The secret realm is too dangerous to explore, but we can rob others. Renquang chuckled. I think we can stop when semi-divine weapons fill up my armor box. Get lost. Fuck off. Go away. Han Fei was speechless. How many weapons can your armor box contain? At least thousands of weapons. Renquang chuckled. We'll kill the sea demons anyway. Luo Xiaobai nodded. 3 days. After 3 days, we can hunt the sea demons while looking for the array's sealing object. 3 days had passed. Zhang Xuanyu stabbed a half-mermaid heavenly talent with his spear and sat on the ground. We have fought 16 battles. These guys have so many treasures. Renquang also sat on the ground. Unfortunately, we can't eat hot pot here. Han Fei grabbed a pure soul bead in his hand, stuffed it in his mouth, and said as he ate, Let's take a rest. Go to the big mountain up front. Luo Xiaobai added, I suspect that the mountain is also one of the ruins. This is the first mountain we've encountered on this ancient battlefield. Maybe it is also one of the places where a sealing object is hidden. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. However, this mountain is so obvious. There should be a lot of people going to it. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, That's great, let's just wait for them to come back. Wait here and kill any sea demon we see. The number of semi-divine weapons we've got is almost 100, right? Han Fei scoffed. 88 pieces, and not a single divine weapon. Zhang Xuanyu smiled. You forget the 7 or 8 pieces taken by Kuang Kuang. It's normal to not find a divine weapon. We haven't explored the ruins, Lu Renkuang asked. Fei, why don't you just give me your semi-divine weapons? I know what you're using are divine weapons. Don't be so stingy. Han Fei said helplessly. No way. I'll refine the semi-divine weapons into divine weapons. Remember, I need a lot of spiritual spring energy. The more the better. Lu Renkuang curled his lips. Okay, don't forget you still have a bunch of things stored in my place. I didn't dare to bring them with me this time. Han Fei said carelessly, It's okay, I don't need to use them right now. Any mountains on the battlefield were bound to be explored. Han Fei suddenly said, Little White sensed that there is a lot of danger and sea demons here. Let's go find the sea demons first. Clang, clangy. Before Han Fei swam far, there was a faint fighting sound in the sea. Lu Renkuang's eyes lit up. Someone is fighting? No, Luo Xiaobai said. The voice is too regular. It's not a fighting sound. Han Fei spread his perception. There are bodies of sea demons. Well, some humans have died here. Han Fei perceived that more than a dozen creatures had died in the middle of the mountain, including both sea demons and humans. However, there was also an unknown, badly mutilated body which seemed to be a soul-eating beast. Luo Xiaobai said, Go, let's take the bodies back. After a while, when they reached the middle of the mountain, they found 8 sea demons, 7 humans, and a snake-like creature with 4 wings. There was a big battle here, and the mountains were bombarded with pits everywhere. Some people were lying in that pit. Someone's ultra-quality battlesuit was all shredded, and there was a pool of red liquid on the ground, which could not be blood. Otherwise, it would have been washed away. Luo Xiaobai sighed slightly and collected all the sea-swallowing seashells and undamaged weapons. Han Fei looked at the big snake, his eyes flickered, and information appeared in his eyes. Namayesha, sounding snake dead, introduction. An ancient gregarious sea snake living in areas with mineral deposits. Where the snake is, there is no vegetation but only blood and water. It has 4 wings comparable to divine weapons. When its wings flap, it will produce a resounding sound which can make enemies go crazy and kill each other. Level 59, quality exotic. Exotic and contained spiritual energy, 20,068 points. Edible effect, taking a sounding bead can enhance hearing. Are collectible, sounding bead, exorbable, for exorbax. The sounding snake is a symbol of disaster. Just as Han Fei dug out the sounding bead, he heard Luo Xiaobai ask, What did you find? Han Fei listened to the sound from the water and said solemnly, This is not a soul-eating beast, but a kind of... At this moment, Lu Renkuang suddenly said, Let's get in. I feel that there must be divine weapons in it. Zhang Xuanyu said, Are you sick? Are you so crazy for divine weapons that you lost your mind? Lu Renkuang furiously said, Shut up. We've wasted 3 days and didn't look for the ruins. Now, we've finally found one. How can we let it go? If you object, I'll swallow you. Phew, fatty, do you know what you're talking about? Swallow me? Fine, give it a try. Believe it or not, I'm gonna beat you from fat to thin. Luo Xiaobai shouted, Stop it, get the hell out of here if you can't shut up. Han Fei frowned, feeling a little irritable. This feeling was very familiar. When he fused with Little Black, he would have this feeling. So he immediately took out a bunch of mint leaves and said, Shut up, put this in your mouth. Zhang Xuanyu said grumpily, I don't like these, I don't want to eat it. Lu Renkuang grunted, I'm not in the mood. Han Fei, why are you so timid? Are you going to explore the ruins or not? Han Fei didn't say a word as he put a piece of mint leaf into his mouth and then handed one to Luo Xiaobai. Eat it. Luo Xiaobai hesitated but still put the mint leaf in her mouth, and Han Fei looked at Lu Renkuang and said, If you take a piece of this, we will explore it. Lu Renkuang immediately grabbed a few mint leaves and stuffed them into his mouth. Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu. Take on and I'll give you a divine weapon. Zhang Xuanyu glanced at Han Fei in surprise. Really? If you're lying, I'll stab you to death. When each of them put a mint leaf in their mouths, they suddenly looked embarrassed. Zhang Xuanyu said awkwardly, It seems I was a bit fierce just now, Lu Renkuang said. Why did I want to explore the ruin? I seemed a bit irrational just now. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. This is? Han Fei pointed to the pile of sea demon corpses and said, It is impossible for a snake to kill so many people. They must have been tricked by it. Did you hear the sound from the mountain? It should have the power to bewitch people and arouse negative emotions. Wow, Lu Renkuang said. Cough. I remember I really wanted to fight just now. Fei, give me some more of this leaf. Han Fei smiled and said, You even wanted to stab me to death. Zhang Xuanyu scratched his head awkwardly. Did I? Luo Xiaobai muttered, the snake with wings. It must have been the sound it made. There are still these sounds on the mountain, indicating that there is more than one snake of this kind. There could be many. Everyone frowned. So they aroused our fighting desire just now? Hanfei nodded and said, yes, and there is definitely more than one battlefield. If we go around the mountains, we should be able to find many dead humans and sea demons. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Then let's take a look and bring back the human bodies, Hanfei said. Go around and look for the bodies. I want to explore this ruin. Lu Renquang exclaimed, are you crazy? Don't you know it's dangerous? Hanfei said, my soul is comparatively stronger, and I have a lot of mint leaves, so I should be able to resist their temptation. Lu Renquang tried to stop Hanfei. You aren't bewitched, are you? Hanfei laughed. Of course not, I'm just afraid you will be. Since there is more than one snake here, it shows that they are a gregarious kind of creature. Since these snakes can occupy this mountain, it means they are already the greatest threat here. This ruin is less dangerous than the corpse tunnel. Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, what if there is a snake king in it? Hanfei grinned. As long as it is not as strong as that corpse in the corpse tunnel, I'll be fine. Don't worry, if I encounter a sea spirit level snake, I'll immediately return. Zhang Xuanyu pleaded, Fei, do you have to take this risk? Let's go with you, okay? Besides, there must be people who died nearby. Bring some mint leaves and look for them. They should have a lot of good things on them. Luo Xiaobai took a deep look at Hanfei. Take care. Are you going to take this puppet with you? Luo Xiaobai was referring to the sea demon that had been controlled by her. These days, it was very useful to them. Hanfei shook his head. No, he is not even as strong as me, so he is useless to me. But if he goes with you, you'll have one more helper. Chapter 897, Causing Trouble. The mountain was dark red with no vegetation, and Hanfei went all the way to the top of it. Crossing the top of the mountain, Hanfei didn't find any sounding snakes, but in the valley beyond the mountain, there was a faint vibrating sound. Hanfei felt that his head was a little heavy, so he stuffed a few mint leaves into his mouth. Hanfei found that these leaves were really useful. He had the idea to clear a plot of land and forge the universe to plant this stuff. When he reached the other side of the mountain, Hanfei suddenly narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! Hanfei flashed out, and a sounding snake appeared on the spot. How did it escape my perception? Hanfei was a little surprised. It doesn't make sense. I couldn't detect any sounding snakes in the valley. Where did this snake pop out from? Hanfei glanced intently and found that the sounding snake was completely different from the badly mutilated body that he had just seen. It was red all over, and its 4 wings were more than 10 meters long. Its head resembled a dragon's head, with a clump of red hair standing on top of it. Its wings were like bird wings. However, the difference was that the wings were shiny red, and when they struck each other, they burst out with the sound of bells. Clang, clang. Hanfei only felt a buzz in his head. However, the soul power of the sounding snakes could not be as strong as his. Therefore, they couldn't bewitch him. Swish! Hanfei flashed again and punched out. The wave surged, and punched by Hanfei, the sounding snake retreated dozens of meters. Hanfei sneered. If he had to use the Overlord's technique when he was fighting a single sounding snake, he would be better off giving up exploring the ruin. Swisha! Hanfei flashed again and activated the draw technique, and the void lines were thrown out at the same time. The sounding snake seemed to sense the danger. It flapped its wings and flew out. Haha, that's exactly what I was waiting for. Hanfei flashed again and appeared on the back of the sounding snake. With a press of his palm, 10 void lines attached to the snake. At that moment, even if the sounding snake wanted to escape, it had no chance. Hanfei quickly took control of the soul of the sounding snake. From its soul, Hanfei saw some messy pictures. Among them, he saw densely packed snakes, which stunned him. So many? How can I fight them alone? Hanfei turned over and sat on the sounding snake, thinking whether he should explore that secret realm or not. Could he resist hundreds of sounding snakes himself? Forget it. Let me find where the snake cave is first. Hanfei tried to find some information from the soul of the sounding snake. However, he suddenly saw 2 huge red eyes. Hanfei was startled, but the shock he felt actually came from the sounding snake itself. Are you afraid of your own kind? They don't seem easy to cope with. Hanfei didn't panic, however. He planned to use this snake to test his divine manipulation technique. Controlling this sounding snake, he flew up high. Hanfei tried to read information little by little. After about an hour, Hanfei could gradually see the owner of the red eyes. Just as Luo Xiaobai guessed, this snake turned out to be a snake king. When he saw the sounding snake king clearly, Hanfei was taken aback. Its body was simply too huge. Its head alone was more than 30 meters long, let alone its body, and besides the big snake, Hanfei also saw a small tree of unknown quality. On the small tree, there hung a dark green fruit. In addition to this dark green fruit, Hanfei also saw 3 corpses in the huge snake cave. They were all wearing armored battlesuits. They were the same kind of corpses that Hanfei had encountered in the undersea chimney. Hanfei was stunned. If these corpses were here, would there be spirit awakening fluid here? Hanfei wasn't quite sure. If there was spirit awakening fluid, then this meant that in this so-called ruin, there were not only the fruit and 3 corpses, but also at least more than 3 million kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. The spirit awakening fluid might have been divided up by these little snakes, however, there were still 3 corpses. The equipment on them would also be precious. If he could kill the Sounding Snake King, it would be another huge gain. At least, the bodies of snake creatures were treasures. Let me take a look. If I can't find the entrance, I'll just give up. He controlled the Sounding Snake, flying towards the valley. In the middle of the valley, Han Fei controlled the Sounding Snake under him to make a sound. Clangy, clangy. The noise echoed in the valley. Suddenly, Han Fei heard another sound, followed by dozens of the same sounds. Han Fei's eyes lit up. The snake cave turns out to be hidden somewhere at the bottom of the valley. Got you. Don't blame me for my cruelty then. As soon as Han Fei stretched out his hand, a large jar filled with poison god appeared. He directly used half of the poison god that Cao Chu gave him. Nearly 50 caddies of poison god were stuffed into the Sounding Snake's belly. Of course, in order to prevent the symptoms from starting now, Han Fei put the poison god in a big fish bladder. As long as the bladder didn't break, the poison god wouldn't leak out. Hoop! Han Fei flew towards the top of the mountain, controlling the Sounding Snake with the void lines to go into the pile of rocks at the bottom of the valley. Then he found a big cave under this canyon. In the dark cave, dozens of snakes were entwining each other. Some Sounding Snakes were looking at him. To be precise, they were looking at the Sounding Snake he controlled. They hissed and their eyes turned scarlet as if they were looking at a strange snake. Have they discovered me? Clang, clangy. For a while, there were many percussive sounds from the cave which were rhythmic and gradually spread away. Han Fei's face suddenly changed. Why are these Sounding Snakes making these sounds? Han Fei had to control the snake to follow them. Otherwise, they might find this snake had a problem. In the valley, percussive sounds resounded and the sound waves rippled. Feeling a buzz in his head, Han Fei quickly spat out the mint leaves and put a new one into his mouth. But Han Fei felt that a single piece of the mint leaf could no longer pacify his emotion. Thud, thud. As the sounds rippled out like waves, Han Fei saw golden light descend on a distant mountain peak. Sea god descends? Generally speaking, people who could make a creature at the peak level of the sea demon realm use their technique, sea god descends, couldn't be weak. It just so happened that Luo Xiaobai and the others could. Han Fei frowned. Did Luo Xiaobai and the others encounter a sea demon army? Han Fei immediately summoned out Little Black and Little White. Daughter, check where Luo Xiaobai and the others are. However, Little White was flying to the other side, which was exactly the opposite of the battlefield just now. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Even if I don't break into this snake cave, I can attract others to come over. So, Han Fei flew to the opposite mountain. However, only when Han Fei flew less than 3,000 meters, fighting sounds came from all directions. Han Fei saw that there was a white light in the distance. Then he saw an octopus shadow on a small hill not far away. And he also saw some people fighting each other, their wings spreading. Why are there so many living people around this mountain range? Han Fei didn't expect it. He had thought that there should not be too many people in this valley. After all, if he hadn't had the mint leaves, xuanhuan and the others would have been bewitched. But now, he found out that he was wrong. He was not the only one who could resist the sound of the Sounding Snakes. However, it seemed that he caused the Sounding Snake to sound collectively. This caused the people who could have resisted the bewitching sound to collapse and lose their minds. Fuck. Now it was impossible for him to save these people, no matter how fast he could be. Now he could only lure these hostile guys to come over on their own initiative. Han Fei gritted his teeth and flew over the valley. Then he took out 10,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid and a large amount of spiritual spring and scattered it around. The thick spiritual vortex attracted everyone's attention. One figure after another rushed towards the valley. Not only humans and sea demons, but the Sounding Snakes underneath him were rushing over, trying to swallow the spirit awakening fluid and spiritual energy. Han Fei immediately ran away. At the same time, Han Fei controlled the Sounding Snake to escape first. When nearly 200 Sounding Snakes rushed out of the snake cave, he manipulated the snake to return into the snake cave. More than 200 Sounding Snakes flew in midair, which was equivalent to more than 200 peak-level sea demons. Fortunately, they were good at bewitching, but didn't have strong combat power. The humans and the sea demons rushed over and immediately had a violent conflict with them. In the frenzied state, many humans and sea demons quickly joined the battle, and the sky was full of fighting shadows and dazzling lights. Han Fei gritted his teeth. These idiots. Why didn't they leave, since they had already known these snakes have a bewitching ability? Han Fei found that there were 50 or 60 human beings and as many as 70 or 80 sea demons. Fine, I'll solve the trouble that I made. Chapter 898, Is he fishing for that snake? Seeing the humans, sea demons, and snakes in a scuffle, Han Fei took out a lot of mint leaves, crushed them, and mixed them into the infinity water. Then he turned them into spikes and shot them to the battlefield. Han Fei's speed was extremely fast under the power of the Overlord's technique. Swish, swish, swish. Every time he flashed, he appeared next to a human. Then he punched the infinity water into their bodies with the sacrificing punch. Of course, resistance was inevitable. However, Han Fei reacted extremely quickly. These delirious people were not his match at all. Suddenly, Han Fei heard someone say to him via voice transmission, "Let me help you. Is there any way to sober them up?" The voice was Luo Xiaobai's, and Han Fei couldn't help smiling wryly. He had thought that Luo Xiaobai and the others would get a lot of treasures, but because of his mistake, he made them fall into this melee. Han Fei responded, "Let me try waking them up. I'll punch them away and you take them." At that moment, Han Fei's figure flashed frantically. In about a quarter of an hour, Han Fei punched more than 50 people into the air. And Han Fei was beaten black and blue. After all, too many people were attacking him and none of them were weak. And more than a dozen people had already died. He didn't have time to rescue them. Han Fei perceived that Luo Xiaobai used vines to drag the half-awake humans to run 50 kilometers away. Han Fei said to her, "Take them away first, and I'll meet you later." In the chaos, Han Fei set up a stealth array on himself and jumped away from the battlefield. Han Fei, who was at the bottom of the valley, didn't care about the battle in the sky at all. He didn't care about the lives of the sea demons and the sounding snakes. Besides, he had to rely on those sea demons to fight the sounding snakes. And the sounding snake he controlled was running around in the snake cave. Inside the snake cave, there were many holes. Without Little White's guidance, Han Fei could only check the holes one by one. Fortunately, in the fourth hole he checked, Han Fei found a lot of sounding snakes that seemed to have just woken up. Besides, Han Fei felt that the sounding snake controlled by him was trembling. "I found it." Han Fei was overjoyed. These holes should be interconnected. All holes lead deeper down, but the one he was in was easier to pass. Smack! A snake's tail slapped Han Fei. Han Fei was speechless. "I'm just walking in the cave. Why the fuck did you attack me?" When Han Fei walked in for dozens of kilometers, he felt that the sounding snake under his control was shaking all over. "No, I should speed it up." Immediately, Han Fei controlled the sounding snake to rush into the depths of the cave frantically. However, because of Han Fei's movement, many sounding snakes were alerted. At first, they just hissed at the snake and then slapped it with their tails. In the end, they rushed up to bite at it and attacked it with their wings. Forcibly walking forward for less than 2,000 meters, this sounding snake had been wounded all over. Blast! Han Fei knew that the snake couldn't go further, so he could only try to wake up the sounding snake king here. Boom. At the moment when the sounding snake detonated itself, many holes in the cave collapsed, waves rolled in the cave, and the poison god flowed everywhere. And taking this opportunity, at the moment of the explosion, Han Fei had already loosened the void lines, retreated nearly a kilometer, and attached a sounding snake that was using its wings to block the violent impact. "Ha ha! Just wait for the poison god to take effect," Han Fei sneered. In the sky, a sounding snake fell and its head was burst by the sea demons. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found there were only 20 sea demons left and nearly 100 sounding snakes were killed. This was mostly due to 5 sea demons who had activated the sea god descends, including 2 heavenly talents. Kill them all. In the depths of the snake cave, the sounding snake controlled by Han Fei was also poisoned, vomiting and having diarrhea. At that moment, from the feeling that was transferred back through the void lines, Han Fei felt as if he himself was vomiting and having diarrhea. What a horrible experience. A large number of sounding snakes were going mad. After only 10 minutes, the sounding snake controlled by Han Fei was killed by several other sounding snakes. The other sounding snakes were also fighting each other cruelly. The snake cave was drenched in bloody water and filthy fluids were sprayed everywhere. Hoo! Suddenly, a hoarse and scary roar came from the depths of the cave. Han Fei's heart did a flip, and he immediately got up and slipped away quietly. God knows how strong that Snake King is. What if it finds that I'm hiding under the valley? Of course, although Han Fei ran away, the void lines were still clasped on the corpse of the sounding snake. Hoo! The ground began to shake, and in the valley there was a bulge in the ground, and it was bulging higher and higher. When Han Fei ran 50 kilometers away, he perceived Luo Xiaobai and the others again. At this moment, many people had sobered up, sitting cross-legged and recovering. Han Fei said via voice transmission, "Come on, run. The sounding Snake King is going crazy." Luo Xiaobai was speechless. Because she couldn't perceive where Han Fei was, Han Fei could transmit his voice to her, but she couldn't to him. Luo Xiaobai immediately stood up. "Everyone, retreat. A powerful creature is coming." In fact, even if Luo Xiaobai didn't say anything, they could already feel that the ground was shaking. For a moment, everyone looked shocked and ran wildly. Sure enough, a ruin was not someplace easy to break into. At this moment, Han Fei had set up several arrays. He lay on his stomach on a mountain motionlessly, only staring into the valley. Thud! A loud roar sounded. Han Fei's heart trembled, his eyes were red, and the uncontrollable desire to kill welled up in his heart. However, he had prepared mint leaves. When he stuffed them into his mouth, he sobered up and forcibly suppressed this frantic, bloodthirsty impulse. However, hearing this roar, the sea demons, of which there were only 11 left, all became furious. Han Fei felt that they were burning their blood and life. Puff, puff, Puff. They slaughtered sounding snakes one after another. After all, these sea demons were already crazy. They were literally committing suicide. Bam! The ground was shattering. Seeing this scene, Hanfei grit his teeth, took out all the remaining 40 caddies of poison god, wrapped them in the infinity water, and threw them towards the sounding snake king that was almost about to break out of the ground with a fishing rod. Gulp. Hanfei swallowed. Be sure to get your head out first so that I can feed you a good helping of poison. The next moment, with a bang, a huge head came out. A scarlet snake tongue flicked out, and the scarlet eyes aimed into the sky. Now's the time. In an instant, the infinity water rushed into the sounding snake king's mouth, together with 40 caddies of poison god. Then Hanfei manipulated the void lines to go madly deep into the underground snake cave. The big snake was furious and rose from the ground. Its first thought was to spit out the damn thing that got into its body just now. But infinity water was certainly not something it could easily vomit out. As long as Hanfei didn't withdraw the water, it couldn't spit it out. As soon as the big snake appeared, it swallowed 8 sea demons and 5 or 6 ordinary sounding snakes in one bite. It was searching for the bastard who attacked it. Hanfei frowned. He was still holding the dragon sting pole in his hand. Sure enough, the big snake king glanced in his direction. At that moment, Hanfei issued an order in his heart and the overlord appeared. At the same time, a ray of soul fire floated out and sank into the overlord's body. Swish! Hanfei spread out the phantom glass wings, dropped a dozen sea-swallowing seashells on the ground, and ran away as quickly as he could. Come on, poison it, come on, poison it. The big snake's body was wriggling crazily, and its viscera were tumbling. When Hanfei ran away, it quickly pulled its body out of the ground and pounced at him. Shit, is your body so tough? Xiaochu, you bastard. This super-enhanced version of Poison God is not good enough. Whoosh! Hanfei rushed out like a ray of light, and the agility of wind was activated instantly. However, Hanfei was greedy even at such a time. Since the big snake had come out, now he couldn't use the void lines to grab the treasure. Therefore, he left the Overlord and Snowmorn behind and left some sea-swallowing seashells for the Overlord so that Overlord could grab some treasure when the big snake left to chase him. This was the thought that flashed through his mind the moment he saw the snake was looking at him. In the sea, a very thin white line shuttled past. That was the sonic boom effect caused by Hanfei's superfast speed. At this moment, Hanfei activated the Overlord's technique, the agility of wind, and the sea racing art. His speed should be even faster than a junior law enforcer. After all, with the sea racing art, he would only travel in a straight line. As if there was no obstacle in this water, he just traveled in a straight line. And dozens of kilometers behind Hanfei, a huge snake with a length of more than 300 meters was chasing frantically behind him. Its speed was even faster than Hanfei. Luo Xiaobai could see with her naked eyes that a behemoth in the sea was chasing Hanfei, who was also running. Gulp! Le Renquang swallowed. Oh my god! Zheng Xuanyu looked dumbfounded. What a big snake! Luo Xiaobai's face changed slightly. It seems to have wings, and its speed is faster than Hanfei. As for those who were rescued by Hanfei, their faces were full of shock at this moment as they watched this weird chase. Someone was shocked. Hanfei, isn't he too ostentatious? Is he still carrying a fishing rod? Is he fishing for the big snake? Chapter 899, the chase drove him crazy. Looking at that huge figure, everyone felt helpless. Fortunately, they weren't that hot-headed as to explore the valley. Otherwise, it would be as easy as a breeze for such a big snake to swallow them. Someone's face changed drastically. What should we do? How can we save Hanfei? Someone sighed. Hanfei, how dare he fish for that snake? Someone rolled his eyes and said, nonsense, can you fish such a huge snake? Someone nodded. Hanfei must be using the fishing rod to launch an attack. He couldn't be so stupid as to try to fish for such a big thing. Someone glanced at the Luo Xiaobai trio and said, anyway, the people from the Thug Academy are really the most fearless people I have ever seen. Luo Xiaobai's face kept changing. We're going to chase after them. You can do as you please. The others could only smile bitterly. The point is that they couldn't catch up. Even if they tried, they couldn't beat that snake. However, for the Luo Xiaobai trio, whether they could catch up or beat the snake, they couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Now the trio had already rushed out. That big snake was so strong that wherever it passed, no soul eaters dared to show up. After all, they had some wisdom left. They could attack humans and sea demons, but not this Snake King that could easily crush a bunch of them with a wag of its tail. Who would rush up stupidly? Wasn't that looking for death? When the trio rushed out, Overlord was quietly sneaking into the huge snake cave. Just now, the big snake almost killed all the sounding snakes and sea demons fighting in the sky with a casual bite. At this moment, there were only 2 or 3 sea demons left, which didn't take long to die. With Snowmorn in his hand, Overlord was going into the broken snake hole. Why did Hanfei leave Snowmorn to Overlord? It was because Snowmorn could boost Overlord's combat power close to that of an advanced hidden fisher. Although Snowmorn was a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, no one on this ancient battlefield could easily erase Hanfei's mark. Even if it were erased, who would dare to take Snowmorn? Besides, even if Snowmorn was taken away, Hanfei would easily take it back as long as he didn't die. At that time, whoever snatched Snowmorn would be killed by Hanfei. Inside the snake cave. Many ordinary snakes were crushed to death because of the rage of the Snake King. Besides, the 50 caddies of Poison God had been thrown into the pile of sounding snakes. Now, in the snake cave, countless sounding snakes were fighting each other, and there were snake bodies and fluid everywhere. Overlord jumped down into the cave, and when he landed, he saw a pile of meat paste. A few hundred meters away, there were a large number of snakes biting and fighting each other. Overlord saw 3 corpses at a glance, and without a word, he collected them into the sea-swallowing seashells. And then he found a little tree. No matter what kind of spiritual fruit it was, he just uprooted it and took it away. Because this was originally the habitat of the Snake King, ordinary-sounding snakes were afraid of this place. Therefore, after Overlord had done all this unscrupulously, he even had the time to take a look inside. However, there was something special inside. In a big hole in the belly of the mountain, snake eggs were littered everywhere. And in the middle of the cave, there was a round pit in which there was green spirit awakening fluid. Seeing this, he pounced over and frantically poured the spirit awakening fluid into his sea-swallowing seashells. Unfortunately, this pit was not big and no more than 2 meters deep. Only 500,000 kilograms? This Snake King occupies such a large snake nest but only leaves 500,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid for his eggs? How can this be enough? However, this was reasonable. This damn place must have existed for countless years. Besides, there were so many sounding snakes in the snake cave, and it was a miracle that the spirit awakening fluid hadn't been drunk up. If it weren't for these snake eggs here, no spirit awakening fluid would have been left. After taking the spirit awakening fluid, Overlord found that the sounding snakes were already running in his direction. So soon? He had just been there for a short while. Fine, I don't have much time to waste here. I've got to run quickly. More than 600 kilometers away from the sounding snake cave, the king snake seemed to sense something. It glanced back and became even more furious. Hoo! Clang! The bewitching sound was deafening, and Han Fei, who was racing forward, cursed. What? Is the Snake King going back? No, Overlord is definitely not its match. Besides, what stunned Han Fei was that he had fed this Snake King 40 caddies of Poison God, but it could still chase him so fast. Now the distance between him and the Snake King was less than 40 kilometers. No, he couldn't let it go on like this. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would be caught up. 10,000 knives in one. Inside the big snake, Infinity Water was cutting like crazy. But this big snake was so tough that Han Fei could feel that even in its stomach, the Infinity Water was a bit powerless. Fuck, Infinity Water. Work harder, okay? Han Fei was speechless. With his current realm and strength, the Infinity Water should have had the destructive power of a semi-divine weapon. But, as the treasure of a whole city, it shouldn't just have such little power. How do I use this stuff? Thinking about it, Han Fei perceived that more than 80 kilometers away, a team of 6 sea demons were fighting with a few soul-eating beasts. Han Fei immediately activated the flying fish technique, changed his direction, and then immediately changed it back. Because of his switch of direction, the sounding Snake King was more than 3 kilometers closer. Damn it, rush. Dozens of kilometers away, several sea demons had just killed the soul-eating beasts, and then spotted a white light rushing towards them in the distance. One of them shouted, "Pay attention and be ready to defend. Something is coming quickly." No, is that Phantom Glass Wings? Han Fei, it's Han Fei, a captain-level powerhouse shouted, "He's our opportunity. If we kill him, we can go to the royal city." Wait, what the hell is behind him? Hiss. Run, a scary creature is chasing him. They had planned to trap Han Fei. But now, they gave up on that plan. The figure behind Han Fei was so huge. Just by looking at it, they knew it was not something they could mess around with. Han Fei was obviously shifting the trouble to them. Han Fei shouted to the big snake behind him, "Hey, idiot snake, my teammates are in front." Clang. The bewitching sound exploded again, and the fleeing sea demons suddenly stopped, turned their heads, and pounced on Han Fei ferociously. Han Fei took out an energy fruit, stuffed it into his mouth, and yelled at the big snake, "You're doomed, I'm telling you, you are doomed. My teammates are very strong." Han Fei saw the sea demons all activate the Sea God Descends. At the moment when he was about to meet them, 9 clones of Han Fei suddenly appeared and skimmed past these sea demons. As if he had done a trivial thing, Han Fei continued to think about the use of Infinity Water. Sure enough, as expected by Han Fei, when the sea demons found Han Fei had run away, the sounding Snake King had reached them. Sea God Strike, whale riding, bam. As the huge red wings swept past, the sea demons were all crushed by the big snake. Puff, Han Fei was surprised. Is something spewing out of the skin of this big snake? He looked back and then gaped in shock. Can this beastard expel the toxin out of its body? The distance between the two was almost shortened to 30 kilometers. Han Fei was extremely anxious. What am I going to do? Han Fei recalled the scene when he first obtained the Infinity Water. Being in the water column, he hadn't felt anything yet, but that cave had been covered with knife marks. Could Infinity Water only be used as a weapon? He had tried many methods to use it. His soul could control its form, and its attack strength should be growing with his strength. But in that case, it shouldn't be called the most important weapon in a whole city. After all, according to its attributes currently demonstrated, it was a sea-quelling bizarre treasure at most. But the heavenly desolate city was by no means an ordinary city. Han Fei believed that the strong masters in that city were not less than those in the Scattered Stars Island, and even in the Thousand Star City. After swimming for more than 100 kilometers, Han Fei met a group of humans. Because he could only swim in a straight line, he said, "Everyone, please make way." However, the group of people looked stunned. They didn't even know where the sound came from. Han Fei gritted his teeth and changed his direction again, allowing the big snake to reach only 30 kilometers away from him. After a while, the group of 5 people were dumbfounded when they glimpsed Han Fei and the big snake swishing by in the distance. Someone said in shock, "Han Fei, what is that thing chasing him?" Someone sighed. "A snake?" Someone was speechless. "Have you ever seen a snake with wings? It's only 300 meters away from us. Holy shit, did Han Fei just save our lives? It seems so." Someone was confused. "But what is he doing with the fishing rod in his hand?" "Fishing for that snake." Chapter 900, a new use for infinity water. Along the way, when Han Fei met sea demons, he would rush over and kill them. When he met humans, he would tell them to make way in advance. If the opponent refused, he could only take the initiative to avoid them. 1 hour passed. Han Fei almost cried, "Hey, Master Snake, I just made a joke with you. Why are you still chasing me?" At this moment, the two sides were only about 15 kilometers apart and the distance had shortened by half. Han Fei felt that although the sounding snake was injured, the injury was not serious. In this short hour, at least hundreds of people had recognized Han Fei. The number of enemies that Han Fei used the big snake to kill had also reached 50. However, every time he changed his direction, the distance between him and the snake would inevitably be reduced. Han Fei felt that when the big snake had expelled all the poison god out of its body and caught up with him, it would be as easy as pie to kill him. "No, I can't change directions anymore. I have to find a way to kill this beast. Should I use the sky dissecting finger?" But it was equivalent to a venerable level attack. It was his last resort. The painting that old Han gave me? No. It took old Han a long time to draw it. It would be a pity to use it here. I haven't found the boneyard yet, and I haven't entered the underground city yet. Turn to Cao Chu for help? Han Fei suddenly found that he didn't have any proper means to resist the serpent. Fuse. Han Fei immediately activated the yin-yang divine eyes and raised his speed slightly. Whoop! After half an hour, the big snake was only 10 kilometers away from him. Han Fei had no time to ask Little White to find Cao Chu's position, but he could roughly figure out his direction. At this moment, Han Fei was no longer so calm because he was in a frantic escape. Even with mint leaves in his mouth to help relieve his violent emotions, the big snake behind him still made bewitching sounds from time to time to disturb his mind. Fuck! Han Fei suddenly turned around and thrust the dragon sting pole in his hand out. Blast! Boom! The semi-divine weapon exploded and fell on the sounding snake's head. However, the big snake ignored the fishing rod and still rushed forward. Within hundreds of kilometers, the seawater vibrated and huge waves rolled in all directions. In the end, the distance was reduced a little more. In Han Fei's perception, the sounding snake's head was injured in many places with blood flowing. It seems that the explosion of a semi-divine weapon can injure it. But it's just caused a bit of trauma. Wait, can infinity water explode? Han Fei was thinking how the infinity water was originally just a drop of water. It was called infinity water because this drop of water could turn into all kinds of water-constructed weapons. And as a drop of water, even if it exploded, it could gather again. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He had never thought about this because no one would have thought of detonating something that an entire city treasured. But now Han Fei doubted himself. Infinity water should be able to explode, I think. He immediately pinched his finger and calculated what would happen, not feeling like anything bad would come of it. Han Fei said resolutely, Li Huang, even if the infinity water is gone, I'll still fulfill my promise." Han Fei's eyes suddenly became fierce. Explode! Boom! This time, the rolling wave sent Han Fei 7 or 8 kilometers away in an instant. He couldn't even stabilize his body as he could only roll out with the waves. And the huge body of the big snake fell on the ground, leaving a long, bloody mark that was several kilometers long. In Han Fei's perception, the abdomen of the big snake was already a blur of flesh and blood. Many places had been pierced, blood mixed in with the flying sand, looking scary. More than 20 kilometers away, Han Fei finally stabilized his body. He quickly stuffed an energy fruit into his mouth and swam towards the big snake. As he issued an order in his heart, fine water drops were quickly converging from all directions within dozens of kilometers. Soon, a drop of water gathered in the palm of his hand. "Haha, old bastard moron idiot, keep chasing me. Hey, I'm waiting for you. Come on, chase me." With an order from Han Fei, infinity water was once again mixed with seawater and drilled into the wound on the abdomen of the sounding snake. Explode. Boom. Han Fei was sent flying by the terrifying explosion again. He rolled dozens of kilometers before he finally stopped. The terrifying and destructive explosion was just like a small mushroom cloud. It was so powerful that Han Fei had some wounds on his hands and face. However, Han Fei was obviously taken aback, as the power of the second self-detonation was much weaker than the first time. Was the infinity water damaged? No, it wasn't damaged. It was just that the force of its self-detonation had weakened. Han Fei didn't plan to detonate it again. These two explosions had affected at least the radius of 1,000 kilometers, and many people must have felt the effect. But it didn't matter. He had found a new use for the infinity water. This thing was not afraid of self-detonation. Besides, the force of its self-detonation was equivalent to that of a divine weapon, tyrannical and powerful. Even if its force would decrease, it didn't matter. Even the phantom glass wings required cooldown time. The huge body of the big snake that was more than 300 meters long was covered with dense bloody holes, and one of its wings was blown to pieces. Even Han Fei, who was dozens of kilometers away from the big snake, was sent flying, let alone the snake. At this moment, the head of the sounding snake was drooping on the ground, and its eyes were bloody. It probably had been blind. When Han Fei got close to it, information emerged in his eyes. Name: ancient sounding snake, extremely weak. Introduction. An ancient gregarious sea snake living in a mining area. Wherever the sounding snake is, there is no vegetation but only blood and water. It has 4 wings, which are comparable to divine weapons. When its wings vibrate, it can produce a sound that can drive people crazy and make them kill each other. This is a descendant of the ancient sounding snake. Its combat power is terrifying with 10 waves of power. Level 67 all quality. Legendary contained spiritual energy, 69,085 points and 85 points. By taking the ancient sounding bead, one can obtain the power of clairaudience, able to hear what is happening thousands of kilometers away. Collectible. Ancient sounding bead, absorbable. Dr. Marks, sounding snake is a symbol of disaster. Once the sounding snake comes out of its cave, there will be disaster. Han Fei's eyes widened. He had already guessed it was a legendary creature, but the ability of clairaudience really shocked him. However, now Han Fei had to make a choice. Should he obtain the ability of clairaudience or throw this big snake into the demon purification pot? Legendary creatures were very rare. He couldn't afford to waste it. Han Fei waved his hand and infinity water gathered in his hands again. Huh? This time, when Han Fei gathered the infinity water, he found that something in the seawater was frantically pouring into the infinity water. No, to be precise, infinity water was absorbing something from the seawater. Han Fei frowned. Sure enough, the energy contained in the infinity water had been consumed, so it had to absorb energy from the water. Anyway, he wouldn't use infinity water for the time being. Having the infinity water explode twice, this big snake was dying. Han Fei removed the fusion and said to Little Black, "Little Black, eat its gall, kill it." Han Fei gave up on conquering this big snake because the ability of clairaudience was too alluring. Besides, this big snake's body itself was a treasure, and its snake gall was also a great tonic. Little Black would like it very much. With an order from Han Fei, Little Fatty appeared. When Little Fatty saw the big snake, he just wanted to run. Han Fei shouted, "Why are you running? It's dying. What are you afraid of? Come on, suck up its blood." Little Fatty was stunned. "You killed it?" Han Fei said angrily. "Yes, I'm your master. Don't you believe in your master's strength? Hurry up, suck it up." Little Fatty immediately put his big sucker on the body of the ancient-sounding snake. Unfortunately, Ninetails and Little Gold couldn't use this snake's body. After a while, the ancient-sounding snake began to writhe, and its roars resounded across the seabed. Little Black was gnawing its snake gall. Gradually, after more than 10 minutes, the big snake finally died. Han Fei stepped on its huge head. "Humph, how dare you chase me like that? This just serves you right." Swearing, Han Fei took a lot of effort to dig out the sounding bead. Little Black was wobbling. Han Fei had a hunch that Little Black was about to make a breakthrough. Or to be exact, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Even Little White was also a little dizzy and was wobbling. Han Fei immediately took Little Black and Little White into Forge the Universe. There was spiritual spring energy and spirit awakening fluid there. As long as they were there, they could drink as much as they needed. However, Little Black and Little White chose a small pond where there was only pure seawater. Will they make the breakthrough in seawater? Han Fei didn't dare to put them into the Soul Sea now because he hadn't figured out the secret of the Soul Sea. However, when he had time, he would enter the Soul Sea and study it carefully. Little Fatty was sucking for a long time, and then there was a flash of red light on his body, but it was a pity that he didn't upgrade. Little Fatty said, "Sucking its blood consolidated my overall strength. With another creature like this, my strength can be further consolidated. Then, I'll just need to drink spirit awakening fluid." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Where can I find another creature like this?" "Forget it. Anyway, your strength has been consolidated." Suddenly, Han Fei felt that someone was approaching, and then he found it was Cao Tian, Cao Chu, and others. Not only Cao Tian, Ye Baiyu, and several others, but also a group of sea demons. Han Fei was speechless. "You didn't show up when I needed you, so what's the use of showing up now?" Now Han Fei didn't want to stay with these people. The Overlord was still in the Sounding Snake Cave. He must quickly take Overlord back. Perhaps because the distance was too far, Han Fei wasn't quite sure of Overlord's current state. At this moment, it seemed to be at large. Han Fei put away Little Fatty and put a hand on the huge corpse of the Sounding Snake to take it into Forge the Universe. Swish! Taking a look at the other people, Han Fei smiled. "Go about your business. I'm leaving. Bye."